Lin Yun arrived at Divine Phoenix Mountain on the third day after he left the God Burial Mountain range. The outer region of Divine Phoenix Mountain was similar to the Heavenly Tao sect, filled with mountains that were enveloped in spiritual aura and several flourishing cities. They could be considered as the outer region of Divine Phoenix Mountain. Divine Phoenix Mountain imparts its martial techniques here, which was why even the outer sect could be considered a formidable force to be reckoned with. In other words, only those belonging to the Ji clan could enter the true Divine Phoenix Mountain, and those people possessed the Phoenix bloodline. Most of Divine Phoenix Mountain's martial techniques required the Phoenix bloodline as the foundation. Those without a Phoenix bloodline could only practice ordinary martial techniques. Lin Yun was here as a guest, so he was brought to where the real Divine Phoenix Mountain was located. A celestial realm appeared before Lin Yun after they passed through various barriers. Countless pavilions were hovering in the air, with some inverted floating mountains with palaces, giving off an ancient radiance. This was weird because it differed from other sects or holy lands that Lin Yun had been to. The mountains had pierced the sky while hovering in the air. The bottom was a spacious plaza with a statue on it. The outer region of the plaza was the mountains, and various birds could be seen in the surrounding area. After everyone entered, someone soon came to bring Xianxia away. She didn't even have time to talk to Lin Yun, making these people extremely mysterious. As for Lin Yun, he was guided by the astral river Saint Sovereign to an empty mountain. This is the Stream Cloud Residence, one of the 10 palaces closest to the Divine Mountain. Even Saint Elders have to wait to cultivate here. The astral river Saint Sovereign smiled as he explained. Lin Yun nodded with a smile, but said nothing. He could tell that this place was suitable to cultivate, but he couldn't make a quick breakthrough since he had become a saint. On the contrary, it might be troublesome if he caused a huge commotion while cultivating here. Aside from this mountain, you can feel free to go anywhere you want. There isn't any forbidden ground, and I will accompany you in this period. The astral river Saint Sovereign smiled. Lin Yun looked around and said, I wonder when the last Sky Great Saint will be free to speak with me about the Heavenly Slaughter Empress? The astral river Saint Sovereign briefly pondered before he said, I actually know a bit or two about that Heavenly Slaughter Empress, but I'll let the Master tell you about it. The Holy Master of the Divine Phoenix Mountain? Lin Yun was surprised. This person was a famous expert in Eastern Desolation. Tian Xuanzi was known to be invincible beneath the Emperor realm in the Eastern Desolation, but the Holy Master of the Divine Phoenix Mountain had that title for a long time. If anyone could rival Tian Xuanzi beneath the Emperor realm or defeat him, it would be this person. Yeah. Since you're here on Divine Phoenix Mountain, the Master will naturally take time to meet you. You can ask him if you have any questions. He will know more about secrets like that. The Astral River Saint Sovereign said. Okay. Lin Yun nodded. He also wanted to meet this person. If he could convince this person to help during his master's tribulation, they would have a higher odds of winning. With Yu Qingfeng's intimidation, no emperors would interfere in his master's tribulation. I'll take my leave then. The Astral River Saint Sovereign cupped his fists before leaving. Lin Yun casually glanced at the residence before putting the sword box down. Unless it was a time-space treasure, no place was more suitable to cultivate than the Iris Secret Realm. After Lin Yun formed a seal with his hands, he entered the Iris Secret Realm with a flash. The moment he entered, a dazzling light shone, signifying that a sun was hovering above the Iris Secret Realm. Lin Yun widened his mouth because the Iris Secret Realm became almost unrecognizable. The Iris sword box was kept with Lil Purple after he left the Fallen God Valley. So this was his first time entering the Iris Secret Realm after that. The cracks in the sky had recovered, and the sky looked realistic with clouds and a sun. At the center, the phoenix tree had grown to 100 feet with a radiance that made it look sacred. The spiritual energy was much denser, with grass on the ground and a waterfall on a faraway mountain. If Lin Yun remembered correctly, the ground had always been barren. But now the other cultivating grounds were showing signs of recovery. Aside from that, Lin Yun could sense a slight distortion in time and space. It was weak, but it existed. This shocked Lin Yun since it was too unbelievable. This meant that the time here differed from the outside world, meaning the sword box was a time-space treasure. This is really a time-space treasure, Lin Yun muttered to himself. Humph. Since when have I lied to you? This is only the beginning. This is merely a fraction of the Iris Secret Realm's prime, Lil Purple said pridefully. If you can gather all 7 sovereign divine runes, it'll be equivalent to carrying a holy land on your back as you cultivate. At that time, your cultivation speed will become unimaginable. Lin Yun smiled. I look forward to it. But how is time here compared to the heavenly wheel pagoda? It's inferior by a lot. Time is almost similar to the outside world and can't achieve the effect you want, Lil Purple said as her smile disappeared. Lin Yun looked around and smiled. It's fine. Oh right. I remember you saying that this region is the celestial lake with the divine bamboo forest here. Yeah, this is the divine bamboo forest, but the seeds are in the ground. They're gorgeous when fully grown, and you can play the zither here. It will sound beautiful, Lil Purple smiled. Lin Yun smiled as he came over to the phoenix tree. The biggest transformation of the Iris Secret Realm was that cultivating beneath the phoenix tree was much faster than the Streamcloud residents. How does it feel to be on Divine Phoenix Mountain? Lin Yun asked. Divine Phoenix Mountain is related to the Divine Phoenix clan. Everyone possesses the Phoenix bloodline, and they might have been my servants in the past, Lil Purple said, holding onto her chin. Don't bullshit. You previously said that the Ming cult's ancestor was your disciple, and nearly drove the 1,000-seal great saint insane. Lin Yun smiled. Lil Purple blushed and said, wasn't that because I was anxious to save you and created a bigger commotion to intimidate them? Lin Yun was surprised because he noticed Lil Purple had become more adorable after coming out of the fallen God Valley. What about you? Lil Purple changed the topic. It feels weird. They seem to have separated me from Ji Zishi on purpose. They must have a huge secret related to the divine flame fragment, Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. They probably want to temper that last bloodline with the divine flame fragment, allowing her to possess the divine phoenix physique, Lil Purple analyzed. Speaking of which, her aptitude is really good. She can be considered a divine maiden even in ancient times. Such a high evaluation? Lin Yun was surprised. Lil Purple became unhappy and refuted. Are you looking down on the Divine Phoenix clan's bloodline? Lin Yun smiled, but said nothing. A brief moment later, he said, aside from that, I feel something special here. There might be an inconvenient secret here to share with me. You feel that you're being neglected? Lil Purple smiled. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he replied, a little. After all, he had saved the Divine Phoenix Mountains group and gave them the Divine Flame Fragment. But after coming to the Divine Phoenix Mountain, he could sense that everyone had put some distance between him and them, despite being respectful to him, including the Astral River Saint Sovereign. Lil Purple said with heartache, you're too impulsive. I already told you that you always think for others, but no one thinks for you. Divine Phoenix Mountain is isolated from the outside world, with everyone here belonging to the G clan, possessing the Phoenix bloodline. Do you think they don't know you have an ulterior motive in coming here? Lin Yun said, Senior brother told me a little about that, but I still had to make a trip over. Lil Purple stood up and pulled Lin Yun away with a smile. It's fine. They don't care about you, but I do. Let me tell you a little secret. Lin Yun was caught by surprise as Lil Purple dragged him out. Lil Purple mysteriously said, I discovered a huge secret after coming to Divine Phoenix Mountain. What is it? Lin Yun asked curiously. Hehe. There's a sovereign divine rune here, Lil Purple said excitedly. Lin Yun asked, You're talking about the sinful fire divine rune? Lil Purple had already obtained 3 of the 7 sovereign divine runes. The freezing chill divine rune was in the frost snow sacred palace. There weren't any clues about the samsara and nirvana divine runes. That meant they were only left with the sinful fire divine rune. That's right, Lil Purple said. We can look for it tonight while they're focused on their little princess and see if we can find it. Lin Yun smiled. Lil Purple wanted to repeat what she did in the Heavenly Tao sect. Are you coming with me? I'll go myself if you're not going, Lil Purple said. Lil Purple even held onto Lin Yun's arm and started swaying him, which could only make Lin Yun smile bitterly. Are you coming with me? Lil Purple still didn't give up. Lin Yun tried his best to break free from Lil Purple and smiled. Let me ask you, what are you going to do after finding it? Retrieve it, Lil Purple replied. Steal it. I am just going to borrow it. I believe the Holy Master won't be that petty. Furthermore, everyone here possesses the Phoenix bloodline, and they might have been my servants in the past. So I'm just taking something that belongs to me, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun smiled. All right, I'll call the Astral River Saint Sovereign over. You can disclose your identity at that time, and they'll all worship you. I'll go if you're not going. Lil Purple snorted. When Lil Purple was about to run off, Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he held on to her and said, Let me finish. Humph. Doesn't the sinful fire divine rune belong to me? You scumbag, let go of me. Lil Purple struggled. Lin Yun appeased Lil Purple and said, Let's plan again. You couldn't even take the solar lunar divine rune without anyone noticing. So how will you seal the sinful fire divine rune? Humph, I'm much stronger than before. You only need to let me borrow the iris sword box, and I can take it without anyone noticing, Lil Purple said. What about me then? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. You can stay behind and marry that little princess. She's pretty fond of you, and you can take this opportunity to steal her heart, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun felt a headache after hearing that and realized he couldn't persuade Lil Purple. After gathering 3 sovereign divine runes, the Iris secret realm had transformed, as well as Lil Purple, giving her more confidence. She was so confident in retrieving the sinful fire divine rune that she didn't even place divine Phoenix Mountain in her eyes. So he had to find a way to appease her for now. Lin Yun briefly pondered and smiled. All right, I'll go with you. Really? We're good brothers. Give me a high five. Lil Purple smiled as they gave each other a high five. There's no need to hurry, Lin Yun said. I gained a lot of harvest in the God Burial Mountain range, so I still need to digest my comprehension. We'll go when I'm much stronger. Lil Purple pondered before she nodded. Your words make sense. Every time you finish a fight, your strength will undergo a growth after going into seclusion. Lin Yun heaved a sigh in relief since he had finally calmed Lil Purple down. For now, if they wanted to look for the sinful fire divine rune, it would be best for them to go together. If she went by herself, who knew what would happen? Lin Yun briefly pondered, then said, Speaking of which, can you speed up time in the Iris secret realm? I can. There's a time-space array in the Iris secret realm. I can let you cultivate for 6 to 7 days each time, and it will only be half a day in the outside world, Lil Purple said. I can't let you cultivate for months or years like in the Heavenly Will Pagoda. That's enough. What should I do? Lin Yun asked. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation now and not go into seclusion. Do you still have Divine Dragon Saint Liquid on you? Pour it all on the Phoenix tree and let it activate, Lil Purple said. Okay. Lin Yun took out all the remaining Divine Dragon Saint Liquid and poured it on the Phoenix tree. When the Phoenix tree shone brightly, a massive array appeared around the Phoenix tree. It can only last for 7 days. Don't act disrespectful, or the Phoenix tree will be heartbroken, Lil Purple said as she caressed the Phoenix tree. Lin Yun nodded with a smile. Okay, you can cultivate here. Lil Purple was straightforward. Before visiting the Divine Bamboo Forests region, Lin Yun sat beneath the Phoenix tree, thanking it. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He reached out and vines spread out, before forming a flower in his palm. This was the other shore flower he had obtained in the heavenly void. It looked dreamy and unrealistic. You can cultivate here as well? Lin Yun smiled. Thank you, Master. I like this place. The other shore flower thanked. The Phoenix tree was watered with nearly 50 kilograms of Divine Dragon Saint Liquid, which nourished the other shore flower. Master, I will also grow up fast. The other shore flower's roots burrowed to the ground and swayed its petals, releasing a dreamy radiance. Even Lin Yun was briefly dazed by the flower and smiled. All right, Prepare more mandala fragrance for me. Okay. I can sense that I can grow my bud now. Surprisingly, the other shore flower's response was straightforward. Lin Yun smiled and no longer cared about the other shore flower. He closed his eyes with his palms resting on his knees. When he closed his eyes, the images of his battle outside the God Burial Mountain range flashed. It's Satyr with his first fight against a 4th stage Saint Lord, then his fight against a Saint Sovereign at the end. He had a lot of comprehension in his fight with a Saint Sovereign. A Saint Sovereign was too powerful and he could only obtain a slight advantage, even after giving it his all. If they fought again, he would be swiftly defeated. He concluded he had to run if he ran into a Saint Sovereign. He had gained more comprehension from his fight with the 6th stage Saint Lords. After they brought out their golden pills, Lin Yun could sense a huge threat from his sword intent. If he didn't have the Azure Saint Cloth, he would have been heavily injured, even if he didn't die. My limit is to face a 6th stage Saint Lord, Lin Yun concluded, recalling his fight with the 6th stage Saint Lords. An hour later, he opened his eyes and muttered, "The divine light sword intent doesn't seem to be able to crush those 6th stage Saint Lords. What is the reason for that?" That was because their cultivation was too high. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be so easily defeated by him. Lin Yun was smart, emphasizing the smallest details. Even if he managed to defeat his opponent, he wasn't proud to think he was invincible. He closed his eyes and soon discovered that he found the key. With a flick of his finger, the scenes in his mind were simulated with his sword intent. He squinted and paid attention to every detail before muttering, "I see." He could sense that the saint energy of 4th stage Saint Lords was powerful, but they couldn't defend against his divine light sword intent. As for 5th stage Saint Lords, their Tao flowers would change. But after becoming a 6th stage Saint Lord, their Saint Daos would increase more. After becoming a 4th stage Saint Lord, one could extract the Tao from heaven and earth to control their Tao. But a 5th stage Saint Lord's Tao would increase further. A 6th stage Saint Lord's Saint Tao would have reached over 10,000. "This is a problem," Lin Yun muttered. He grasped the Sword Tao, Thunder Tao, and Wind Tao. But the Saint Daos he could extract was barely 100. Those people relied on decades of accumulation to make up with numbers, even if their martial intent was weaker. In addition to the advantage of their cultivation, this was the reason why the divine light sword intent couldn't defeat them as quickly. Ultimately, it was because he was too young, and this was the conclusion he came up with. But if they heard what Lin Yun said, they would probably throw out blood. After all, Lin Yun wasn't even 30 and had defeated them with his divine light sword intent. Despite his achievements, he still felt that he was lacking. This was because Lin Yun was too hardworking. Lin Yun held onto his chin and muttered, "There are 2 ways to deal with this. Rely on time or grasp a stronger Tao, such as Senior Brother's Space Tao." Space Tao was an eternal Tao, and Yi Gohan could easily suppress his opponents with it. "I can't give up on Space Tao, not to mention that Senior Brother can't teach it to me either. I don't have the talent, so I can only look at Nirvana Tao." Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly as his desire to grasp Nirvana Tao increased. "If I can't grasp Nirvana Tao, I can only defeat 10 6th stage Saint Lords with my sword technique and divine physique. At best," Lin Yun concluded. "If I run into those old monsters, I might be defeated." Lin Yun concluded that he had to grasp Nirvana Tao no matter what. "If I want to grasp Nirvana Tao, I must find it in the Sword of the Beginning." Lin Yun soon had a plan. He had about 6 days before the sky turned dark in the outside world. Lin Yun planned to use 2 days to consolidate his divine physique and sword cannons before spending the remaining time on Sword of the Beginning. He was already so familiar with it that he couldn't improve it further. The first was the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, where he was only half a step from condensing the Divine Rune. When the Divine Rune was formed, he would progress to the next step and form the complete Dragon's Soul. The Azure Dragon Divine Rune had 9 stages, mainly consisting of the Dragon's Body, Dragon's Soul, and Dragon's Aura. He couldn't make a breakthrough in the Great Profound Sword Cannon anytime soon, and he had already reached the 9th stage with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, reaching a bottleneck. "It's still a little messy," It would be good if I could master them and turn them into a cultivation technique. Lin Yun muttered. He couldn't help laughing when he was done speaking. These were dragon spirit martial techniques from ancient times, and one could become a deity if the heavenly path was still around. But if he wanted to master them completely, it would be something not even an ancient deity could accomplish. Let's stabilize my foundation before grasping Nirvana Tao. Lin Yun soon submerged himself into his cultivation. When 2 days passed, a dragon's roar could be heard from beneath the phoenix tree. Lin Yun gave off a terrifying dragon aura, with a dragon's soul gradually forming in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, there was a rune on his chest that was filled with a violent beauty. When Lin Yun clenched his fist, a terrifying power spread from the azure dragon divine rune to his 5 fingers. But the dragon's soul was even more terrifying since it could grow with the number of divine runes. It would be easier for him to face those who were proficient in using mental energy in the future. This meant that heavenly spiritualists were less threatening to him now. But his excitement was short-lived, and Lin Yun soon tossed it to the back of his mind. He clenched his fist and muttered, "Nirvana Tao!" While Lin Yun was focused on his cultivation, the last Sky Great Saint and 2 Saint Sovereigns were gathered in a luxurious palace, respectfully standing before a person. That person sat on a phoenix throne, looking young, and gave off a noble air. This person wore a white robe that was decorated with golden threads and a crown. This person was the master of Divine Phoenix Mountain. After hearing the report from the Great Saint and 2 Saint Sovereigns, he said, "So, you guys have acknowledged his strength?" "Yeah." Calling him Flower Burial Sword Saint wasn't a form of courtesy. The last Sky Great Saint said. The Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign said, "We're not too sure about that Heavenly Slaughter Empress. She seemed fake, but the aura that she gave off felt real." "Okay," the Holy Master said. The last Sky Great Saint and Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign said nothing else, while the Astral River Saint Sovereign looked anxious. "Xianxia, do you have something to say?" the Holy Master asked with a smile. Astral River Saint Sovereign nodded and said, "Since you have acknowledged him, why don't you go look at him and explain the matters about the Heavenly Slaughter Empress?" Among the 3, the Astral River Saint Sovereign had a close relationship with Lin Yun, forged in the heavenly void. After all, Lin Yun had saved his life, which the Astral River Saint Sovereign kept in his heart. The Divine Phoenix Mountain's Holy Master smiled. "You're saying that I'm neglecting him?" The Astral River Saint Sovereign had no change on his face, but continued, "No, but since you've invited him over, I feel that you should welcome him." The moment he said that, the last Sky Great Saint and Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign turned to look at the Astral River Saint Sovereign as if he was being disrespectful. The last Sky Great Saint said, "He's a junior. It's not because the Holy Master doesn't want to meet him, but he's only just arrived." The Holy Master smiled. "Xianxia, you've misunderstood me. I don't dare to neglect him. I want to wait a few more days for him to settle down before meeting him." When he said that, the faces of the Great Saint and Saint Sovereigns changed with surprise. The Holy Master stood up and continued, "I invited him over because I'm curious as to where he got those scores, including the Phoenix Heart Song. After all, it was long lost in Divine Phoenix Mountain. But when I received your news, I had another thought and couldn't simply treat him as a junior." The Astral River Saint Sovereign asked, "Holy Master, you're saying? Perhaps he can accompany Xier," the Holy Master said. The last Sky Great Saint was briefly stunned, before he exclaimed, "Holy Master, will you take him in as your son-in-law?" "Ha ha ha." The Holy Master laughed a brief moment later. He continued, "That's not impossible if they are interested in each other. But that's not what I mean. I want him to accompany Xier. Too many people have died there, and I only have one daughter. So, I naturally don't want her to fall while in that realm. I can trust Lin Yun, based on his personality and strength, as long as he agrees." The Great Saint and Saint Sovereigns were shocked, especially the Astral River Saint Sovereign. The last Sky Great Saint frowned and said, "That's a pretty good idea, since Lin Yun can be trusted. No one in the Radiance lineage has an issue with their personality. But I'm afraid the quota might not be enough, and he might not be willing to go." The Holy Master fell into deep thoughts, with his expression becoming grave. He said, "Yeah, he might not be able to come back alive if he went. So I have to know what he wants. I have already sent a letter to the Sacred Alliance before you guys returned. So a friend will pay the Divine Phoenix Mountain a visit in a few days." "Holy Master, I can roughly guess Lin Yun's thoughts," the Astral River Saint Sovereign said. "Go on." Aside from their friendship, Lin Yun has other objectives in giving the Divine Flame Fragment to the little princess. He probably wanted to befriend Divine Phoenix Mountain. After all, the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation isn't far away, the Astral River Saint Sovereign said. The Holy Master was calm upon hearing that, since it was as he had already guessed. The last Sky Great Saint said, "If that's the case, it's even more impossible for Lin Yun to agree. After all, he might not be able to return if he went with the little princess." The Holy Master continued, "This is also what I'm worried about, so I have to know what he wants." "Xianxia, do you know why I wasn't in a hurry to meet him now?" The Astral River Saint Sovereign nodded, realizing that he had misunderstood the Holy Master. He thought that the Holy Master had neglected Lin Yun, but it turned out that the Holy Master had more concerns to consider. "Don't treat him as a young man or a junior, since he is now a sword saint," the Holy Master said. "You can bring him around Divine Phoenix Mountain for the next few days and prepare some gifts for him. He has just become a Saint Lord, so he must need some resources. Remember not to be stingy. You can give him whatever Zishi can receive." The Astral River Saint Sovereign was shocked upon hearing that. The Holy Master continued, "I'll meet him when the Sacred Alliance arrives. It's about time for him to take on some responsibilities." Within the Iris secret realm, an azure-clothed youth was seated beneath the phoenix tree, brandishing his sword. His sword trembled with thunderstorms appearing in the surrounding area. To a certain degree, the azure-clothed youth gave off a prideful temperament, enveloped in a divine radiance. He gave off a feeling that he was close yet far. As he brandished his sword, the surrounding space would distort, with several sword rays flying out before he swung his sword. Not even space had distorted, but time did. The azure-clothed youth were naturally Lin Yun. "Nirvana of the beginning!" Lin Yun roared as the azure saint cloth began to flutter. It felt as though Lin Yun had broken through a barrier, and he was shocked when he turned around. He saw another before him, swinging his sword and looking like a breath had reversed time. He couldn't come to his senses in time before the flower burial sword stabbed into the other party by half an inch. After which, Lin Yun quickly came to his senses and sheathed his sword. When he landed on the ground, he threw out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. Lowering his head, he could see a hole in his chest with blood gushing out. This left Lin Yun stumped because he couldn't comprehend what just happened. Lil Purple also opened her eyes from beneath the waterfall and bolted over. She took a deep breath and asked with shock, What happened to you?" Lin Yun was wearing the Azure Saint cloth with thousands of saint runes, forming a complete spiritual array. It was so tough that not even a 6th-stage Saint Lord could damage it. But there was now a hole in it. I seem to have grasped nirvana?" Lin Yun said with uncertainty. Over the past 4 days, he had been practicing the Sword of the Beginning, also known as the Nirvana sword art. It consisted of a total of 6 sword forms, with each sword possessing hundreds of variations. He had long been familiar with them, and he wouldn't make a mistake to injure himself. This was why he still hadn't recovered from what happened earlier. That wasn't a secret technique from the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, but he had returned in time. It was only a breath, but he broke through the time restriction in that breath. After hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Lil Purple rejoiced. "Try it again." "Okay." Lin Yun ignored his injuries and tried the Nirvana of the Beginning multiple times. Although his attack was terrifying, he couldn't repeat what happened earlier. "This is weird. How did I manage to do it?" Lin Yun muttered. After he executed it multiple times, he exhausted all his saint energy but couldn't repeat that scene, no matter how he tried. Lil Purple smiled. "There's no need to hurry. Since you can succeed once you've entered the doors, there's no issue in your direction, so you can rest now." Lin Yun sheathed his sword and smiled. Now isn't the time to rest. It's time to do what I promised you. The sinful fire divine rune. Lil Purple's eyes lit up. Lin Yun nodded and came before the other shore flower, before reaching out. There was a weak flame at the flower bud, which made it look even more dreamy. It's going to grow its bud. Lil Purple smiled, looking at the other shore flower. But the other shore flower seemed afraid of Lil Purple and extracted its roots from the ground before crawling into Lin Yun's hands. Why did you run so fast? I still wanted some mandala fragrance from you, Lil Purple said. Hearing what Lil Purple said, the other shore flower ran even faster, bringing a smile to Lin Yun's face. Humph. Why are you smiling? Lil Purple said. This place is filled with divine dragon saint liquid. Since it's cultivated here, its roots can reach a few thousand meters. It has absorbed at least half of the divine dragon saint liquid. Lin Yun smiled, patting Lil Purple's head. You only care about the phoenix tree. Don't forget that the other shore flower is also young. I won't hold it against you since you've given your word. But it's time for us to go out. Lil Purple immediately tossed it to the back of her mind, thinking about the sinful fire divine rune. All right, you can lead the way. Lin Yun left the Iris secret realm and carried the Iris sword box on his back, letting Lil Purple point in his direction. Lin Yun, why don't you wear a mask? Lil Purple said. There's no need. Lin Yun decided against it after suffering from it once. If he wore a mask, he might be considered an intruder if someone found him. But if he didn't wear a mask, they probably wouldn't do anything to him even if someone saw him. When leaving the Stream Cloud residence, the sky was dark. Lin Yun followed Lil Purple's lead and visited various floating islands while searching for the sinful fire divine rune's aura. Not here. Not here either. It looks like it's not on the floating islands. Let's go down then. Lin Yun appeared on the plaza after visiting all the floating islands. This was a spacious ground with white jade used as tiles on the ground and a gorgeous statue at the center. This statue is really beautiful. Lin Yun raised his head and discovered the status was white and flawless. Even at night, the statue gave off a peerless beauty. Stop looking at it. The sinful fire divine rune is on the mountain, Lil Purple said. Divine Phoenix Mountain was the name of a holy land in the outside world, but it was only a mountain here. The Phoenix's lineage worshipped the mountain as a sacred mountain. The Astral River Saint Sovereign said that he could go anywhere, and didn't say Lin Yun couldn't climb this mountain. Don't cower. I'll cover for you if anything happens, Lil Purple urged. Lin Yun smiled and climbed the mountain. He had no intention of stealing the sinful fire divine rune. He just wanted to confirm if it was here, so it shouldn't be a big issue. The divine mountain was strictly guarded with several layers of spiritual arrays. When Lin Yun got close to it, he could sense a terrifying pressure. He knew it was nearly impossible for even an emperor to intrude on this mountain. Lin Yun's eyes shone with golden radiance in the night as he circulated his divine light sword intent. He could see spiritual arrays and people heavily guarding this place. When the divine light sword intent dissipated, Lin Yun inwardly muttered and felt that there was something weird about this place. There weren't many saints here, not even a saint sovereign or a great saint. Since that was the case, Lin Yun no longer had any reservations and passed through the spiritual arrays. Occasionally, someone would sense him, but they didn't do anything after glancing at him. At the waist of the mountain, Lil Purple's voice resounded. Lin Yun didn't hesitate and headed in the direction that Lil Purple pointed out, coming to a temple. This temple was meant to worship the phoenix, and there wasn't a roof here. The temple was covered in flaming patterns with various gorgeous statues, a different style than the heavenly Tao sect. In there, Lin Yun landed on an ancient path with erected stone pillars on the side. The far end was an altar with ashes that would flicker with flames. Those are the ashes that are left behind after a phoenix undergoes rebirth. The sinful fire divine rune is inside, Lil Purple said excitedly. Lin Yun calmed down and looked around. He asked, "Why isn't this place guarded?" The sinful fire divine rune is placed just like that. That's because you're a noble guest of the divine Phoenix Mountain and can visit any forbidden ground you want. a voice resounded. A young man came down from the stage, donning a white robe that was decorated with golden threads and wearing a crown. This person was the Holy Master of Divine Phoenix Mountain. All of the saints on Divine Phoenix Mountain discovered Lin Yun's presence the moment he stepped in, including the Holy Master. But the Holy Master stopped them and decided to visit Lin Yun in person. Lin Yun squinted and was surprised because this person shared an uncanny resemblance with Ji Zishi. He asked, "You're Ji Zishi's elder brother?" The Holy Master initially wanted to disclose his identity, but smiled. "I do have some relation with her. You can call me Scarlet Radiant, Saint Lord." Lin Yun nodded and wasn't surprised. He had already noticed that something wasn't right. "I saw you going around the floating islands and visiting several places. It turns out you're after the sinful fire divine rune." The Holy Master smiled. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled upon hearing that. He realized that his actions were completely visible. He felt fortunate that he didn't wear a mask. As for Lil Purple, who promised to cover for him, she became silent within the Iris secret realm. "Flower Burial Sword Saint, no need to be so courteous." The Holy Master smiled. "The Master already said you can go anywhere in the Divine Phoenix Mountain." Lin Yun smiled, cupping his fists together. "You can just call me Lin Yun. No need to call me a sword saint. I'll call you Brother Lin then. It sounds more intimate this way." The Holy Master smiled and allowed Lin Yun to take a closer look at the sinful fire divine rune. Flames were flickering in the ashes on the stage, making it seem as though the ashes were alive. "Was there really a phoenix who underwent rebirth here before?" Lin Yun asked. The Holy Master replied, "That's right. Strictly speaking, the entire G-clan on Divine Phoenix Mountain is the bloodline clan of that Phoenix Lord. That Lord also gave us the Phoenix bloodline, including our inheritance. We're only followers and protectors." "This Phoenix Lord you're talking about is the Heavenly Slaughter Empress?" Lin Yun asked. "That's right," the Holy Master replied. Lin Yun had huge waves sweeping within his heart when he heard that, and his face changed. On the contrary, Lil Purple was calm within the Iris secret realm. "But it shouldn't be the same person you ran into," the Holy Master replied. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yun asked. "That Lord gave up all hope after the ancient battle and accidentally committed a big mistake, causing a massacre. With no choice, the Iris Sword Saint, who slew a deity in the Saint Realm, had no choice but to seal her physique, and it had been over 100,000 years since then." The Holy Master sighed. Lin Yun was stunned because he didn't expect that part to actually be real. "Brother Lin, what's the matter?" the Holy Master asked. Lin Yun squeezed out a smile. "Nothing much." The Holy Master didn't ask further and changed the topic. "Big Brother Lin, you're interested in the sinful fire divine rune?" Lin Yun nodded upon hearing that. The Holy Master sighed. "This is a problem. Logically speaking, we won't hesitate to give you any treasures you desire based on the divine flame fragment alone. But even the Holy Master can't decide about the fate of the sinful fire divine rune. This is more precious than the divine flame fragment. So I won't ask the Divine Phoenix Mountain to give it to me." Lin Yun smiled. "Do you want to take a look at it?" the Holy Master asked. Lin Yun's thoughts were a little chaotic, but he casually replied, "I guess so. How about this? Let's have a spar between us. If you can defeat me, I can let you borrow the sinful fire divine rune for a period." The Holy Master smiled. Isn't this improper?" Lin Yun asked in shock. "I believe that the Holy Master won't be that petty." The Holy Master smiled. "Can I borrow it out of the Divine Phoenix Mountain?" Lin Yun smiled. "Well, that can be considered." The Holy Master laughed. Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that, thinking that the Divine Phoenix Mountain was a little too generous. "I'm a 4th stage Saint Lord, so I won't be taking advantage of you if I fight you, right?" The Holy Master smiled. Those words sounded weird to Lin Yun, but he smiled. "Naturally not. Truthfully speaking, there won't be more than 10 people who can take my sword beneath the 6th stage Saint Lord in the Kunlun realm with my current strength." Lin Yun wasn't exaggerating in his words because he felt that no one beneath the 6th stage Saint Lord could take an all-out attack from him. So, he was already being humble with what he said. The Holy Master smiled. They all say that flower burial is arrogant, and I have experienced it today. How about this? I can let you borrow the Sinful Fire Divine Rune for half a year if you can take 10 moves from me. Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that and further verified from the other party's aura that he was only a Saint Lord. He wasn't afraid, even if a Saint Sovereign suppressed their cultivation. If a great saint suppressed his cultivation, Lin Yun was confident about exchanging a few hundred moves. This was how the 4 great saints trained him back on Blood Purgatory Mountain. So Lin Yun was already used to increasing the difficulty for himself. Haha! What arrogance! Lin Yun, go and teach him a lesson. This person must be a few hundred years old and sealed his cultivation, pretending to be tender. Lil Purple's voice resounded. Lin Yun had much to ask Lil Purple, but he knew it wasn't time for that. He asked, "Can you really make the decision? Didn't you say I look like Ji Zishi's elder brother? You might have guessed wrongly, but I'm related to her. Furthermore, everyone on Divine Phoenix Mountain can trust your character." The Holy Master smiled. Okay. Lin Yun no longer wasted his saliva and brought out his divine light sword intent. His hair began to flutter violently, with his sword ray shining brightly. When he drew the sword, he performed the heaven sword form, catching the Holy Master by surprise, who discovered that he was restricted and couldn't move. When the Holy Master raised his head, his sight was filled with sword rays, and he couldn't see Lin Yun anywhere. But the Holy Master didn't panic and his sleeves flew out. An impressive sword technique. His sleeves were like a phoenix's wings surging with flames, shattering the 36 layers of heaven as they came crashing down. Lin Yun felt that his sword had taken a heavy blow and retreated. When he landed on the ground, a force still made him take a few steps back. The Holy Master smiled. "Flower burial, I have blocked your sword. I wonder where I am ranked in the world." The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched as he laughed. This was interesting because this person was even more arrogant than him. Lin Yun forgot about the Sinful Fire Divine Rune for the time being, with his fighting spirit blazing. This is just the beginning. Lin Yun smiled as he charged again with the Flower Burial Sword. He was still executing the Carefree 9 swords, but the heaven and earth words had perfectly fused this time. In the past, Lin Yun relied on this move to defeat all his opponents and had never failed if his opponent couldn't forcibly tear apart his sword aura using their cultivation. But the Holy Master smiled as his hands began to move, each drawing a circle in the air. As flames surged from the surroundings, the Holy Master's hands moved even faster and the circles increased in number. Lin Yun's sword techniques were breathtaking without flaws, but the rings were endless and reappeared whenever they were destroyed. No matter how Lin Yun attacked, he couldn't break apart the Holy Master's defenses. Wind, fire, lightning, ice. Lin Yun retreated as he swung 4 swords mid-air, each forming into an ancient word that contained a terrifying power. The intent contained in his swords also differed. The Holy Master clasped his hands together and countless flames converged to form a flaming pillar, destroying the 4 attacks without stepping back. 9th sword form, kill. Lin Yun turned around as he unleashed a terrifying murderous intent. Cracks appeared in the sky as a kill word descended from the sky. Not bad. The Holy Master wore a grave expression but didn't panic. When the kill word began to descend, Lin Yun spread his hands apart with his left sleeve flying out. Scarlet flames scattered in the air with boundless life force spreading out, causing the grass on the ground to grow. When Lin Yun's murderous intent descended, it began to melt like snow. That didn't work? Lin Yun widened his eyes with disbelief. Flower burial, are you done with the Carefree 9 swords? It's my turn now. The Holy Master smiled, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun heard what the Holy Master said when he wanted to bring out his sword domain. He said, "Go ahead." Okay. The Holy Master reached out with his right hand and a phoenix cry echoed, accompanied by a sword vibration before a saint's sword flew over. When the Holy Master grabbed onto the saint's sword, his temperament greatly changed. The name of this sword is Wind Chime, and it has been a long time since I made a move. Observe well, As this is my first listening wind chime, the Holy Master swung his sword with an unimaginable speed. The sword didn't only contain flame Dao, which he was proficient with, but also contained a boundless gale. Before the sword ray arrived, Lin Yun was forced to take 2 steps back from the wind with his eyes closed. When Lin Yun's sight recovered, the sword ray had already reached him, and he shattered it with his flower burial sword without a second thought. But when the sword ray was destroyed, it turned into a white tiger and azure dragon, biting Lin Yun's left and right shoulders. As blood gushed out from Lin Yun's shoulders, he felt helpless, with his face drastically changing. Lin Yun's lips moved with great difficulty, but he still raised his head and said, "I lost." "Oh," the Holy Master was surprised. "Not exactly. You didn't bring out your sword domain and sovereign constellation. You also have a sword technique you didn't use. So let us continue after a brief rest." Lin Yun smiled and said, "I am not someone who can't accept my loss. I do have trump cards, but don't you as well? I don't wish to say it, but I have lost. I have underestimated everyone in the world and the divine Phoenix Mountain." The Holy Master still wanted to persuade Lin Yun, but Lin Yun raised his head and smiled. "I lost today, but not tomorrow. I still have my sword domain and will break your sword tomorrow. Can I come again tomorrow?" The Holy Master was briefly stunned before he laughed. "Sure. You're welcome anytime. It looks like I have underestimated you. I'll take my leave now." Lin Yun decisively turned around and left. Looking at Lin Yun's back figure, the Holy Master smiled. "I'm still not satisfied yet." 2 figures descended. They were the last Sky Great Saint and Astral River Saint Sovereign. "Holy Master, what do you think?" the Astral River Saint Sovereign asked. The Holy Master looked in the direction that Lin Yun left. He could no longer see Lin Yun, but his gaze didn't change. He smiled. "A hero of this generation. Didn't he lose? So why do you have such a high evaluation of him?" the last Sky Great Saint asked. "Yeah, he only managed to withstand a sword." The Astral River Saint Sovereign was also baffled. The Holy Master smiled. "You guys won't understand. It's not frightening to lose. I'm relieved since he can admit his defeat. This way, Sheer won't die so easily if she follows him." "I see." The Astral River Saint Sovereign fell into deep thoughts. The Holy Master continued, "I like him. Astral River Saint Sovereign. Here." The Astral River Saint Sovereign didn't dare to neglect to see that the Holy Master had instructions to give. "Go see him tomorrow and give him some Divine Dragon Saint Liquid, 10 Phoenix Blood Fruit, 10 Phoenix Blood Pellets, and 100 Saint Crystals, and you can pick some 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit as snacks for him," the Holy Master said. The Astral River Saint Sovereign widened his mouth with disbelief because that was really generous. The others were treasures, but the Holy Master said to give Lin Yun some 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits as snacks. "Roger that," the Astral River Saint Sovereign said. "Every day. Prepare it for him until the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign comes. You're only allowed to give him more and not less." The Holy Master smiled, leaving behind the dumbfounded last Sky Great Saint and Astral River Saint Sovereign. "Last Sky Great Saint, what does the Master mean by that? Is he really going to take Lin Yun in as his son-in-law?" the Astral River Saint Sovereign asked, looking at the last Sky Great Saint. The last Sky Great Saint said, "Son-in-law? Even his biological son didn't receive such treatment. You ask me, but who am I going to ask?" When Lin Yun returned to the Stream Cloud residence, Lil Purple came out of the Iris secret realm. She muttered, "Why are you so honest to carry on fighting him when you have so many trump cards?" Lin Yun laid on the chair and said, "It's not that I don't want to, but he held back on that sword. If he was more ruthless, my hands would have been severed by now." "That's serious?" Lil Purple was shocked. "What do you think?" Lin Yun replied, "You don't have to talk about ethics with him and use whatever schemes you have," Lil Purple said furiously. She teased Lin Yun, and he said, "Let's not talk about him. Is what he said true? That you're the Heavenly Slaughter Empress?" "I am the Heavenly Slaughter Empress right from the beginning. Since when have I bragged before? It's just that you didn't believe me," Lil Purple said firmly. Cut it out. You have boasted a lot. Lin Yun's eyes lit up before he continued. Since that's the case, why don't you just disclose your identity to them? Lil Purple's gaze became dim before she sighed. I found this place familiar when we came here and recovered some of my memories. What he said is right. The G-clan should have been my followers in the past. Why don't you disclose your identity to them? You should be able to obtain the Sinful Fire Divine Rune if you do, right? Lin Yun asked. Lil Purple rolled her eyes. Why are you so stupid when you're so smart? I was a deity-like existence in their hearts back then. So why do you want me to disclose my identity to them now? Furthermore, they followed me to the Kunlun realm and stayed because of my mistake. I feel guilty. So why do you want me to disclose my identity? As she lay on the table, she sorrowfully muttered. Furthermore, that statue in the plaza was how I looked in the past. Lin Yun widened his mouth as he briefly looked at Lil Purple's face before he smiled. I got it now. If you put it that way. All right, since you don't want to disclose your identity to them, I'll help you take the Sinful Fire Divine Rune, Lin Yun said seriously. Really? Lil Purple rejoiced. Really? Lin Yun nodded. Humph, you scumbag. Lil Purple smiled before she returned to the Iris secret realm. Lin Yun felt his arms aching before he found a quiet place in the courtyard to treat his injuries with the blue dragon bone. When he opened his eyes, it was already the next morning, with sunlight shining down. He had recovered from all of his injuries. He moved his arms and turned around to verify that he was fine. That sword was really fast. Listening wind chime. It's a pretty good name, Lin Yun muttered as he recalled his fight with the Scarlet Radiant Saint Lord. Not only the last sword but how the Scarlet Radiant Saint Lord resolved his attacks was also breathtaking. It didn't matter if the Scarlet Radiant Saint Lord was an old man who suppressed his cultivation. He greatly benefited in this fight. He unsheathed the flower burial sword, swung it around, and sank into it. When he sheathed his sword, he discovered that the astral river Saint Sovereign was here without him knowing. He asked, Saint Sovereign, when have you arrived? A long time ago, but I didn't want to disturb you after seeing that you're so focused. The astral river Saint Sovereign smiled. These are gifts for you from the Holy Master. You guys are too polite. Lin Yun smiled and accepted them. Not going to take a look? The astral river Saint Sovereign smiled. There's a surprise? Lin Yun looked doubtful at the astral river Saint Sovereign before opening the interspatial pouch. The first thing he saw was a crystal bottle, which Lin Yun recognized without opening it. He exclaimed in shock, Divine Dragon Saint Liquid? Yeah. The astral river Saint Sovereign nodded. He continued, The Holy Master knows that you have high eyesight and doesn't want to be despised by you. So these 50 kilograms of Divine Dragon Saint Liquid are for you. There were also Divine Phoenix fruits, Divine Phoenix pellets, many Saint crystals and various spiritual fruits that shocked Lin Yun. He took a deep breath after looking at the interspatial pouch. He said, How generous! You can use them. I'll be back tomorrow. The astral river Saint Sovereign sent a deep look at Lin Yun before he left. Lin Yun was still shocked and hadn't come to his senses. Does that mean the astral river Saint Sovereign will return with more resources? Lin Yun entered the Iris secret realm with all the treasures. Lil Purple was stunned beneath the phoenix tree when she saw them before she exclaimed, Lin Yun, you went out to rob them? Cut your nonsense. Lin Yun patted Lil Purple's head and continued, They're gifts from that Holy Master. How generous. That Holy Master is extraordinary. Lil Purple chuckled as she shoved various fruits into her mouth. She even called Lil Red over to join in the feast. This is the Frost Cloud fruit, the Heaven Aquatic fruit, the Sacred Flame fruit. They're all snacks I like. The Divine Phoenix fruits and Divine Phoenix pellets. Lil Purple was shocked as she breathed deeply. Holy shit, is that old man planning to take you in as his son-in-law? Even you're shocked? Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. They're precious treasures, and I can be sure that even Divine Phoenix Mountain doesn't have many of them. They can only be refined by the divine blood of a pure-blooded phoenix. Scumbag, give me half. Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun pitifully. You can have all of them, Lin Yun smiled. Lil Purple chuckled. No can do. I just want half of them. You can use the remaining half for yourself. They should be enough for you to reach the third stage, Saint Lord. They're that powerful? Lin Yun was shocked. This was his first time coming in contact with divine phoenix fruits and divine phoenix pellets, so he didn't know their value. But after hearing what Lil Purple said, he finally knew how valuable they were. There are more treasures. Lin Yun took out the crystal bottle containing the divine dragon Saint Liquid. Taking possession of it, Lil Purple was shocked. Is the Holy Master planning to make you his son-in-law? I'll tell you first that I won't agree to it. So, you want me to return them? Lin Yun teased. No way, Lil Purple said. She continued. Use them now but save 1/3 of the divine dragon Saint Liquid. It's enough for the phoenix tree to activate the array again. It has been hard on you, Lin Yun said as he looked at the phoenix tree. The phoenix tree began to rustle as though it was feeling shy. The other shore flower also crawled out from Lin Yun's sleeve upon hearing that there was more divine dragon Saint Liquid. Hee, this flower has sharp ears. Don't worry, since I'm not a stingy person. I know you'll form your bud, so I won't forget you. Lil Purple smiled. I'll be going first. Lil Purple hopped on the ground, and Lil Red smiled upon seeing that Lil Purple shared half of the divine phoenix fruits and divine phoenix pellets. Looking at Lil Purple and Lil Red playing together, a smile rose on Lin Yun's face. He immediately removed 1/3 of the divine dragon Saint Liquid, poured it on the ground around the phoenix tree, and let the other shore flower head over. The other shore flower swayed and said, Thank you, Master. You're being too polite. After all, we must fight together in the future. Lin Yun smiled, caressing the other shore flower. Don't worry, Master. I will protect you well, the other shore flower said seriously. Lin Yun smiled as he refined the divine phoenix fruits and divine phoenix pellets. It was as Lil Purple said. They contained unimaginable power, raising his saint energy and vitality. When 2 days passed, Lin Yun gave off a dazzling radiance with his saint energy revolving within his violet palace like a yin-yang millstone. This meant that Lin Yun had become a third-stage Saint Lord. But that wasn't all. Saint Radiance was shining from Lin Yun's vitality. He was enveloped in a golden radiance, and his cultivation soon consolidated at the peak of the third-stage Saint Lord. This is really magical. Lin Yun let out a breath. When he tested his current strength, the power of his saint energy had increased by thrice. What's magical? Lil Purple came over with her skin faintly radiating. What's your current cultivation? Lin Yun asked. That's a secret. Lil Purple smiled. Lin Yun raised his brow because it looked like Lil Purple had greatly benefited and was probably close to transforming. I have a question. Why can't my divine light sword intent tear apart the scarlet radiance Saint Lord's fire Dao? Lin Yun asked. It's the difference in the numbers of Saint Daos. His fire Dao has many more Saint Daos, so his flame intent naturally became more powerful. Lil Purple continued. Furthermore, he has a high attainment in his flame Dao, and his phoenix bloodline empowers it. Judging from his Saint Dao, he should be a senior with a cultivation at Saint Sovereign, at the very least. Lin Yun frowned. There's nothing I can do about it since my Saint Dao can only increase with time. Stop cultivating and have a spar with me, Lil Purple said with boiling fighting spirits. Are you sure about that? Lin Yun smiled. Lil Purple planted her arms at her waist and smiled. Are you looking down on me? At the very least, I can easily crush that Scarlet Radiance Saint Lord while in the Iris Secret Realm. What she said wasn't boasting, since she was in full control of the Iris Secret Realm and had the help of 3 sovereign divine runes and the Phoenix Tree. So if she was to go all out here, even Lin Yun couldn't be her opponent. Let's spar then. I'll use the Nirvana sword art while you... Lin Yun pondered, then said, Can you mimic the Scarlet Radiance, Saint Lord? Of course. I even know more than him. Lil Purple wore a smug expression. Let's start then, Lin Yun said, lighting up his eyes. While 2 days have passed in the Iris Secret Realm, It hadn't been long in the outside world, since it was still during the day. In Ji Zixi residence, the Holy Master silently came by and looked at Ji Zixi, who looked restless. He asked, "Why are you unhappy?" Ji Zixi was still in her innocent age. She was in a daze but rejoiced when she saw the Holy Master. She smiled. "Father, why are you here?" "I'm naturally here to look at my beloved daughter." "Tell me, why are you unhappy? Are you blaming me for splitting you up with Lin Yun?" the Holy Master asked. Ji Zixi smiled. "It's not that. Divine Phoenix Mountain has prepared for many years to get the Divine Flame Fragment, so I naturally don't dare to be careless. I want to tour Big Brother Lin around the Divine Phoenix Mountain once I form the Divine Physique." Her face had an innocent smile and a hint of sorrow and maturity. The Holy Master said, "It has been tough on you." Ji Zixi smiled. "It's not tough. I know the burden I must bear and can't just think of myself. Divine Phoenix Mountain has treated me as a treasure since birth, with everyone doting on me, so you don't have to say anything. I'm not a princess, but I'm treated better than a princess. I know all about it." While looking at Ji Zixi, the Holy Master couldn't help feeling heartache as he embraced Ji Zixi. After he comforted her, he smiled. They were all wondering if Lin Yun will become the Divine Phoenix Mountain's son-in-law. "What do you think? I'll help you probe him if you're interested." "What?" Ji Zixi blushed, but said, "Big Brother Lin already has a wife. He got married in the heavenly void." "That doesn't matter. I'm here to discuss something with you." The Holy Master smiled. "What is it?" Ji Zixi asked. The Holy Master smiled. "Do you want Lin Yun to accompany you in that realm? I can help you with that." He still didn't know what Lin Yun was thinking before last night, but he was sure now. If the Sinful Fire Divine Rune could make Lin Yun agree to it, the price would be worth it. "Really?" Ji Zixi was briefly stunned before she rejoiced. Seeing this, the Holy Master knew why Ji Zixi was unhappy earlier. He nodded. "I probed him last night, and he's outstanding, not to mention that he can accept a loss. Let's not mention if it will succeed, but he can at least protect you in that realm." "You can't do that," Ji Zixi said. "Don't mention it again. He must be concerned about his master's tribulation now, and he will regret it for the rest of his life if he can't make it back in time." The Holy Master was stumped upon hearing that. Ji Zixi was already standing on Lin Yun's side before she had even married him. She even went as far as stopping him. "Don't talk about it again. I know he won't refuse you, but I don't want that," Ji Zixi said seriously. The Holy Master looked helpless and unhappy. He felt that his daughter no longer belonged to him. At night, Lin Yun stood before the temple and could feel a chill down his spine when he got here. He felt bad and said, "Empress, why can I sense murderous intent?" When he raised his head, he saw the Holy Master looking at him with an amicable smile. Since the Holy Master couldn't lay his hands on his daughter, he decided to vent it all on Lin Yun. He laughed. "Flower Burial, come. I have been waiting for you." Something was wrong because the Holy Master called him Flower Burial Sword Saint yesterday, but called him Flower Burial today. "Don't be afraid. I've taught you for a long time, so use that to give that old man a beating," Lil Purple said confidently. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because she wasn't the one who would be receiving the beating. He executed his movement technique and came before the Holy Master, but the ashes attracted his attention. "Don't look. It doesn't belong to you yet." The Holy Master wore an amicable smile. Lin Yun recollected his gaze and nodded with a smile. "Same old rules. You attack me first before I attack you," the Holy Master said. "Okay." Lin Yun bowed and made his move on the spot. The Holy Master calmly spread his sleeves, using yesterday's technique. This naturally brought a smile to Lin Yun's face because he had practiced this with Lil Purple and had already found a way to resolve it. He drew out the Flower Burial Sword and performed the withered tree coming to life. The flowing river could be heard with Lin Yun's sword aura rising. When Lin Yun's Divine Light Sword intent reached greater mastery, the power of the withered tree coming to life reached a terrifying height, while the Holy Master drew circles with his hands again. This was a good opportunity for Lin Yun. Just when he wanted to resolve this move, the Holy Master's move changed with his sleeves coming together, and Lin Yun felt that he was compressed by the space on two sides. This surprised Lin Yun, and he was caught in it with various phenomena disappearing. You want to change your move? You still have to train before me. The Holy Master was experienced and was known to be the strongest beneath the Emperor realm for a long time. Lin Yun was feeling all of the grievances that the Holy Master wanted to vent. As space exploded with flames gushing around, Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back, looking at the Holy Master with shock because today's fight differed from yesterday. Holy shit! There's murderous intent in him. He's ruthless. Lin Yun, why don't you admit defeat? Lil Purple said. But Lin Yun's fighting spirits were ignited as he wiped the blood off his lips and stood back up, charging again. The Holy Master smiled and easily resolved Lin Yun's attacks, drawing circles before collapsing them. Time would randomly speed up and slow down, making Lin Yun feel as though he was in a swamp. While Lin Yun performed the divine firefly sword, he was sent flying away multiple times and began to doubt himself. It looks like I don't even have the opportunity to make a move today. You should go and train before coming back. Your flaws are too obvious, and you will lose when your sword intent can't obtain the advantage in the fight. You're still lacking. The Holy Master smiled. I'm not done yet. Take another sword from me. Lin Yun smiled as he performed the divine firefly sword's third section, blooming stars. With a flick of his wrist, it looked like 100 flowers were blooming, each containing a different Saint Tao. This attack was powerful and much stronger than when Lin Yun was in the heavenly void. The Holy Master was fast and his right hand reached out from his sleeves, clamping onto the sword tip. But the sword contained powerful sword intent that forced the Holy Master to take 3 steps back. He wore a smile the whole time, but his face changed this time because Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen when the sword ray dissipated. The Holy Master was calm as he threw the flower burial sword away before turning around and throwing out a punch. His attack made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood. The Holy Master then heaved a sigh in relief because he was really surprised. But then he sensed a dangerous aura just when he wanted to speak, and the flower burial sword flew into Lin Yun's hand. 2 Lin Yuns. The Holy Master's face changed because he was confident that he struck the real person. He immediately realized that Lin Yun must have grasped a secret technique to divide himself into 2. But it was too late for him to think and he retreated. As a sword ray flashed, a few strands of the Holy Master's hair fell. Just when the Holy Master wanted to retaliate, Lin Yun threw the flower burial sword to the other Lin Yun, who was throwing out blood. When a sword ray flew over, the Holy Master blocked it, and a wound appeared on his palm. He also took a palm to his back that shattered all the flaming halos. But before he could retaliate, Lin Yun stepped forth and the 2 clones merged, performing blooming stars again. It was different this time because the river's flow could be heard. Lin Yun stood straight as he swung out multiple sword rays with an afterimage flying out each time. When 81 afterimages combined, they stabbed at the Holy Master's vital point. The Holy Master was shocked before he smiled and forgot about venting his anger on Lin Yun but was fully submerged in the fight. He spread his hands apart as a phoenix cry echoed while he flicked his finger. All the afterimages shattered with the flowers withering. Lin Yun smiled and performed the blooming stars again. This time, countless sword intents condensed into a flower. As the 2 fought, flowers would bloom and wither. 10 odd moves later, the 2 laughed as they fought. The Holy Master's severed hair finally fell onto the ground at this moment, proving how fast their fight was. Scarlet Radiance Saint Lord, I know that you might be a saint sovereign or a great saint, but I have to admit that you're really strong, Lin Yun said from the bottom of his heart. It's surprising for someone like you to be nameless in the Kunlun realm. If you're willing to walk out, I believe your name will spread far and wide. The Holy Master smiled as he found Lin Yun more pleasing to the eye. He smiled. Many people have praised me, and I'm happy to receive your praise. The 2 fought again, and their fight was more intense this time. A few thousand moves later, Lin Yun's sword aura reached the limit and couldn't go any further. But the Holy Master could hold his ground, which shocked Lin Yun. He then said, "I admit defeat." The two stood. Lin Yun wasn't injured, while the Holy Master looked more pathetic, covered with superficial wounds. But Lin Yun lost because he couldn't even inflict heavy injuries in the fight. "You haven't used your sword domain," the Holy Master smiled. "Is there a meaning in that?" Lin Yun smiled. "You think I don't have any temper? You said that I only know how to suppress others with my sword intent, and I would still lose if I were forced to use my sword domain to face you. Not to mention that my sword domain can't bear your sword." "Interesting." The Holy Master smiled as he squinted. "What's the name of that sword?" Lin Yun asked. "Listening Wind Chime," the Holy Master said pridefully. "That's right. Can you teach me that?" Lin Yun smiled. The Holy Master instantly realized Lin Yun was setting up a trap for him, wanting him to teach that sword technique. But the Holy Master was happy and refused Lin Yun. "It's not the time yet. Let's put an end to it here. I won't attack. You can come back tomorrow." "You can't hold on anymore when I'm just getting started?" Lin Yun smiled. "You're just getting started?" The Holy Master smiled. "Are you going to use your sword domain?" "I'm not lying because you won't win even if you use it. I still have a sword technique." Lin Yun smiled. "Oh." The Holy Master's interest was piqued, and he smiled. "Give it a try then. Please give me some advice." Lin Yun no longer held back and executed the sword of the beginning. When his sword ray bloomed, it was an entirely different style from his previous sword techniques. The Holy Master didn't take it seriously and soon suffered. When Lin Yun swung his sword, the surrounding time and space distorted, just like how the Holy Master dealt with Lin Yun earlier, but was even more unfathomable. "Light of the beginning, boundless of the beginning, glory of the beginning, eternity of the beginning, darkness of the beginning, nirvana of the beginning." The more Lin Yun fought, the smoother his sword became, and he suddenly felt weird. It felt as though the world in front of him had become blurred with an invisible barrier in front of him. He rejoiced at this scene because he could return to a second before if he passed through this barrier. This caught the Holy Master by surprise, and his face changed when he sensed a familiar fluctuation. When a sword ray flew, Lin Yun spun and retreated 10 steps back. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, a hole appeared in the Holy Master's chest, blood gushing out. The Holy Master dropped his smile as he touched his wound with a grave expression. A long time later, he looked at Lin Yun with shock and disbelief. "Who taught this sword technique to you?" Lin Yun was surprised by the Holy Master's reaction because the latter looked calm throughout the entire fight. The Holy Master's response caught Lin Yun by surprise. He took a few steps back and asked, "Is it that important?" The Holy Master was stunned and realized he had frightened Lin Yun. He smiled as his expression returned to normal. "That's right. It doesn't matter who taught you as long as you know this sword technique." Lin Yun immediately felt that there was something strange about the Holy Master. He couldn't tell him who taught the Nirvana sword art to him. It was taught to him by the Iris Sword Saint, but not personally. He comprehended most of it, and the sword of the beginning derived from the Nirvana sword art. This was Lin Yun's greatest secret, and he wasn't sure if the Holy Master had connected it with the Iris Sword Saint. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad for him. As Lin Yun's face changed, he briefly pondered before he asked, "Why don't we stop it here?" "No can do. I'm just getting started. Use this sword technique again while I defend." The Holy Master smiled with his interest piqued. He previously wanted Lin Yun to leave but didn't want Lin Yun to leave now. "It's fine. He won't harm you." Lil Purple sighed. Lin Yun had a feeling that there was a hidden meaning in Lil Purple's words, but her words dispelled his concern, and he smiled. "Sure." It was hard to find such an opponent, and he could improve in the Nirvana sword art while facing the Sacred Radiance Sword Lord. When they clashed again, Lin Yun purely used the Nirvana sword art. Since the Holy Master had experienced it before, he dealt with it more easily this time. Furthermore, Lin Yun discovered that the changes in speed by the Holy Master also became tricky. There seemed to be something similar between it and his Nirvana sword art, but it was also different. Lin Yun could feel that the Holy Master was holding back, but he could feel that the potential of his sword technique was higher than the Scarlet Radiance Sword Lord. This wasn't just a spar but more like guidance instead. When he performed the nirvana of the beginning again, the feeling from earlier didn't show up again. There's no need to hurry. Your sword isn't just going back in time, you have to think more about it. You also have to consider the changes of time and space. The Holy Master blocked the sword and continued. You have to think more. So it's normal that your sword technique isn't stable yet, as you've just entered the threshold. Lin Yun was surprised and asked, "How do you know about that?" "Why wouldn't I know about it?" The Holy Master smiled. "Have you ever thought about why your sword intent couldn't suppress me? Is it just because I control more Saint Daos? Think more about it." The Holy Master pointed at his head and smiled. "Carry on." As they fought, the Holy Master would guide him whenever he had a doubt. But the Holy Master didn't directly feed it to him, but made him think. When everything came to an end, Lin Yun performed the nirvana of the beginning 10 times, but only succeeded 3 times and failed 7 times. He had a high odds of failure, but this was a huge transformation to Lin Yun. When he practiced it by himself, he only succeeded once and failed every other attempt. The sun is rising, so you can go back and think. The Holy Master smiled before disappearing. Lin Yun took a deep breath. He still had many doubts. When he returned to the Stream Cloud residence, the sun had already risen to the sky with the astral river Saint Sovereign waiting there with another huge gift. Isn't this too much? Lin Yun was surprised. He could accept it the first time but felt that something wasn't right now. He asked, "Astral River Saint Sovereign, the Holy Master isn't going to make me his son-in-law, right?" Looking at Lin Yun's serious expression, the Astral River Saint Sovereign laughed. "You really know how to speculate. Just take them. You deserve them. If you don't accept them, the Holy Master will come after me." The Astral River Saint Sovereign patted Lin Yun's shoulder and said, "The Holy Master will meet you 6 days from now." "Okay." Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He didn't forget that he was here to seek help from the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Furthermore, this could only be decided by the Holy Master. "Empress, did you sense something? Why did you say that he won't harm me?" Lin Yun entered the Iris secret realm and asked after the Astral River Saint Sovereign left. Lil Purple sighed. "Some things cannot be avoided. You will know in a few days, so you can accept those resources. Don't forget to give me some Divine Phoenix fruits and Divine Phoenix pellets." Here, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to share the Divine Phoenix fruits and Divine Phoenix pellets with her. After receiving them, Lil Purple happily gave Lin Yun a peck on his cheek. Thank you." She ran after she was done speaking, and Lin Yun helplessly shook his head. The aquatic shore residence was the nearest floating island to the Divine Mountain and was where Ji Zishi resided. Today, Ji Zishi dressed well, wearing a flaming robe with golden threads that outlined her perfect figure, making her look noble, and she wore a crown similar to the Holy Master. After the Holy Master bade farewell to Lin Yun, he rushed over and dismissed the maids. Looking at Ji Zishi, who was facing the mirror, the Holy Master wore a doting expression and smiled. "Are you nervous?" When Ji Zishi turned around and saw the Holy Master's injury, her face changed. She asked, "Father, what happened?" "Your lover caused it," the Holy Master said as he sat down. Ji Zishi was surprised and asked, "How can he possibly injure you?" The Holy Master smiled and explained what happened. After hearing what the Holy Master said, Ji Zishi smiled. Big Brother Lin is really the strongest prodigy swordsman in the past and the next 500 years. The Holy Master pretended to be angry and smiled. "What's the matter? You're no longer worried about your father's injury. Father is the best, and this is nothing for you." Ji Zishi massaged the Holy Master's back and said, "Father, you have to guide Big Brother Lin well." "Ha ha ha." The Holy Master laughed. "You're not even hiding it now." "Well, that's nothing because I took a liking to him as well." The Astral River Saint Sovereign and Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign came in right then. After they bowed, the Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign said, "Holy Master, the ceremony is starting soon. The Holy Master's smile disappeared, and he told Xianxia, "You're a genius. Whether it's in terms of your aptitude or talent, it's just that you're a little too young." Xianxia smiled. "Don't worry about it. I believe that I can successfully grasp the divine phoenix physique. The moment the divine physique appears, you will become the heavenly phoenix maiden. You will bear the responsibility as one," the Holy Master said. "I know," Xianxia replied. "The ceremony is dangerous, but there's no risk, thanks to the divine flame fragment. There might even be a chance for you to reach the level of natal divine physique," the Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign said. The Holy Master sent the Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign and Xianxia off. After they left, the Astral River Saint Sovereign asked, "Holy Master, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign is here." The Holy Master's facial expression became grave, and he said, "Bring him to the main hall. I'll go over after cleaning myself up." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was someone from the Sacred Alliance, a guest that he invited over. That's why he naturally had to be in proper clothing. An hour later, the Holy Master appeared before the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign. Since the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was a junior and weaker in cultivation, he bowed. "I pay my respect to the Holy Master. Saint Sovereign, you're being too polite." The Holy Master smiled. "You're a guest of the divine Phoenix Mountain, so you don't have to bother with the etiquette." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said, "Holy Master, if you want to understand flower burial through me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." "What do you mean?" the Holy Master asked. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign didn't hide it, since he only had a few meetings with Lin Yun when the latter defeated Huang Xuani, telling Lin Yun that the Sacred Alliance was paying attention to him and didn't interact anymore. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign joked, "Perhaps he has already forgotten about me. That was possible since he was a Saint Lord back then, but he had become a Saint Sovereign now. Not to mention that a few years have passed." The Holy Master smiled. "I heard that the Sacred Alliance helped Lin Yun on the heavenly path, which can be considered a huge grace. So how could he forget about you?" The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign merely smiled and said nothing else. "I didn't call you over for that." The Holy Master's expression became grave before he continued. "After the Dragon's Gate was dispersed, many forces willing to follow the Blue Dragon ancestral deity formed the Sacred Alliance, maintaining a neutral position. Do you still remember the Sacred Alliance's oath from the past? About protecting the Kunlun realm and reforging the heavenly path." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign's face became serious, and he said, "That's for sure. When Lin Yun became the strongest champion of the 9 heavenly paths, everyone knew he would be a formidable figure when he grew up. This is also why we stopped the Profound Sky Sect from making a move against him. We have also been paying attention to him throughout the years, along with other geniuses. The Sacred Alliance was shocked about the battle outside the God Burial Mountain range. Even if you didn't write me a letter, I would have visited him." The Holy Master's expression eased, and he smiled. "That's good. The Sacred Alliance can choose to place the stake now. If anyone can reforge the heavenly path, it will be Lin Yun. He will be able to do what the 9 emperors couldn't." The Holy Master spoke with confidence that shocked the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign. After all, this person was the Holy Master of the Divine Phoenix Mountain and was invincible beneath the Emperor realm. So words coming from him couldn't be taken as a joke. He might become comparable to the 9 emperors, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said with uncertainty. "I might have high hopes for him. The Southern Emperor was unrivaled back then, but there's still Yu Qingfeng if we're talking about Sword Dao." With a helpless expression, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign continued. "After the Southern Emperor left, Yu Qingfeng had intentions of reforging the heavenly path, but he failed." The Holy Master raised his cup of tea and took a sip before he continued. "Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign, have you heard of the Sword Saint who could slay deities in ancient times?" The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was briefly stunned, with his face changing. He asked in a trembling tone, "You're saying?" The Holy Master nodded. "Space is sovereign, time is king, karma is unpredictable, primal chaos is unfathomable, truth is eternal, yin-yang is the sky, 5 elements are the earth, but everything is nothing before nirvana. It doesn't matter if Lin Yun is related to the Iris Sword Saint. He has already stepped on the path of Nirvana Dao. How is that possible? The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was shocked. Nirvana Dao was terrifying. Only 2 people have grasped it since the beginning of the Divine Dragon era. One was the Blue Dragon ancestral deity, and the second was the Iris Sword Saint. Can it be that the third person is going to appear? He was so shocked that his hand trembled and spilled the tea in the cup. The Holy Master also mentioned 8 eternal Daos, but another eternal Dao was the Fate Dao. Since ancient times, no one could grasp Fate Dao because no one could see through it, not to mention grasping it. Logically speaking, the 8 eternal Daos were evenly matched since they were crucial to any world. But amongst the 8 eternal Daos, the Nirvana Dao was stronger than the other 7. To a certain degree, this was because the Blue Dragon ancestral deity and Iris Sword Saint were the only ones who could grasp Nirvana Dao. The Blue Dragon ancestral deity established the Divine Dragon era and suppressed the primal beings, making the Kunlun realm famous. Because of him, the Kunlun realm became the center of the universe. Not many people in the Kunlun realm knew about this ancient secret, but that didn't include the Holy Master and Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign. As for the Iris Sword Saint, there was more information about him. In ancient times, he was the Blue Dragon ancestral deity's heir, killing a deity while being at the Saint realm. Not only did he become famous in the Kunlun realm, but throughout the universe as well. After all, saints were no different from mere ants before deities, and emperors were only slightly stronger ants in their eyes. But the Iris Sword Saint slew a deity while he was at the Saint realm, which naturally caused a huge shock. So, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign's hands violently trembled when he learned that Lin Yun had stepped on the path to grasp Nirvana Dao. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign suppressed his emotions and asked, "Are you serious about that?" The Holy Master nodded. "It's true. He'll fight with me tonight so you can watch." "How will I not believe you when you put it this way? But I'm really curious and want to look at it." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign sighed. Seeing this, the Holy Master smiled. "Since that's the case, there's something else I wish to talk about." "Please go on," the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said. "The Sacred Alliance should still have a lesser Blue Dragon token. If what I said is the truth, can you give it to Lin Yun and give him a chance?" The Holy Master smiled, revealing his motive. "The lesser Blue Dragon token?" The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign pondered, then said, "There aren't many lesser Blue Dragon Saint tokens in the Kunlun realm. At least no more than 3. Lin Yun is worth it," the Holy Master said. "Is he willing?" The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said with uncertainty. "Even if I give it to him, it's uncertain if he will be willing now. We can let him choose. We won't force him, and it will depend on himself," the Holy Master said. "Okay." As time passed, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Then again, it had been 4 to 5 months for Lin Yun since he used the Divine Dragon Saint Liquid to speed up time. In this period, he would fight the Holy Master at night and seclude himself beneath the Phoenix tree during the day. The next morning, the Astral River Saint Sovereign came with an unimaginable amount of resources as a gift. With so many resources, Lin Yun's cultivation came to the 4th stage Saint Lord. He had received the treatment of a divine son, making Lin Yun feel like he was dreaming. Lin Yun even suspected that the Divine Phoenix Mountain wanted to clear out all of their resources. Aside from that, he noticed that the Holy Master's attitude had changed after he used the Nirvana sword art. They might be sparring, but it was the Holy Master who was trying to guide him in his sword technique. This allowed Lin Yun's comprehension of Sword Dao to transform. Even cultivating for 10 years couldn't be compared to the guidance in this period. Lin Yun could barely break that barrier layer at the beginning when he used Nirvana of the beginning. But the rate of success gradually grew to 100%, and he could unleash it every time. At this moment, Lin Yun was sitting beneath the Phoenix tree to cultivate with 3 Dao flowers behind him, representing Sword Dao, Thunder Dao, and Wind Dao. The flower representing Sword Dao was enveloped with thousands of threads, while the Thunder and Wind Daos were fewer in comparison. But that wasn't the key. A flower bud was slowly forming aside from the 3 flowers. Just when Lin Yun was looking around, blurred afterimages began to perform the Nirvana sword art. Time and space began to intertwine as the sword technique changed, with afterimages overlapping. That was a sign that the fourth Tao flower was starting to form, releasing a mysterious and ancient aura. No one knew how much time had passed before a huge commotion came from beneath the phoenix tree, causing the radiance released by the phoenix tree to shatter. Lil Purple opened her eyes beneath the waterfall and squinted when they saw this scene. She knew Lin Yun succeeded. The fourth Tao flower was finally formed, representing Nirvana Tao. A bell rang and echoed between heaven and earth as the petals of the flower representing Nirvana Tao began to open up, releasing a seven-colored radiance. Under the divine radiance, Lin Yun opened his eyes with his azure saint cloth fluttering in the wind. Lin Yun opened his hand as a flower descended on his palm, letting him heave a sigh in relief with all his emotions unleashed. He had waited a long time for this moment, from when he learned that the Iris Sword Saint slew a deity with Nirvana Tao. His meeting with the Iris Sword Saint in the God Burial Mountain Range, which allowed him to comprehend the Nirvana sword art, to becoming a saint in the heavenly void and practicing the Nirvana sword art countless times with the Scarlet Radiance Saint Lord. By the time he finally comprehended Nirvana Tao, Lin Yun didn't rejoice, but was terrifyingly calm instead. Congratulations! Lil Purple came before Lin Yun with joy on her face. Lin Yun turned to look at Lil Purple, and they both smiled. They experienced countless life and deaths together, reaching a high rapport. Looking at each other, they instantly knew what each other was thinking. Lin Yun opened his palm, allowing the Tao flower to land on his palm. He smiled. I have just entered the threshold, and I'm still far from grasping it completely. There's no need to rush. You can try and find the Nirvana seal left behind by the Iris Sword Saint now. I know he won't die without any preparations, Lil Purple said. She didn't know much about Nirvana Tao but understood the Iris Sword Saint's personality well. Since he had left behind the Nirvana seal, he must have included the method to cultivate Nirvana Tao in it. When she finished speaking, a dazzling radiance came from the sword mound's direction in the Iris secret realm. Over there! Lin Yun rushed over to the sword mound. The sword mound looked more like a heavily damaged vault with many damaged weapons lying on the ground. He had only visited this place once and didn't find any valuable treasures in his search, since the treasures were all damaged from that ancient battle. Or perhaps all the treasures were taken away by the Iris Sword Saint. As Lin Yun searched, he came to where the light was coming from and an ancient seal appeared before Lin Yun. Looking at the Nirvana seal, Lin Yun felt furious and helpless at the same time because back then he couldn't find it. But after grasping Nirvana Tao, the Nirvana seal immediately appeared before him. Iris Sword Saint, you must have done this on purpose, right? Lin Yun smiled. He stepped forward and came in contact with the Nirvana seal, which then exploded. He immediately fell into a weird state with the Iris Sword Saint's voice beside his ears. Everything in the world has Nirvana, and Nirvana has several stages. The time-space Nirvana, Samsara Nirvana, Four Seasons Nirvana, Heaven-Earth Nirvana, Six-Path Nirvana. Everything that loses Nirvana will collapse, and grasping Nirvana means grasping everything. Time-space Nirvana is beginning. Time and space are powerful but require Nirvana as the foundation. If Nirvana wasn't around, time and space would be like fishes in the air. Life and death are two extremes, but when you grasp the Samsara Nirvana, you can control the two profundities. As for the four seasons, the breeze in spring is gentle, the summer is blazing hot, the autumn is desolate, and winter means the end of life. Each contain different profundities. The breeze of spring, fallen leaves of autumn, or the white blizzard, all in a single thought. Yin-yang is heaven and five elements as the world. Heaven and earth represent a world, and there is Nirvana. When you see Heaven-Earth Nirvana, you will grasp the power of the world. You can hear the world's heartbeat and use everything in the world. The six Taos represented the heavenly path, mortal path, beast path, Azura path, hell path, and ghost path. When you grasp the six-path Nirvana, you can restart the world. So, where have you reached? Lin Yun saw a gaze and a roar that made him come to his senses. Are you all right? What did you see? Did the Iris Sword Saint dig a pit for you again? It looks like I have to give him a beating when I see him, Lil Purple said furiously. Lin Yun clutched his chest and smiled. I'm fine. He taught me something and I roughly know how to cultivate Nirvana Dao now. That doesn't look like teaching you. Your face was terrifyingly pale earlier, and you were muttering to yourself so much that it frightened me, Lil Purple said in a worried tone. You might not be able to defeat him even if you see him. Lin Yun smiled, but he had suffered a huge shock. After hearing what the Iris Sword Saint said earlier, he finally knew how the Iris Sword Saint managed to slay a deity as a saint. Nirvana Dao has 5 stages. Time-Space Nirvana, Samsara Nirvana, 4 Seasons Nirvana, Heaven-Earth Nirvana, and 6-Path Nirvana. Each stage contained an unimaginable profundity that was directly linked to Dao. The information in the Nirvana seal was massive, and he had only absorbed bits of it. But that bit of information was enough to let Lin Yun know why Nirvana Dao was so powerful. He should be in the initial mastery of time-space Nirvana, and it was nothing compared to the 5 stages. Slaying a deity in the saint realm? Lin Yun muttered to himself. He fell into deep thoughts and had a feeling that the reason why the Iris Sword Saint could slay a deity while at the saint realm must be related to Nirvana Dao. He probably spent more time comprehending Nirvana Dao than in his cultivation, which is why he was still at the saint realm. 5 stages: knowing myself, knowing life and death, knowing the world, knowing heaven and earth, and knowing the origin. Lin Yun concluded. The power of Nirvana Dao must be really powerful since it even involved the world's origin. It looks like it's not a boast to say that everything has Nirvana, Lil Purple exclaimed after listening to Lin Yun's explanation. Lin Yun nodded, and it looked like the effort he spent to grasp Nirvana Dao wasn't in vain. Nirvana Dao and Sword Dao were enough for him to fight those who grasped more Saint Daos and even kill them. Lin Yun recollected himself and came over to the phoenix tree and was happy to discover that the other shore flower had completely grown its bud. The bud looked like crimson flames that formed into a terrifying divine rune on the bud. It has finally succeeded. Lin Yun rejoiced, allowing the other shore flower to climb up his palm with a smile. This other shore flower should be able to rival the divine star flower on Tian Xuanzi's shoulder, but you'll need more experience, Lil Purple said. Let's go and meet the Scarlet Radiant Saint Lord. Lin Yun smiled. When Lin Yun arrived, the Holy Master was already waiting. The Holy Master smiled. You're here. Tonight, I wish you to use your full strength, Lin Yun said as he nodded. The Divine Phoenix Mountain's Holy Master would meet him tomorrow, and he probably couldn't come anymore. The Holy Master smiled. I know. The Holy Master will meet you tomorrow, and a guest will also be there. Who knows, perhaps we might be able to meet again at that time. Lin Yun was surprised but soon calmed down because he had already guessed that the Holy Master wasn't a Saint Lord. He said, It looks like you're someone close to the Holy Master. I was guessing that you might be a Saint Sovereign, but it looks like you should be a great saint. The two had already forgotten their initial bet after so many days. Over the past few days, Lin Yun had received guidance from the Holy Master. The Holy Master smiled. Do your best today. I want to see how far you have reached with the Nirvana sword art. Lin Yun smiled. Tonight, I won't need to use my Nirvana sword art. You can just come at me. That will have to depend on your ability. The Holy Master smiled. Aside from the first night, he didn't use the wind chime sword again and mainly focused on defending. Lin Yun smiled as his eyes became golden. A righteous aura then spread out when he released his divine light sword intent. The sword aura he gave off soared to the sky, lighting up the surroundings. After asphoreing the Holy Master drawing circles with his hands, the flower burial sword flew out from Lin Yun's chest as he charged forth. This move again? When the flower burial sword reached the Phoenix Master, 3 Dao flowers appeared behind Lin Yun and he empowered his sword with the sword, thunder and wind Daos. The Holy Master repeated what he had done the past few days, clasping his hands together as the surrounding space froze. This doesn't work anymore? Another Dao flower appeared behind Lin Yun, shining with a 7-colored radiance. This was the first time Nirvana Dao appeared and Lin Yun's sword aura began to rise. In a split second, many flame halos were shattered. The Holy Master was surprised and retreated. Whenever he stepped back, A phoenix cry would echo as the flames in his hands grew even more powerful. But it was futile because Lin Yun's sword easily shattered all the flames. When the flower burial sword returned to Lin Yun's hand, blood dripped from the sword's tip. On the other hand, the Holy Master had a sword wound left on his face, which was the power of an eternal Tao. Just because it was an eternal Tao, Lin Yun didn't need any trick or sword technique to easily resolve his defenses. Everything is nothing before nirvana. The Holy Master wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. Not only was he not disappointed, he even looked more excited. He smiled. "You have finally succeeded. Time for you to draw your sword," Lin Yun said. The Holy Master waved his hand. "Forget about it. I only have one sword, the listening wind chime." "What do you mean?" Lin Yun was surprised. "When I traveled around the world when I was younger, I forgot this sword technique at the age of 300 and only remembered the listening wind chime," the Holy Master explained. Lin Yun was shocked because this was fusing the sword technique and comprehension into one sword, a stage that he wanted to achieve. As a swordsman, Lin Yun knew how tough it was. "After 300 years old, I stopped practicing sword techniques. You must be curious of 9ut why I can resist divine light sword intent, right? That's not only the number of Saint Das, but something else," the Holy Master said. "I have already suspected that. Regardless of your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to withstand divine light sword intent since you suppressed your cultivation into a Saint Lord," Lin Yun said. He might not have released his sword domain, but his sword Tao empowered it. So it wasn't something that could be easily blocked. "Take a finger from me if you're interested," the Holy Master smiled. "If you can take it and remain standing, you can borrow the Sinful Fire Divine Rune." "Okay," Lin Yun agreed. "Look carefully." The Holy Master pointed with his finger, which formed into a beam of flames, piercing through the air, reaching before Lin Yun, and giving off an aura comparable to a Saint's sovereign's attack. Lin Yun felt great pressure and was surprised because the Holy Master accomplished this while sealing his cultivation to a Saint Lord. The power of this finger was comparable to the attack of a Saint Sovereign. Before thinking more about it, Lin Yun retreated while executing Nirvana Tao. As Lin Yun began to spin in the air, he returned to the past along with the Holy Master's attack. In a breath, Lin Yun swung 99 swords, each weakening the power of that finger. When Lin Yun returned to the previous moment, the power of this finger was reduced to an attack of a 6th-stage Saint Lord. It was still powerful, but not as powerful as before. Break! Lin Yun activated 4 glory spirits in the flower burial sword and severed that beam into 2. When he completed everything, his forehead was covered in sweat, with his energy completely consumed, nearly exhausting all his saint energy and sword intent. The Holy Master waved his hand and praised. "To be able to fend off this sword when you've just stepped into the threshold of Nirvana Tao, you're a genius." When Lin Yun raised his head, he discovered that the Holy Master also had a 7-colored flower blooming behind him. He instantly recognized it and exclaimed, "Time Tao!" That finger unleashed by the Holy Master was empowered with Time Tao. So he now knew why his divine light sword intent couldn't break it. Time Tao was an eternal Tao, while the sword Tao was a sovereign Tao. It was only natural that he couldn't obtain any advantage in the clash. Lin Yun cursed, "You lied. Go back and rest well. I have agreed to it." The Holy Master smiled. Lin Yun looked at the ashes on the stage and wasn't afraid that the Holy Master would go back on his word. He merely cupped his hands together and left. When he left, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign appeared with shock on his face. He muttered, "This is unbelievable. He has already entered the threshold. So, is he worth a lesser blue dragon medal?" the Holy Master asked. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was baffled, but said, "I'm curious about how he could have improved so quickly. He was still struggling to enter the threshold a few days ago and had already grasped it. He shouldn't have improved so quickly, even if he's a genius. That's because he's the successor of that Iris Sword Saint." The Holy Master sighed with a complicated gaze. Since he had guessed Lin Yun's relationship with the Iris Sword Saint, he naturally guessed the identity of that mysterious senior. This The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was shocked. So, is he worth it? The Holy Master asked. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign sighed. I can't help but feel admiration. After all, he accomplished something not even the 9 emperors could do. The Sacred Alliance dreams of reforging the heavenly path, and the hope is on him. So don't bother putting your stake on others, the Holy Master said. I will meet him with you when the day arrives. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said with anxiety in his eyes. What about the lesser blue dragon medal? The Holy Master smiled. Don't worry about it. I will beg him to accept it even if he doesn't want it, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said. When the day arrived, the Astral River Saint Sovereign appeared before Lin Yun on time. Over the past few days, the Astral River Saint Sovereign would appear every morning with gifts. So when Lin Yun saw the Astral River Saint Sovereign, he had a hint of anticipation in his eyes as usual. Seeing this, the Astral River Saint Sovereign smiled. There are no gifts today. Even with the Divine Phoenix Mountain's foundation, we can't bear giving such a heavy gift on a daily basis. Lin Yun looked awkward but soon replied, You can't blame me for that. Anyone would look forward to you coming with so many gifts every day. Haha, that's my fault then. Let's go. It's time for you to meet the Holy Master. The Astral River Saint Sovereign laughed and they chatted while they left. When they arrived at the main hall, Lin Yun once more saw the Scarlet Radiant Saint Lord with a middle-aged man beside him. This made Lin Yun briefly stunned. He wasn't surprised about the Scarlet Radiant Saint Lord's appearance being here, since he had already guessed that this person had an extraordinary identity. But he was surprised when he saw the middle-aged man, the Sacred Alliance's Heavenly Lake Saint Lord. Heavenly Lake Saint Lord? Lin Yun exclaimed. Flower Burial, you should address me as the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign now. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. When Lin Yun looked at the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign carefully, he noticed that this person had become a Saint Sovereign, so he quickly changed his words. No worries about it. It's my honor that you can still remember me. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. Greetings, Holy Master. The Astral River Saint Sovereign respectfully cupped his fists together at the Scarlet Radiance Saint Lord. This left Lin Yun shocked as he looked at the Astral River Saint Sovereign and the Scarlet Radiance Saint Lord before he figured it out. Wearing a smile, he cupped his fists together. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun, greets the Divine Phoenix Holy Master. Although he was shocked that the Scarlet Radiance Saint Lord suddenly became the Divine Phoenix Holy Master, he could still accept it, especially after the Holy Master revealed his time Dao yesterday. But Lin Yun was still reserved in his speculation and didn't connect him with the Holy Master. Lin Yun, you won't blame me for hiding my identity from you, right? The Holy Master said as he came over. Lin Yun smiled. I don't dare, and I should have guessed it. After all, who else can decide to lend the Sinful Fire Divine Rune? The Holy Master waved his hand for the Astral River Saint Sovereign to leave before explaining everything to Lin Yun with a smile. I didn't plan on meeting you at first because I was waiting for the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign, but I found you by accident and waited since you're trying to grasp Nirvana Dao. I can vouch for that, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said. Lin Yun wasn't bothered and smiled. This is nothing. If not for your guidance, I wouldn't have made such rapid progress over the past few days, not to mention the cultivating resources you gave me. Lin Yun realized that the situation was better than he had expected. He initially planned to beg the Holy Master to help in his master's tribulation. He was still worried that he couldn't convince the Holy Master, but it looked like the Holy Master needed his help, or he wouldn't be guiding him for the past few days. He wasn't hurrying and waited for the Holy Master to speak first. The Holy Master and Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign exchanged a gaze, before he said, Lin Yun, I won't beat around the bush with you since we've been interacting for the past few days. Holy Master, you can go ahead. Lin Yun nodded. The Holy Master fell silent and didn't know how to speak since it was a long story. Seeing this, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. Holy Master, why don't we talk about something else first? Lin Yun, do you still remember what I told you before? Lin Yun briefly pondered and said, I have a rough recollection. You said that the Sacred Alliance will look after me in the dark no matter what happens to my master because I'm the champion of a heavenly path. The Sacred Alliance also helped when I killed the 10 realm sons on the heavenly path. That's nothing. I'll be honest with you. The Sacred Alliance helped you because of the potential you displayed, and we have also paid attention to similar geniuses. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. You're first on the 5 Eastern Desolations rankings, and the Sacred Alliance has also set up similar rankings in the other places to observe all the geniuses of the Sacred Alliance. We have a neutral position, and we're a bunch of people who have continued to pursue the Blue Dragon ancestral deity after the fall of the Dragon's Gate. Our objective is to protect the Kunlun realm and reforge the heavenly path. Lin Yun was surprised as he looked at the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign with a hint of seriousness. He once heard about reforging the heavenly path from the Azure Dragon Lord, which was why the Azure Dragon Lord gave him the Azure Dragon King Bone and Firmament Saint Cloth. What's the matter? The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign asked. Someone told me that before, Lin Yun replied honestly. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was briefly stunned before his gaze became complicated. A long time later, he sighed. It's the Azure Dragon Lord, right? He's the last sect master of the Dragon's Gate, and he was the one who severed the heavenly path. I promised him when I accepted the Azure Dragon King Bone, and I will do it even if you didn't ask me to, Lin Yun said. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. It looks like our choices are the same. He chose you 100,000 years ago, while I chose you at the end. Lin Yun pondered and asked, what does the heavenly path mean to the Kunlun realm? Why did he sever it back then? He was only a remnant of his soul and didn't have enough time to tell me about it. That's a long story, and it's also time for you to know about it, the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said. He continued, after the era that the Blue Dragon ancestral deity belonged to was destroyed, the Kunlun realm became the center of the world, and the Divine Dragon era was established. The Blue Dragon ancestral deity discovered the existence of the Era Door. The universe has countless eras, and the Era Door can link up the worlds. The universe was much bigger than the Blue Dragon ancestral deity had imagined. At the birth of the Divine Dragon era, it was dangerous because fiend gods appeared from primal chaos along with invaders, wanting to seize this new era. One must know that the birth of a new era was rare, and the Divine Dragon era was special and could become a sovereign world. What happened after that also proved that the Divine Dragon era accomplished it. The ancient time was a grand era with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity resolving all the fiend gods by himself, slaying countless invaders, and becoming famous in the universe because of it. Almost everyone knew of that white-clothed bladesman. The Blue Dragon ancestral deity was previously known as the White-Robed Bladesman before he got his title as the Blue Dragon King. Lin Yun suddenly recalled the last fight in the Hidden Sword Manor. When the sword within his body nearly broke out, it was suppressed by a white-robed bladesman. When that time calmed down, the Blue Dragon King wandered the universe and befriended many people, leaving behind many legends. The name of the Blue Dragon King spread far and wide, with many followers and people admiring him moving to the Divine Dragon era. At the end of the ancient time, the Blue Dragon King made a grand wish that everyone would pursue their dreams instead of seeking immortality and wouldn't regret it even if they died. This wasn't the first time Lin Yun heard this, but he could feel his blood boiling every time he heard it. After that, the Blue Dragon King experienced 9 tribulations and established the heavenly path. The heavenly path is also the path to becoming a deity. Since then, everyone in the Kunlun realm rose with a chance to reach the deity realm. One must know that before that, only sovereign worlds and ancient divine palaces could give birth to a deity. But the Blue Dragon King did all of that himself. At that time, the Blue Dragon King's reputation reached a new height, reaching the ancestral realm. He spread his teachings and didn't differentiate lives from their birth. Everyone can try reaching the deity realm in the Divine Dragon Empire if they work hard. Lin Yun said, that means that the existence of the heavenly path allowed people to reach the deity realm in the Kunlun realm. But after the heavenly path was severed, no one could reach the deity realm anymore in the Kunlun realm. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign nodded and continued. Since the birth of the heavenly path, The Kunlun realms suffered multiple invasions and battles between deities. But the Blue Dragon King was a force, not to mention that the Kunlun realm would have reinforcements from the other eras. Many forces came to help because of the Blue Dragon ancestral deity's grand wish. We have been winning. We won multiple times, with the Kunlun realm's reputation rising. But we lost in the last battle with many deities falling. Even if some were still alive, they were forced to leave the Kunlun realm. As a result, the Azure Dragon Lord had no choice but to sever the heavenly path and close the era door to prevent anyone from entering the Kunlun realm, severing the path to become a deity as well. After Lin Yun heard the story, he asked, "Where's the Blue Dragon King?" As the master of this era, the Blue Dragon King couldn't interfere in the battle amongst deities. We don't know much about the ancestral deity, but we do know that he left for the dangerous Nether realm for a friend and the future of the Kunlun realm, suppressed by the divine Fate Palace in the Nether realm. He wants to escape fate, but only the Iris Sword Saint would know of his exact plan and not us. Lin Yun's voice trembled as he asked, "Can I ask the name of this Blue Dragon King?" The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign was surprised because he didn't know why Lin Yun asked this question. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master said, "Let me reveal it. Not many people mention the ancestral deity's name, but it's not a secret. His name is Xiaochen. Blue Dragon King Xiaochen." Lin Yun muttered, "Why does this name sound a little familiar? This isn't a unique name but a common one. But it's unique because it comes with the title of Blue Dragon King or ancestral deity," the Holy Master explained. Lin Yun smiled but said nothing. However, his thoughts began to wander. It turned out that the Blue Dragon ancestral deity's name was Xiaochen. He might not have seen the Blue Dragon King, but he had a feeling that the person he saw back in the Hidden Sword Manor was Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. That meant the broken sword within his body must be related to this person and his appearance in the Kunlun realm, because that mysterious sword ray wasn't a coincidence. Lin Yun had guessed it all because his current achievement was related to the Iris Sword Box from the profound Amber realm, while the Iris Sword Saint was the successor of the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. All of the mysteries urged Lin Yun to meet the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. He looked at the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign and asked, "What is the Nether realm, and what is the Divine Fate Palace?" "There's no Nether realm but the underworld. Everyone will go there when they die, and this includes a deity. Even the underworld cannot escape nirvana. The Divine Fate Palace suppresses the underworld to prevent anyone from altering nirvana. No one escaped fate and could resist the Divine Fate Palace. There has been a rumor that the Blue Dragon ancestral deity wanted to resist fate for one person and prepared a trump card for the Kunlun realm," the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign explained. He continued, "No one knows the exact story since it is only a speculation. But it wasn't a secret in the Dragon's Gate that the ancestral deity had a close friend." Lin Yun fell into deep thought. It looked like the Sacred Alliance didn't know much either, since they were only speculations. He soon diverted the topic back to the Heavenly Path and asked, "One question. Why can't the Heavenly Path be reforged even after so many years?" He was curious because the Kunlun realm must have given birth to many experts throughout the years. Since the Azure Dragon Lord could sever the Heavenly Path, someone should have been capable of reforging it. "That's the key," the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign sighed. "It's hard and dangerous to reforge it. Over the years, the number of people with this ability wouldn't exceed the fingers on two hands. Let's speak about the most recent one, the Southern Emperor. He was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm who could even suppress deities, and he could reforge the Heavenly Path with his strength." Lin Yun was calm while hearing this since he highly valued the Southern Emperor's strength. If the Southern Emperor couldn't reforge the Heavenly Path, no one else could have any hope of doing it. He asked, "Did the Southern Emperor give up after his wife died?" He knew of the Southern Emperor's love story, and that the flower burial sword was the token of love between the two. But the Southern Emperor was focused on reviving his wife after that before he died with his heart shattered. "That's not the case." The Holy Master denied that speculation. He asked, "Lin Yun, you've been to the God Burial Mountain Range. Do you know the situation within the Heavenly Void?" "I have been there before," Lin Yun replied. "The Heavenly Void is complicated, and the Demon Spirit clan is terrifying. They have been accumulating their strength, and there is more than one heavenly void in the God Burial Mountain range. So I can't imagine the amount of demonic corpses in their possession. The Holy Master nodded and said, "Those are what you can see, but you don't know the true terror of it." "What do you mean?" Lin Yun asked. "Deities," the Holy Master said. "Deities can't be killed by those who aren't in the deity realm. Even if you defeat them, you can't kill them completely. Many deities weren't truly killed in that battle but were suppressed in the God Burial Mountain range. So if the heavenly path is reforged, those deities will break out from their seal," Lin Yun asked with his face changing. "Not only that, if the heavenly path isn't around, the deities will be greatly restricted, even if they can break free from the seal and can't recover their full strength," the Holy Master said. "But the moment the heavenly path is reforged, the restriction on Emperor Realm would disappear, and new deities would appear. The suppressed deities will then recover to their full strength." Lin Yun finally knew where the problem lay. If they wanted to reforge the heavenly path, they would also have to deal with those deities who were suppressed beneath the God Burial Mountain range. Those deities are now weak because they're sealed, but if they recover to their full strength, the Kunlun realm would end. The Holy Master continued. "There are 5 places like the God Burial Mountain range." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign looked at Lin Yun with shining eyes and said, "But it's different now. You remember that the Iris Sword Saint slew deities while he was at the Saint Realm, right?" Lin Yun was briefly stunned and soon came to his senses, throwing out the tea he had just drank in his mouth. He bitterly smiled. "You want me to slay them? I might have some odds against Saint Sovereigns, and I can even kill a great saint, but the Emperor Realm is beyond my ability. You can't now, but that doesn't mean you can't in the future. You can try it after becoming a great saint," the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said. "Most importantly, you've grasped Nirvana Tao." Lin Yun instantly understood everything. He said, "I won't refuse it if I can accomplish that. Not only me but my master and big brother also hope that I can reforge the heavenly path. But I have a request. Can the 2 of you help out when my master undergoes his tribulation?" Lin Yun's gaze ultimately fell onto the Holy Master. The Holy Master smiled. "Of course I can. But before that, I have something that I would like you to help out with. If you agree, I will do my best to stop Tian Xuanzi, even at the cost of my life. Aside from that, I can also give you the Sinful Fire Divine Rune. As for the other Sovereign Divine Runes, I can provide you with clues and help you snatch them if you want." "Snatching doesn't seem like a good idea," Lin Yun smiled. "Borrow them then," the Holy Master smiled. Lin Yun was stunned before he figured that they meant the same thing. Most importantly, the terms given by the Holy Master were too good. Not only would he help out with the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation, but he would also give him the Sinful Fire Divine Rune. He couldn't imagine what the Holy Master wanted him to do. He lowered his cup and suppressed his emotions. He calmly asked, "Holy Master, you can tell me what you need me to do first. There's a heavenly barren realm outside the Kunlun realm, and no one knows the origin of this realm. When everyone knew about it, the heavenly barren realm was already under the control of the heavenly barren ancestral deity," the Holy Master said. "That's a land of fortune, and the heavenly barren ancestral deity would open the heavenly barren realm once every 1,000 years. You can find countless treasures there or divine elixirs. Each era's pinnacle forces would send their geniuses over there to train, and you can rapidly increase your strength. The outstanding ones would even be taken in as the heavenly barren ancestral deity's disciple, possessing a chance of reaching the deity realm." "What's that place? Why have I not heard it before?" Lin Yun was surprised. After the heavenly path was severed, reaching the heavenly barren realm became hard. It requires a divine flame to activate an ancient teleportation array. Aside from that, you'll also need a token, the Holy Master said. Because the Blue Dragon ancestral deity once helped the heavenly barren ancestral deity, anyone can participate as long as they possess the Blue Dragon ancestral deity's lesser Blue Dragon medal. But the Divine Flame and lesser Blue Dragon medals are rare since most have been exhausted over the past 100,000 years. The number of lesser blue dragon metals now wouldn't exceed the number of 5. Lin Yun instantly knew why the Divine Phoenix Mountain wanted the Divine Flame Fragment. Divine Phoenix Mountain must have a similar teleportation array and also possess the lesser blue dragon metal. So they only needed the Divine Flame Fragment. The Heavenly Baron ancestral deity isn't only an expert in the ancestral realm, but also the controller of the Heavenly Gate, one of the oldest forces in the universe. How great is his strength? He can be evenly matched with the blue dragon ancestral deity back then, but he probably became even more unfathomable now and we can't imagine it. Lin Yun suddenly thought of something because Ji Zishi would head to the Heavenly Baron realm, but what had it got to do with him? He asked, "Holy Master, you want me to go to the Heavenly Baron realm?" The Holy Master nodded at Lin Yun's words. But it's not easy to obtain the lesser blue dragon metal or divine flame fragment, right? Lin Yun asked. This is why I invited the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign over. The Holy Master smiled. I'm sure there's a lesser blue dragon metal in the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain and Sacred Alliance. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign nodded. I have observed you for days, and the Holy Master has convinced me. As for the divine flame fragment, one is enough for 2 people to transport over. Lin Yun fell into deep thought but said nothing. Heading to the Heavenly Baron realm would be risky and beneficial at the same time, but it would be very dangerous or the Holy Master wouldn't make such a huge sacrifice. It was only opened once every 1,000 years, and there must have been people who went there before. But there wasn't any news back, which meant that they probably died there. Even if they were alive, they might not be able to return to the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun asked, will we be able to return if we can't become that ancestral deity's disciple? Lin Yun's words caused the Holy Master to fall into silence. A brief moment later, the Holy Master said, I'll be honest with you. Some people went there before, but no one managed to return. Lin Yun suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. Ji Zishi? The Holy Master helplessly nodded, verifying Lin Yun's guess. It's the same for her. It will be dangerous for her, and with the odds as they are, she might not be able to return. Lin Yun felt terrible but asked, is there a need for a little girl to take such a huge risk just for the dream of becoming a deity? The Holy Master was stunned and looked at Lin Yun, his heart aching, unable to speak. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign sighed. There's something you don't know. MHM? Lin Yun was curious. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign looked at the Holy Master. Seeing that the latter didn't stop him, he explained, the Divine Phoenix Mountain doesn't belong to the Kunlun realm but those with the Phoenix bloodline who came admiring the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. They sacrificed a lot in that battle for the Kunlun realm and are willing to protect it for the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. But that lord from Divine Phoenix Mountain committed a grave mistake and was sealed, taken away when the heavenly path was severed. Since then, Divine Phoenix Mountain has declined and could only stay in the Kunlun realm. They have been waiting for that lord to appear and trying to reach the deity realm to save that lord. Aside from that, they also want to bring Divine Phoenix Mountain back home, since they have been drifting outside for 100,000 years. Divine Phoenix Mountain worked hard for 100,000 years for this objective. The Holy Master would go to the Heavenly Baron realm each time, and it's the same this time. It is also their last chance. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because he didn't expect that. The Holy Master said, I have already talked about this with Zishi, and she didn't want you to be involved in this matter, not allowing me to tell you about it. Lin Yun was briefly stunned but wasn't surprised because that was like Ji Zishi's character. She invited you to the Divine Phoenix Mountain to welcome you here before leaving. The Holy Master's expression became serious, and he said, I am selfish as a father and changed my mind after you came to the Divine Phoenix Mountain. I want you to accompany Ji Zishi since there's now a high chance that she will survive. So I have been wondering how I can convince you. I know I have placed you in a tough spot, but I can give you my life if you agree, the Holy Master sincerely said, looking at Lin Yun. He didn't look like the Divine Phoenix Holy Master at this moment but a father. Lin Yun said, Holy Master, you don't have to do this. I have also been thinking about what the Divine Phoenix Mountain needed when I came here to convince you guys. The Holy Master was stumped upon hearing that, while the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. It looks like you two shared the same thoughts. The Holy Master and Lin Yun exchanged a gaze, understanding each other after everything was said. One could give his life for his master, while the other could give his life for his daughter. So, you agree to it? The Holy Master asked. Is there a reason for me to refuse? Lin Yun smiled. He couldn't find a reason to refuse, not to mention the Holy Master could fulfill his promise even if Lin Yun died in the heavenly barren realm. Furthermore, the Holy Master was more useful to help his master's tribulation than him. Lin Yun might have grasped Nirvana Tao, but he didn't think he could rival the Holy Master. Okay, I'll make the Heavenly Tao oath, the Holy Master said. There's no need. Since the Holy Master trusts me, I can also trust you. We'll just do our best. Lin Yun smiled, waving his hand. He already knew what kind of person the Holy Master was when they fought. Zixi doesn't know of this yet, and she's still tempering her physique now. It will be ready after 3 days, the Holy Master said. Let me tell her about it, Lin Yun said. It has been tough for you, the Holy Master replied. It's nothing. The heavenly barren realm might be an opportunity for me. If I stayed in the Kunlun realm, it would be hard for my strength to undergo a great transformation anytime soon, and there might be an opportunity for me in the heavenly barren realm. Lin Yun smiled. Risks and opportunities come together, and you're giving me the sinful fire divine rune. The Holy Master and Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign exchanged a joyful gaze on their faces. Lin Yun might be young, but he was a person who thought about the bigger picture, not to mention that he didn't have any air around him. They all say that flower burial is breathtaking, and I have experienced it today, the Holy Master said. Lin Yun smiled. Holy Master, you're too polite. All right, I will invite you to watch when Zixi's divine physique has formed, the Holy Master said. It's my honor, Lin Yun replied. With that, they agreed. But Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to leave and discussed the profundity of Nirvana Tao with the Holy Master. He asked, Can Time Tao allow you to turn back time? That's impossible. The Holy Master waved his hand to condense a time seal on a pot of flowers. The flower then began to grow. The flower bloomed and withered, repeating this cycle multiple times, and returned to normal after the time seal disappeared. Interesting. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. The Holy Master explained, Time Tao can speed up and slow down time, but it can't allow you to go back in time. Strictly speaking, your Nirvana Tao isn't going back in time but controlling time. Oh? What do you mean by that? Lin Yun asked. Controlling time through Nirvana means that you can control time itself, the Holy Master said. It's a transformation brought by combining time and space, but that doesn't mean you went back in time. Lin Yun asked, What if someone grasped both time and space Taos to achieve a similar effect? That should be possible, the Holy Master smiled. He explained, If you divide an hour into 4 and that entire hour passes, what remains are seconds and microseconds. So time freezes in your eyes, and each microsecond will form a space for you. For example, 4 microseconds will be 4 spaces. Ordinary people can't detect the changes, but you can since you've grasped Nirvana Tao, allowing you to break through the restriction of space-time and return to the previous space. The stronger your control in Nirvana Tao, the more space there will be. It doesn't matter if you're willing, but you will return to where you came from when that Nirvana ends. When you become stronger, you can sense the fine changes in space-time and down to smaller units. But it will also become increasingly difficult and more risky. If someone can grasp both time and space Taos, they can achieve a similar effect. It's just that it will be slightly different from yours. I see, Lin Yun muttered. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign added, Nirvana Tao is strong but not invincible. Aside from the risks the Holy Master spoke of, creating a Nirvana space is impossible if your opponent is too strong. I'm all ears, Lin Yun said, frowning. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign continued to explain. For example, if you face an emperor, the time and space around you will become tough, capable of affecting space-time without doing anything. Similarly, Time and space Daos will also become ineffective before an emperor and much harder to control than facing a saint. This is only time-space nirvana, recorded in some ancient records. But I don't know about the others. Lin Yun received a huge harvest as he listened to their explanation. When Lin Yun returned to the Stream Cloud residence, he talked to Lil Purple about the Heavenly Barren Realm. "You're too impulsive in regards to the Heavenly Barren Realm," Lil Purple said beneath the phoenix tree. "You don't agree? Since when have I disagreed with your decision?" Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple, who seemed calm. "Furthermore, it might be an opportunity for you," Lil Purple said. "Because the heavenly path is broken in the Kunlun realm, it's harder to cultivate Saint Dao here. But it's different in the Heavenly Barren Realm. The only problem is if you can rush back for your master's tribulation." Lin Yun nodded. "That's also what I'm concerned about. But I decided to stay behind after weighing my options. My presence might not be able to help as much as the Holy Master. Then again, I will also try my best to return." "Actually," Lil Purple said, "the broken heavenly path is a cage to many people. People inside cannot leave while people outside cannot come in. Not many people will want to return when they can leave. I can't, at least not now. I would have tried to reforge the heavenly path even if the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign didn't ask." Lin Yun smiled. "Perhaps we might be able to find out more about the Blue Dragon ancestral deity when we're in the Heavenly Barren Realm. The broken sword in your body and the old Kunlun is a mystery, but it's related to the ancestral deity," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun briefly pondered, then said, "I have a feeling that I might be even more deeply connected to the Blue Dragon ancestral deity than I think. Xiao Chen. Perhaps I know him." 3 days later, the tempering of Ji Zixi physique reached a crucial moment, and all the saints on Divine Phoenix Mountain were gathered together. The summit of this mountain was a little tattered, but it gave off an ancient aura. There was an altar near the cliff with golden flames blazing, and a blurred figure could be seen in the fire, Ji Zixi. Not far away, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master, Last Sky Great Saint, Astral River Saint Sovereign, and Jade Lotus Saint Sovereign were here, nervously watching her. Ji Zixi might have the help of the Divine Flame Fragment and wasn't in danger, but no one dared to be relaxed. The Astral River Saint Sovereign said, "Holy Master, there's nothing to worry about. Zixi will surely succeed." The Last Sky Saint Sovereign smiled. "Zixi is talented and has a dense phoenix bloodline, so it will be smooth. We just have to see if she can produce the divine phoenix wings." "I hope so." The Holy Master's expression was loosened, but his fists were clenched. Right then, the Last Sky Great Saint turned his head and said, "The Flower Burial Sword Saint is here." "Oh!" The Holy Master's eyes lit up, and he turned around. He saw an azure-robed swordsman appearing before everyone. He smiled as he came forth. "Lin Yun, you're finally here." Lin Yun nodded and turned to look at Ji Zixi at the altar. "We pay our greetings to the Heavenly Slaughter Empress. We pay our greetings to the Heavenly Slaughter Empress." Before Lin Yun could react, the Holy Master went down on his knees with everyone else. Many elders descended from the sky and they all went on their knees, leaving Lin Yun dumbfounded. Lin Yun never expected this scene to occur and didn't know what would happen. Lil Purple's identity was discovered? While Lin Yun was doubtful, a burst of radiance came from the iris sword box and Lil Purple soared to the sky. She wore the silver moon mask, clad in moonlight, with her hair draping her shoulders. She gave off a powerful pressure that made her look noble. Lin Yun recalled what Lil Purple told him a few days ago, such as that the sacred radiance Saint Lord wouldn't harm him and brought him to the stage with the ashes on it. The Holy Master probably verified her identity, especially when he displayed Nirvana Dao. This probably made the Holy Master confirm that he was related to the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance. For example, the Heavenly Slaughter Empress who appeared outside the God Burial Mountain range must be the real person. 100,000 years ago, they were followers who came to the Kunlun realm with Lil Purple, and it had been 100,000 years since she last appeared. It really is the Heavenly Slaughter Empress. We greet Lord Phoenix. We greet Lord Phoenix. Lil Purple might be wearing a mask, But the aura she gave off, as well as everyone there feeling their blood boiling, had already verified her identity. Lord Phoenix, we've been waiting for you to return. Everyone on Divine Phoenix Mountain had tears rolling down their cheeks. Seeing this, Lin Yun heaved a sigh in relief and stood behind Lil Purple. It was best for Lil Purple to deal with this herself. No one knew what Lil Purple was thinking, but she muttered after a long time had passed, "All of you can get up." When everyone got on their feet, they came before Lil Purple, making Lin Yun look like an extra. The Holy Master emotionally said, "My lord, the entire Divine Phoenix Mountain has waited for your return for the past 100,000 years." Lil Purple looked around at how emotional everyone was, but didn't know what to say. A long time later, she said, "It has been tough on all of you, and I'm sorry about that. Please don't say that. We don't regret it," the Holy Master said. "My lord." Many people wanted to come forth to take a closer look at Lil Purple. Let's look at her ceremony first. Lil Purple didn't speak much as she went over to the altar with everyone following behind her, introducing Ji Zixi talent in bloodline for her. On the contrary, this made Lin Yun look like an extra, with everyone forgetting him. "This is interesting," Lin Yun smiled as he rubbed his nose. "Flower burial." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign came over with a smile. He asked, "You didn't expect this, right?" "I was a little surprised, but not shocked. There were already signs of this beforehand," Lin Yun said. The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign explained, "They all have that Lord's bloodline, and their bloodline was given by her, which was inherited through the generations." "There's such a secret to the Phoenix bloodline?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "That's only something capable of being done by pure-blooded divine beasts. Phoenixes are noble divine beasts that are rare even in the universe." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. Back then, the divine dragon era was at its prime, luring many divine beasts over. It was a grand era that only occurred in the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, then asked, "So when the heavenly path is reforged, such a grand era will come again?" "It will," the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign said with certainty. "But the risk is also high since we must deal with those rats beneath the God Burial Mountain range." Lin Yun nodded and said nothing else. Right then, golden light burst from the altar, accompanied by a phoenix cry. Ji Zixi basked in flames as she opened her eyes, giving off a powerful aura. This made her look even more breathtaking with flawless features. "It's a success," everyone cheered. "Great," the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. "It has been thousands of years since the Divine Phoenix Mountain last produced a Divine Phoenix physique. This is good news." Right then, Lil Purple waved her hand and a golden droplet of blood flew into Ji Zixi's forehead. Golden flames ignited on Ji Zixi once more, surprising Ji Zixi before she closed her eyes. When she reopened her eyes, she spread her arms apart and a pair of flaming wings appeared behind her, releasing a blazing radiance that made Lin Yun and the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign raise their hands before their eyes. "What's going on?" Lin Yun asked. At this moment, Ji Zixi gave off a powerful aura that was close to a Saint Sovereign. "It's the Divine Phoenix wings. Those who possess it are known as the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and there aren't many of them in the universe," the Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign exclaimed. When Ji Zixi stowed her wings, she landed before Lil Purple and the Holy Master. Through the Holy Master's words, she quickly bowed to Lil Purple with excitement and nervousness. When she glanced at Lin Yun from afar, Lin Yun smiled and nodded at her. This immediately made Ji Zixi forget about everyone here while looking at Lin Yun. This made the Holy Master furious and wanted to reprimand Ji Zixi. But Lil Purple smiled. "Let her go." "Thank you, Lord Phoenix." Ji Zixi rejoiced before she ran over to Lin Yun. This naturally made everyone from the Divine Phoenix Mountain unhappy. How could anyone be so rude to their lord? Many people turned to look at the Holy Master unhappily, making the latter feel awkward. "It doesn't matter. We have something to discuss, and this isn't the right location." Lil Purple smiled as she winked at Lin Yun before leaving with the Holy Master. Lin Yun smiled because Lil Purple was still the same person he knew, but the huge commotion earlier really frightened him. "Big Brother Lin, I finally got to see you. I really missed you a lot." Zishi smiled with her voice sounding like chimes. "I'll take my leave first. You youngsters talk." The Heavenly Lake Saint Sovereign smiled. "Hee. Big Brother Lin, let's go. This place is boring. So let me show you around." Zishi had a smile on her face as she pulled Lin Yun down the mountain. Lin Yun felt helpless, but he could only follow her and be dragged around. They passed through the flower valley an hour later, and a lake appeared before them. Lin Yun's sight opened as he praised, "This place is beautiful. Hee, right? This is the Mirror Lake. It is rumored that a pair of azure birds were buried underneath, and I like this place best." Zishi chuckled. Lin Yun was briefly stunned as he thought of the Nirvana banquet. "Big Brother Lin, what are you thinking about?" Zishi asked. "Nothing much. This place made me remember the Three Lives tree back in the Nirvana banquet. There was also a similar lake." Lin Yun smiled. "The Nirvana banquet. I know about it." Zishi smiled. "That's where you played Courting Phoenix and made the Three Lives tree bloom with flowers. After that, you formed a relationship with the divine Phoenix Mountain. You don't know how curious I was back then because those were ancient Phoenix songs. So how could an outsider play them so well?" Zishi talked for a long time, looking innocent and adorable. She suddenly thought of something and smiled. "Oh, right. Was that woman back then your wife you spoke of in the heavenly void?" "She's really a beauty." Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing. "Big Brother Lin, it's not convenient to talk about her?" Zishi suddenly became curious. "There's nothing inconvenient about it," Lin Yun smiled. He had already told Su Xiao about you Wei Wei, and Su Xiao didn't mind. So Lin Yun naturally had no reservations about it. If he couldn't sever this love, he might as well accept it and follow his heart. "I didn't marry Wei Wei, but it's just a matter of time," Lin Yun said, looking at the boundless Mirror Lake. Zishi was surprised before she wore a playful expression with a hint of joy in her eyes. But she said nothing and merely smiled. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yun couldn't help asking when he noticed Zishi's weird expression. "Hee, I won't tell you." Zishi smiled. She ran over to the lake and continued, "Big Brother Lin, let's go down and see. The scenery down below is really beautiful." Lin Yun smiled and followed Zishi to the bottom of the lake. The lake was close to 1,000 meters deep, and the bottom was brightly lit when light shone into the lake. But the light was scattered, and fish could be seen swimming around. Since there weren't any disturbances or predators, life in the lake flourished. This wasn't Zishi's first time here, so she brought Lin Yun around and even rode those fish. When exhausted, Zishi brought Lin Yun to a dark sea region. With a wave of her hand, a light barrier appeared in the sea region, allowing them to walk as if on the ground. There was a pair of azure bird skeletons lying on the ground. Zishi said sorrowfully, "This is where the azure birds died. You have other motives for bringing me here, right?" Lin Yun asked. Zishi wore a smile and said, "Big Brother Lin is brilliant. I want Big Brother Lin to play the Phoenix Heart Song. The azure birds also possessed the Phoenix bloodline, and I believe they will be happy to hear it." "I don't see why not," Lin Yun smiled. Zishi said, "Okay. I also want to use the Phoenix Heart Song to consolidate my cultivation." Lin Yun waved his hand and took out the thunderstorm zither from his interspatial bracelet. When the music resounded, Lin Yun gave off a faint yellow radiance that looked like a moon at the bottom of the lake. The Phoenix Heart Song was an ancient song of the divine Phoenix clan that could cleanse the hearts of others and aid cultivation, especially those possessing the Phoenix bloodline. The effects would be multiplied for them. Lin Yun's gaze fell onto Zishi, who sat and gave off a dazzling radiance. He realized he couldn't see through her cultivation, meaning she was at least a 5th-stage Saint Lord. If she released her divine phoenix wings, the pressure would further increase, which was the advantage of her bloodline. He felt he might run into many bloodline cultivators in the heavenly barren realm, and things might become unpredictable. "MHM?" Lin Yun exclaimed as he discovered that the two skeletons were slowly disappearing, giving off a radiance. When Lin Yun finished playing the Phoenix Heart song, the skeletons had disappeared. While Lin Yun felt shocked, the two azure bird souls appeared from the ashes, letting out a joyful cry as they flew towards Lin Yun to express their gratitude. Lin Yun smiled and realized that the Phoenix Heart song could calm the soul. "It's beautiful." Ji Zishi was surprised when she opened her eyes. After the two azure birds' saint souls flew around, they flew towards Ji Zishi. Perhaps because Ji Zishi came here often, they recognized her. They flew around her and weren't willing to leave. "Ha ha!" Ji Zishi smiled as the two saint souls entered her bracelet. She happily ran over and raised her hand with the bracelet on. She said, "Big brother Lin, look, quick, look. I see it." Lin Yun smiled. "The legend is true. I told my father in the past that they died because of love, but my father said that they died naturally. He can't bluff me now," Ji Zishi said excitedly. She didn't notice what the two azure birds' saint souls meant. The bracelet itself was a glory saint artifact. Now that there were two saint souls in it, it could grow into a sovereign saint artifact, one that solely belonged to her. They can stay with me in the future and accompany me. They told me to thank you on their behalf," Ji Zishi said excitedly. They soon left Mirror Lake, and Ji Zishi gently shook her bracelet as a carriage descended from the sky. She entered the carriage and invited, "Big brother Lin, come on. I'll show you around." After Lin Yun took a step towards the carriage, he wasn't hurrying to enter and silently looked at Ji Zishi. A long time later, after Ji Zishi became uncomfortable under his gaze, Lin Yun said, "Zishi, I believe you have something to tell me." "What?" Ji Zishi's smile disappeared. Then she asked, "Big brother Lin, you already knew?" Lin Yun nodded. "The Holy Master has told me about the heavenly barren realm." I told my father not to tell you about it," Ji Zishi said furiously. As a father, he's naturally worried for his daughter's safety, and it's understandable. Lin Yun smiled. He continued, "I have already agreed with him. Don't worry about it because your father didn't force me. I'm going there willingly." The heavenly barren realm contained both dangers and opportunities. There was naturally nothing to say about the dangers since he would die there if he wasn't careful. After all, the brutality there would be on a whole new level since there would be many geniuses from other eras participating there. Even if he could survive, he wouldn't be able to return if he couldn't receive the heavenly barren ancestral deity's acknowledgement. But there were also opportunities. He could take this opportunity to eliminate his disadvantage in cultivation. So, if he could return to the Kunlun realm, his strength would have undergone a drastic transformation. At that time, he would even be able to face those from the older generation who were a few hundred years old. "Is that all?" Ji Zishi asked, looking a little disappointed. Lin Yun smiled. "We're also good friends, and I hope you can survive. I don't want to see you die so far away from home." Ji Zishi smiled. "I'm not as weak as my father thinks. Even if someone comes with me, I won't be happy. But I'm naturally happy that Big Brother Lin is willing to come with me. I was originally planning to bring me around for a few days before saying your farewell? Isn't that a little too cruel?" Lin Yun smiled. He played around the Divine Phoenix Mountain with Ji Zishi until nightfall before returning to the Stream Cloud residence, where he saw Lil Purple. They looked at each other, and he asked, seeing that her expression wasn't right, "Empress, what's the matter? You don't blame me?" Lil Purple asked. "Blame you for what?" Lin Yun was baffled. "Actually, the Holy Master guessed my identity when you displayed Nirvana Dao, and I also knew that he had guessed my identity," Lil Purple said. "It's nothing big. Furthermore, didn't you say you can deal with Divine Phoenix Mountain as you want? You were almighty today." Lin Yun smiled. "That's nothing. This is nothing compared to my prime." Lil Purple smiled. "Let's go into the topic. What did the Holy Master tell you?" Lin Yun asked. "He told me the news about the other sovereign divine runes. The freezing chill divine rune is in the hands of the Ice Emperor, the Samsara divine rune is in the Eastern Seas astral island, and only the location of the Nirvana divine rune is unknown," Lil Purple said. "I have a plan and won't accompany you to the heavenly barren realm. I will stay behind to refine the sinful fire divine rune and search for the other sovereign divine runes. So even if you can't return, I will help you look after your master's tribulation. I will treat your master like how I treat you." Lin Yun was shocked before he asked, "Why? Didn't you say that I have a small heart?" "I don't have a small heart. I'm just feeling heartache for you." Lil Purple smiled. She continued, "The heavenly barren realm is dangerous, and I can't make you leave behind any regrets if you can't return." "I got it. You're afraid I won't return and will take a huge risk in the heavenly barren realm," Lin Yun replied. Lil Purple nodded and sighed. "It's not a bad thing if you don't return, but I know you're worried about your master, so I want to ensure that you don't leave any regrets behind." Lin Yun was touched and held onto Lil Purple's hand. He said, "Don't worry about me. I promise that I will return. I'll wait for you." Lil Purple smiled. "You must know that you have me, Su Ziao, Yi Gohan, your mistresses, the Holy Master, your martial brothers, and many more people waiting for you. We're all working towards one goal, to help the Radiant Sword Saint make it through his tribulation. So you don't have to bear everything on your shoulders since everyone will wait for you. Since we trust you, you can also trust us." "I believe in you guys," Lin Yun replied. "This is too serious, and we're sounding like we will be parted with life and death. When I see this kind of atmosphere in books, it's usually not far from the end." Lil Purple smiled. "If there's an outcome, what kind do you want?" Lin Yun couldn't help smiling as well. Lil Purple briefly pondered, then sighed. "I want many things, but as long as it's not a separation by life and death." Lin Yun was filled with emotions as he looked at Lil Purple. He remembered when he first met Lil Purple. She was cheerful and adorable. He remembered her laughter in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, how she was forced to make herself seem ugly because of Yi Xiling, how she quietly waited for him to tie braids, and how she introduced herself with her long title. "What are you thinking about?" Lil Purple asked. "I feel that time passes really quickly, and it has already been so many years in the blink of an eye." Lin Yun sighed. "You seem to have grown up a lot, and I'm no longer the same youth as I was before. Flower Burial has now become the Flower Burial Sword Saint. No one will stay 18 forever. And don't you still stay true to your heart?" Lil Purple smiled. "In my eyes, you're still that hot-blooded and invincible youth standing at the peak of the heavenly path." Lin Yun smiled. "In my eyes, you're still that crybaby phoenix, but anyone will have to ask my sword if they want to bully you." "Humph." Lil Purple's lip rose into a smug expression. 7 days passed, and the trip to the heavenly barren realm was starting. Half of the universe was in an uproar outside the Kunlun realm, with many geniuses preparing for it. But this uproar had nothing to do with the Kunlun realm. Ever since the heavenly path was severed, few from the Kunlun realm would participate in such a grand event. As more lesser blue dragon metals were being used and the rarity of divine flame fragments, only a few people paid any attention to it anymore. Even if they knew, they would only find it a pity because they didn't have a lesser blue dragon metal or divine flame fragment. But the divine Phoenix Mountain was bustling, with everyone preparing for the heavenly barren realm, including the Holy Master, to ensure the teleportation array could be activated. In the Stream Cloud residence, Lin Yun spent his time cultivating and making a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th stage Saint Lord. He was only half a step from becoming a 5th stage Saint Lord. Aside from that, he focused all his attention on Nirvana Dao and Divine Firefly Sword. The 3rd section had 13 swords, and it wasn't tough for Lin Yun to practice them since he had grasped the Nirvana Dao, quickly reaching complete mastery, and was only 1 step from the manifestation stage. When he finished his seclusion, he emerged from the Iris secret realm. "You're finally out." Lil Purple smiled when she saw Lin Yun. It had been some time since she saw him after their last talk. Lin Yun was in seclusion, while Lil Purple had to refine the Sinful Fire Divine Rune and couldn't stay in the Iris secret realm. "It has been a long time since we last met, and you've gotten more beautiful." Lin Yun smiled. He was serious because her temperament became even more outstanding whenever Lil Purple gathered more sovereign divine runes. Since she had been refining the Sinful Fire Divine Rune during this period, Her hair had grown, and she no longer looked like a little girl. Humph. You and your flowery words. Lil Purple smiled, looking at Lin Yun. She had been worried for him during this period, but she also noticed that she had grown taller. I'm being honest, Lin Yun said sincerely. Lil Purple was happy to be praised, looking a little bashful. Then she asked, Are you serious? I am serious, Li Yun smiled. Humph, at least you have some eyesight. But you won't bring the iris sword box with you this time. It will stay with me. Lil Purple waved her hand and summoned the iris sword box to her. Lin Yun's face became grave when he heard that, since he knew what that meant. This meant that Lil Purple would bear the responsibility of his master's tribulation to ensure he had no regrets. In the past, he felt that Lil Purple was too narrow-minded. But thinking about it again, she had never refused his decision throughout the years. Despite what she said, she would help him in everything he did. Even if she had complained, she would only complain to Lin Yun and didn't care about herself. Thinking about it now, there were several requests that Lil Purple made that Lin Yun didn't follow. Seeing this, Lil Purple said with disdain, Leave quickly. The Holy Master is waiting for you. If I can return alive, I'll promise whatever request you make, Lin Yun said. Really? Lil Purple smiled with her eyes shining brightly. Yeah. Li Yun nodded. Listen well. Even if you can't return, you must live well because I will wait for you, Lil Purple said. When Lin Yun and Lil Purple looked at each other, Lin Yun couldn't help being momentarily dazed. A brief moment later, he replied, I promise you. After leaving the Stream Cloud residence, Li Yun met the Holy Master. I heard that you've been in seclusion in this period. How is your cultivation? The Holy Master smiled. Not bad. Lin Yun roughly explained the fruit of his cultivation. You're practically invincible in the same generation in the Kunlun realm, even if you include geniuses from the 8 imperial clans. The Holy Master briefly paused, then continued, But I'm afraid that it will still be dangerous for you in the heavenly barren realm. You don't have to be worried about it. I know what to do, and I'm a low-profile person. Lin Yun smiled. Do you think I'll believe you? Speaking of which, how far have you gone with the Divine Light Sword intent? The Holy Master asked. Pinnacle of complete mastery, Lin Yun smiled. With the improvement of Nirvana Tao, cultivation and comprehension outside the God Burial Mountain range, Lin Yun's Divine Light Sword intent reached the pinnacle of complete mastery. The Holy Master was inwardly shocked but calmly said, How far are you to reach the Bright Sun Sword intent? Nothing for now. Lin Yun shook his head. The sword intent had a total of 9 stages. The Xiantian sword intent, spiritual sword intent, sky sword intent, firmament sword intent, heavenly dome sword intent, astral sword intent, and the divine light sword intent. Above the divine light sword intent would be the bright sun sword intent. There's no need to hurry. The divine light sword intent is already powerful enough against the entire universe. Even in the heavenly barren realm, you can rely on your divine light sword intent, the Holy Master said. Thank you for your praise, Holy Master. Lin Yun smiled. Do you have any requests? The Holy Master asked. Lin Yun's eyes lit up, since he was waiting for that. He smiled. I still need some divine dragon saint liquid. Then again, divine blood would be best. I've been waiting for you to make a request. You can go to the Phoenix Pavilion and take whatever you need. The Holy Master smiled. Thank you, Holy Master. Lin Yun smiled. Since the Holy Master wanted him to go with Ji Zishi, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with resources. If Lin Yun could ensure Ji Zishi's safety, all the resources they had were nothing. Not to mention that the Holy Master wouldn't refuse Lin Yun's request, based on his relationship with Lil Purple. 3 days later, many saints had gathered together to send Ji Zishi and Lin Yun off. Be careful, Lil Purple said. Don't worry about it. Lin Yun gave her a wink. Go and look after Ji Zishi. She's the heavenly phoenix maiden now, so you must protect her well. Lil Purple nodded. Lin Yun headed over to Ji Zishi's direction. Ji Zishi was resting with her eyes closed while invisible flames ignited around her, forming a terrifying field. The spiritual energy in the surroundings coiled around her under a certain rhythm that made her look noble. Big Brother Lin. Ji Zishi opened her eyes and walked over to Lin Yun. She smiled. I'll have to trouble Big Brother Lin to take care of me on this trip to the heavenly barren realm. Her bright smile made her look as beautiful as a fairy. I'll have to trouble you, Flower Burial. The Holy Master cupped his fists with the other saints from Divine Phoenix Mountain, with their voices echoing from the summit. Lin Yun only nodded with a smile before heading towards the teleportation array with Ji Zishi. The altar was altered into a massive teleportation array with the divine flame fragment blazing on the altar, forming a door. This was the teleportation array to the heavenly barren realm, which consumed a divine flame fragment each time. When the teleportation array was activated, Lin Yun exchanged a gaze with Ji Zishi as they held hands before the door. Upon stepping into the teleportation array, Lin Yun swiftly lost consciousness. At the same time, there was a similar altar with a divine flame fragment blazing in the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. Yu Weiwei glanced at Mu Shuling before entering the teleportation array. She would be going to the heavenly barren realm as well. When Lin Yun regained consciousness, he landed on the ground and looked around. This was a mysterious world that looked no different from the Kunlun realm. Ji Zishi stood on Lin Yun's left with a pale expression but was fine. This made Lin Yun heave a sigh in relief since they were at least together. When they looked at the sky, they could see streaks of light descending from different places. Zishi, Lin Yun called out. This place was safe for now, but they couldn't remain there for long and had to leave immediately, even if Ji Zishi hadn't recovered. Big Brother Lin, I'm fine aside from feeling a little dizzy. Ji Zishi smiled. It's normal to feel a little dizzy when we transport God knows how far. Lin Yun smiled. Ji Zishi nodded, feeling only a little dizzy. Lin Yun also possessed a divine physique, but he looked fine. Ji Zishi couldn't even unleash half of her strength. Let's leave this place, Lin Yun said as he looked around. He could see many streaks of light descending in the surrounding area. The flower burial sword flew out from his chest and he grabbed Ji Zishi before jumping onto the sword, using his sword intent to move swiftly, streaking across the sky. This place is filled with Saint Dao. Even the heavens and earth look much bigger. Lin Yun looked around on the flower burial sword and realized that he didn't feel restricted like in the Kunlun realm. He felt unrestrained in the heavenly barren realm. This place is pretty good, and I feel that my divine physique is changing. I'm afraid I can become a saint sovereign within 1 year. Ji Zishi also felt unrestricted. The heavenly path is severed in the Kunlun realm, so everyone cultivates with a shackle. But it's different after leaving the Kunlun realm. A saint sovereign within 1 year, keep a low profile like me. Lin Yun smiled. Ji Zishi merely smiled and nodded. She couldn't figure out when Lin Yun was low profile. A year is too long, half a year at most. Lin Yun smiled as he looked ahead. Ji Zishi blinked and couldn't comprehend how low profile that was. While Lin Yun and Ji Zishi were walking together, they couldn't find any people. They also didn't know where the streaks of light had landed. They ran into many demonic beasts, and Saint Realm demonic beasts could be seen everywhere. In the beginning, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi weren't too bothered by them. But when they were forced to make a move by those demonic beasts, they instantly understood that something wasn't right. The cultivation of those demonic beasts wasn't high, only at the 2nd or 3rd stage of Saint Lord. If these demonic beasts were in the Kunlun realm, Lin Yun could kill many with one sword. But it was different in the heavenly barren domain. They were incredibly strong, like the sounds of a ringing bell. Aside from that, Lin Yun also observed that these demonic beasts were somehow connected to the sky. When Lin Yun managed to kill them after spending some time, he noticed a white light that was being given off by them. This instantly made Lin Yun surprised and he frowned. Anatom? He turned to Ji Zishi and asked, "Did you see that?" Ji Zishi nodded. "Yeah, I did. It looked like mist, but it wasn't spiritual energy or a demonic beast's ominous aura." With a wave of his hand, that mist entered his forehead before he could examine it. In the next second, Lin Yun felt as though he could hear Dao by his side, and his gaze became strange when he opened his eyes. He said, My Wen Dao improved a little. This is weird. Ji Zishi also tried it and discovered that her Fire Dao had significantly increased. It looks like the heavenly barren realm isn't simple, Lin Yun muttered, absorbing the remaining mist. As they killed more demonic beasts, he discovered that not every demonic beast could give birth to the miasma. He had speculated that some demonic beasts might be born in a secret realm, ate some sort of treasures, observed a saint diagram, or were blessed by heavenly Dao. He released his divine light sword intent with his eyes becoming golden, and he discovered that he could differentiate those demonic beasts with the miasma. This naturally made Lin Yun and Ji Zishi rejoice since it would significantly increase their efficiency. Let's rest here a little. Lin Yun started a fire and returned to what he was good at in the past, roasting demonic beasts. It didn't take long for the meat to be cooked. The meat was roasted on the outside, and each one was evenly cooked. Ji Zishi tried it before she began gobbling it up without a care for her image. She exclaimed, "These demonic beasts' meat has the same effect. It has to be further refined." Lin Yun discovered that he couldn't immediately refine the miasma from the meat. So consuming the meat of those demonic beasts wouldn't increase his Saint Dao. He had to refine and comprehend them. 7 days later, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi finally saw someone while hunting demonic beasts to refine the miasma. Lin Yun and Ji Zishi donned a cloak to prevent any trouble, and Ji Zishi even covered her face with a silk cloth, only exposing her eyes. On this day, while Lin Yun and Ji Zishi were hunting, they saw someone a demonic beast was chasing. It was a snow-white wolf with a moon on its forehead, leaving behind a blizzard in its path. This was a rare demonic beast that possessed 2 attributes, and the youth looked pathetic while being chased by the wolf. "Big brother Lin, are we going to help?" Ji Zishi asked. "There's no need. That person might seem to be in a pathetic state, but he's holding himself well. On the contrary, that wolf is reaching its limit," Lin Yun said, shaking his head. Lin Yun originally didn't want to meddle in this matter, but the demonic beast sensed their presence and approached them as though it had spotted a delicacy. It abandoned the person it was chasing after and pounced at them instead. Lin Yun was briefly startled, but he didn't hesitate to unleash a sword ray that pierced through the wolf's throat. With a loud explosion, the wolf heavily fell to the ground. But before Lin Yun could approach the wolf, a seemingly disheveled young man released a saint radiance and came before Lin Yun. He said, "Friend, this is an azure abyssal wolf, which I lured out from its pack. Take it with you then," Lin Yun said calmly. The young man was puzzled as he retrieved the miasma from the corpse before he stowed the azure abyssal wolf's corpse. Seeing that there wasn't any hostility from Lin Yun and Ji Zishi, he called out to them just when they were about to leave. "Friend, why don't you two join me for some meat?" The young man threw out an invitation. Lin Yun and Ji Zishi exchanged a gaze and smiled. "It'd be our honor. Hehe. This place isn't suitable for dealing with the corpse. Let's go somewhere else," the young man said. An hour later, the young man ate the meat that was prepared by Lin Yun, and he couldn't stop praising, "I didn't expect you to be so good at grilling the meat." "It's passable," Lin Yun replied with a smile. After some casual conversation as they ate, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi learned that the young man's name was Wu Yuhua, and he was much older than he looked, in his 30s or 40s. "Speaking of which, where did the two of you come from?" Wu Yuhua asked. "The Kunlun realm," Lin Yun replied honestly. "Kunlun realm?" Wu Yuhua was visibly stunned for a moment upon hearing the answer. "Brother Wu, you didn't hear of the Kunlun realm before?" Lin Yun asked. Wu Yuhua smiled. "The Kunlun realm is famous, and I believe everyone in the heavenly barren realm has heard of it before. After all, the heavenly path's fame once spread throughout the universe. That was over 100,000 years ago. But the Kunlun realm declined after the heavenly path was severed. Although there were talents from the Kunlun realm coming to the heavenly barren realm in recent years, they didn't make much impact. This is why I was surprised upon hearing that the two of you came from the Kunlun realm." Seeing that the young man was serious in what he said, Lin Yun smiled. "The Kunlun realm is isolated because of the severed heavenly path, and we don't know much about the heavenly barren realm. Would you mind sharing some insights into this place? Wu Yuhua smiled. Actually, I noticed long ago that the azure abyssal wolf was a rare dual-attributed demonic beast, and its fortune contained both wind and ice das. But the two of you didn't know much to give it away so easily. Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing about it. Even if he knew about them, the value of an azure abyssal wolf wouldn't catch his attention. Fortune? Are you talking about that miasma? Ji Zishi asked. Her voice was pleasant even after disguising herself, and her voice was alluring. Wu Yuhua was momentarily stunned. Before he continued, that's right, that miasma is fortune, unique to the heavenly barren realm. When you kill demonic beasts, explore the ancient ruins, or seek treasures, you can refine and comprehend the Saint Tao. But the fortune of ordinary demonic beasts is of the lowest level unless they possess a unique bloodline. So, after refining a certain amount, you can't refine it any further. If you want to obtain a true fortune, you would have to gain comprehension in ancient ruins or consuming precious fruits. Lin Yun asked, so, are there any standards for selecting disciples by the heavenly barren ancestral deity? The rules are rather simple, Wu Yuhua explained. The heavenly barren ancestral deity will divide the heavenly barren realm into 10 independent realms. After a year, a sacred mountain will appear in each realm, and the top 10 individuals who reach the summit of those sacred mountains will move on to the next round of selection and participate in the Jade Tower Banquet. In the end, 5 individuals will be chosen in the Jade Tower Banquet to become the disciples of the heavenly barren ancestral deity. And it's not an underestimation to say that they would ascend the sky with one step. Wu Yuhua continued to explain various opportunities in the heavenly barren realm, which was meant to bring out the potential of everyone here. 1 year. Lin Yun frowned. Wu Yuhua smiled. A year in the heavenly barren realm is equivalent to 2 months in the outside world. The rules of time and space are different here. Lin Yun didn't take long to understand the situation in the heavenly barren realm from Wu Yuhua. Wu Yuhua hailed from the Azure Cloud Realm's Heavenly Sword Pavilion, which had some fame in the Azure Cloud Realm and produced many powerful deities. As for the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, it was a powerful immortal holy land that spanned across several eras and could be ranked in the top 10 in terms of sword Dao. This was the first time Lin Yun heard that there was a force that spanned several eras, which broadened his horizons. Since the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is so powerful, there must be deities in it. So why did you guys come to the Heavenly Barren Domain? Lin Yun voiced his doubts. Wu Yuhua smiled. It doesn't matter how powerful our deities are. They're definitely not as strong as the Heavenly Barren Ancestral Deity. He's an expert in the ancestral realm. The Blue Dragon King from your Kunlun realm was also in the ancestral realm and was famous throughout the universe with everyone knowing him. Furthermore, there are 5 spots in the Jade Tower Banquet. Most geniuses who come to the Heavenly Barren realm are primarily here to seek adventures and opportunities. If they're lucky, a year here could be equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in the outside world. Wu Yuhua was an easygoing person, and he didn't have any ulterior motives in his chat with Lin Yun. Lin Yun obtained a lot of information from Wu Yuhua and not just the selection process of becoming the Heavenly Barren Ancestral Deity's disciple. He even understood that only the realms who gave birth to a deity could truly establish themselves in the vast universe. Otherwise, they would be considered as primitive and barbaric with fiend clans frequenting their realms, slaughtering their people just to refine some evil treasures. Or they would be enslaved where inhabitants would be treated like livestock, exploited for generations. Fiend clans? Lin Yun asked. Fiend clans are a collective term meant for several invasive clans who worship ancient fiend gods. They're considered the public enemies in the universe. Even a realm with deities might not be able to fend off the invasion of those fiend clans, and could only rely on the God Alliance for help. Wu Yuhua shared with unease in his voice. The so-called God Alliance was an alliance of deities and the strongest force in the universe. But the internal structure of the God Alliance was complicated with many factions. Lin Yun asked, are the Demon Spirit Clan considered a fiend clan as well? Of course. They call themselves the Spirit Clan, and they're one of the 10 fiend clans that even the God Alliance is afraid of, Wu Yuhua said. I see. Lin Yun replied. After they finished the Azure Abyssal Wolf's meat, Wu Yuhua smiled. I can see that you guys have nowhere to go. What do you think about joining forces with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? He had a pleasant conversation with Lin Yun and made a direct invitation. Ji Zishi smiled. I see that you only want to eat the meat grilled by Big Brother Lin. Haha. Lady Zishi is smart. Wu Yuhua laughed even after being exposed. Brother Lin, what do you think of my suggestion? Wu Yuhua invited. Lin Yun briefly pondered, then smiled. There should be something else to it, right? Wu Yuhua nodded. The heavenly barren realm is vast and boundless. Over the years, the forces from various realms have reached a particular understanding and divided the territory. This region is within the territory of the Azure Cloud realm. It's fine now, since everyone is busy hunting demonic beasts in the first month of arrival. After all, so many demonic beasts are around, and everyone can coexist peacefully. But it will change over time. Ji Zishi asked, Can you further explain that? Sure. Wu Yuhua smiled and continued. When demonic beasts are being excessively hunted, it will be harder to obtain more fortune. At that time, everyone will explore ruins and search for fruits. At that time, friction is inevitable. You can also steal fortune from others by killing them? Ji Zishi's face changed. She never expected it to be so brutal. Lin Yun was calm since he had already expected it. The world of cultivation was the survival of the fittest. This region is mainly controlled by the 4 major sects of the Azure Cloud realm. So if you don't have a sect, you will find it hard to move around when the time comes, Wu Yuhua replied honestly. So, why did you invite Big Brother Lin to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Ji Zishi immediately understood. Wu Yuhua chuckled. That's not entirely true. Big Brother Lin has great skills in grilling meat, and he's also a swordsman and an exceptionally talented one. Wu Yuhua was shocked by Lin Yun's attack earlier, even if everything had happened in the blink of an eye. This was why he didn't dare to approach at first, fearing that a conflict might take place. But after they chatted, he instantly realized that Lin Yun wasn't that sort of person. He was proficient at grilling meat, and his understanding of sword Dao was unique. I will remember this favor, but I want to focus on hunting demonic beasts now. So, can you wait for a few days? Lin Yun asked. No need to hurry. We will have to kill until the fortune stops improving our Saint Dao. These are easy benefits, so we might as well harvest them. Wu Yuhua smiled. I will also be hunting demonic beasts. Why don't we meet again half a month from now? That works, Lin Yun agreed. That's a promise, then? Wu Yuhua said with a hearty smile. After resting for a night, Lin Yun asked when the day arrived, Brother Wu, where can I find the Azure Abyssal Wolf pack? The meat tastes pretty good, and I plan to hunt a few more. The pack is northeast of the Azure Wolf Valley. Hunting Azure Abyssal Wolves requires some strategy, since most people wouldn't go there because it wasn't worth the effort. Wu Yuhua smiled. So you require some planning if you want to go there. But you can't kill too many, or the wolf pack will gang up on you, and it would be troublesome if you catch the alpha's attention. Lin Yun nodded and watched Wu Yuhua leave. Big Brother Lin, are you going to hunt the Azure Abyssal Wolves? Ji Zishi asked. Yeah. We didn't previously understand the Heavenly Barren Realm, but we do now. So we don't have to hold back. The Azure Abyssal Wolves possess dual attributes, and it would be a jackpot if I could run into a wolf with wind and thunder attributes, Lin Yun replied. The two continued their journey, coming across many people and everyone was peacefully coexisting. Lin Yun didn't understand why there wasn't any fight between these people. He didn't understand it at first, but he soon realized that there were plenty of demonic beasts to go around, so there was no need for them to fight now. Lin Yun and Ji Zishi came to the Azure Wolf Valley 4 hours later. It was just as Wu Yuhua said. Not that many people could be seen here. This place was filled with saint energy, with many bizarre flowers growing in this valley, monopolized by the Azure Abyssal Wolves. The Azure Abyssal Wolves were robust and would produce a loud sound whenever they walked around, causing the ground to tremble. Before Lin Yun could respond, 300 wolves had surrounded them with howls echoing about, and a snow-white wolf could be seen standing on the mountain. It gave off a powerful aura with a terrifying, baleful aura that made the sky crimson. Two divine physiques, and I can smell you guys from far away. I was preparing to look for you too, but you came to me instead, the alpha wolf said in a hoarse voice as it stared at Lin Yun and Ji Zishi with greed reflected in its eyes. Lin Yun instantly knew why that wolf gave up attacking Wu Yuhua and came after them. It was their divine physiques that lured it. Facing such a massive array for the first time, Ji Zishi panicked a little. Lin Yun smiled. Don't be so sure who's the prey. Humph, what impudence. I can't be bothered to make a move against you too, the alpha wolf sneered. The two might possess divine physiques, but they were fragile in the alpha wolf's eyes. It ordered, kill them. The Azure Abyssal Wolves were all at the Saint Realm and had a decently high intelligence. Not to mention that they were swift when they received the alpha wolf's order. Just as the wolves charged forth, they alternated their positions and released their Saint Das, causing the surrounding space to distort. They would even disguise their attacks, showing a high intelligence. This is interesting. Lin Yun squinted with a smile. He would have been torn apart if they clashed when his cultivation was slightly lower. He now knew why Wu Yuhua wouldn't be willing to provoke the Azure Abyssal Wolves. As he circulated the two-sword sutras, Lin Yun's sword intent merged with his aura and released a powerful aura that stabilized the surrounding distorted space. Your turn. Lin Yun squinted before opening his eyes, and a terrifying chill spread out, making the wolf that he had locked onto tremble in fear. That wolf wanted to retreat, but Lin Yun was frighteningly fast as he circulated the divine sun-chasing art and left behind an afterimage with his punch landing on the skull of the wolf. The wolf's skull was the hardest part of its body, equivalent to a glory saint artifact. But Lin Yun managed to crack it open with his punch. His sword intent poured into the crack, and the wolf blew apart. Lin Yun executed his movement technique again, and 4 corpses fell onto the ground the next moment. Ji Zishi watched and was inwardly shocked. Just how powerful was Lin Yun? There seemed to be no limit to Lin Yun's strength. She initially thought she could see through Lin Yun's strength after awakening her phoenix bloodline, but she still had some way to go. Just how much did Lin Yun train with my father in this period of time? A roar echoed that disrupted Ji Zishi's thoughts, and the wolf pack went berserk as it charged over. There were more than 10 Azure Abyssal Wolves in each wave, and Lin Yun laughed as he released his divine light sword intent. Facing such an attack, Lin Yun couldn't defeat them instantly, but his defense was tight. No matter how many of them came, he could drive them back. Lin Yun used his fingers as swords, executing the Carefree 9 Swords and Divine Firefly Sword. He might appear to be alone, but he looked like a sword array with sword rays intertwining, slaughtering the wolf pack to the point that they became terrified of him, with the ground stained with blood as a blood stench filled the air. This is starting to become troublesome. Lin Yun was tired of the endless fight, and his eyes shone brightly, forming the dragon sun and moon seal with one hand. His 2 sword stars formed into a robe that enveloped him with 3,000 crimson ribbons. Myriad swords unite. Lin Yun waved his hand and the 3,000 ribbons soared to the sky behind him, enveloping the sky before they descended like rainbows. Ever since Lin Yun used this move in the heavenly void, he had pondered for a long time and merged it with the great profound sword cannon's myriad swords unite. Now that his cultivation was higher than before and his sword intent increased, he could summon 10,000 ribbons if he wanted to. Moreover, the ribbons could move seamlessly with his thoughts and release them much faster. It was so much faster than before. When the wolf pack sensed the danger, it was too late for them to turn around and flee since they were nailed to the ground. The ribbons pierced into the wolves like spears, firmly pinning them to the ground. The ground was soon filled with wails and howls. Ji Zishi took a deep breath since she had seen this once before, but she was still deeply shocked upon seeing it again. Alpha Wolf die! The flower burial sword flew out from Lin Yun's chest as he charged at the Alpha Wolf. The Alpha Wolf was strong and was a 6th-stage Saint Lord. Most importantly, it had grasped the Thunder and Wind Daos, with Saint Daos numbering tens of thousands. Compared to it, Lin Yun's sword Dao only had 200 to 300 Saint Daos. You're courting death. The alpha wolf came to its senses. Couldn't figure out how Lin Yun unleashed such a strong power despite being so small, nor where Lin Yun got the courage to attack it. Nirvana of the beginning. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to talk to the alpha wolf and release the Nirvana seal before appearing on the alpha wolf's neck, just when the alpha wolf's paw was about to tear Lin Yun apart. The flower burial sword released a gigantic sword ray that left behind a horrifying wound on the alpha wolf's neck, with blood gushing out. When the Nirvana was finished, the past and present overlapped and Lin Yun retreated. The claw brushed past him as the violent gale ripped Lin Yun's cloak, revealing the azure saint cloth with his long hair fluttering about. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, making him look weak. If the alpha wolf could still fight, he would be heavily injured with just one exchange. But the alpha wolf no longer had another opportunity since it was decapitated and the gigantic corpse fell towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun let go of the flower burial sword and slowly retreated. When he landed on the ground, the flower burial sword turned into a streak of light and returned to his chest. Turning around, all the pinned wolves were killed, with the entire valley falling into silence, and fortunes could be seen floating around. Behind Lin Yun, blood gushed out from the alpha wolf's neck that formed a sea of blood beneath him. If Wu Yuhua saw this scene, he would probably be incredibly shocked. Lin Yun turned to look at the alpha wolf's corpse and fell into deep thoughts. He knew that his path was right and he might have needed to exchange thousands of moves with the alpha wolf if he relied on his sword Dao or divine light sword intent, and it was unsure if he could slay the alpha wolf at that time. This was because the alpha wolf was too powerful, with a ridiculous amount of Saint Daos. But using the Nirvana Dao despite the risk was really great because if the claw had reached him, he would have been torn apart in that instance. Furthermore, if he failed to kill his opponent, he would have been heavily injured, even if he wasn't dead. He analyzed, "I have to become stronger. Big brother Lin, there's a lot of fortune," Ji Zishi said excitedly. She was initially concerned about Lin Yun, but she didn't expect him to kill the alpha wolf so easily. As a result, she could only change the topic to the fortune. "Let's split them," Lin Yun smiled. "According to Wu Yuhua, they're all free for us to collect. But this means that we can only consume roasted wolf meat for a period of time." Lin Yun and Ji Zishi roughly calculated that there were over 300 white fortunes. The fortune from the alpha wolf was purple, clearly of a higher grade than the other fortunes. It also contained wind and thunder attributes, which perfectly matched Lin Yun. For the next few days, they would spend the time refining fortunes while consuming roasted meat at night to absorb the fortunes even further. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, with Lin Yun's cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the 4th stage Saint Lord. The number of wind and thunder Daos also reached 3,000. Just 10 days of leisurely eating was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in the Kunlun realm, and this was a shocking harvest. When another 5 days passed, Lin Yun had successfully absorbed the alpha wolf's fortune, and the number of wind and thunder Daos reached a staggering amount of 5,000. After consuming all the wolf meat, Lin Yun realized he could no longer progress in his Saint Dao. He instantly knew that he had reached the limit of hunting demonic beasts. "Wu Yuhua is right. It's like a buffet," Lin Yun said with a wry smile. If Wu Yuhua heard what Lin Yun said, he would be speechless. After all, it was unfathomable for Lin Yun to slaughter the entire wolf pack in a day. When a commotion disrupted his trail of thoughts, he turned to see Ji Zishi emitting a golden radiance. Her unrivaled beauty and temperament made her seem otherworldly, without a trace of worldly desires. "This is the heavenly phoenix maiden?" Lin Yun muttered to himself. He noticed that Ji Zishi made more progress than him in this period. Even if he had absorbed the purple fortune, it felt like he couldn't keep up with her since her bloodline was suited for the heavenly barren realm. As she breathed, it felt as though she had achieved a resonation with heaven and earth, accompanied by a phoenix cry. "This is the heavenly phoenix maiden's bloodline? She's already so powerful without summoning her divine phoenix wings." Lin Yun muttered and looked amazed. When Ji Zishi opened her eyes, she noticed Lin Yun's attention on her, and she asked, "Big brother Lin, what are you looking at?" "Honestly speaking, how far have you progressed in your Saint Dao?" Lin Yun asked after he snapped back to reality. That's a secret. Big Brother Lin is here to protect me, so I can just stand behind you, Zishi said with a playful look. Lin Yun smiled and didn't press the matter any further. It's time for us to join up with Wu Yuhua, Zishi said. Yeah, but you should disguise yourself in case your looks cause trouble, Lin Yun said seriously. Going around with Zishi in this state would cause a commotion and unnecessary trouble. Zishi blushed and nodded. Okay. For hours later, Lin Yun and Zishi arrived at the promised location and waited for Wu Yuhua, who arrived late. Wu Yuhua was carrying a demonic beast on his back, and he greeted. It took a lot of effort to capture this bear. I'm afraid that I will have to trouble Brother Lin. It's fine, Lin Yun replied, removing the fur and roasting it. While Lin Yun was busy, Wu Yuhua asked Zishi, Lady Zishi, how's your harvest? Did everything go smoothly? The wolf pack is tough to deal with, especially the alpha wolf, a 6th-stage Saint Lord who could make a breakthrough at any moment. Zishi, who wore a mask and a hood to conceal her appearance, smiled. She glanced at Lin Yun, not knowing how to respond. I got it. Wu Yuhua was under the impression that they ran into trouble and didn't want to press further. But this made Zishi smile bitterly because Wu Yuhua probably wouldn't believe it if she told him Lin Yun slayed the alpha wolf with one sword. It didn't take long before an aroma spread and Lin Yun and Wu Yuhua indulged in the fruit. As Wu Yuhua bit into the meat, he sighed. Well, the good times are over now. It's time for battles to take place. Lin Yun asked, what other forces are there apart from the Azure Cloud Realm's Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Apart from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, there's the Suspension Palace, Bloodbone Sect, and Golden Jade Pavilion. Aside from them, there are some other demonic cultivators to watch out for. The Azure Cloud Realm is primarily a place of the righteous and dark paths, with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion barely holding onto the balance. Wu Yuhua chuckled. After Lin Yun had his fill, he wiped his mouth. He asked, since the Heavenly Sword Pavilion can remain strong despite being surrounded by various factions, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion must have some remarkable qualities. That's right, Wu Yuhua said with a smile. The Azure Cloud Sect's Heavenly Sword Pavilion is only a small branch. The true Heavenly Sword Pavilion operates across numerous realms, and they're renowned for 3 sword techniques that were said to be capable of suppressing the universe. Oh, Lin Yun looked intrigued. They're the Heavenly King Sword, Heavenly Monarch Sword, and Heavenly Divine Sword, Wu Yuhua said pridefully. The Heavenly Divine Sword is the most frightening one, since it can shatter space and reverse stars, incorporating various Buddhist techniques, making it a marvel of nirvana. Lin Yun's eyes lit up and asked, Brother Wu, do you know this sword technique? Wu Yuhua awkwardly smiled. No one has managed to practice it in the Azure Cloud Realm. Only the Divine Son from the headquarters or those with high contributions can learn about it. The chiefs from the other realms can only practice the Heavenly Monarch Sword, while I practice the Heavenly King Sword. I can perform it if Brother Lin is interested. Sure, Lin Yun replied. Wu Yuhua conjured a Glory Saint sword in his hand. When he held onto it, a dragon's roar echoed as the sword began to tremble, with the dragon's aura gradually solidifying. It didn't take long before a vivid dragon appeared. When the dragon and sword merged, Wu Yuhua released a sword ray that looked like a king overlooking his kingdom. The first sword, 9th Heavenly Dragon Roar, a flashing lightning erupted from heaven, followed by a majestic dragon's roar, making Lin Yun's blood boil just by listening to it. Lin Yun's facial expression became grave since this was at least a high-grade dragon spirit martial technique. If it was placed in the Kunlun realm, a Saint Lord of the same cultivation would be heavily injured if they took this attack head-on. The second sword, Dragon Radiance of Life. The third sword, Dragon Dominance of the 8 Lands. The fourth sword, Dragon Destruction of the Sky. The fifth sword, Dragon Roaming of the 4 Seas. The sixth sword, Dragon Devouring of the Sun. The seventh sword, Picking Stars and Grasping Moon. The 8th sword, Myriad Soaring Dragons. The 9th sword, Absolute Dominance. It was a simple demonstration, so Wu Yuhua held back. Even if he held back, the power of this sword technique remained terrifying. After observing it, Lin Yun's face calmed down. This sword technique might be powerful, but it hadn't come in contact with the surface of Tao. This sword technique was much stronger than the divine firefly sword, but this sword technique couldn't compete in terms of the upper limit. The Heavenly King Sword's initial mastery could compete with the divine firefly sword in greater mastery. But upon reaching complete mastery, the Heavenly King Sword would be much stronger. If the divine firefly sword reached the manifestation stage, there was no way the Heavenly King Sword could rival it. How is it? Wu Yuhua asked. Ji Zixi also looked at Lin Yun with curiosity, because she wanted to know how Lin Yun would evaluate this sword technique. Heavenly King refers to true dragons. Brother Wu, you have reached greater mastery in this sword technique, and you can manifest the divine dragon if you reach complete mastery and cultivate the genuine king aura. At that time, your sword can connect to heaven, and the power of the sword technique will take another step forth, Lin Yun said. Wu Yuhua's eyes lit up, and he smiled. To see all that from just one demonstration, I haven't guessed wrong. You are truly a prodigy in the path of the sword. Lin Yun smiled. But even the heavenly might has its shortcomings. This sword technique ultimately borrows the might of heaven to manifest a dragon. Whether it is a true dragon or a divine dragon, the power is excellent, but it's not a proper path. If it were me, I wouldn't focus on it any further after reaching greater mastery and would carry on my pursuit of the sword. Why would one fear the heavens? Wu Yuhua was stumped and didn't quite understand what Lin Yun said. Well, that's easier said than done. Most people are just borrowing the might of heaven, allowing them to roam the heaven. But that's not the end, as you can go even further. Furthermore, this sword technique is sufficient till the Emperor realm. There's still the manifestation and deification stages after complete mastery, Wu Yuhua said after coming to his senses. Moreover, the Heavenly King Sword is a technique that serves as a transition. It's just my perspective, so you don't have to take it to heart. Lin Yun smiled. Wu Yuhua smiled, waving his hand. What you said does make sense. But not everyone has that ambition, and it's better to roam around heaven than to chase an unrealistic objective. I understand, Lin Yun nodded. If Brother Wu doesn't mind, I have a technique to teach you that can help you reach complete mastery. But you can't tell anyone about it. That would be wonderful. Wu Yuhua expressed his gratitude. Ji Zixi, watching silently, gradually realized the situation. She looked at Lin Yun with an admiring gaze. We can continue our talk as we travel. I'll take you to meet the other disciples and chief of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Wu Yuhua said excitedly. In the evening, Wu Yuhua brought Lin Yun to a camp. The camp was located in an ancient city where various forces of the Azure Cloud realm were gathered, making the camp bustling with activity. Many tents were nearby, and most belonged to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. This tent before them should be the main base of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Junior Brother Wu. A man and a woman came out from the camp. Wu Yuhua greeted them. Lin Yun already knew their names from his conversation with Wu Yuhua. The man was Chang Jun, while the woman was Shi Ruo. Both had extraordinary appearances and were not ordinary disciples. Who are they? Chang Jun asked, looking at Lin Yun and Ji Zixi. They're friends I met along the way and brought them over before the chaos took place, Wu Yuhua said. Where are they from? Chang Jun frowned. Lin Yun and Ji Zixi looked primitive in their eyes. The Kunlun realm, the realm created by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Wu Yuhua smiled. The Kunlun realm is just a primitive land, and their glory is already in the past. What can they even do to help us? Speaking blatantly, they're just here to take advantage of us. The woman named Shirua said scornfully. Lin Yun and Ji Zixi exchanged a gaze with a hint of helplessness. It appeared that they were being looked down upon since they were from the Kunlun realm. Wu Yuhua unhappily said, Junior sister, aren't you a little too harsh? Brother Lin isn't ordinary. He even guided me in my sword technique along the way. Him? Shirua scoffed. A barbarian from the Kunlun realm wants to guide the disciples of my Heavenly Sword Pavilion in the sword? Just the Heavenly King Sword is enough to level the entire Kunlun realm in my eyes. What a big tone. My Kunlun realm's heavenly path might be severed, but we're not a place you can look down upon. Ji Zishi couldn't hold herself back before Lin Yun could speak, looking coldly at the woman named Shirua. This woman was enchanting and charming, but her words were sarcastic. Senior brother, she said that I spoke too harshly. Shirua turned to the man beside her. Friend, control your woman well. If she dares to speak another word, I'll treat it as a form of disrespect to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The youth named Chang Jun threatened as he took a step forward. And what if I don't? Lin Yun said with a smile. Wu Yuhua looked unhappy and frowned. Senior brother Chang Jun, I already said that they were my friends, so show some respect. What's the problem? A tense curtain opened and an extraordinary woman walked out, followed by several disciples from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. When they appeared, the faces of Wu Yuhua, Chang Jun, and Shirua changed and they ceased their hostility. Lin Yun couldn't help taking a few more glances at this woman. Her clothes fluttered with her long hair dancing lightly. Her eyes contained the radiance of the sun and moon while giving off a regal aura. She was none other than the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Lin Xianxia. Chief, Wu Yuhua, Chang Jun, and Shirua respectfully greeted her. Wu Yuhua explained the situation in detail, and Lin Xianxia turned to look at Lin Yun before cupping her fists together. I am sorry for the disrespect of my sect's disciples, and please accept my apology. May I ask your names? Kunlun Realms Lin Yun. Kunlun Realms Ji Zishi. Lin Yun and Ji Zishi introduced themselves, seeing that Lin Xianxian was rather polite. In the past, the Blue Dragon ancestral deity had helped the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Before the Heavenly Path was severed, there were connections between the Dragon's Gate and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. So as long as you guys aren't demonic cultivators, we don't want to be hostile to you guys, Lin Jiangxian said calmly. She turned to Chang Jun and Shirua and coldly said, apologize to them. Chang Jun and Shirua were unwilling but could only force themselves to cup their fists together under Lin Jiangxian's cold gaze. The authority that Lin Jiangxian displayed was impressive, which made Lin Yun look at her with a hint of admiration. We apologize for being disrespectful earlier, Chang Jun and Shirua said with stern faces as they reluctantly apologized. Humph! Ji Zishi snorted and turned her head to the side, ignoring the two. Lin Yun briefly looked at Wu Yuhua before nodding lightly. It doesn't matter if they're wanderers or cultivators from the Azure Cloud Realm. But the Heavenly Sword Pavilion doesn't stop anyone from joining us as long as they're not demonic cultivators, Lin Jiangxian said, while Chang Jun and Shirua heaved a sigh in relief as they nodded in agreement. She turned to Lin Yun and Ji Zishi and said, the two of you can come to the Blood Mist Swamp with Wu Yuhua. The Blood Mist Swamp? Lin Yun was stumped because he didn't know what it was. But he nodded. Don't worry about it. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion will offer support as long as you guys aren't demonic cultivators. I'll scout the path so you guys can stay here for now, Lin Jiangxian said. She was decisive and led a group out of the camp after she resolved this situation. Brother Lin, come with me. I'll arrange a tent for you too. Wu Yuhua smiled as he led Lin Yun and Ji Zishi to another tent. When Lin Jiangxian left, Chang Jun and Shirua's faces became ugly as everyone gathered around them. Anyone could tell that Shirua was probably popular in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion due to her appearance. What's there to be proud of? Since she's covering herself so tightly, she must be ugly, Shirua furiously said, looking at Ji Zishi's back figure. When people came over to console them, Shirua's mood slightly improved. Senior brother, we can't let this matter rest so easily. Shirua looked at Chang Jun. Chang Jun calmly replied, we naturally can't let it rest so easily, but the chief has already noticed them, so we can only bear with it for now. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he recalled the humiliation he just suffered. He continued, it's fine if they're somewhat capable, but they're just a couple of barbarians. On the other side, Wu Yuhua smiled. Senior Sister Lin is the chief disciple, and we often call her chief. She's strong and is famous in the Azure Cloud Realm for her Heavenly King Sword. Lin Yun nodded. Indeed, she's truly remarkable. Our chief is only 35 this year and has already grasped the quasi-divine light sword intent. She's the strongest genius of the Azure Cloud realm in the past 10,000 years. If it weren't for her unwillingness, she would have gone to the headquarters long ago. Wu Yuhua was filled with praise the moment he mentioned Lin Xianxia. Quasi-divine light sword intent? The strongest genius of the past 10,000 years? Ji Zishi merely looked at Lin Yun with a smile, but said nothing. Oh, what's the blood mist swamp? Lin Yun asked. There are many ancient ruins in this region, and the blood mist swamp is one of them. In the depths of it, there's a sovereign monument. Comprehending it can allow one to refine the Saint Daos of sovereign Daos. If you're fortunate, it can even produce a life Dao fruit. The sovereign monument only appears once every 5,000 years, and we're right in time for it. So senior sister Lin naturally won't miss it. But the journey isn't safe, and you guys can save a lot of trouble by following the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Wu Yuhua explained. Lin Yun immediately had a thought after hearing that. Sovereign Daos? Doesn't that mean that one can also comprehend Sword Dao? Ji Zishi asked. Exactly why I brought you guys here. Just eating the meat of demonic beasts can't allow you to increase the Saint Daos of your sovereign Dao. Wu Yuhua smiled. Thank you, big brother Wu. Ji Zishi smiled. She was happy on Lin Yun's behalf. You have a sweet mouth. Wu Yuhua laughed as he pointed at the tent in front. He handed 2 medals over and said, This is your tent, and no one will disturb you too. Your privacy will be protected. Don't underestimate the tent. It might look small from the outside, but it's much larger inside. It's like a simple secret realm that can be folded away when necessary. Once Lin Yun and Ji Zishi entered the tent, they discovered it was a secret realm for cultivation inside. It was smaller than the Iris secret realm, but it was sufficient. There was even a spiritual vein and an area meant for practicing martial techniques. Big brother Wu is pretty good to us, Ji Zishi said. He's a good person. Lin Yun smiled. What do you plan on doing about those 2? Ji Zishi asked. We'll leave them alone for now and focus on our cultivation, Lin Yun said calmly. In his view, even Lin Xianxia, whom they held in such high regard, was just ordinary. So, Chang Jun and Shi Ruo were even more insignificant. If they annoyed him, he wouldn't mind slapping them to death. Okay, Ji Zishi said and became quiet. 2 hours later, Lin Yun breathed after cultivating the 2 sword cannons. He has reached the 9th stage in the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, while he only reached the 6th stage with the Great Profound Sword Cannon. He naturally had to go to the Sovereign Monument in the Blood Mist Swamp since his cultivation was temporarily stalled. A brief moment later, Lin Yun soon made up his mind. He clasped his hands together and 3,000 ribbons flew out as he formed the Dragon Sun and Moon seal. He bit on his finger and a ribbon flew over. He was using his blood as ink to write on the ribbon, and his dragon's blood was boiling. After working tirelessly on it for a long time, it eventually alarmed Ji Zishi, who was cultivating. Ji Zishi approached with curiosity and asked, Lin big brother, what are you doing? I'm drawing a divine rune. Lin Yun smiled. Drawing a divine rune? Ji Zishi was puzzled. To be precise, I'm inscribing my Azure Dragon Divine rune on it, which is condensed with sword intent. Lin Yun smiled. I have read countless ancient martial techniques, and they mainly inscribe spiritual or saint runes on phenomena, but I couldn't do that in the past. So I'm trying it now. He couldn't inscribe a divine rune since he wasn't a divine spiritualist, but the Azure Dragon Divine rune was born from his Azure Dragon Divine physique, so he was trying to see if it would work. I see. Let me help out as well. Ji Zishi smiled. What can you do to help? Just watch by the side. Lin Yun smiled. Why can't I help? Ji Zishi asked furiously. The Azure Dragon represents Yang in the Dragon Sun and Moon seal, and I can help you complement it. Lin Yun was stunned and smiled. You have the Phoenix Divine rune? That's right. Ji Zishi smiled. You've really hidden yourself deeply. All right, you can help me with it. Lin Yun created 9,000 ribbons, but any more would be meaningless. Since Ji Zishi could help him, he planned on having 3,000 Azure Dragon Divine runes, 3,000 Phoenix Divine Runes, and 3,000 Sword Divine Runes if there's an opportunity in the future. They worked tirelessly together, since inscribing divine runes was tedious, but Ji Zishi was surprisingly passionate. Lin Yun asked her to take a break multiple times, but she refused. Big brother Lin, aren't you going to the Sovereign Monument? I couldn't help you in the Azure Abyssal Wolf Valley, so you can just go ahead without me since this is a rare opportunity, Ji Zishi said. Her actions touched Lin Yun. This further made him determined that he had to protect her well in the heavenly barren realm. Once they were done inscribing divine runes 5 days later, they rested for a few days before they saw Wu Yuhua. Lin Xianxia had returned. The heavenly barren realm opens once every 1,000 years, and the terrain would change during this time. So even the maps aren't accurate, and we must explore the region, Wu Yuhua explained before Lin Yun could speak. Brother Lin, your complexion doesn't look well. What have you been doing for the past few days? Wu Yuhua asked. Inscribing divine runes would exhaust vitality, and Lin Yun still hadn't fully recovered. But just when Lin Yun was about to speak, Wu Yuhua smiled. I know, but you should exercise restraints sometimes. Lin Yun opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. On the other hand, this made Ji Zishi feel bashful as she lowered her head. Wu Yuhua smiled. Let's go and meet the chief. We'll set off today. Along the way, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples packed the tents. Lin Xianxian stood in an auspicious spot and was giving out an order once the tents were packed. Let's go! The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples stood at the front, while everyone relied on Lin Xianxian's help to reach the Blood Mist Swamp. The journey was dangerous because they would run into demonic cultivators, as well as demonic beasts. Several times, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples couldn't hold their ground, and Lin Xianxian had to make a move. But Lin Yun never saw Lin Xianxian making over 3 moves since she would usually resolve the trouble in one. Her sword Dao had at least 20,000 Saint Daos, which alarmed Lin Yun. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Xianxian when he saw this. 7 days later, a swamp enveloped in crimson mist appeared before them. Lin Xianxian stopped and turned around. We're here. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion won't be able to protect you guys any longer, and I'm sorry about it. Chief Lin, we're already grateful, not to mention that we're not entirely here for the Sovereign Monument. We're satisfied if we can look around at the edge of the Blood Mist Swamp. Thank you for your protection throughout the journey. Thank you for your protection throughout the journey. The Blood Mist Swamp was massive with countless ruins, so they would have some harvest even if they didn't go deep into the swamp. Everyone dispersed after bidding their farewells. Very quickly, there were only dozens of people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Lin Xianxian instructed, There's still a month until the appearance of the Sovereign Monument. 7 of you will form a group and aid each other when there's danger. We'll gather again when the Sovereign Monument appears. Wu Yuhua invited Lin Yun and Ji Zishi when everyone began to form a group because, aside from Wu Yuhua, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi weren't welcomed by the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples. This naturally made Chang Jun and Shi Ruo sneer from the side as they watched. Lin Yun knew that Chang Jun and Shi Ruo probably spoke badly about them in this period. He rejected Wu Yuhua's rejection with a firm attitude. There's no need. I will look around with Zishi for now. We can join up after the Sovereign Monument appears. Lin Xianxian appeared and gave Lin Yun a token. She said, Take out this medal if you run into danger, and most demonic cultivators will give you some face. You can crush it if you run into danger, and I will receive the news. The other Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples were calm, while Shi Ruo rolled her eyes and muttered to herself, 100,000 years have passed, and there wasn't any grace left from back then. Thank you, Lady Lin. Lin Yun smiled. Lin Xianxian's actions won his goodwill. Lin Xianxian continued, It's hard to cultivate Saint Dao in the Kunlun realm. You can just look around for some treasures at the border of the Blood Mist Swamp. There's no need to risk your life because of them. But you have to return for the Sovereign Monument. Just as Lin Xianxian had told Lin Yun. There were many treasures in the Blood Mist Swamp, but they paled in comparison to the Supreme Monument. So there's no need to give up something more critical for insignificant things. Is the sovereign monument that magical? Lin Yun asked curiously. That's right. I'll be waiting for you at the sovereign monument, Lin Xianxia straightforwardly replied. Although she didn't show excessive warmth to them, she gave them enough attention. All right, I will see you at the sovereign monument. Lin Yun nodded. Before leaving with Ji Zishi, while looking at them departing, Shi Ruo coldly remarked, "At least he has some self-awareness, knowing not to be a burden to us. So he's not that bad." Chong Jun chuckled. "I think he's just greedy, believing he can make a name for himself in this blood-mist swamp. He's simply dreaming." Chong Jun and Shi Ruo whispered amongst themselves, drawing Lin Jiangxian's attention and causing them to quiet down. Lin Jiangxian's gaze was sharp, and she said, "He will be restricted if he's with you guys. They're not ordinary, and it's enough if they can reach the sovereign monument in time." What? Everyone was shocked, especially Chong Jun and Shi Ruo, who had disbelief on their faces. After bidding farewell to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Ji Zishi and Lin Yun executed their movement techniques and sped up their pace. They passed by many places and stopped after verifying that they had traveled far enough to avoid people. After traveling for about 100 miles, they noticed a faint fire in the blood mist that caused them to stop. When they got close, they discovered that there was a fruit in the flame that resembled a jade. Ji Zi instantly recognized it and said, "Exquisite saint fruit." It was also known as exquisite jade since it was only recorded in ancient books in the Kunlun realm. They had disappeared over time. If a saint consumes them, it could temper their bloodline and strengthen their internal organs. This was a treasure to someone who possessed a divine physique, and the effects of cultivating for 100 years might not be comparable to this fruit. The exquisite saint fruit shimmered with light that seemed to be breathing the surrounding spiritual energy. When rustling sounds were heard, the exquisite saint fruit immediately burrowed into the swamp. Lin Yun was agile and lunged forth to capture it. But a red light suddenly flashed from the incredibly fast swamp. The red light shattered Lin Yun's multiple afterimages before he was struck by it. The moment he was struck, the red light wrapped around him with poison, trying to seep into his body. When he got close, he discovered the red light was a long tongue. The tongue wrapped around Lin Yun and dragged him over, revealing a massive lizard mouth. The lizard's tongue was faster than a saint, but Lin Yun's sword intent was even faster. When a sword ray flew out, the lizard's head exploded. "Big brother Lin, are you all right?" Ji Zishi asked worriedly. The tongue was poisonous, and even a 6th-stage Saint Lord might not be able to bear it. "But I'm fine since I have the blue dragon bone," Lin Yun said while swinging his sword, causing the swamp to explode and revealing several corpses. When he swept his gaze over, he suddenly squinted and reached out, dragging the exquisite saint fruit over. "I finally found you, Azure Dragon's Grasp." After he merged the Azure Dragon Divine rune into the Azure Dragon's Grasp, the power had reached a whole new height. The exquisite saint fruit should share a symbiotic relationship with the lizard. The saint fruit is responsible for luring people over while the lizard attacks before dividing the spoils, Lin Yun said, surveying the bodies in the swamp. After a brief examination of the exquisite saint fruit, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi continued their journey. Half an hour later, they ran into trouble again. Frighteningly long worms had shot out like arrows. They possessed sharp teeth and they looked menacing. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yun unleashed his sword intent, and the worms exploded before they could even get close, intimidating the other demonic beasts in the swamp. They could see corpses lying around the ground as they continued their journey. "The blood mist swamp is more dangerous than I thought. The blood mist contains poison, and the demonic beasts living here are tough to deal with," Lin Yun said with a grave expression. He was fortunate that he had the blue dragon bone and divine light sword intent. The blue dragon bone could resolve any poison, while the sword intent could destroy all of his enemies. As they traveled, they would run into many bizarre demonic beasts, which they would simply kill. If Lin Yun couldn't kill them within 3 moves, he wouldn't stay around since he didn't want to stay in the same place for long. Their efforts proved to be rewarding since they acquired multiple more fruits aside from the exquisite saint fruit. Suddenly, Lin Yun's chest trembled. The flower burial sword had sensed something. There's an exotic flower. Based on the flower burial sword's reaction, Lin Yun was practically confident that an exotic flower existed. He followed the flower burial sword's guidance and found an enormous skeletal structure that looked imposing, like a city. This was the corpse of a pure-blooded demonic beast. But with Lin Yun's limited experience, he couldn't recognize what beast this was. Big brother Lin, look! Ji Zishi pointed at an unusual stone in the jumbled bones. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yun realized it wasn't a stone but an extremely tough organ. The flower burial sword began to vibrate before Lin Yun threw his punch at the stone without hesitation. But he failed to budge the stone, since there weren't any cracks on it. This is weird. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. He had used his sword intent in his punch, but he failed to damage it. Just when he was feeling uneasy, Ji Zishi used her phoenix fire. The organ was tough, but it began to dissolve under the phoenix fire. Ji Zishi then gave Lin Yun a smile and a wink. Impressive, Lin Yun said, praising her. The divine light sword intent was powerful, but the organ was tougher. After the organ dissolved, no exotic flower could be seen but a gray substance that emitted a fragrance. As they closely looked at it, they noticed that countless patterns on it looked like bright stars. That's the dragon amber with the glory fire spirit engraved on it. Lin Yun rejoiced as he summoned the flower burial sword. This wasn't an exotic flower, but was even more precious than an exotic flower. The flower burial sword was now a 4-spirit glory saint artifact, and it could become a 5-spirit glory saint artifact if it could devour this dragon amber, becoming one step closer to a sovereign saint artifact. When the fragrance entered the flower burial sword, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi could sense the surrounding temperature increasing. Suddenly, Ji Zishi whispered, "There's someone else here." The commotion caused by the flower burial sword was great, and it was natural for nearby cultivators to be attracted. For figures could be seen approaching from a distance, radiating with an aggressive aura. They were giving off a powerful murderous intent, which identified them as demonic cultivators. When the 4 landed, their eyes lit up with joy on their faces. So a powerful sword appeared here. I didn't expect it to be the glory spirit dragon amber. This brat is really lucky. He's lucky, but he's a little stupid to stand here and devour such a treasure so openly. If he's not stupid, how would that give us an opportunity? Ha ha ha. The 4 were all 5th stage Saint Lords, so they naturally didn't place Lin Yun and Ji Zishi in their eyes, and greed was radiating from their eyes. But Lin Yun made the first move. A powerful aura swept out from him, leaving the 4 demonic cultivators taken aback. The murderous intent Je had unleashed was too terrifying. Before the 4 could respond, a dragon's claw descended from the sky with a divine rune blooming at the center with thunderstorms following behind. Since a powerful suction force was unleashed, the 4 demonic cultivators were dragged over. When Lin Yun reached out, the 4 demonic cultivators were crushed with their blood raining down when Lin Yun stopped moving. Their saint souls and saint physiques were completely ripped apart and they couldn't be any more dead. The reason why Lin Yun was so brutal was to intimidate anyone in the surroundings. As expected, several figures retreated, aghast. This was because Lin Yun was even more brutal than demonic cultivators like them. Hehe. It's impressive that you have grasped the long-lost dragon clan's martial technique, the Azure Dragon's Grasp. I heard that only the sect master of the Dragon's Gate knew about it. An eerie laughter resounded. There were bound to be people who weren't intimidated by Lin Yun. This person had a pale face and was enveloped in a baleful aura when he appeared. The baleful aura that he gave off was powerful, and he was a 6th stage Saint Lord who had tugged his arms together. This youth had a vicious gaze and looked calm, as though he had seen through Lin Yun. He said, "You're ruthless, but I have long noticed your weakness. Your Saint Dao is pale in comparison to the other sect's geniuses, and you will fall into a disadvantageous position in an hour if you engage in a fight." Ji Zishi took a look at the flower burial sword that was still devouring the dragon amber and moved closer to Lin Yun. Lin Yun said, "Since that's the case, why didn't you make a move? According to what you say, I should be a dead person in an hour. We're all smart people, so why beat around the bush? I'm naturally afraid of you. Aside from the Azure Dragon's grasp, you must possess other martial techniques as well, and I will also suffer if I'm not careful." The youth smiled. "So why don't we negotiate? Share half of the dragon amber with me. I'm a big shot at the 6th stage Saint Lord, and you should be satisfied that someone like me is taking a step back for you." A big shot? Since when can a 6th stage Saint Lord be known as a big shot? But Lin Yun suddenly realized that he hadn't killed a 6th stage Saint Lord before, so he smiled. "The Azure Cloud Realm has 3 demonic sects: the Suspension Palace, Bloodbone Gate, and Golden Jade Pavilion. Which one do you hail from?" "The Golden Jade Pavilion," the youth said pridefully. "Oh!" Lin Yun soared to the sky with his divine light sword intent unleashed and his temperament changing. "I have guessed it." The youth was surprised. He had already expected that Lin Yun still had trump cards, but he wasn't expecting the divine light sword intent. But the youth quickly calmed down after the initial shock. Since he already predicted that Lin Yun still had trump cards, he naturally wouldn't come out unprepared. But before he could do anything, a flower ignited like fire on Lin Yun's shoulder. The flower was the Other Shore flower, which flew to the sky. The youth panicked while sinking into the illusion that was created by the Other Shore flower. When he came to his senses, he saw that his body had become as light as a leaf as he drifted away from Lin Yun. Seeing his decapitated body, he finally realized that Lin Yun had decapitated him just when he fell into the illusion. With that, a genius of the Golden Jade Pavilion had died. But this had nothing to do with Lin Yun. He merely released his divine light sword intent and unleashed an attack. He caught the Other Shore flower descending from the sky. The flower bud was blazing, and a divine rune could be faintly seen. When the headless corpse fell to the ground, worms burrowed out from the ground and soon devoured the corpse. A big shot? Since when is a 6th stage Saint Lord considered a big shot? Lin Yun said with contempt as he stowed the Other Shore flower. Turning around, Lin Yun noticed that Ji Zishi was staring at him in a daze with shock on her face. He asked with a smile, "Did I scare you?" Ji Zishi blinked, then said, "I wasn't scared, but I was a bit shocked." Lin Yun smiled and said, "I understand what you mean. You think I killed them too quickly?" "Yeah." Ji Zishi nodded. After all, it was a 6th stage Saint Lord that Lin Yun just killed. More accurately speaking, Lin Yun practically resolved his battles with 1 exchange after arriving in the Heavenly Barren Realm. Even if he couldn't resolve his opponent with 1 exchange, it wouldn't exceed 3. Looking at the flower burial sword that was still devouring the dragon amber, Lin Yun said, "This is how a swordsman should be. To you, it seems like I resolved him with 1 exchange. But in reality, I would have to resort to other means if I can't resolve it in 1 exchange, and I would have to use at least 1,000 moves to deal with a Saint Lord of that level." Lin Yun was speaking the truth because it wasn't easy to kill a 6th stage Saint Lord without using the Other Shore flower or Nirvana Dao. He continued, "There's a suppression in the difference of cultivation. If I'm alone, I can naturally have fun with them and temper myself through battles. I got it. Big brother Lin still has to protect me." Ji Zishi nodded. Lin Yun smiled. "I'm not protecting you, but teaching you. Your strength is extraordinary, and your potential might not be lower than mine. You only need to see how I kill, since you don't need any protection. You're the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, the strongest genius in the history of the Divine Phoenix Mountain." Ji Zishi was briefly stunned upon hearing that. She had grown up protected by others, and even when she occasionally went out to gain experience, she rarely engaged in real combat. No one had ever told her that she didn't need to be protected, that she was the strongest. "All right." Lin Yun retrieved the flower burial sword, which had just finished absorbing the dragon amber. After devouring the dragon amber, the flower burial sword had been successfully upgraded to a 5-spirit glory saint artifact. He smiled. "I wonder if it can be upgraded to a 7-spirit glory saint artifact in the Heavenly Barren Realm." A 7-spirit glory saint artifact was only 1 step away from becoming a sovereign saint artifact. It was Lin Yun's dream to have a sovereign saint artifact that solely belonged to him. I believe you can. Zishi smiled sweetly after she came to her senses with splendor in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yun. Ha ha ha. I hope so as well. Let's go. Lin Yun chuckled as they continued to explore around. Meanwhile, the entire blood mist swamp had descended into a fierce battle with countless casualties. Some perished amongst the inexhaustible demonic beasts, becoming their food. More met their end at the hands of their fellow human cultivators. The battles in different areas were bloody and fierce. In a valley veiled by blood mist, the blood on the ground had gathered into a lake with Saint Origin scattered around. The ground was littered with corpses of cultivators from righteous and demonic paths, with the air filled with the stench of blood. 10 Saint Lords were trembling as they kneeled on the ground with shock and fear in their eyes. In the blood lake, there was a youth hovering in the air, exuding a cold and frightening aura. This person was the chief disciple of the Golden Jade Pavilion, Mu Xiuhan, a monstrous genius of the Azure Cloud Realm's younger generation. His sword was famed for being fast, and people rarely saw him unleashing another attack. Everyone in the valley was initially fighting for a saint fruit, but they didn't expect that Mu Xiuhan would start a massacre the moment he arrived, which resulted in this after 10 odd swords. Young Master Mu, please spare us. We didn't know that the Ice Lotus Saint fruit caught your attention. Spare us. Everyone wailed and didn't dare to resist as they begged for mercy. There is karma to everything in the world, and I am your retribution. Consider yourselves unlucky. Mu Xiuhan smiled with a vicious light flashing in his eyes. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well die fighting. Everyone knew Mu Xiuhan's personality, and they quickly unleashed their attacks. That's more like it. It's more interesting this way, or it would be too boring. Mu Xiuhan smiled. When he finished, an indigo jade pavilion appeared behind him, releasing an indigo radiance. The 10 Saint Lords charging at him fell back onto the ground, kneeling before they could even respond. Thunderflame Domain. Everyone was shocked that Mu Xiuhan managed to fuse Thunderflame and Baleful Aura to form the Thunderflame Domain. When terrifying lightning flickered on Mu Xiuhan's body, a baleful aura soared to the sky. With a shake of his hand, golden light intertwined and suppressed everyone around him. How boring, Mu Xiuhan sighed. He continued, 3,000 daos, but only the sword is king. In the entire Azure Cloud Realm, I'm afraid that only Lin Xianxia can give me some pressure. I hope that the Sovereign Monument won't disappoint me. In another part of the Blood Mist Swamp, there was a dried-up river. At the riverbed, the faces of a group of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples were ugly since they were all blocked by a single person. Chang Jun, Wu Yuhua, and Shi Ruo had joined hands together while facing a black-clothed youth. The other Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples were either seriously injured or dead. Chang Jun, Wu Yuhua, and Shi Ruo were familiar with this black-clothed youth, the chief disciple of the Suspension Palace, Ao Ju. Ao Ju carried a sword on his back, completely suppressing Chang Jun, Wu Yuhua, and Shi Ruo. Chang Jun furiously roared, Ao Ju, you're a chief disciple, so do you have to take it so far? What's wrong with killing you people? I'm the chief disciple of a demonic sect, and I don't need to talk about righteousness with you guys. You guys can also get your chief disciple to hunt the disciples of my Suspension Palace. Ao Ju said with a hint of mockery in his tone. We don't go down so easily. Wu Yuhua couldn't hold it back and left the formation to charge at Ao Ju, performing the Heavenly King Sword. A purple aura began to rise from him. He wanted to use Heaven's might, but he suddenly thought of what Lin Yun had said and went all out in this attack. When he held onto the sword, a dragon's roar echoed as a dragon aura began to appear. As his sword moved, the dragon aura also became realistic, manifesting a true dragon. When the dragon aura and sword aura combined, this made Wu Yuhua look like an actual king. The first sword, 9th Heavenly Dragon Roar. Wu Yuhua roared, accompanied by flickering lightning and a dragon's roar that caused heaven and earth to tremble. He unleashed 6 swords in a row, catching Ao Ju by surprise. When his last sword descended, it actually managed to leave behind a terrifying wound on Ao Ju. Chang Jun and Shi Ruo were shocked, not knowing when Wu Yua's sword technique improved so much. Chong Jun was briefly stunned before he dashed forth, executing the Heavenly King's sword as well. He's injured. Lin Yun was right. Wu Yuhua was still in excitement, but his face changed when he saw Chong Jun charging over. He knew that his earlier attack failed to inflict a heavy injury on Aoju. You're courting death. A cold light flashed within Aoju's eyes. His face changed, and he flicked his finger on Chong Jun's sword. Once Chong Jun's sword shattered, Aoju held onto a fragment and left behind a sinister wound on Chong Jun's chest that revealed the bones. Die! Aoju did not show pity on his face as he flicked his finger with a fragment directed at Chong Jun's throat. In the critical moment, a figure stood before Chong Jun, knocking the fragment away. It was Lin Xianxia who arrived. Chief! Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Xianxia. I have been waiting for you. Aoju rejoiced as he charged over. He pushed his palm forth with an immense power pouring out. Lin Xianxia maintained her composure with her sword sheathed and reached out with her palm. Aoju threw out another palm and they exchanged over 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. Taking 10-odd steps back, Aoju smiled. Lin Xianxia, it seems like you've made progress over the years. I wonder how sharp your sword is. He had intercepted those from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion just to meet Lin Xianxia. Otherwise, he could have killed them all before she arrived. You'll know when the Sovereign Monument appears, Lin Xianxia said calmly. I hope that you've improved over the years, or this won't be enough to deal with me. Aoju laughed as he left. Chief, thanks for saving us, Chong Jun said with lingering fear and a pale complexion. The blood mist swamp is really terrifying. If I had known this, we wouldn't have split up, Shirua muttered with a hint of complaint in her tone. But Lin Xianxia merely turned to look at her, forcing her to shut her mouth. Since everyone was safe, the amount of resources they obtained would decrease. The Heavenly Barren Realm was a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. If they traveled in a group, the risk was smaller, but that also meant that the harvest was also fewer. I wonder how Lin Yun is doing right now. This blood mist swamp is even more brutal than before, and they are in even greater danger together. Wu Yuhua spoke. He will be fine, Lin Xianxia said confidently, causing both Chong Jun and Xiarua to feel uncomfortable. Chief, you seem to think highly of that guy. He may have died at the hands of those demonic beasts long ago, Xiarua said somewhat discontentedly. Why do you think I let them go by themselves? For them to die. As Lin Xianxia had said, Lin Yun was indeed fine. Not only was he alive, but his harvests far exceeded the imaginations of the others. They were in a ruin sorting their harvests. They obtained over 20 10,000-year-old saint fruits, each possessing an unimaginable value that was rare in the Kunlun realm, especially the exquisite saint fruit. With so many resources, it should be enough for Big Brother Lin to become a 5th-stage Saint Lord, Jizishi said. The Heavenly Barren Realm is really a place with treasures everywhere. Lin Yun smiled. His harvest was unimaginable even before seeing the Sovereign Monument. 4 days later, Lin Yun and Jizishi found the entrance to an underground palace. The palace was grand, and they were not the first to enter. They entered a chamber, but all the treasures here had already been plundered, with many damaged bottles and furniture lying on the ground. In the distance, there was a surge of saint energy, indicating a sign of battle. Lin Yun searched around but couldn't find any treasures, so he began examining the walls. He failed to find any hidden paintings, which was a little disappointing. Generally speaking, ancient underground palaces should have some paintings, and there might be some sovereign Dao's Saint Daos around since this was the Heavenly Barren Realm. Big Brother Lin, what's this? Jizishi found a golden bamboo slip. It was heavy and smooth, almost as hard as metal. Lin Yun took it and placed it on his forehead, which conjured some words and images in his mind. This was an ancient martial technique, but it was a pity that it was heavily incomplete and there wasn't much meaning to it. The grade of this martial technique itself is high, but it's heavily incomplete. Even so, the material of this bamboo is pretty decent. Lin Yun caressed the bamboo slip in his hand. It felt like metallic wood and seemed to be made from the same material as the flower burial sword. I can keep it as a souvenir. Lin Yun smiled and put the bamboo slip away, but he didn't notice that the jade slip flashed when he put it in his chest. The two continued to explore, intentionally avoiding some conflicts. Lin Yun wasn't particularly eager for saint fruits and elixirs at the moment. He was more interested in paintings or ancient treasures. This was a complicated labyrinth, which Lin Yun and Ji Zishi explored for a few hours before they heard an intense battle taking place. Lin Yun closed his eyes to sense it before exclaiming in surprise, "So many people!" There were at least 100 people fighting where the commotion came from. Ji Zishi's eyes lit up and smiled. With so many people, they must have found a treasure or something. Lin Yun smiled. Probably. But we have to be careful since we're definitely not the only ones lurking in the shadows. Lin Yun and Ji Zishi concealed their auras while heading towards the end of the passage. A magnificent hall at the end of the passage looked like an island, surrounded by a lake with a dome bright like stars. There were more than 100 people who were fighting in the palace. At the hall's center was a stone coffin with an ancient rusty sword stabbing it. No one knew about the history of this sword, but it gave off a frightening aura, eluding an extraordinary feel to it. Get lost. This sword belongs to me, and no one can fight me for it. You? Dream on. Die. A group of saints were fighting, summoning their constellations with their saint energy rippling out. Lin Yun hid in the dark, looking at that ancient sword. This sword was a sovereign saint artifact. Despite being covered in rust, it was in one piece and probably had a vast origin. So, there was a high chance that it contained fortune. According to Wu Yuhua, some ancient items and paintings also contained fortune, aside from demonic beasts. That alone was enough to make Lin Yun tempted to fight for it. Suddenly, a violent gale swept out and sent everyone in the hall flying away. No one was capable of holding their ground against that powerful shockwave. When everyone turned to look, they realized that it wasn't a gale but someone charging over. This person was fast and had reached out for that ancient sword. This person was naturally Lin Yun. He couldn't hold back with such a good opportunity and moved to seize the ancient sword before examining it. Everyone became furious when someone stole the fruit when they had been fighting for it for so long. You're courting death. Put that sovereign saint's sword down. Why waste time with him? Just kill him. Kill. Everyone was furious as they attacked. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes just as he was examining the sword. With a brow raised, a breeze blew past as Lin Yun released his sword intent, and a sword ray streaked across. The ancient sword began to tremble as a sword ray swept out from it, piercing through the throats of 10-odd people amidst the screams, taking their lives. The remnant shockwave from the attack sent everyone else flying away, throwing out blood. What a powerful sword intent! He's from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? The remaining people exclaimed as they looked at Lin Yun with fear and didn't hesitate to flee. This was how the Heavenly Barren Realm worked, survival of the fittest. After everyone left, Ji Zishi appeared beside Lin Yun and smiled. Congratulations, Big Brother Lin. Just when Lin Yun wanted to reply, another person charged out from the passage, sending everyone who was pushed away by Lin Yun back. This person held onto a cauldron with one hand, like a wild beast, as he sent 10-odd people flying away with one punch. 10-odd people were turned into minced meat when he slammed them with the cauldron. Get lost! The newcomer came into the hall. He had a robust figure, raising the cauldron with one hand as he grinned. Lin Yun had no change on his face as he handed the ancient sword to Ji Zishi and looked at the newcomer. Hee, pretty good sword technique you have there. You're a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, right? Not bad. The man laughed as he raised the cauldron. But seeing no response from Lin Yun, he continued, trying to pretend to be a big shot? Even your chief disciple didn't do that before me, Xiong Tiannan. So who do you think you are? Xiong Tiannan smiled as he threw the cauldron in his hand. Despite his looks, he was a cunning man, and the cauldron was directed at Ji Zishi instead of Lin Yun. He wanted to wait for Lin Yun to rescue Ji Zishi before making his move. But he had underestimated Ji Zixi strength. The latter had gently patted the huge cauldron, causing it to spiral. But this cauldron was weird. It was accompanied by thunderstorms when it moved, and the runes on it were slowly being lit up as the power increased. Lin Yun pushed his palm forth, sending the cauldron flying away, before suppressing it on the coffin, creating a massive shockwave with the hall trembling and causing water geysers to rise from the lake. Impressive! Xiong Tiannan's eyes lit up as he smiled. But not enough. Hand over that ancient sword, and I can give Lin Xianxia face by sparing you. I refuse, Lin Yun rejected. Then you can die. Xiong Tiannan didn't waste words with Lin Yun. His blood began to boil, making his robust figure look like a cauldron that went rampant. In the next second, his fist appeared before Lin Yun, accompanied by a blazing aura that seemed like it would devour everything in the world. This surprised Lin Yun before he turned around and dodged the punch, which brushed past his face. Xiong Tiannan grinned and changed his move, opening his fist to form a chop. He was swift, making it impossible to dodge, and Ji Zixi's face changed, wanting to help Lin Yun. But Lin Yun had expected this and used his fingers like a sword to thrust at Xiong Tiannan's chest. Xiong Tiannan didn't dodge but raised his left hand to block this attack. However, Lin Yun's right arm also blocked his chop. Their clash produced a massive explosion and the two took 10 odd steps back. Xiong Tiannan looked at Lin Yun with surprise. There were cracks on Lin Yun's right arm bone, which was painful even after the blue dragon bone swiftly healed it. On the other hand, Xiong Tiannan's palm was pierced through with a wound on his chest. Wow, you're the first person to injure me since coming to the heavenly barren realm. Xiong Tiannan took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. Likewise, Lin Yun replied. Xiong Tiannan rolled his eyes and smiled. How about this? I don't want that ancient sword, so give me the coffin, instead. Lin Yun swept a glance at the coffin. He fell into a brief pondering, then asked, What do you need this coffin for? You don't need to care about that. How about it? We'll each take what we need. We can also continue to fight if you're unwilling, and I have yet to use my golden pill. Xiong Tiannan smiled. All right. Lin Yun nodded. He wasn't sure about the coffin, but the ancient sword was undoubtedly a sovereign saint artifact. In this transaction, he would not lose out. Haha, that's a huge loss. Xiong Tiannan grinned. That sword might seem to be a sovereign saint artifact, but it is already useless scrap iron. But the coffin is different because you'll never know what surprises it holds until it's opened. Like opening a mystery box. To be suppressed by a sovereign saint's sword. Even I don't dare to imagine what might be inside it. Xiong Tiannan placed the cauldron aside, used a rope to bind the coffin, and slung it over his back. It was fortunate that he had a robust figure, or he might not even be able to walk with the coffin on his back. Upon seeing this, Lin Yun couldn't help but be amazed. Ji Zixi was unhappy after hearing Xiong Tiannan mock Lin Yun. She said, There might not be any surprise but shock instead. Don't worry about it. I can handle it no matter how frightening it is. Who doesn't know about me? The Tomb Raider Xiong Tiannan. Xiong Tiannan laughed. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yun and said, You're not someone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, right? Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, Why do you say that? Xiong Tiannan chuckled. I'm at least a top-ranking expert on the Banished Dragon ranking. Everyone in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion knows my name. The 4 chief disciples of the Azure Cloud Realm are also experts on the Banished Dragon ranking, or I wouldn't know Lin Jiangxian. Lin Yun understood it now. It was similar to the various rankings in the Kunlun realm. You'll probably go to the Sovereign Monument, right? Be careful, since many people are eyeing it. It won't be easy for anyone from the Azure Cloud Realm to monopolize the Sovereign Monument, Xiong Tiannan said. As he spoke, he lifted the cauldron and smashed it against the wall, creating a hole. He carried the coffin on his back and grabbed the cauldron before leaving. Big Brother Lin, are there really treasures in the coffin? Ji Zixi asked. Maybe, but this sword isn't a piece of scrap iron. Keep it safe. Lin Yun smiled. Okay. Ji Zishi obediently grabbed onto the ancient sword. After parting ways with Xiong Tiannan, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi continued to explore the underground palace. There were numerous forks in the underground palace. Despite encountering many obstacles, they also had a huge harvest. 2 days later, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi saw a glimmer of light and left the underground palace, where they found a secluded spot in the valley. Once again, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi sorted their harvests. There were over 100 fruits, damaged paintings, and stone tablets. The exquisite saint fruit they obtained before still stood out amongst the treasures. Let's refine them. Lin Yun took a deep breath with determination in his eyes. He planned to use this opportunity to reach the 5th stage Saint Lord. Big brother Lin, look at this. Ji Zishi's eyes lit up as she held onto the mysterious golden slip. She said, "Why are there patterns on it now? It wasn't around earlier." Oh! Lin Yun's expression changed as he took over the bamboo slip and examined the patterns. The incomplete text became more complete when he placed it against his forehead. An ancient sword Dao divine rune was recorded on it, known as metal, famous for its toughness and sharpness. There's a metal divine rune recorded on it. Lin Yun lowered the bamboo slip and excitedly said, "I can engrave it on the divine sun-moon robe. 3,000 azure dragon divine runes, 3,000 phoenix divine runes, and 3,000 metal divine runes." With that, the 9,000 ribbons were complete. During this time, Lin Yun didn't go anywhere and refined the various saint fruits. Becoming a 5th stage Saint Lord wasn't easy, but his bottleneck loosened up after refining 100 fruits. When he refined the exquisite saint fruit, his bottleneck broke apart and he advanced to the 5th staged Saint Lord, radiating a majestic saint energy from his body, making him shine brightly like a star. The speed of his breakthrough was indescribable with words. It was no wonder why the heavenly barren realm was so dangerous that they would lose their lives if they weren't careful. But people still continued to enter the heavenly barren realm because the benefits were too tempting. "Big brother Lin, you've made a breakthrough?" Ji Zishi exclaimed with joy. Nodding with a smile, Lin Yun asked, "Where's that ancient sword?" "It's right here. I've been guarding it all along," Ji Zishi said cautiously with a hint of doubt on her face as she took out the ancient sword. She felt that the coffin that was taken away by Xiong Tiannan might contain something valuable and the ancient sword was just scrap iron. Lin Yun knew what she was thinking and said with a smile, "Don't worry. This is an opportunity for both of us. The moment I hold this in my hand, we won't make a loss." When Lin Yun held onto the ancient sword, he stared at it. A moment later, the ancient sword broke apart and a golden lump of miasma appeared. "Golden fortune!" Ji Zishi's eyes lit up, exclaiming. Lin Yun wore a smug look on his face when he saw this scene. According to Wu Yuhua, the fortune was graded into different levels. White was the lowest while gold was the highest. Golden fortune could allow one to comprehend sovereign Daos, meaning Lin Yun could strengthen his sword Dao. This was an opportunity that Lin Yun only dreamt of. The golden fortune was as large as a disc, and he could faintly see a grand world within it with countless sword rays intertwining as though thousands of sword immortals were soaring to the sky. Ji Zishi gently reached out and touched it, and a ringing bell could be heard along with a sword vibration. She felt that her soul was being cleansed. Even if she wasn't a swordsman, sword intent was like flames tempering her saint's soul and blood. When she opened her eyes shone brightly with a phoenix appearing behind her that was connected to multiple worlds. This made Lin Yun dazed since he couldn't fathom what kind of existence the heavenly phoenix maiden was. But Lin Yun restrained himself from asking any questions. "It's really magical." Ji Zishi looked at Lin Yun. She continued, "Big brother Lin, this fortune contains pure sword intent, and I received a huge benefit even though I'm not a swordsman. In a nutshell." She was implying that Lin Yun would benefit even more as a swordsman. Lin Yun smiled at the golden fortune because he was here to improve his sovereign Dao, and he could finally fulfill his wish. He smiled. "You look even more excited than me," Ji Zishi said. "That's for sure. You didn't see the smug look on Xiong Tiannan's face earlier. He said the sword was a scrap of iron, but it contained a golden fortune. So how can I not be happy about it? Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he looked at Ji Zishi. She was only 17 or 18, still in a time of innocence and joy. Big brother Lin, we should change our location since the golden fortune might have created a huge uproar, Ji Zishi suggested. There's no need. Lin Yun shook his head. He carefully chose this valley. It was secluded, quiet, and an excellent location. The valley had strong winds, with the clouds concealing this valley. Even if there were significant disturbances, they would be difficult to detect outside. All right, let me help you inscribe the metal divine rune, while you refine the golden fortune, Ji Zishi suggested with excitement and anticipation. Inscribing a divine rune would exhaust vitality, not to mention that the metal divine rune had to be further refined, unlike her phoenix divine rune that was naturally born. This made Lin Yun feel heartache, but he said nothing after looking at her. He smiled. Okay, you can just leave it to me, big brother Lin. When you finish refining the golden fortune, you can just drip your blood on it for it to acknowledge you, Ji Zishi said enthusiastically. In no time, they began their respective tasks. Lin Yun was refining the golden fortune, while Ji Zishi inscribed the metal divine rune on the ribbons. Her eyes were shining brightly as she examined the golden bamboo slip. Half a month later, Lin Yun was done refining the golden fortune with the Saint Dao of his sword Dao growing from a few hundred to 5,000 to 6,000. This harvest was unimaginable in the outside world. The two sword stars in his sword sea became even more realistic, looking like an actual moon and sun. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, a light flashed across his eyes with his bottleneck loosening up, showing signs of reaching the quasi-bright sun's sword intent. That's great! Lin Yun rejoiced. He was now prepared and just had to wait for the sovereign monument. If he was lucky, his sword intent might take another step further. He lacked in foundation when compared to geniuses on the brandished dragon ranking, but his sword technique and comprehension of sword intent far exceeded those geniuses. When a dazzling radiance suddenly shone, Lin Yun raised his head. 3,000 ribbons fluttered as Ji Zishi held a brush in her hand and a dish in the other hand. She was swift and graceful, soaring around as she inscribed the metal divine rune, and her exquisite figure couldn't be concealed. Her brush was unusual. It was shrouded in radiance, allowing her to easily inscribe divine runes. Big brother Lin, you're awake. Ji Zishi sensed Lin Yun's gaze and rushed over with excitement. She chuckled. I'm also done. I just need to make some minor adjustments for perfection. You've been drawing for half a month? Lin Yun was surprised. Yeah, Ji Zishi smiled. Impressive, right? Lin Yun was amazed. But he soon noticed that the ink she used was her blood. He asked, This is Phoenix Saint blood. The golden sparkles are dragon blood metal. They might be rare, but I have quite a bit of them, Ji Zishi smiled. She shook the brush in her hand and smiled. It's all thanks to this brush. I don't remember which senior gave this to me, but it's handy. When Lin Yun heard what she said, he couldn't help being dazed. Lin Yun naturally knew how bitter it felt. A long time later, he said, You have a lot of treasures. I've been doted on by everyone since I was young. Everyone in the outside world called me the little princess of the divine Phoenix Mountain. But even a phoenix might not receive my treatment, Ji Zishi smiled. As she spoke, she took a deep breath, showing a hint of maturity that didn't belong to her age. She smiled. Big brother Lin, let's not talk about that and give it a try. I spent half a month inscribing them for you. When Lin Yun looked at the ribbons, he was shocked because he couldn't do a better job than Ji Zishi. Even if it was thanks to the golden bamboo slip, he had to admit that Ji Zishi was really talented. He said, Very impressive. Hee, that's for sure. I'm an unprecedented talent of the divine Phoenix Mountain in the past 1,000 years. Ji Zishi received the praise with delight and smiled charmingly. Lin Yun smiled and refined the ribbons with his saint blood, the same as making a saint artifact recognizing you as its master. 3,000 ribbons entered Lin Yun's body a few minutes later. Seeing this, Ji Zishi was satisfied that she could help Lin Yun. Suddenly, a commotion resounded that broke the silence of the valley. When Lin Yun and Ji Zishi turned around, They saw someone above the valley as a meteorite descended. This person was none other than Xianxia. He still carried the coffin and cauldron, but it was different this time, leaving Lin Yun and Ji Zishi slightly surprised. His coffin had increased from 1 to 10, and he was carrying them together like lifting a mountain. He wasn't surprised when he saw Lin Yun and chuckled. Hehe. You're also here? It looks like great minds think alike. With a loud thud, he dropped the coffins on the ground with a smug look on his face. Big brother Lin is a great mind. But you're not, Ji Zishi retorted. How am I not? Xianxia chuckled. You spoke badly of Big Brother Lin in the underground palace, and you even wanted to snatch Big Brother Lin's treasure, Ji Zishi said seriously. Xianxia laughed. Treasure? Do you mean that ancient sword? I already knew that it was a scrap of iron. Ji Zishi became furious upon hearing that, but she didn't refute and looked at Lin Yun. When she saw Lin Yun nodding, she smiled. Who told you that it's scrap iron? The ancient sword contained golden fortune inside. Golden fortune? You really know how to boast, Xianxia said with disdain. But his face briefly changed, and he said, looking around, Holy shit, there's an aura of golden fortune lingering around. Brother, you obtained a golden fortune. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. Congratulations. I've come to the right place to brush some of your fortune. Haha. Look how I'll open the 10 coffins and get a golden legend. Xianxia was excited as he placed the cauldron on the ground. But he turned to Lin Yun and said, Hehe. Wait for me. He left behind the dumbfounded Lin Yun and Ji Zishi before returning with a purple Taoist robe, which made him look dignified. Lin Yun asked, What are you doing? Bathing and changing my clothes? I must be a little serious since I'm opening mystery boxes, since they require some ceremony. You won't understand it, Xianxia said. His eyes flashed with excitement and uneasiness as Lin Yun and Ji Zishi took a few steps back. Xianxia's current state was a little weird. Let's take a breath of the purple qi. Xianxia took a deep breath towards the sun before coming before the 10 coffins with a dignified and nervous expression. The atmosphere was tense, but Lin Yun and Ji Zishi said nothing upon seeing this. Ji Zishi softly asked, Big brother Lin, what is he doing? Lin Yun merely shook his head, having no idea what Xianxia was doing. Golden legend. Under the nervous atmosphere, Xianxia roared and waved his hands. When the 10 coffins opened, they produced a massive uproar with black smoke coming out from them. This was a terrifying phenomenon, but no golden light could be seen. When all 10 coffins were opened, there wasn't any golden light. But the coffins had a light flickering inside with something. This made Xianxia's face ugly. Xianxia looked disappointed and furious, especially when he learned that the ancient sword contained a golden fortune. He was naturally aggrieved. If only he had chosen that ancient sword from the beginning. What's going on? He looks a little dumb, Ji Zishi said, leaning on Lin Yun. She continued, Big brother Lin, should we go and take a look? I want to see what's inside the coffins. Let's not go there for now. Something seems odd. Lin Yun's expression turned serious. His sword sense was sensitive and had detected a hint of danger. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 ancient corpses flew out from the coffins, releasing a demonic radiance, and demonic clouds enveloped the entire valley, giving even Lin Yun some pressure. Lin Yun furrowed his brows. Such a strong corpse aura. Xianxia was also very alert but was too close and couldn't react in time. When he raised his head, 3 figures pounced on him, leaving 10 ferocious wounds on his body with their sharp claws. But it didn't end there. The corpses bared their fangs at Xianxia, biting down. Get lost! Xianxia flew into a rage as his golden pill was unleashed, knocking the corpses back. But he grimaced his teeth and was horrified to discover that he had a few pieces of flesh torn away. His wounds also gave off a black miasma, with a poison swiftly spreading through his body. Corpse poison. Xianxia took a deep breath with his face changing. When he raised his head, he saw the corpses gobbling up the flesh they tore from him. But what happened later was even more terrifying as 3 corpses devoured the surrounding spiritual energy by entering their mouths, and they gradually recovered. Xiong Tiannan's lips twitched, and he said, "Just how unlucky was I to run into corpse kings?" He had no time to complain since the remaining 7 corpses had pounced forth like wild beasts. They looked at Xiong Tiannan as though they were looking at lunch. Usually, when facing these corpses, he could leave quickly, even if he couldn't defeat them. But he was in trouble now. "I'm done for." Xiong Tiannan discovered that the corpse poison had infiltrated his golden pill, and he could only use 30% of his strength. Suddenly, dozens of sword rays flew past him and landed on those corpses. But the corpses didn't even step back, and those sword rays crumbled. A figure flashed and pulled him away with 2 palms pushing forth, forcing those corpses to take a few steps back. This person was naturally Lin Yun, who frowned since this was the first time he ran into such troublesome corpses. "Brother, hold on for a little longer. I'll come to help you after I get rid of the corpse poison in my body." Xiong Tiannan ran and stopped at the entrance of the valley. Lin Yun ignored Xiong Tiannan and flicked his finger with 9 azure dragon ribbons flying out. The ribbons were inscribed with azure dragon divine runes. They were like 9 dragons that sent the corpses flying away. "I can't pierce through them?" Lin Yun smiled as he extended his hand with 9 ribbons coming together. It worked this time. The corpse at the front had its head pierced. But the corpse was still alive and continued to rush towards Lin Yun with thick poisonous fog gushing out from its neck. The corpse poison might be lethal to others, but it was useless against Lin Yun. He turned around and landed on the ground with 300 azure dragon ribbons flying out. As the ribbons combined, 7 corpses were nailed to the ground with a dragon's roar. But the corpses were tenacious and continued to struggle. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the 3 corpses devouring the surrounding spiritual energy with a frown. His sword intent was trembling with fear, so he muttered, "Just what the hell are these monsters?" With no time for further thought, Lin Yun waved his hand and 2,000 ribbons flew out behind him. The ribbons wrapped the 3 corpse kings together, isolating them from the outside world to not allow them to devour spiritual energy. Lin Yun's rationale told him it was time to leave, but he wanted to fight a little longer. Just as he pondered, an explosion occurred with the ribbons being torn apart by the 3 corpse kings. He grunted and took a few steps back, his face changing. The ribbons were inscribed with azure dragon divine runes, but they failed to control those corpse kings, and the backlash injured him. "Die!" The 3 corpse kings radiated with golden light in their eyes with a terrifying descending aura. What the hell is Xiong Tiannan doing? Lin Yun was inwardly shocked, but he didn't panic. Under the pressure, Lin Yun's bottleneck loosened, and he made a breakthrough. The golden radiance in his eyes condensed into golden runes. This was a sign that Lin Yun had achieved the quasi-bright sun sword intent. When he raised his head, his sword intent tore apart the demonic radiance and dispersed the clouds in the sky. He squinted, and the ribbons with metal divine rune inscribed on them bundled together before the corpse kings could make a move. When they flew out, they divided into 3, and Lin Yun waved his hand again, unleashing the 3,000 ribbons that were inscribed with the phoenix divine runes, looking like a silver waterfall that was pouring down. When Xiong Tiannan opened his eyes and saw this scene, he was left dumbfounded. When everything came to an end, the 3 corpses were turned to ashes, leaving behind 3 golden fortunes. As for the 7 corpses on the ground, they left behind 7 indigo fortunes when they disappeared. Golden fortune! Xiong Tiannan jumped out, but just when he wanted to contact them, he saw Lin Yun's gaze directed at him. This frightened Xiong Tiannan with his heart trembling in fear. "Holy shit! So fierce?" Xiong Tiannan inwardly muttered. He raised his voice with anger on his face. "Why are you looking at me? Do you think that I'm trying to snatch them? I just want to collect them for you. Here, they're yours." Xiong Tiannan gathered the golden fortunes in his palm and furiously handed them to Lin Yun, and Lin Yun accepted. This immediately made Xiong Tiannan want to lose it, but he awkwardly smiled. Golden fortune, golden fortune. He turned around and went to collect the indigo fortunes before he fell into a dilemma. He had already given away the golden fortunes, so he couldn't give away the indigo fortunes. He was only being generous, not afraid of Lin Yun. Not to mention that those belonged to him to begin with. Hee. Thanks for saving my life. Xianxia raised the indigo fortunes and chuckled. Here. I have collected them for you as well. But the moment he gave them out, he felt heartache with his heart bleeding. It's nothing. Lin Yun stowed the indigo fortunes, not being polite with Xianxia. Xianxia nearly lost his temper, with his face becoming distorted. But he still maintained his smile since he still had the corpse poison in him. But when he saw Lin Yun raising his hand, he began to make a vicious vow. If he dares to touch me, I'll kill him. Lin Yun's hands suddenly fell onto his shoulder, nearly making his legs soft. Xianxia said in a sobbing tone, Brother, what are you trying to do? I don't have any more treasures on me. Why don't you take the cauldron as well? What are you thinking about? You still have corpse poison, so let me help you with it, Lin Yun said. He knew the corpse poison was troublesome, especially when it had accumulated for thousands of years. So Xianxia naturally couldn't remove it anytime soon. After a while, Xianxia felt relieved, experiencing excruciating pain but knowing that the corpse poison had been completely removed from his body. Great skills. Xianxia smiled as he tried moving his limbs. You're not afraid that I'll make a move against you after recovering? Stop pretending. Your face became pale when you saw how Big Brother Lin got rid of the Corpse Kings earlier, Jizishi said, witnessing the entire event. Xianxia awkwardly smiled, realizing that he couldn't refute her. Honestly, I should let you have the golden fortune, but they're too important to me since I came from the Kunlun realm. I will compensate you if I find any fruits or treasures, Lin Yun said. Don't worry about it. There's no need to be so formal between us, Xianxia said, but his thoughts weren't the same as what he said. However, Lin Yun noticed this and recognized Xianxia as someone capable of interacting with. He smiled. Speaking of which, what were you doing earlier? Opening the coffins is the same as opening mystery boxes, but I'm too unlucky. So, I resorted to superstitious means. But it was a pity that it didn't change anything. On the other hand, Brother Lin is fortunate. After mentioning that, Xianxia already overlooked what just happened earlier. Superstitious. Lin Yun muttered and smiled, shaking his head. Anyways, I have remembered this favor. I'll get you a few mystery boxes in the future, Xianxia said earnestly. Jizishi covered her mouth and smiled. You just want to brush on Big Brother Lin's fortune. Her voice was melodious and sounded like a wind chime. Even if he was exposed, Xianxia wasn't angry and laughed instead. You're smart. Brother Lin, you don't mind if I brush some of your luck, right? Sure, Lin Yun replied with a smile. As they spoke, a golden beam shot to the sky as though it wanted to pierce through the heavenly barren realm. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression became serious, and he said, The sovereign monument has appeared. Sovereign monument. Lin Yun raised his head and muttered, It has finally appeared. Not yet, Xianxia chuckled. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Yun asked. Seeing that Lin Yun really knew nothing about the sovereign monument, Xianxia was surprised and asked, Are you really from Kunlun? Absolutely, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Xianxia was shocked and muttered, Encountering someone so honest like you is really rare in the heavenly barren realm. I can't believe a barbaric land like the Kunlun realm has given birth to someone talented like you. The scene where Lin Yun killed the Corpse Kings greatly shocked him. After all, he was a prominent figure on the Brandished Dragon ranking, and he understood what it meant. Lin Yun's mastery of swordsmanship was likely no lower than that of Lin Xianxia, the prodigy swordsman from the Azure Cloud realm. All right, let me explain. I thought you were from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion before. After all, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is a holy land that spans multiple realms, Xianxia said. He went on to explain the sovereign monument to Lin Yun. The sovereign monument will only appear once every 10,000 years, and is one of the most attractive places in the heavenly barren realm. No one knows about its origin, but it is rumored to have been left behind by an ancestral deity and contains the profundity of Tao. It doesn't matter which Tao you've practiced, you can gain enlightenment from the sovereign Tao. You're a swordsman, so you can comprehend sword Tao from it. If you're lucky enough, you can even receive a great Tao fruit, which is 10 or 100 times more precious than golden fortunes. Aside from that, there is an opportunity for you to see the Tao diagram in the sovereign monument. If you can comprehend it, you can make a breakthrough in your martial techniques, equivalent to 100 years of cultivation. I see. Lin Yun finally understood why the sovereign monument was so precious. It looked like it was just as Lin Xianxia had said. He had to go there no matter what, whether to comprehend sword Tao or observe the Tao diagram. Speaking of which, can one comprehend eternal Tao from it? Lin Yun asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's the sovereign monument, not the eternal monument. It's naturally impossible to comprehend eternal Tao. However, there is a legend." What legend? Lin Yun asked curiously, and Ji Zishi also looked over curiously. Xianxia said, "There is a legend that the owner of the sovereign Tao was someone who had grasped an eternal Tao. If someone destined goes there is a chance that they could comprehend an eternal Tao." Lin Yun was briefly stunned but soon found it unlikely. The eternal Tao was incredibly profound, requiring prolonged hardship to comprehend them. Aside from Fate Tao, which couldn't be grasped, the remaining 8 eternal Taos were invincible existences. He never heard about an eternal Tao that could be obtained and given. "You don't believe me?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I didn't believe it, either. After all, how can an eternal Tao be given when a sovereign Tao couldn't? That's why this is just a legend." Ji Zishi chimed in. "Have you thought of this possibility? The Tao fruit is meant to help people grasp eternal Tao." Xianxia and Lin Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing that. The sovereign monument couldn't help you grasp an eternal Tao, but wouldn't the fruit come into effect if they already grasped an eternal Tao? This meant that the legend wasn't entirely fake. "I never thought of that before. You're really smart," Xianxia said. "By the way, what did you mean when you said, 'not yet'?" Lin Yun asked. Xianxia smiled. "The seal has only loosened up, and the sovereign monument hasn't fully appeared yet. We will have to wait for another month, at least. But you must be careful because the Azure Cloud Realm isn't the only group after the sovereign monument. Many people on the Brandished Dragon ranking have also come. Most came from immortal holy lands, and even Lin Xianxian might be unable to deal with them." Lin Yun said nothing as he rushed to that light beam with Ji Zishi. Xianxia was following behind them with no intention of leaving. Lin Yun naturally knew what he was planning. Despite saying that he wanted to brush some of his luck, Lin Yun knew that Xianxia might want to try to snatch the golden fortune back after he recovers. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered and even looked forward to it instead. He wanted to know how strong someone on the Brandished Dragon ranking was at their full strength. This way, he could roughly estimate his strength on the Brandished Dragon ranking. 7 days later, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi were stopped by a group of Saint Realm demonic beasts. They were all 6th-stage Saint Lords, and there were 9 of them. They all possessed the bloodline of Saint Beasts and were intelligent, capable of obtaining their ancestors' inheritance from their bloodline. Xianxia eyes lit up since he wanted to know Lin Yun's strength. He had recovered to his full strength and was quietly followed behind him. But when he got close, he saw a shocking scene as 3,000 ribbons soared to the sky with sword intent covering the sky that looked like a silver waterfall pouring down. In just one exchange, those demonic beasts were heavily injured. Sound of sword vibrations and dragon roars could be heard as the 9 demonic beasts were captured, unable to resist. The ground was covered in scattered flesh when the ribbons returned to Lin Yun. None of those demonic beasts could release their golden pill and were immediately killed. Lin Yun looked around and used the golden pills to consolidate his cultivation. When he was done, he took out 3 golden fortunes to temper his sword Tao. The golden fortune's effects were significant the first time he refined it, but the effects were much weaker when he refined it again. My golden fortunes! Xianxia felt heartache, but he could do nothing about it. 3 days later, Lin Yun ran into a monarch demonic beast at the 6th stage Saint Lord. This python grasped a sovereign Dao at birth, the Devour Dao. It also grasped other greater Daos like the Fire, Ice and Thunder Daos. It was massive with tough skin that not even Glory Saint artifacts could leave a mark on. An opportunity. Xiong Tiannan's eyes gleamed. This python was powerful and dangerous once it considered you as its prey. But he was soon disappointed as the ribbons formed into an azure dragon, grasping thunderstorms with sword stars as its eyes and fought with the python. Lin Yun didn't stop there. 3,000 ribbons then formed into a divine phoenix, attacking the python as well. Lin Yun had to admit that the python was hard to deal with. Its tough skin allowed it to ignore most attacks, but it was overwhelmed by the azure dragon and phoenix. Lin Yun manipulated the battle from afar and was unharmed during the fight. After a prolonged battle, Lin Yun approached and executed the azure dragon grasp. Xiong Tiannan watched this from afar and didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. After refining the python's golden pill and 3 golden fortunes, the Saint Dao of Lin Yun's sword Dao reached 9,000. It was less than Lin Xianxia, but his progress was already fast. Aside from that, the Saint Daos of his Thunder and Wind Daos also reached 10,000. He had consumed 9 golden fortunes and was only left with 1. This made Xiong Tiannan bitterly smile as he looked at Lin Yun. Along the way, Lin Yun showed several flaws such as purposely refining fortune in front of him and giving him enough opportunities. But Xiong Tiannan still didn't feel he was Lin Yun's opponent. Seeing that Xiong Tiannan wouldn't attack him, he no longer waited. He had already waited half a day for Xiong Tiannan to attack him. Zishi, you wait here. Lin Yun soared into the sky and landed beside Xiaoying Tiannan. This frightened Xiong Tiannan, who thought that he had exposed himself. He said, "What are you trying to do? I'm just following you from afar to brush up on your luck. You said that it's not too much." Lin Yun didn't expose him, but smiled. "Of course, you can have this golden fortune. You're giving it to me?" Xiong Tiannan was shocked. Nodding his head, Lin Yun said, "I have refined too many golden fortunes, and the effects are starting to weaken, so you can have it." Seeing that Lin Yun had grown resistant to the golden fortune, Xiong Tiannan received the golden fortune from Lin Yun with disbelief. He awkwardly smiled. "It's weird to see someone like you in the heavenly barren realm. Betrayals were commonly seen in the heavenly barren realm, and finding someone who would give out a golden fortune was rare." Lin Yun smiled. "I have a question for you." "Go on," Xiong Tiannan said. "You have been following me for a long time, so why didn't you make a move?" Lin Yun asked. Xiong Tiannan was frightened upon hearing that and nearly dropped the golden fortune. He quickly said, "I didn't." "Don't bullshit. It looks like you're not being honest." Lin Yun looked at Xiong Tiannan with a playful smile. Xiong Tiannan momentarily hesitated, then blatantly admitted, "I wanted. But who would dare to move against you after witnessing your strength? It can't be just that, right?" Lin Yun pondered. Xiong Tiannan bitterly smiled. "Why not? I can easily defeat swordsmen at your cultivation with one punch. I have become a saint through my physique, and I should be able to suppress swordsmen like you. After all, I can kill you with a punch if you can't kill me with your sword. But why would I dare to make a move after seeing how you dealt with those corpse kings? Most importantly, what is it?" Lin Yun asked. "I didn't see your sword," Xiong Tiannan said in a self-mocking tone. "Big brother Lin, there's something wrong." Ji Zishi's voice resounded, making Lin Yun turn away. "I'll go check it out," Lin Yun said as he hurried over, putting the matter of the brandishing dragon ranking aside. Xiong Tiannan looked in Lin Yun's direction before stowing the golden fortune and went over out of curiosity. Lin Yun soon arrived beside Ji Zishi and finally knew what was happening after looking in the direction she pointed out. 3 people from the Bloodbone Gate were ganging up on one person ahead of them. The person being ganged up on had an extraordinary sword technique, and his Heavenly King sword was powerful. The Heavenly King sword was powerful enough to protect himself in this region. This person was the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Wu Yuhua, but it was a pity that his opponents were also powerful. They were saints from the Blood-Bone Gate and were six-stage saint lords. Their bodies were enveloped in saint energy, perfectly fusing their baleful aura with Saint Tao. Each punch was terrifying and sounded like the roar of an ominous beast, and the three held the advantage since they were ganging up on a person. The Blood-Bone Gate and Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Haha, they're mortal enemies in the Azure Cloud realm. Without Lin Xianxia, it looks like that fellow's situation doesn't look good. Xianxia smiled. He had no reservations in his comment after knowing Lin Yun didn't belong to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. They're all six-stage Saint Lords? Lin Yun frowned, looking at the three ganging up on Wu Yuhua. It looks like the foundation of the demonic sect in the Azure Cloud realm was a little terrifying. Xianxia smiled. Six-stage Saint Lords are still fine. The last three stages are the toughest, and each breakthrough is the same as being strengthened 10 times. But you will also face the corresponding tribulations. A 7th-stage Saint Lord would face windfire tribulation that has killed countless geniuses. So many cultivators don't dare to make a breakthrough. Lin Yun's face changed since he knew about it. But in the Kunlun realm, all the stages were tough, including the last 3 stages. Since the heavenly path was severed, cultivating wasn't friendly to saints. What about you? How did you go on the Brandish Dragon ranking when you're only at the 6th stage Saint Lord? Xianxia asked. I became a saint through my physique. So how can I be compared to those ordinary 6th stage Saint Lords? Xianxia replied. Lin Yun looked towards the ongoing battle but wasn't in a hurry to help. He noticed that Wu Yuhua had improved his Heavenly King sword after hearing his words, shifting from borrowing the power of the heavens to breaking the heavens with his power. This allowed his Heavenly King sword to be different from before. Although the 3 Blood-Bone Gates cultivators were ganging up on him, they couldn't take him down. The dire straits allowed Wu Yuhua to push himself to the limit with a purple aura gathering around him with his sword ray, giving off a feeling that it could suppress everything in the world. But under the prolonged battle, he gradually lost his advantage and was sent flying away, throwing out a mouthful of blood. Finish him off. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion should have been removed from the Azure Cloud realm long ago. You guys still want to rely on the Heavenly Barren realm to change your fate. The 3 demonic cultivators released a torrential demonic aura, planning to kill Wu Yuhua. But in the nick of time, 3 beams shot over, piercing through the chests of the 3 demonic cultivators as they threw out blood with their faces becoming pale. But they were saints and wouldn't die even with their hearts destroyed. This made them furious and wanted to sever these ribbons. Hundreds to thousands of ribbons then flew over before they could even bring out their golden pills. The 3 demonic cultivators were riddled with holes and could not defend themselves. Shortly after, a thunderous explosion resounded with the surroundings trembling. Lin Yun waved his hand on a distant mountain and pulled the 3 corpses over, tearing their constellations apart. This scene was too shocking, causing Xianxia's lips to twitch and his face pale. Lin Yun was so strong, and yet he asked him why he didn't make a move. Would he even dare to make a move? Xianxia knew that he had a lot of advantages since he became a saint through his physique. Those ribbons might not be able to pierce through his body, but it shouldn't be difficult for those ribbons to destroy his saint energy. So he naturally wouldn't be stupid to face those ribbons with his physique. At such close distance, he noticed something. The ribbons were all inscribed with divine runes and radiated with powerful sword intent. The ribbons should have been produced by an ancient martial technique, but had been refined by Lin Yun to become comparable to Glory Saint artifacts. Brother Lin, I won't accompany you to the Sovereign Monument, and will take my leave first. Xianxia smiled. He continued, Thanks for the golden fortune, and I will prepare the mystery boxes I promised. When Lin Yun recalled the ribbons, he was baffled as he looked at the leaving Xianxia. He was frightened by you, Xianxia smiled. Lin Yun recollected his gaze and said, There's no need to care about him. Let's go take a look at Brother Wu. After a few breaths, Lin Yun and Xianxia reached the still-shaken Wu Yuhua. When Wu Yuhua saw Lin Yun, he asked, Lin brother, did you see who saved me? Lin Yun smiled and replied, I didn't. Is it him? Wu Yuhua could faintly see Xianxia's figure and became doubtful. Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing. He's strong and must be on the brandished dragon ranking. His back figure is familiar, Wu Yuhua said. What he said wasn't fake because Xiong Tianan was indeed someone on the brandished dragon ranking. But he couldn't easily deal with those 3 demonic cultivators with his strength. Ji Zishi was inwardly laughing because Xiong Tianan left because he was frightened by Lin Yun. But it was troublesome to explain, and Wu Yuhua would never expect Lin Yun to be so strong. Speaking of which, weren't you guys together? Why did you split up? Lin Yun asked, changing the topic. After mentioning that, Wu Yuhua bitterly smiled. We were together in the beginning, but we soon realized that the treasures weren't enough to share and gradually split up. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by that. It was fine if Lin Xianxia led the party because no one would dare to question her. But she couldn't bring too many people with her. Right then, a few sword rays flew over. Seeing this, Wu Yuhua said, "The chief must be here. I used the rescue signal earlier." It wasn't long before Lin Xianxian descended with disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. When they asked about the situation, Wu Yuhua explained, "I ran into people from the Bloodbone Gate, but I was fortunate that someone helped me." His back figure looked like Xiong Tianan, but I can't be sure about his identity since it was too far away. Xiong Tianan? That fellow doesn't care if you're from the righteous or demonic path when he starts to kill. Lin Jiangxian was baffled and turned to look at Lin Yun. What's difficult about it? He must be afraid to make a move since he's afraid of our chief. Chang Jun smiled. Wu Yuhua couldn't figure it out, and Lin Jiangxian didn't dwell on it either. She turned to Lin Yun and asked, "Are the 2 of you doing well? Thanks for your concern, but we're doing well." Lin Yun smiled. "I bet you have a huge harvest. I wonder how many saint fruits you've obtained." Chang Jun smiled. Lin Yun said nothing, but Shi Rua said, "Senior brother Chang obtained 10 saint fruits and 3 indigo fortunes." The 2 were unhappy with Lin Jiangxian's attitude towards Lin Yun, so they boasted about their harvest. But Lin Yun merely inwardly laughed because he had given away a golden fortune. But these 2 wanted to show off with indigo fortune? "Why aren't you guys talking?" Shi Rua asked, looking at Ji Zishi. "Stop embarrassing yourselves?" Lin Jiangxian coldly looked at the 2. She didn't know about Lin Yun's harvest, but Lin Yun's Saint Dao was more refined. Just this alone was enough to say that his harvest was plentiful. "It's nothing," Lin Yun smiled. "I'm pretty accurate when looking at someone. Based on your talent, you're only lacking in foundation. If you're interested, you can visit the Heavenly Sword Pavilion after the Heavenly Barren Realm. I can vouch for you," Lin Jiangxian said. Upon hearing that, Chang Jun and Shi Rua's faces changed. With Lin Jiangxian as the voucher, it was practically sure that Lin Yun could enter the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. They began to examine Lin Yun with doubt, trying to figure out why he could receive a vouch from Lin Jiangxian. Lin Yun didn't accept the offer and smiled. "You're flattering me. I can tell with a glance that you're a genuine swordsman, and your talent isn't any lower than mine," Lin Jiangxian said certainly. Lin Yun merely smiled but said nothing. "There's no need to hurry. You can consider it later," Lin Jiangxian said. The short interaction between the 2 sparked unhappiness from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion other than Chang Jun and Shi Rua. It wasn't because they didn't trust Lin Jiangxian's eyesight, but that they couldn't believe their talent was inferior to someone from a barbaric realm. Wu Yuhua was happy, and asked, "Brother Lin, you've hidden yourself deeply. Were you the one who saved me? Why don't you take a guess?" Lin Yun asked. "Ah." Wu Yuhua was dumbfounded since he had just casually spoken. He didn't expect Lin Yun to not deny it. They then started heading deeper into the blood mist swamp together. As they got closer to the center, the aura released by the sovereign monument became clearer, with everyone sensing its immense power. 10 days later, they were stopped by a lake. It might be a lake, but the scale was no different from an ocean. The sovereign monument was at the far end of the lake. This was only an image of it, but the image alone gave off a powerful aura, causing the surrounding lake to cave in. Many cultivators have also gathered in the surroundings, but they were still waiting to take a step forward. This is the sovereign monument? Just the image of it can stop so many saints. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked. Everyone was patiently gathering by the lake, so Lin Xianxia explained, "The image of the sovereign monument will appear each time, but the time varies. Everyone is already used to this, so we must wait here. But it will be dangerous to forcibly head over there." "Even for you?" Lin Yun asked. "There's no need. The sovereign monument is there, and first come, first serve has no meaning," Lin Jiangxian said. Lin Yun knew the answer he wanted from that reply. Lin Jiangxian probably could make it through, but there weren't any benefits. "Ao Ju is here," Wu Yuhua whispered with fear in his eyes. Hearing that, even the faces of Chang Jun and Shi Ruo changed. Ao Ju was the chief of the Suspension Palace, and he was known to be the strongest bladesman in the Azure Cloud Realm and an expert from the Brandished Dragon ranking. "You met him before?" Lin Yun asked. Wu Yuhua nodded. "I did. If the chief didn't arrive in time, the 10 odd of us would have died. He didn't even draw his weapon to achieve that. At that time, if it weren't because Ao Ju wanted to meet Lin Jiangxian, they would have been dead." Even after Lin Jiangxian arrived, he was calm and they exchanged several moves before he left. Ao Ju had the disciples of the Suspension Palace behind him. When he saw Lin Jiangxian, he smiled. "Lin Jiangxian, you're just going to wait here?" "It has nothing to do with you," Lin Jiangxian said. Ao Ju smiled, looking at the other cultivators around. But those who met gazes with him felt a chill down their spines. "Mu Xiuhan is here." It didn't take long before the Golden Jade Pavilion's chief disciple, Mu Xiuhan, arrived. He was notorious in the Azure Cloud Realm and was known for his brutality before he became a saint. In many people's hearts, he might be the strongest amongst the 4 chief disciples in the Azure Cloud Realm. The Blood-Bone Gate is also here. The Blood-Bone Gate had also arrived, and their chief disciple was Bai Yu. As time passed, more experts arrived and the lake became bustling. The image of the sovereign monument might be able to stop the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, but can it stop our 3 demonic sects? Bai Yu spoke out. His face was terrifyingly cold. "I have the same thoughts and wanted to make a move a long time ago." Ao Ju smiled. "It's time to go over. It's pointless to wait here," Mu Xiuhan said. His words made the faces of many experienced cultivators change and flee. "You guys think you can escape?" Bai Yu smiled and soared to the sky. A massive crimson bone skeleton appeared that tore apart a constellation and attacked the few saints who were running away. Their resistance proved futile as they were easily subdued. With a wave of hand, the crimson skeleton held onto 5 saints. Ao Ju and Mu Xiuhan weren't any weaker and also grabbed several cultivators. This surprised Lin Yun before he figured out what they were trying to do. "What are they trying to do?" Ji Zishi asked. "They're using people to open a path for them," Lin Yun said helplessly. The 3 tossed the saints at the image of the sovereign monument. No matter how the saints tried to struggle, they exploded when they came in contact with the image and their saint origins exploded. This also caused the pressure released by the image of the saint sovereign to be weakened. "Let's go." Bai Yu grinned and he charged at the image of the sovereign monument with the crimson skeleton above him. At the same time, the cultivators of the Golden Jade Pavilion and Suspension Palace also charged over. The image of the sovereign monument seems to have been weakened. "We can go now. Let's go. We can't arrive at the sovereign monument slower than the others." Everyone else came to their senses and charged at the lake. They were calm even after witnessing the death of the cultivators who were thrown over. "Chief, are we going?" Chang Jun asked. Lin Jiangxian knew that even if the image of the sovereign monument was weakened, many people still died because of it. So, it might not be safe for the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples. "What do you think?" Lin Jiangxian turned to look at Lin Yun. "I'm not in a hurry since reaching first has no meaning with the sovereign monument," Lin Yun said. "Let's wait, then," Lin Jiangxian said. 3 days later, the image of the sovereign monument had become weak, with the lake becoming calm. There wasn't anyone else there besides the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples. "Chief, it's time for us to head over," Chang Jun said anxiously. "I have observed for the past few days, and the lake isn't safe. Many people have died halfway even if they've managed to withstand the image of the sovereign monument," Wu Yuhua said. The path towards the sovereign monument wasn't safe. "Let's go," Lin Xianxia said without any hesitation. When they landed on the lake, they could feel a chill rushing at them. They sped up over the lake and discovered that they couldn't fly under the suppression of the sovereign monument. But they didn't give up and could see corpses along the way. As the corpses increased, they saw that many were fifth-stage Saint Lords, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines. They finally knew why Lin Xianxia wasn't hurrying to head over. She might be fine, but it wasn't the same for everyone else. Several ghostly figures flew out, charging at them without any signs. Lin Yun was prepared beforehand and waved his hand, sending the incoming ghostly figures flying away. When they took a closer look at those ghostly figures, they saw that they were dried-up corpses without any intelligence. Lin Xianxia swung his sword and 3 corpses were torn into pieces. But before anyone could rejoice, more corpses appeared. Sword rays couldn't do anything to them. So Lin Xianxia had to wave her sword again to kill several corpses, but couldn't tear them apart like before. Those corpses came from everywhere, and some had wings behind them. They were mutated corpses and seemed to be intelligent, based on the light shining in their eyes. "There are too many of them," Chang Jun exclaimed with a pale face. The first wave was tough to deal with, and yet there were more. "That's Rakshasa," Lin Xianxia explained. "They're from the Nether Realm and should be rare in the Heavenly Barren Realm. There's something weird about the Sovereign Monument this year. Get into a formation." She was calm and let Lin Yun and Ji Zishi stay in the center. When the formation was formed, a towering pavilion descended with everyone's aura rising. Lin Xianxia took the lead and executed the Heavenly King Sword. When everyone also performed the Heavenly King Sword, they charged forth, killing everything in their path. "This is just the beginning, which isn't a good sign." Lin Xianxia caressed her hair and sheathed her sword. "Well, this isn't exactly bad news because those who went before us must have suffered a bigger loss," Lin Yun said. "I hope so," Lin Xianxia said before they continued their journey. They ran into more Rakshasa along the way, but the journey was relatively safe. Half a day later, they finally saw the outline of the Sovereign Monument. It was ancient and gave off a powerful pressure. Seeing that they were about to reach their objective, everyone had joy on their faces as they sped up. But not long later, a terrifying demonic aura swept out and leveled multiple mountains. The demonic clouds in the sky were dense as lightning descended, creating cracks in the surrounding space. Lin Xianxia and Lin Yun's faces had changed since this was an ominous beast that was even more potent than the python Lin Yun had dealt with previously. When that demonic beast landed 10 meters away, it flattened the ground. This was a golden demonic ape, gasping for breath with blood flowing down from its wounds. It also had a pair of emerald eyes that made it look terrifying. "That's an emerald demonic ape." Lin Yun quickly guessed the origin of this demonic beast. This was more powerful than the python he faced previously, and this ape could quickly kill that python. "It seems to be injured." Chang Jun's eyes lit up with greed. He continued, "Chief, there will be a golden fortune if we kill this emerald demonic ape. We might even be able to obtain imperial fortune if we're lucky." Shirua also looked excited and said, "The saint origin is also a treasure, not to mention the blood. The entire corpse is a treasure." Primordial beasts were rare, and their corpses could be considered a treasure. But Lin Yun merely sneered since anyone could tell that the emerald demonic ape was fleeing. Chang Jun and Shirua also knew that, but couldn't contain their greed, wanting Lin Xianxia to make a move. Anyhow, Lin Xianxia would stand at the front, even if the pursuers of the demonic ape appeared. Lin Xianxia ignored Chang Jun and Shirua. Instead, she looked at Lin Yun before turning to Ji Zishi. She asked, "You've yet to refine a golden fortune, right?" She could tell Lin Yun had refined golden fortunes, but not Ji Zishi. Ji Zishi was briefly stunned, and Lin Xianxia charged at the emerald demonic ape before she could reply. Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion excitedly followed behind. Ji Zishi came to her senses after some time and smiled. "She's really heroic. I want to marry her." Lin Yun rubbed his nose and smiled. "Why didn't you ask me?" Lin Xianxia was a decisive person who charged at the Emerald Demonic Ape after asking Zishi. But the Emerald Demonic Ape was a primordial beast who suffered heavy injuries, unleashing its full potential in a desperate strait. With a wave of her hand, Lin Xianxia released a sword ray, shattering all the incoming attacks. When the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples came, they realized they couldn't join the battle. But Lin Xianxia wasn't a pushover. She gave off a terrifying sword aura despite the vast difference in size between her and the Emerald Demonic Ape. Under the demonic clouds, Lin Xianxia released a dazzling sword ray that left behind cracks in the surrounding space. She was like a flawless jade that no space could tear apart. What a powerful sword intent! Lin Yun was surprised when he saw this scene. Lin Xianxia didn't possess a divine physique, but she could still withstand the tear of space. After a few exchanges, the Emerald Demonic Ape became even more disadvantageous. Seeing that the Emerald Demonic Ape wanted to go all out, Lin Xianxia let out a roar with a golden radiance shining from her pupils, unleashing her quasi-divine light sword intent that formed into a descending colossal sword. The sword ray flashed and the Emerald Demonic Ape was severed into two under Lin Xianxia's sword. When the corpse split apart, a golden fortune appeared with a saint origin and a near-perfect beast core. The beast core shone brightly like stars, giving off a powerful pressure. The radiance from the beast core illuminated the heavens and earth as thunderclouds began to gather with descending lightning. Lin Xianxia sheathed her sword and summoned the beast core, saint origin, and golden fortune with a wave of her hand. Golden fortune! It's a golden fortune! Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was excited as they began to harvest the Emerald Demonic Ape's corpse. Wu Yuhua found an eyeball with an ancient rune within. With just a glance, anyone could tell that it was precious. Everyone gathered beside Lin Xianxia and looked excited by their harvest. When Lin Xianxia saw Lin Yun and Zishi coming over, she sent the golden fortune to Zishi. This stunned Zishi, since she hadn't encountered this situation before. After a brief hesitation, Zishi accepted it. "Thank you, big sister." Shi Ruo was furious when she saw this and said, "Why give a golden fortune to an outsider? She's an ugly girl who doesn't even dare to reveal." But just when she wanted to continue, she suddenly felt a chill and saw Lin Yun's cold gaze when she raised her head. This made her panic, and she swallowed her remaining words. Lin Xianxia said, "I'm just taking care of a friend from the Kunlun realm, and she's more suitable than you." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and wondered if Lin Xianxia noticed something. Hearing what Lin Xianxia said, Shi Ruo's face became pale, and she had no choice but to suck it up. "Trouble has come," Lin Xianxia said. 3 figures descended from the sky. They were surprised when they saw the corpse of the Emerald Demonic Ape before they became furious. Hovering in the sky were Bai Yu, Xiong Tiannan, and a white-clothed youth whom Lin Yun never met before. But since this person could come with Bai Yu and Xiong Tiannan, this person must be a genius on the Brandished Dragon ranking. Xiong Tiannan and the white-clothed youth aside, Bai Yu was already troublesome to deal with. He was one of the 4 sex chiefs and had been extremely brutal ever since he came to the Heavenly Barren Realm. A few days ago, everyone saw how brutal he could be. The 3 had injuries on them, but they weren't heavily injured. Anyone could tell that they were chasing after the Emerald Demonic Ape with a glance. Xiong Tiannan was fine when he saw Lin Xianxia, but his face changed upon seeing Lin Yun. When he exchanged a gaze with Lin Yun, he immediately cowered when he saw the playful smile on Lin Yun's face. "I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave." Xiong Tiannan didn't dare to stick around, surprising the white-clothed youth and Bai Yu beside him. Bai Yu wasn't bothered but coldly said, "Lin Xianxia, it looks like you've gotten bolder to snatch something that belongs to me, but you can be considered my junior in the Azure Cloud realm." The 2 might seem young, but Lin Xianxia was much younger than Bai Yu. But she couldn't be considered his junior. Bai Yu just wanted to suppress Lin Xianxia with his seniority. He continued, "Hand over the beast core and saint origin if you're smart. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to see the sovereign monument." Lin Xianxia smiled. "Since I've made a move, I have no intention of handing them over." Come snatch them if you have the guts, and see if my sword is sharp. Her strong response made everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion excited. A woman dares to be so arrogant before me? It looks like you're tired of living. Baiyu became furious, and a fan appeared in his hand. When the fan opened up, a crimson baleful aura enveloped 100 miles in radius. It was like a purgatory with him as the master. Lin Yun squinted. This was similar to his sword domain. He instantly discovered that there were no weaklings on the brandished dragon ranking. You can't scare me. Lin Xianxia waved her hand and retrieved her sword, facing the fan head-on. The sword ray scattered, creating a colossal collision, while making holes in the crimson domain. They were evenly matched in this attack, with both of them taking a few steps back. Baiyu was surprised and stared at Lin Xianxia. He noticed that her eyes were shining brightly with a somewhat complete golden rune in her eyes. She wasn't at the quasi-divine light sword intent but the actual divine light sword intent, and she even reached lesser mastery in it. Baiyu, I won't compete with you. You can have it. The white-clothed youth wore a cunning smile and left. He had already noticed that Lin Xianxia had grasped the divine light sword intent, not quasi-divine light sword intent. So, even if he and Baiyu managed to defeat Lin Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. He was intelligent, and didn't want to put himself in that situation before the sovereign monument since he wanted to compete for the Dao fruit. Baiyu inwardly cursed and coldly said, "Don't think you're invincible just because you've grasped the divine light sword intent. I have plenty of ways to deal with you." His golden pill bloomed with murderous intent sweeping out. He also summoned his constellation and a bone armor clad on him. But Lin Xianxia wasn't afraid since she had her divine light sword intent. She soared to the sky and they exchanged over a dozen moves, shocking Ji Zishi from afar. This was the first time she saw a swordsman capable of being compared to Lin Yun when he was in the heavenly void. The only thing she lacked was dominance. She still couldn't forget when Lin Yun stood on the flame dragon's skull with 3,000 ribbons behind him. But compared to the crimson bone armor, Lin Xianxia looked tiny and focused on defending. "It doesn't seem optimistic," Ji Zishi said despite Lin Xianxia holding the advantage in the fight on the surface. Lin Yun said, "She has been holding back. She's waiting for an opportunity, since she only has one." But Baiyu also knows this, so he's trying to inflict heavy injuries on Lin Xianxia before then. Ji Zishi's eyes lit up and she said, "But why not like you?" Lin Yun smiled. "I was also like that in the past." In the past, he had to kill his opponent through a desperate strait and nearly died a few times. The countless experiences with life and death transformed him, allowing him to gain comprehension after the fight. That might seem insignificant, but it all exploded after he became a saint. Lin Yun's sword mastery had reached an unimaginable height, with his sword technique becoming profound. Without him knowing it, he already had the style of a grandmaster. After 10 odd moves, the opportunity Lin Yun spoke of finally arrived, and it was futile for Baiyu even if he was on his guard. As a sword ray flashed, 12 giant swords descended from the sky and shattered Baiyu's crimson bone armor. As Baiyu retreated, the other cultivators from the Bloodbone Gate also rushed over. Lin Xianxia sheathed her sword with disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion gathered behind her. She said, "Baiyu, do you still have any opinions about what I do?" Baiyu was furious, but he knew that it was futile to carry on fighting, and it was impossible to retrieve the Emerald Demonic Ape's beast core and saint origin. He could do nothing about this but suck it up and leave with the disciples of the Bloodbone Gate. This isn't the end. Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion rejoiced with excitement on their faces. The chief grasped the divine light sword intent in lesser mastery. Who will dare to compete with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion before the sovereign monument? Cheers echoed as Lin Xianxia came over to Lin Yun and Ji Zishi, and Ji Zishi congratulated her. Ji Zishi smiled. "Big sister Lin, you're really powerful." Lin Xianxia nodded, then looked at Lin Yun. "Compared to that, I'm more curious as to why Xiong Tianan left after seeing you. If Xiong Tianan didn't leave, the white-clothed youth wouldn't have left either. At that time, she wouldn't stand a chance, even with the divine light sword intent. Did he?" I guess it's a coincidence. Lin Yun smiled. I'm afraid that it's not, Lin Xianxia said, but didn't go deeper into it. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples were bothered by what Lin Xianxia said. Only Wu Yuhua scratched his head and wondered if it was really Xiong Tiannan who saved him. Could it be that it was Lin Yun who saved him instead? Thinking about this, Wu Yuhua was shocked as he looked at the smiling Lin Yun. But he couldn't convince himself with that, which left him confused. The sovereign monument was located within a mountain range. This mountain range didn't have a name until there were rumors that a Qilin appeared here. Since then, this mountain range had been called Qilin Mountain. At the center of Qilin Mountain was an ancient ruin with the sovereign monument at the center of it. The sovereign monument was towering, with a different diagram on each side. But the sovereign monument was enveloped in a black mist that made it seem mysterious. When everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion arrived, they saw that there were many people who were already waiting here since it's one of the most critical places for opportunities. There were many people gathered here, and there were also those from other realms. But because of the black miasma, everyone wasn't in a hurry to comprehend the sovereign monument, but hunted demonic beasts nearby. 3 days later, when the black miasma disappeared, the number of people in the surroundings increased and everyone began to comprehend the sovereign monument, trying to obtain its profundity. Lin Yun looked at the stone monument and felt that his soul was being sucked into it, coming to a world. As he pondered, a sharp aura appeared like an ancient sword trying to tear apart primal chaos. Weird. Lin Yun recollected his gaze. He continued, I can manifest everything I think of. A country bumpkin, Chong Jun sneered. The sovereign monument is special because you can see whatever you want no matter what Dao you've grasped. You can even comprehend sovereign Dao from it, Wu Yuhua said. He continued, since ancient times, no one has managed to break through the primal chaos therein and see the true profundity of this sovereign monument. Lin Yun merely smiled and secretly circulated Nirvana Dao. When he looked at the sovereign monument again, the primal chaos suddenly became clear and his soul entered the primal chaos world with ancient runes starting to appear. Each of those runes looked like a sword that intertwined, containing all the profundity of Sword Dao. Looking at it for a moment, Lin Yun could sense that the Saint Dao of his Sword Dao increased by a few hundred, and his quasi-bright sun sword intent was consolidated. The sword stars shone with life force when Lin Yun came out. Nirvana? When he looked at the sovereign monument again, he only saw the majestic monument without his soul being devoured by it. This made Lin Yun squint and wear a playful smile. Oh, the sovereign monument couldn't manifest a nirvana world when it could manifest a sword world? Lin Yun looked around and saw everyone staring blankly at the sovereign monument, and some had joy on their faces. He could imagine what they saw in the sovereign monument. But no matter what, everyone had a harvest, and even their sovereign Daos rapidly began to improve. They occasionally opened their eyes, frowning as if they had run into trouble and needed to think before resolving the profundity. But Lin Yun could easily see through the secrets with Nirvana Dao, and his Sword Dao could rapidly improve if he wanted it to. Big brother Lin, what's the matter? Ji Zishi couldn't help asking. This sovereign monument might seem simpler than I've imagined, Lin Yun said. It was naturally worth rejoicing that the Saint Daos of his Sword Dao increased. But there weren't any surprises. He was expecting there to be surprises since the sovereign monument was so famous. Then again, he wasn't disappointed either because it was good that he could increase the Saint Daos of his Sword Dao and consolidate his sword intent. Ji Zishi smiled. It might be easy for you. I saw Phoenix fire inside and had some harvest. I saw a divine sword. Chong Jun rejoiced. This is really magical. I can sense the profundity of that sword just by raising my head, and it's like listening to the lecture of a deity. I only saw a sword tip and couldn't even see half of the sword, Shirua said. She raised her brow and continued. Someone was still boasting that it's simple, but you probably failed to comprehend anything. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he heard that. He already saw that the sword was just an illusion. No matter how you observed it, you couldn't grasp the profundity of that sword. The best it could do was allow your Sword Dao to improve slightly. What are you laughing at? Shirua was furious. Lin Yun said, If there's a divine sword, it's just manifested by the sovereign monument. You can observe to gain some benefits, but you won't be able to walk out from the illusion if you treat it as a deity. You can walk out? Shirua sneered. You think that you're smart. Don't we all know that it's an illusion? It's a sovereign illusion to begin with. But that's the means of a deity, and you want to walk out of it? Dream on. Be careful that you might suffer retribution for being disrespectful to deities. Perhaps, Lin Yun casually replied. Junior sister, there's no need to pay attention to them. He's just a barbarian and didn't even see a deity before. So why waste time talking to him? Chongjun mocked. I think he's probably trying to lure your attraction. Hearing what Chongjun said, Shirua couldn't help taking a few steps back and contemptuously looked at Lin Yun. She had treated what Chongjun said seriously. Lin Yun opened his mouth and was speechless. In the end, he brushed it off with a smile. But Ji Zishi furiously looked at Shirua. Did Shirua consider herself to be a figure? Who was Big Brother Lin? Would he take a fancy to someone like her? Let's go and take a look at other places, Lin Yun said, pulling Ji Zishi away. Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was comprehending the sovereign monument, so it wasn't worth it to become angry over something like this. A brief moment later, Lin Yun and Ji Zishi came to a quiet place where a robust figure with a cauldron by his side was located. Xiong Tianan smiled upon seeing Lin Yun coming over. It looks like your relationship with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion isn't that close. You're concerned about that? Lin Yun asked. Nah. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion in the Azure Cloud Realm is nothing. Only Lin Xianxia can be considered a figure. Speaking of which, Lin Xianxia is really ruthless. I heard that Bai Yu was furious when he returned but didn't dare to do anything. Xiong Tianan smiled. Hey, watch what you say. You're not allowed to speak about Big Sister Lin that way, Ji Zishi said furiously. I'm praising her. Am I right, Brother Lin? Xiong Tianan smiled. How's your comprehension? Lin Yun asked. Xiong Tianan looked at the sovereign monument, frowning. This sovereign monument is really mysterious. It can sense what I think, and my Devour Dao improved just by being in it momentarily. But it's too foggy, and I'm afraid I will only obtain an ordinary Dao fruit. How do you obtain the Dao fruit? Lin Yun asked. Every 4 hours, the sovereign monument will reward you based on your comprehension. The Dao fruits are divided into 4 grades: white, indigo, silver, and gold. White is the most common, and indigo is precious. Silver represents a sovereign Dao, and as for gold, he. So it's similar to fortunes, Lin Yun said. They're more precious than fortunes. Golden fortunes can be found at the very least, but golden Dao fruits are extremely rare. There might not be any golden Dao fruits after the sovereign monument was sealed, Xiong Tianan said. What kind of Dao fruit do you think you can receive? Lin Yun asked. Indigo? I only hope that I can obtain silver at the end of it. The fog is too heavy, Xiong Tianan said without any confidence. Lin Yun merely smiled as he condensed a strand of Nirvana Dao in his finger and pointed at the monument. He didn't let the Nirvana Dao stay behind since he only had 10-odd Saint Daos of it. He only left a slight aura on it and smiled. You can sit here and take a look. What do you mean? Xiong Tianan was baffled. Well, this location is good. Don't you believe in location? Lin Yun gave a mysterious smile before leaving with Ji Zishi. When they came to a quiet region, Ji Zishi asked, Big Brother Lin, did you manage to see something? Lin Yun didn't say anything but reached out with his finger, leaving a strand of Nirvana Dao on Ji Zishi. He smiled. Feel it yourself. Lin Yun returned to comprehending the sovereign monument, and comprehension began pouring into his mind. He could feel that his sword Dao was gradually increasing as he looked at the sword Dao that was placed before him. There was no secret in this place to him, and the words were equivalent to saint fruits. For hours later, the sovereign monument shone brightly, and everyone opened their eyes with a Dao fruit. Lin Yun opened his eyes and calmly looked at the golden Dao fruit in his hand. Beside him, Ji Zishi also had a golden Dao fruit in her hand, and she looked at Lin Yun with her eyes shining brightly. Hush, Lin Yun smiled. Ji Zishi carefully stowed it and smiled. Hush! Holy shit, Silver. Xiong Tianan opened his eyes and looked at his palm with disbelief. It was a silver Dao fruit, and he even wondered if he was dreaming. He rejoiced as he looked at the stone rock beneath him with shock. Lin Yun only used a finger to change everything. Xiong Tianan hugged and kissed the rock before looking at the silver Dao fruit with joy. I have to leave this stone with me. That fellow is ridiculous. That brother is truly remarkable, Xiong Tianan said. Anyone could tell how precious a silver Dao fruit was judging from his face. In the entire Qilin Mountain, there weren't many who could obtain a silver Dao fruit. Even those on the Brandish Dragon ranking didn't obtain a golden Dao fruit. But Lin Yun and Ji Zishi did. The Bloodbone Gates Baiyu opened his eyes with a silver Dao fruit in his palm. He loosened his brows, and all the depression he felt earlier disappeared. A silver Dao fruit was enough for his sovereign Dao to improve along with his martial intent. This fruit was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Even geniuses like them on the Brandish Dragon ranking strongly desired the silver Dao fruit. Baiyu, I heard Lin Xianxia defeated you? Eoju grinned. The three of you against one. Xiong Tianan ran first while Xian Wuhan was frightened away. As for you, you've been beaten by Lin Xianxia and didn't even dare to utter a word. Baiyu's face became ugly, and his good mood vanished. Seeing this, Eoju smiled. Relax. The rumors are exaggerated. So tell me what happened. I don't know what's wrong with Xiong Tianan and Xian Wuhan, but I did suffer in her hands. Perhaps it's because I fought with the Emerald Demonic Ape and was heavily injured, Baiyu said. Is it not because Lin Jiangxian has grasped the divine light sword intent? Eoju said with a playful smile. You've belittled me. Can the divine light sword intent at lesser mastery suppress me? Baiyu said coldly. Not to mention I was already guarding against it. Even if she surprises me, she can do nothing to me. You're really stubborn, Eoju muttered. What did you say? Baiyu asked furiously. Nothing. I'm just saying that you're stubborn. Eoju smiled. Baiyu snorted and ignored Eoju. Right then, Mu Shuhan opened his eyes with a silver Dao fruit. When Baiyu and Eoju saw it, their gazes became complicated, and they felt tremendous pressure. Even Mu Shuhan can only obtain a silver Dao fruit, Eoju said. There are rumors that the golden Dao fruit can allow someone to grasp a sovereign Dao. They can see the creation door and listen to deities' voices. Generally speaking, the sovereign monument won't produce a golden Dao fruit. I'm sure it's no surprise this time as well. As everyone discussed, Baiyu and Eoju believed that if Mu Shuhan couldn't obtain a golden Dao fruit, no one else would have the chance to. But taking a few more silver Dao fruits would be an excellent opportunity for them and was far more potent than the saint fruits and fortunes they obtained. In the faction of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Lin Jiangxian looked at the silver Dao fruit in her hand, with her eyes becoming dim. The silver Dao fruit still wasn't enough to satisfy her. When she turned around and couldn't find Lin Yun nor Ji Zishi, she asked, Where's Lin Yun? Wu Yuhua whispered and explained the conflict between Lin Yun, Shi Ruo, and Chang Jun. Hearing that, Lin Jiangxian shook her head. What ignorance! Wu Yuhua was curious and asked, Chief, why do you look at Lin Yun differently? There was only Wu Yuhua and Lin Jiangxian around. So Lin Jiangxian didn't hide it and explained. The Kunlun realm is the home of the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. At his prime, even the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity was inferior to him. But the heavenly path is broken, slowing down the cultivation of Saint Dao. That doesn't mean there aren't any geniuses, and I can tell Lin Yun is extraordinary at first glance. What if you made a mistake? Wu Yuhua asked. So what if I made a mistake? Do I have any losses? I would take care of righteous cultivators in the Azure Cloud realm, so why wouldn't I care for friends from the Kunlun realm? Lin Jiangxian smiled. Wu Yuhua was stumped before he swiftly figured it out. So what if Lin Jiangxian made a mistake? She had no losses either way. I'm curious what kind of Dao fruit Lin Yun can obtain. I'll ask him about it when he's back, Lin Jiangxian said as she looked at the sovereign monument again. Before entering that illusory realm, how does it feel? Lin Yun asked. Just earlier, Ji Zishi refined a golden Dao fruit, and Lin Yun was curious about the effects. I saw a door and some whispers, Ji Zishi said excitedly. I have never heard them before, but I had a strong feeling that it's the voice of a deity guiding me. Furthermore, I can see endless golden fortune behind that door. More accurately speaking, I'm unsure if they're golden fortune because they looked like the aura of a certain origin. My great sun Dao also improved by 50%. Lin Yun's eyes lit up with shock on his face. If a 50% increase was the effect of refining the first time, the Saint Dao of his sword Dao would increase by 5,000. Not including the deity's voice, the golden Dao fruit was a treasure. After a brief hesitation, Ji Zishi said, but I found it a waste. The effect might be greater if I can find a place and go into seclusion. There's no need to hurry. We still have time, Lin Yun smiled. The sovereign monument would grant a Dao fruit every 4 hours, and there were 8 chances, according to Xianxia. The other shore flower couldn't hold back and looked at Lin Yun with its flower bud on his shoulder. You want to comprehend as well? Lin Yun smiled. The other shore flower fluttered and nodded. This other shore flower is really interesting, Ji Zishi smiled. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to grant the other shore flower a strand of Nirvana Dao. Let's change locations. Lin Yun wanted to test the sovereign monument and see if there were Daos above sovereign Daos, along with the legendary eternal Dao fruit. A few minutes later, Lin Yun circulated the Nirvana Dao and looked at the sovereign monument. Nirvana Dao was extraordinary. It suppressed the illusory world the moment he entered. While everyone else was comprehending, Lin Yun casually walked around like he was strolling in his garden. You stay here while I'll go around, Lin Yun said, walking around the Qilin mountain. The sovereign monument was too easy for him, and he wasn't interested in it anymore. He was only concerned about the eternal Dao fruit. Walking around, he would observe the sovereign monument from different angles. Nirvana, Lin Yun muttered whenever he reached a new spot, but it was a pity he couldn't enter the illusory world if he thought about Nirvana. Didn't you say you can present what we think? Lin Yun muttered, looking at the sovereign monument with a playful expression. Who's that fellow walking around? He thinks he can find something different? He probably can't see anything and became anxious. Ha ha ha. A mediocre. Lin Yun's action was very striking and attracted everyone's attention. After all, everyone was seated while Lin Yun walked around. Haha. It's good that he left, or he would only embarrass us. Chang Jun smiled. Shirua laughed. Yeah. How embarrassing. Yet, the chief treats him as a treasure. Let's not care about him. If I have another opportunity to obtain an indigo Dao fruit, I'll give it to you. Chang Jun smiled. Shirua's eyes shone, and she smiled. Thank you, senior brother. You're the best. When 4 hours passed, the sovereign monument shone with Dao fruits appearing in everyone's hands. Lin Yun looked at the golden Dao fruit in his hand. He didn't expect the sovereign monument to give him another one when he didn't enter for long. What is this? The sovereign monument is trying to bribe me? Lin Yun looked at the sovereign monument and helplessly shook his head. Just when Lin Yun stowed the golden Dao fruit, a voice resounded in his ears. What's that in your hands? Let me take a look at it. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw the white-clothed youth who was after the emerald demonic ape back then. His name seemed to be Xian Wuhan. What has it got to do with you? Lin Yun smiled. You're not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, right? Even Lin Xianxia can't protect you here. Xian Wuhan smiled threateningly. He saw a glimmer of gold earlier, but he wasn't too sure about it. It was too ridiculous for Lin Yun to obtain a golden Dao fruit, but he wanted to verify it. Get lost, Lin Yun replied indifferently. Someone who even feared lesser mastery divine light sword intent was nothing in his eyes. Xian Wuhan's face sank. He appeared before Lin Yun, pushing his palm forth and smiled. What a joke that I would try to talk to you peacefully. I shouldn't have wasted my time with someone like you. Lin Yun's clothes fluttered as he circulated his 2 sword cannons and pushed his palm forth. After a huge collision, Xian Wuhan looked at Lin Yun with shock after taking 3 steps back to stabilize himself. He couldn't believe he failed to take Lin Yun down after using 30% of his strength. It looks like I have belittled you. Xian Wuhan's face became dark as he dashed forth once more. But before Lin Yun could move, a person appeared before Lin Yun, sending Xian Wuhan flying back. Xian Wuhan, are you courting death to bully my brother? Xiong Tianan said fiercely. Xiong Tianan moved decisively when he saw this, just when he was worried that he had no chance to perform. He ferociously looked at Xian Wuhan, raising the cauldron in his hand. Did you really consider yourself to be someone? Get lost, and don't let me see you. He wouldn't treat Xian Wuhan this way if it was under normal circumstances, but he knew he couldn't cower now. Even if he couldn't defeat Xian Wuhan, Lin Yun would be around, so he wouldn't have to fear him. Others didn't know Lin Yun's strength, but he knew it well. A sword ray flew out and landed before Lin Yun. Even Lin Xianxia came over and coldly looked at Xian Wuhan. Xian Wuhan, have you asked me if you can touch him? A streak resounded as Ji Zishi also rushed over with her cloak, but the other shore flower released a dreamy radiance. Lin Yun still hadn't moved, and yet Xian Wuhan's aura was already suppressed. This made Xian Wuhan furious that Xiong Tianan dared to speak to him in this manner without giving him any face. Most importantly, his ranking was higher than Xiong Tianan. But before he could do anything, Lin Xianxian quickly came over, far surpassing his expectations. Lin Yun said with a playful smile, Xian Wuhan, I believe there's a misunderstanding between us. Xian Wuhan awkwardly smiled. It's a misunderstanding, and I apologize for my earlier actions. It doesn't matter. Lin Yun casually smiled, signaling that Xian Wuhan could get lost now. This made Xian Wuhan furious, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only leave. This scene naturally shocked everyone as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. Brother Lin, tell me if you see him again, and I'll help you give him a beating. Xiong Tianan patted his chest. When Xian Wuhan heard this, he nearly fainted from the anger. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Seeing this, Baiyu sneered. It looks like the Brandish Dragon ranking has to be re-ranked for someone like him to be on it. Baiyu already held a grudge when he saw Xian Wuhan leaving, and he naturally wouldn't mind kicking him now that he was down. Ao Ju said, Who's that fellow? He has been walking around weirdly. But Lin Jiangxian and Xiong Tianan stood out for him. Baiyu smiled. He's probably a guest of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. But if he's really strong, he wouldn't have to rely on Xiong Tianan and Lin Jiangxian. This caused quite the commotion, but Xian Wuhan could only suck it up. Are you all right? Lin Jiangxian asked, looking at Lin Yun. After all, that palm from Xian Wuhan wasn't that easy to bear. Lin Yun shrugged and wasn't bothered by it. He smiled. I'm fine. I'll look around. But when he took a few steps, Xiong Tianan returned and pointed at the rock in his hand. He smiled. Help me bless it. Bless? Lin Yun smiled and could only gather Nirvana Dao in his hand before pointing at it. This made Xiong Tianan smile, and he grinned. Brother, I'll help you beat him to death if Xian Wuhan comes after you. There's no need to put up with someone like him. Lin Yun smiled. You might not be Xian Wuhan's opponent if the two of you fight, right? Xiong Tianan awkwardly smiled and said, I'll comprehend first. Lin Yun didn't think much of it and looked at the sovereign monument, his smile fading. He could sense an ill gaze that came from Xian Wuhan. But Lin Yun ignored him since he didn't place Xian Wuhan in his heart and focused on the sovereign monument. He began to circle the stone monument with a grave expression, not daring to relax. What is he doing? Lin Jiangxian asked, looking at Ji Zishi. He must be comprehending the sovereign monument, trying to discover the secrets, Ji Zishi said calmly. But Lin Jiangxian had doubts on her face. It wasn't because she doubted Lin Yun's strength, but no one could uncover the sovereign monument's secrets, and she knew how difficult it was. Ji Zishi didn't lower her voice, so it was heard by everyone, who were briefly stunned before they started laughing. I was finding it weird as to why he is wandering around, but it turns out that he's trying to uncover the secrets of the sovereign monument. The sovereign monument has appeared countless times, but no one could uncover its secret. How naive. I initially thought he might be a figure, but it looks like he's just a joke. Obtaining a golden Tao fruit is more reliable than trying to uncover the sovereign monument's secrets. Discussion resounded from the surroundings, and even Bai Yu sneered with disdain on his face. Lin Yun didn't know what the others were thinking, but finally noticed something unusual about the sovereign monument. The sovereign monument shone 8 times as time passed, and Lin Yun obtained 8 golden Tao fruits. As for the other cultivators from the Azure Cloud realm, they only obtained a silver Tao fruit at best. The sovereign monument would shine for one last time, and they wouldn't have any more chances if they still couldn't obtain a golden Tao fruit. Finally, Lin Yun found something. He saw something different after changing 80-odd locations. When he circulated the Nirvana Tao, he squinted and saw countless golden bubbles in the sovereign monument. Each bubble was a word with people comprehending Tao in it. The golden bubbles were illusory worlds that everyone was in. Many cultivators were deep in the bubbles, trying to break through the illusion. Even if they had managed to do it, they were soon devoured by another bubble since there were too many bubbles. But from Lin Yun's angle, the bubbles were only the tip of the iceberg in the sovereign monument. When he looked at the other side, he saw that the bubbles came from a slumbering divine dragon. The divine dragon was snoring with bubbles being produced from its nose. Above the divine dragon was an island enveloped in fog with zither music that could be heard from it. "I finally found you." Lin Yun opened his eyes and his consciousness sank into that space. He passed through the bubbles and came onto that island. Many cultivators in the bubbles threw out a mouthful of blood with fear on their faces when Lin Yun stepped on their bubbles. Passing through the fog, Lin Yun saw a painting. This was a white-clothed man caressing the zither on a towering tree with the divine dragon sleeping by his side. When the white-clothed man saw Lin Yun, he wasn't surprised and helplessly said, "Why are you forcing it? You framed me." Lin Yun smiled. The white-clothed man roared, "You've already grasped the Nirvana Tao, and you're now suitable to become my successor. Furthermore, I have given you enough benefits." Lin Yun knew why there was a golden Tao fruit even though he didn't comprehend the sovereign monument. This white-clothed man wanted him to behave. He rolled his eyes and smiled. "I have a friend suitable to be your successor." After he waved his hand, a golden bubble appeared with Ji Zishi comprehending within it. "She's suitable, but it's a pity that she's a phoenix," the white-clothed man said after glancing at it. Lin Yun pointed at Lin Xianxia, and the white-clothed man said, "Her talent is enough, but are you not more suitable if she is considered suitable?" Lin Yun instantly knew that this person might not be a swordsman. He reached out, pointing at Xianxia, asking, "What about him?" In the golden bubble, Xianxia was digging a tomb. When he saw a tomb shining with golden radiance, he was excited. He said, "Holy shit! I can dig out tombs here. Is this a divine tomb? Ha ha ha! I'm the best. Even if the talent of my successor is bad, he has to have a normal mind." The white-clothed man roared. Lin Yun couldn't hold himself back and laughed. "Please calm down. Why don't we negotiate a little? You give me an eternal Tao fruit, and I'll pretend I didn't come here." "Get lost," the white-clothed man said. Lin Yun was really greedy to not give up after obtaining so many golden Tao fruits. But Lin Yun wasn't furious and looked around before his gaze fell onto the divine dragon. He walked over and asked, "I wonder what will happen if this divine dragon wakes up?" "Stop!" The white-clothed man became nervous. "It looks like I'm right." Lin Yun smiled as he walked towards the divine dragon, planning to wake it up. This made the white-clothed man's face change as he began to play the zither, unleashing countless threads at Lin Yun. Those threads were connected to lives from countless worlds, and each contained unimaginable power. But when they landed on Lin Yun, Nirvana knocked them away. As I expected, Lin Yun calmed down. It was as he had speculated. The white-clothed man couldn't do anything to him as long as he grasped an eternal Tao. Otherwise, the white-clothed man wouldn't have given him so many golden Tao fruits. He said, "Everything is nothing before Nirvana." He noticed this white-clothed man probably grasped the Karma Tao, the most mysterious Tao amongst the 9 eternal Taos. He asked, "What will happen if the divine dragon awakens?" The white-clothed man felt helpless and said, That's not a divine dragon, but a heavenly dragon. Even the sovereign monument won't be able to suppress it if it wakes up. It is why this thought of mine can exist and not extinguish. Forget it, I agree. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard about the heavenly dragon. Two eternal Tao fruits, the white-clothed man said. Lin Yun finally recollected his gaze. He was tempted earlier when he heard about the heavenly dragon, but it probably wouldn't be good news for him if the heavenly dragon woke up. There were too many uncertainties, and a deity was nervous about it. He now knew why the heavenly dragon bone left behind by the Southern Emperor would cause such a huge commotion in the Kunlun realm. When the sovereign monument shone the 9th time, Lin Yun opened his eyes with 2 crimson fruits in his hand. He only glanced at them before storing it. But not many people paid attention to them since their attention was on the fruit in their hands. Some looked satisfied while some were disappointed. When everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion gathered, they began to share their harvest. Xiong Tianan walked over to Lin Yun with excitement. He said, "Brother Lin, guess what I dug out in the illusory world? A golden coffin. It's a divine coffin, but it's a pity that I don't have enough time to open it up," Xiong Tianan said. Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing. He now knew why the white-clothed man would be so furious. A considerable commotion resounded as the sovereign monument burrowed into the ground, with everyone looking at it with pity. But some smart people quickly left before the sovereign monument returned to the ground. After comprehending the sovereign monument 9 times, they all had Tao fruits on them, and those Tao fruits were all treasures. Some even obtained silver Tao fruits, and they wouldn't be able to leave if they didn't leave now. But before they could leave, they were sent flying back, throwing blood on the ground. A considerable commotion resounded as a mountain was shattered. This shocked all the Azure Cloud Realm's cultivators as they saw 4 figures, 3 men and a woman, in the sky who had released a terrifying aura. Anyone could tell with a glance that they weren't pushovers. The Azure Divine Palace. It's the Azure Divine Palace, someone exclaimed with an unnatural expression. After those 4 appeared, another person walked out with a smile, amicably looking at everyone from the Azure Cloud Realm. When Xiong Tianan saw this person, his face changed, and he exclaimed, "It's him! Wang Ju!" Wang Ju donned an Azure Taoist robe as he looked around with a smile. He said, "It looks like I'm here at the right time. All of you must have comprehended the sovereign monument, right?" Wang Ju donned an Azure robe, looking elegant, but he gave off a terrifying aura that instantly made him the center of attention. This person is a divine disciple of the Azure Divine Palace. The Azure Divine Palace is one of the most ancient forces in the universe, and even the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is pale when compared to it, Xiong Tianan whispered. Just the title of a divine disciple was enough to pressure everyone tremendously, and everyone's faces became grave upon seeing Wang Ju. Wang Ju was famous in the universe to begin with. Even in the Azure Cloud Realm, many people heard of him. He was one of the more dazzling geniuses of this generation. The 4 chief disciples of the Azure Cloud Realm were inferior to him. The Azure Divine Palace had 72 guards, all under the various divine disciples as servants. The 4 around Wang Ju were 4 guards known as Thunderhawk, Ghost Owl, Ray Serpent, and Heavenly Wood. When the 4 guards saw the fear on everyone's faces, they wore contemptuous expressions. "Wang Ju, what are you doing here?" Baiyu roared. Thunderhawk, who was standing before Wang Ju, smiled. "We're naturally here to borrow everyone's Tao fruits. We have long heard of them." When he said that, everyone's faces changed because this was no different from openly snatching them. "This is the territory of my Azure Cloud Realm, not your Azure Divine Palace. Do you think that everyone is afraid of you?" The Azure Divine Palace might be famous, but everyone had obtained the Tao fruits with incredible difficulty. So why would they give it away? The strongest of the Azure Cloud Realm, Mu Xiuhan, coldly said, "Wang Ju, you want to face the entire Azure Cloud Realm by yourself?" Wang Ju began laughing upon hearing that. The 4 Azure Divine guards around him wore mocking expressions. Wang Ju sneered, Don't tell me that you think I'm on the same level as you since we're on the brandished dragon ranking, right? As a divine disciple, I'll be bullying you into making a move against you. Mu Xiuhan's face became pale, and a figure dashed over before he could speak. Xan Wuhan roared, Wang Ju, let me face you. He had embarrassed himself against Xiong Tianan and Lin Xianxia earlier, so he naturally wanted to prove himself now. Or rather, he didn't put Wang Ju in his eyes, not to mention it was rare to find an opponent like that. So even if he lost, he could boast that he had fought with Wang Ju, a divine disciple. But Wang Ju sneered, consider it my loss to take another bat against someone like you. What arrogance! Xian Wuhan became furious after he was belittled. He refused to believe he couldn't force Wang Ju into making a move. As long as Wang Ju made a move, it would be a massive bargain if he could last 10 moves. He executed his martial technique with the great Yang Dao and a bright sun appeared. Seeing the flames on him, everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the great solar fire. When flames ignited, the outline of the great solar domain was formed. This was Wang Ju's confidence to challenge Wang Ju. But Wang Ju didn't take a bat at him while the woman beside him sneered. This woman was one of the Azure Divine Guards, Ghost Owl. She dashed out and pushed her palm forth, shattering the golden radiance coming from Xian Wuhan. This made Xian Wuhan groan as his face changed, and he took a few steps back. Great solar fire? What bullshit, Ghost Owl said as she smiled. When crimson flames blazed in her eyes, a demonic aura spread. She was from the demon clan. This made Xian Wuhan feel aggrieved, and Ghost Owl appeared before he could say anything. This speed surprised Xian Wuhan, with a palm landing on his chest, and the great solar domain began to disperse. Sent flying away, Xian Wuhan smashed against a boulder, his face becoming pale. On the other hand, a ghostly figure appeared behind the Ghost Owl. Behind the ghostly figure, 9 flames looked deep and unfathomable. With a wave of her hand, Ghost Owl dragged Xian Wuhan over and stepped on his chest. She roared, behave yourself and hand over the Dao fruits. I'll give. Xian Wuhan was terrified and quickly handed over his Dao fruits. There were 9 of them, 6 indigo and 3 silver. There isn't even a golden Dao fruit, and yet you dare to call yourself a genius on the brandished dragon ranking? Ghost Owl waved her hand and handed the Dao fruits to Wang Ju before sending Xian Wuhan flying away with a kick. Everything occurred in a split second, and Xian Wuhan was heavily injured before everyone could respond. Wang Ju looked at the indigo Dao fruits with contempt, but his complexion improved after seeing the silver Dao fruits. Everyone from the Azure Cloud realm was stumped as they looked at Ghost Owl with fear. Xian Wuhan might be ranked at the bottom of the brandished dragon ranking, but he was still on the ranking, so they couldn't believe that he was defeated in only 3 moves. Bai Yu and Ao Ju took a deep breath, their faces becoming ugly. After all, Wang Ju had yet to make a move. This is the strength of those from the Azure Cloud realm? Ghost Owl sneered coldly. If that's the case, don't go and embarrass yourselves when the heavenly Baron Saint Mountain appears. What arrogance! A cold voice resounded as Bai Yu stood out. He continued, you're a mere Azure Divine Guard. Do you think there's no one here capable of dealing with you guys? Bai Yu was one of the 4 chief disciples of the Azure Cloud realm. His cultivation was at the 6th stage Saint Lord and was famed for his cruelty. He was enveloped in a crimson baleful aura with a pressure spreading out. Seeing Bai Yu, everyone's eyes lit up. They might usually fear Bai Yu, but he was on the Azure Cloud realm side this time. He had a powerful aura and was only half a step from reaching the 7th stage Saint Lord. Finally, someone from the 4 chief disciples is standing out. Bai Yu might be cruel, but at least he has some courage and won't just cower upon seeing Wang Ju. With Chief Bai making a move, it should be easy to deal with Ghost Owl. Everyone from the Azure Cloud realm looked over in high spirits, since no one wanted their Dao fruits to be snatched from them. Ghost Owl smiled. You're not bad. If you're willing to become our master's servant, I believe our master won't mind bringing you up the mountain. Wang Ju nodded. You barely have the qualification to climb the mountain. Bai Yu's face was dark. He had never been looked down upon in this manner before. Raising his brow, he said, "I'll cripple your so-called Azure Divine Guards within 3 moves. Ha ha ha." Ghost Owl laughed and sneered. "Let's talk after taking 3 moves from me." The moment she finished, a ghostly howl echoed and boundless purple miasma began to spread out, causing the entire Chilan mountain to tremble. Ghost Owl was swift as she appeared before Baiyu in a flash. In the next moment, the ghostly figure also moved and 9 flames began to revolve, causing the surrounding space to distort, and an immense pressure was coming down. Baiyu's face changed, and he summoned his constellation. Like a mountain, the crimson skeleton enveloped Baiyu to block this attack. But in the next second, Ghost Owl attacked 3 times, each causing the surrounding space to tremble. This surprised Baiyu, and the crimson skeleton manifested into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each arm wielded a glory saint artifact with a crimson seal on Baiyu's forehead, making him look like a fiend god. When he executed the strongest martial technique of the Blood-Bone Gate, he stabilized the situation, and the crimson skeleton on him became even more realistic. A crimson domain formed when the weapons were brandished, allowing Baiyu to stabilize the situation. "Interesting. I'm becoming serious." Ghost Owl's eyes excitedly flashed as a black aura swept out of her body. That was one of the 36 sovereign Daos, Death Dao. They unleashed their most potent attacks, and their fight became even more intense. The 9 flames behind the ghostly figure began to spiral in reverse before it reached out with its palm. There were multiple divine runes on the palm. How is this possible? Baiyu raised his head with fear reflected in his eyes. "Touch of death." The Ghost Owl laughed, looking like a madman as she appeared to have become a ghost with thousands of vines piercing through the crimson skeleton armor with black light flashing in the wounds, containing Death Dao, making recovery impossible. Ghost Owl laughed as she charged over, following up her attacks. In just 10 moves, Baiyu kneeled on the ground with blood bleeding from his 7 orifices. This made everyone in the Azure Cloud realm take a deep breath, their faces becoming pale with fright. When they looked at the voluptuous Ghost Owl, they were so frightened that they took a few steps back. "Someone like you is qualified to be a chief disciple?" Ghost Owl looked at Baiyu and gave him a few slaps, causing Baiyu to throw out blood with his teeth flying out. This left everyone from the Blood-Bone Gate dumbfounded, since they had always been bullying others and not the other way around. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Chongjun and Shiruo were so frightened that their legs trembled as they hid behind Lin Jiangxian. Wu Yuhua was shocked, but soon asked, "Isn't she a little too powerful?" Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and felt that Ghost Owl should be as strong as she appeared. The problem lay with the 9 flames, which would form into a terrifying array. "Stop! I'll hand over the Dao fruits," Baiyu screamed as he handed out all his Dao fruits. "That's more like it." Ghost Owl smiled as she received the Dao fruits with a sweet smile, but her smile looked terrifying in the eyes of others. "Silver." Ghost Owl frowned. "It turns out that you're also a piece of garbage." She refused them and sent Baiyu flying away with a slap. Then, she raised her head and looked at Mu Xiuhan. Mu Xiuhan's face was pale, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. He obediently handed over 9 Dao fruits. "You dare call yourself the first of the Azure Cloud realm? They're all silver Dao fruits." The Ghost Owl mocked and didn't give Mu Xiuhan any face. Mu Xiuhan clenched his fists but didn't dare to refute and lowered his head. "My aptitude is poor." "Well, it's not bad," Ghost Owl said in a disappointed tone. Suddenly, Exine Wuhan jumped out and said, "Lord Ghost Owl, that person over there has golden Dao fruits. I saw them with my own eyes." The person Exine Wuhan pointed at was Lin Yun. This scene shocked everyone with disbelief as they looked at Lin Yun. Everyone had a rough impression of Lin Yun but soon laughed in disdain when everyone recognized Lin Yun, who had been walking around earlier. Is Exine Wuhan insane? That fellow is just a laughingstock and has been wandering around earlier. So how can he possibly obtain a golden Dao fruit? If he obtained a golden Dao fruit, why doesn't he have any expression on his face? If I had obtained a golden Dao fruit, I wouldn't be able to hold back. How can that person possibly obtain a golden Dao fruit? Discussions resounded from the surroundings since everyone was surprised by what Xian Wuhan said. But hearing about the golden Dao fruit, Wang Ju raised his brow and looked at Xian Wuhan, frowning. Ghost Owl also turned to look at Xian Wuhan, causing the latter to stammer. I only saw a glimpse of a golden ray in his hand, so you should let him take out his Dao fruits, and we'll know the answer then. Ghost Owl rolled her eyes because that was truly the case. She just had to make Lin Yun take them out to see if they were real. So she looked at Lin Yun with ripples in her heart. She didn't notice it earlier, but Lin Yun was pretty dashing. She smiled. You're quite handsome. Behave and take out your Dao fruits to let me see them. Her smile was charming, but everyone only felt a chill down their spines after recalling how brutal she was earlier. Forget it. I'll help myself to it. Ghost Owl didn't wait for Lin Yun's response and made her move with the 9 ghostly flames revolving behind her. Everyone immediately felt a chill down their spines, making their souls shiver. Many people were caught off guard and threw out blood, with their faces turning pale and their vitality diminishing. Demoness! She's a demoness! Everyone's faces became pale as they retreated. Xiong Tianan frowned with surprise flashing through his eyes because Ghost Owl was too fast. Not only Xiong Tianan but Lin Xianxia didn't react in time earlier because the thought of Lin Yun possessing golden Dao fruits never crossed her mind. In a split second, Ghost Owl pushed back dozens of people with the aura she gave off, with the 9 ghostly flames blooming like flowers, exuding a deadly aura. Death touch. Ghost Owl waved her hand and the ghostly figure manifested into a demonic claw, lunging at Lin Yun. Everything happened too fast, and everyone could already foresee that Lin Yun would be torn apart. After all, this was the attack that Ghost Owl used to defeat Baiyu earlier. But in the critical moment, Lin Yun used his fingers as a sword, and his aura changed when he raised his head, giving off a sharp aura that made him look like a sword immortal. When he stabbed his fingers at the claw, light shone from his fingers and all the swordsmen on Qilin Mountain trembled and could feel that they were losing control of their swords. When the light spread out, Lin Yun's eyes became golden as he released his divine light sword intent. A powerful sword aura swept out, catching many people in the surroundings by surprise, and they were sent flying away. When his sword intent bloomed, a sword ray flew out with a shake of his wrist, releasing a dazzling radiance that made the entire Qilin Mountain dim. With a stab, Lin Yun's fingers came in contact with the claw and Ghost Owl's Saint energy began to explode with the 9 flames collapsing. But that wasn't all. The sword ray unleashed from Lin Yun's fingers made Ghost Owl's fingers collapse like bamboo. This instantly left everyone from the Azure Cloud realm dumbfounded. When they looked at Lin Yun again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, Lin Yun had defeated Ghost Owl with 1 finger. Xiong Tianan and Lin Xianxia were dumbfounded when they wanted to help Lin Yun. They couldn't believe what they saw. Not only them but all the cultivators in the Azure Cloud realm were filled with disbelief, including Aoju and Mushohan. How is this possible? Chongjun and Shirua were also frightened after seeing Lin Yun defeat Ghost Owl with 1 move. Was this the same person who walked around the Sovereign Monument like a fool? This was the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Who the hell is this person? I don't know, but I hear others calling him Lin Yun. Didn't they say he's a joke wandering around the Sovereign Monument? When everyone from the Azure Cloud realm recovered from their shock, discussions erupted amongst them. Big Brother Lin is the best. Ji Zishi's face was excitedly red, and she didn't bother hiding her pride. This was the Lin Yun she knew, Flower Burial, who was invincible in the Kunlun realm. Even in the Heavenly Barren realm, he was the best. She had always been confident in Lin Yun without a hint of hesitation. A commotion broke out on Qilin Mountain as everyone became excited. Since Lin Yun was so strong, wouldn't that mean everyone could keep their Dao fruits? Wang Ju was surprised while Thunderhawk, Ray Serpent, and Heavenly Wood's faces changed. Thunderhawk moved the fastest and grabbed onto Ghost Owl. When he lowered his head, he discovered that Ghost Owl had long fainted from the pain. 4th sister. Thunderhawk's face was terrifyingly dark as he discovered that Ghost Owl was bleeding profusely from her wounds. With Ghost Owl's physique, She should have recovered from her injuries long ago and would be able to grow a new arm soon. But she was bleeding profusely from her wounds with no signs of healing. "I'll kill you." Thunderhawk was infuriated and pushed his palm forth without any hesitation. After lightning gathered in his palm, it formed into an ancient divine rune that descended towards Lin Yun. Before the palm descended, a terrifying aura tore apart the surrounding space, creating fine cracks that sealed off the space around Lin Yun. This attack was fast and ruthless, not to mention that it sealed Lin Yun's path of retreat, wanting to kill Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was even faster. Hundreds of ribbons suddenly flew out, and the surrounding lightning was shattered. When the lightning dissipated, it manifested into scattering flames, leaving holes in the ground with magma surging. When everyone saw this, their faces changed. If a sixth-stage Saint Lord came in contact with this flame, they would be incinerated into ashes. With just this alone, anyone could tell how powerful Thunderhawk was. What powerful divine light sword intent! Thunderhawk sensed Lin Yun's sword intent and finally knew how he could defeat Ghost Owl so quickly. That was the divine light sword intent at complete mastery. No wonder Fourth Sister was defeated so quickly. Just your sword intent alone, you're qualified to ascend the heavenly barren Saint Mountain. But you're unfortunate to run into me. Thunderhawk no longer held back, and his golden pill began to ignite with an ancient bloodline being awakened, releasing a roar. With him in the center, the entire Qilin Mountain began to tremble violently as everyone sensed a powerful and ancient aura being released by Thunderhawk. In the next second, a golden radiance exploded from Thunderhawk as a pair of golden wings appeared behind him. Golden winged rock. Are all of the Azure Divine Guards that powerful? I'm afraid they all possess a primordial demonic beast's bloodline. With his cultivation and the golden winged rock's bloodline, he's practically invincible amongst sixth-stage Saint Lords. The golden winged rock was an ancient primordial beast that was even more powerful than the emerald demonic ape, possessing the ancient bloodline of fiend gods. Thunderhawk's hands became sharp with scales appearing. Lin Yun examined the golden winged rock's hands curiously with a playful expression. "You're courting death." Thunderhawk felt provoked, and he reached out for Lin Yun. But Lin Yun merely thrusted his fingers forth like a sword. When the two powers collided, Thunderhawk was forced to take 10-odd steps back before stabilizing himself, while Lin Yun didn't take a step back and looked calm. "I'm afraid you're not qualified to have me draw my sword if this is the best you can do?" Lin Yun smiled. "How dare you!" Thunderhawk became furious as his body swelled up, releasing a divine aura with a golden winged rock's roar echoing from within his body. "Golden winged divine physique!" Everyone exclaimed as they recognized the divine physique that Thunderhawk possessed. With the golden winged divine physique, in addition to the golden winged rock's bloodline, it was no wonder that he dared to be so arrogant. After Thunderhawk exchanged 10-odd moves with Lin Yun, he discovered he couldn't suppress his opponent. Lin Yun stood firmly on the ground with his vitality like a huge river, providing endless power to him. "What's going on?" Thunderhawk looked at Lin Yun with horror. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? I even brought out my divine physique. So how can a mere fifth-stage Saint Lord like you possibly withstand my attacks?" Lin Yun winked and smiled. "Who doesn't have a divine physique these days? You think that you're the only one with a divine physique." When Lin Yun said that, a dragon's roar echoed from his body and the Azure Dragon divine rune began to shine. When a radiance shone from his body, a dragon's roar and aura spread, creating a shocking scene. As Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, the dragon's blood in his body began to boil. When he threw his punch, the Azure Dragon divine rune gathered on his fist, manifesting into a dragon's head, with his arm being the dragon's torso. The punch quickly sent Thunderhawk flying away, and his golden wings began to flap with golden feathers raining down on Lin Yun. But they only caused sparks to fly, and those feathers were bounced back. This left everyone dumbfounded, since they had never seen such a battle before. Each feather could inflict heavy injuries on a sixth-stage Saint Lord, but they were all knocked away when they landed on Lin Yun. No one could imagine just how powerful Lin Yun's divine physique was. How is this possible? Ghost Owl exclaimed in disbelief after regaining consciousness, unable to conceal the shock in her eyes. Even Ray Serpent and Heavenly Wood's faces changed and became grave. As for Wang Ju, he couldn't help turning to look over. Hovering in the air, Thunderhawk felt humiliated and furious. As golden light shone from him, he summoned his constellation, and an ancient painting unfolded with a Kuanping in an ocean. He roared, "How can a divine physique of the Dragon Clan possibly compete with the golden-winged rock? You seem to be unwilling to accept the reality?" Lin Yun smiled, raising his brow. "Humph, ancient golden-winged rocks feasts on dragons, and they have to consume hundreds of dragons daily. Today, I'll eat you," Thunderhawk said as a terrifying, wild instinct swept out from him that made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Yun smiled. "They feast on Nagas, not true dragons. Nagas merely possess some of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. They aren't any different from worms. On the other hand, I have grasped the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, which represents one of the 4 eternal constellations. Ha! Just watch how I'll tear you apart." Thunderhawk roared as he charged at Lin Yun once more. When he summoned his constellation, his aura increased. He only felt that he was a little careless earlier. Kuanping spreading wings. Within the constellation, the Kuanping spread its wings, causing great waves to rise from the ocean. This extraordinary sight shook the entire Qilin Mountain. When the waves settled, he threw out a punch, summoning 9 waves that reached the sky. "That's the heavenly Kuanping fist," everyone exclaimed, recognizing the fist technique that Thunderhawk was performing. This fist technique was famous in the 3000 realms and was known as one of the 3 most powerful fist techniques. Lin Yun calmly recalled the Dragon Origin Great Saint's teachings on Blood Purgatory Mountain. He tempered his divine physique under 100 times gravity. After they had clashed, they exchanged over 100 moves in the blink of an eye. In the beginning, Thunderhawk relied on the heavenly Kuanping fist and Kuanping constellation to gain some advantage, but the situation was soon turned around after 10 moves. When their punches clashed, Lin Yun's vitality was like boiling magma. On the other hand, Thunderhawk threw out blood and couldn't hold on any longer. "Ha! This is a satisfying fight." Lin Yun laughed as he remained in the same spot before stepping forth. 3 punches later, all his attacks landed on Thunderhawk's chest. Before Thunderhawk could respond, Lin Yun's hands began to change and a 7-colored divine radiance swept out with the sovereign dragon seal being formed. In a split second, the Azure Dragon divine rune began to ignite with his heart pumping. No! Thunderhawk was terrified this time, with fear in his eyes, but everything was too late. Lin Yun unleashed the sovereign dragon seal, creating a massive hole in Thunderhawk's chest. He roared, "A small bird wants to eat a dragon?" When blood splashed out, Lin Yun looked sinister. "Stop!" Heavenly Wood's face changed as he roared and lunged forth. But Lin Yun was excited with his dragon's blood beginning to boil. He grabbed onto the wings behind Thunderhawk and ripped them off. When Thunderhawk flew away, Heavenly Wood quickly examined his injuries. This was a shocking scene, frightening everyone in the Azure Cloud realm, and they only came to their senses a while later. Lin Yun is that powerful? Where did he come from? He practically relied on his divine physique to suppress Thunderhawk, but don't forget that he's a swordsman. This fellow is a genius. But why haven't we heard of him before? At this moment, even Bai Yu and the others had to admit that Lin Yun was a monstrous genius who was far stronger than them. Ha! Azure Divine Palace, you want to snatch our Dao fruits? With Lin Yun here, there is no room for you guys to be arrogant. Some demonic cultivators from the Azure Cloud realm were so excited that they began bragging about Lin Yun. "You're really bold. You dare help someone I want to kill." Lin Yun's eyes surged with murderous intent as he looked at Heavenly Wood. Compared to Ghost Owl, Lin Yun was genuinely furious with Thunderhawk. A mere golden-winged rock wanted to eat him. This person probably ate many cultivators who possessed the Dragon Clan's bloodline, or he wouldn't have said that earlier. Everyone from the Azure Cloud realm was dumbfounded. Heavenly Wood was the eldest brother amongst the 4 Azure Divine Guards, not to mention that he was Wang Ju's servant. But Lin Yun dared to speak to Heavenly Wood in such a tone? Wasn't that the same as slapping the Azure Divine Guards and Wang Ju's faces? But that thought only made all the demonic cultivators more excited after a brief stun. Holy shit! Who the hell is he? Doesn't he know the weight of a divine disciple? They were dumbfounded, but anyone could see the excitement on their faces. You dare save him? Since that's the case, you can both die together. Lin Yun's murderous intent was sparked, unleashing it at Heavenly Wood. Everyone from the Azure Cloud Realm was shocked by the aura that Lin Yun gave off, including Xian Wuhan, who was trembling in fear. He couldn't imagine just what kind of person he had just offended. Chang Jun and Shi Ruo also felt their legs wobbling. But when Shi Ruo looked at Lin Yun, her eyes shone differently. Facing Lin Yun's provocation, Heavenly Wood was shocked and couldn't help turning back to look at Wang Ju. But Wang Ju was calm while playing with the ring in his hand. He smiled. Let's play with him then. Perhaps he might have a golden Dao fruit. Since you've given the word, I'll play with him. Then, Heavenly Wood smiled. With a wave of his hand, light flashed and a white saint sword appeared in his hand. The name of this sword is Heavenly Evil, a 5-spirit glory saint artifact. You're also a swordsman, so let me show you what a real swordsman is. With a wave of his hand, a powerful radiance shone from the 5-spirit glory saint artifact with a powerful sword ray appearing. At the same time, sword intent swept out. It was the divine light sword intent at greater mastery. But that wasn't the end. There was a Dao flower blooming behind him with countless sword rays intertwining, reaching an astonishing number of over 30,000. He gave off a powerful sword aura that made Lin Xianxia frown. Everyone could guess that Heavenly Wood was strong, but they didn't imagine that he would be so powerful. Not only did he possess a 5-spirit glory saint artifact and grasp the divine light sword intent at greater mastery, but the Saint Daos of his sword Dao reached close to 40,000. Young master, will Big Brother be fine? Ghost Owl asked in a concerned tone. Wang Ju's hair fluttered, and he smiled. This person might be strong, but his foundation is far below Heavenly Wood. Heavenly Wood just has to unleash his full strength to suppress this person before killing him. When Lin Yun and Heavenly Wood looked at each other, their auras clashed before they fought. They released their saint auras with golden light shining in their eyes. Lin Yun was releasing his divine light sword intent as well. An invisible sword aura spread out, creating fine cracks in the surrounding space. This was the true terror of the divine light sword intent. Divine light sword intent at greater mastery? Is this where your confidence comes from? Lin Yun sneered with contempt. It's more than enough to deal with you. Heavenly Wood laughed and made his move. His divine light sword intent exploded, causing heaven and earth to tremble with the surrounding mountains trembling. Lin Yun merely stood and used his fingers as a sword to block this attack. When sparks flew, they were evenly matched. Heavenly Wood was shocked when he saw this because he failed to force Lin Yun to draw his sword even after using a 5-spirit glory saint artifact. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed a sword ray that was directed at Lin Yun's forehead. He was confident that Lin Yun couldn't withstand this attack. Lin Yun merely looked at the sword ray and knew he couldn't block this with his fingers. He ducked to the side, and the sword ray brushed past him, leaving him with a wound. Let me see how long you're going to keep pretending. Heavenly Wood laughed as his sword ray became even more terrifying, with powerful Saint Dao spreading out. As he laughed, his golden pill began to ignite, and the sword aura he released became even more terrifying. Nothing can stand before absolute strength. In the blink of an eye, Heavenly Wood unleashed his full strength as the 5 glory spirits shone. The difference is too great. Why hasn't Lin Yun drawn his sword? Xiong Tianan nervously frowned. He wasn't the only one. Everyone had become nervous when they saw this scene. But in reality, Lin Yun was calm and composed. Draw his sword? Haha. He no longer has the opportunity to draw his sword. Heavenly Wood laughed when he heard what Xiong Tianan said. He was confident that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to take his attack. He coldly said, "Why don't you draw your sword?" Are you not a swordsman? One must admit that Heavenly Wood's foundation was terrifying, regardless of his sword intent, Saint Dao, or cultivation. He might seem arrogant, but there weren't any flaws in his attack. If you dare to draw your sword, I'll sever your sword. Heavenly Wood unleashed a sword ray and also summoned his constellation. Under the empowerment of the constellation, the sword ray that he released became terrifying, leaving behind several holes in the sky with his sword intent, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This was the power of a swordsman. This gave everyone the feeling that Heavenly Wood's attack could pierce through the heavenly barren realm. Under the sword aura, even Lin Yun couldn't withstand it and was sent 100 meters back with blood dripping from his lips before falling onto one knee. After he wiped the blood off his lips, he looked at the blood in his palm and smiled. As expected, there's a huge difference in our Saint Dao. Do you now know who's the real swordsman? Heavenly Wood looked at Lin Yun coldly. I haven't drawn my sword yet, so where did you get your confidence from? Lin Yun smiled. Why don't you draw it out, then? I already said I'll sever your hand if you dare to draw your sword. Heavenly Wood said with disdain as he held onto his sword. Lin Yun smiled. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you because I don't have to make a move to draw my sword. Heavenly Wood had doubt flashing through his eyes because he didn't know what Lin Yun meant. He saw Lin Yun smiling, and a sword ray flashed from his chest. This made Heavenly Wood squint before he could try to dodge by instinct. When the sword ray flew past, a few strands of his hair fell, but he managed to dodge this sword. But before he could heave a sigh in relief, Lin Yun soared to the sky and descended. When Heavenly Wood dodged the sword ray, Lin Yun circulated the secret technique of the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, dividing himself into two, each wielding a sword. The two sword rays flew out and intertwined as the two Lin Yuns combined. Heavenly Wood took a few steps back with shock, his jaws dropping. Even Wang Ju had slightly widened his mouth from the shock he felt. Heavenly Wood asked, "What sword is that?" "Flower burial," Lin Yun replied. "Doesn't look so impressive at all." Heavenly Wood mocked, but he discovered he couldn't laugh. He couldn't even move the muscles on his cheeks. Waving his hand, Lin Yun smiled. "My hands are still around while your head is gone." "Big brother," Ghost Owl cried out, and even Ray Serpent was shocked. Heavenly Wood suddenly felt that something wasn't right. When he turned around, he saw a headless corpse 5 steps away with blood gushing from the neck. The cut on the neck was clean, and Heavenly Wood realized that the sword was too fast. So, it turns out that if the sword is too fast, it really won't hurt. That was the last thought Heavenly Wood had before he died. When Heavenly Wood's head fell, it rolled on the ground, with everyone widening their eyes with disbelief. When they looked at Lin Yun again, their eyes were filled with disbelief. The chiefs of the Azure Cloud Realm looked at Lin Yun with disbelief, while Ao Ju and Mu Shuahan exchanged a gaze. Lin Yun was too terrifying. If Ghost Owl and Thunderhawk were careless to be defeated and couldn't figure out Lin Yun's strength, Heavenly Wood was the eldest brother and the most potent amongst the 4, but he was defeated by Lin Yun. Most importantly, they could only see a blurred trajectory in that last sword that was unleashed by Lin Yun. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Xiong Tianan gulped down a mouthful of saliva and was shocked. He was a little afraid and felt fortunate that didn't make a move when he tailed Lin Yun. If he made a move, he might have died without knowing why. Just thinking about it was enough to cover Xiong Tianan in a cold sweat. As for Lin Jiangtian, she was also shocked, with her mouth slightly opened in surprise. Even if she had expected Lin Yun to be strong, she never imagined that Lin Yun would be so powerful. As for Chang Jun and Shi Ruo, who mocked Lin Yun earlier, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. Shi Ruo regretted this moment, and muttered, "Why didn't I notice that he's so strong? Furthermore, he even tried to get close to me earlier." Wu Yuhua was having difficulty enduring his laughter and glanced at Shi Ruo. Does she think that she is a peerless beauty? He naturally wouldn't believe Lin Yun would be attracted to Shi Ruo since they weren't on the same level. Right then, applause attracted everyone's attention and they saw that Wang Ju was smiling. It looks like Exine Wuhan wasn't lying. "You do have golden Dao fruits, and I believe it now." When he said that, Everyone finally recalled that there was still the divine disciple, so Lin Yun wasn't entirely safe yet. Wang Ju made a move and Heavenly Wood's headless corpse was dragged over, with his head placed back on it. When he reached out and put his hand on the head of Heavenly Wood's corpse, it began to heal. Heavenly Wood's vitality was slowly being restored before he reopened his eyes. Everyone's hearts trembled as they became shocked by this scene. It was unbelievable that someone who died came back to life. Although everyone knew that the life force of saints was vital and Heavenly Wood wasn't entirely dead, it was unbelievable that someone could recover from having his head decapitated so quickly. Lin Yun squinted and recognized that Wang Ju used Life Dao. Aside from that, Wang Ju forcibly removed the divine light sword intent lingering in Heavenly Wood's head. This might be impressive, but Lin Yun could also achieve it. But it was terrifying that Wang Ju removed his divine light sword intent with a wave of his hand. This meant that Wang Ju had grasped at least one sovereign Dao. At the same time, Thunderhawk's injuries were also recovered under Wang Ju's means, leaving everyone in the surrounding area dumbfounded. Everyone wore a grave expression as they looked at Wang Ju, who intimidated everyone with this move on purpose. After all, saving a dead person and someone who was dying was stronger than killing them. Young Master, Thunderhawk and Heavenly Wood had guilt on their faces when they reopened their eyes. Young Master, you have to take revenge for us. Don't let him go. Wang Ju waved his hand. The two of you focus on treating your injuries. Xian Wuhan's eyes lit up at this scene with a smile rising on his pale complexion. He said respectfully, as expected of a divine disciple, Brother Wang has really shocked us greatly. With Brother Wang's means, I believe you will be able to suppress everyone and reach the summit of the Saint Mountain. Xian Wuhan flattered Wang Ju. He was intimidated by Lin Yun and wanted to use Wang Ju's hands to get rid of Lin Yun. Brother Wang, he has more than one golden Dao fruit. Xian Wuhan viciously looked at Lin Yun. Is he right? Wang Ju smiled. If you hand the golden Dao fruits to me, I can forgive you for what happened earlier, and I can even let you enter the Saint Mountain with me. Everyone in the surroundings began to discuss amongst themselves because the condition given by Wang Ju was pretty attractive. Lin Yun had no change on his face. Before he smiled, You're right, I do have golden Dao fruits with me. He let go of the flower burial sword with his right hand. As the sword hovered around him, a golden radiance shone from Lin Yun's hand and 9 golden Dao fruits appeared. This made everyone stare at them with their eyes wide open and looking dumbfounded. Even Ao Ju and Mu Shuhan were dumbfounded. How is this possible? Oh my god. It's really the golden Dao fruits. 9 golden Dao fruits. How did he manage to do it? No one has obtained a golden Dao fruit before in the history of the Sovereign Monument. Everyone from the Azure Cloud Realm was dumbfounded. It was even more shocking than when Lin Yun killed Heavenly Wood earlier. After all, those were 9 golden Dao fruits, and this was unprecedented. Fuck! Xian Wuhan couldn't help cursing because he never expected Lin Yun to take out 9 golden Dao fruits. Holy shit! How is that possible? Are those really golden Dao fruits? Xiong Tianan couldn't help exclaiming. Lin Jiangxian's gaze became sharp. Those are really golden Dao fruits. Everyone's gaze was attracted to the golden Dao fruits with greed, shock, and envy. Only Ji Zishi knew what Lin Yun wanted to do when he took out the golden Dao fruits. No one here knew about Lin Yun better than her. Lin Yun was someone willing to give away a treasure like the golden Dao fruit if he took a liking to someone, just like how he gave her the divine flame fragment in the heavenly void. But if someone wanted to forcibly snatch them away, Lin Yun wouldn't give them any face, even if it was a divine disciple. She wouldn't let anyone hurt Lin Yun, not even a divine disciple. Thinking about this, murderous intent and a chilling aura flashed across Ji Zishi's eyes. Ha! So what if you have 9 golden Dao fruits? So what if you killed my big brother? In the end, you're still going to hand them over, not to mention that my big brother will also be able to make a breakthrough in his strength through this fight. Ray Serpent sneered with contempt in his eyes. When the other cultivators in the Azure Cloud Realm heard that, they sighed and heaved a sigh in relief. They believed that Lin Yun would hand the golden Dao fruits over. This meant that Wang Ju wouldn't go after their Dao fruits anymore. As for Wang Ju, he looked excited because he needed the golden Dao fruits, and they attracted his gaze. You want them? Lin Yun wore a playful smile. Hand them over. You can follow me in the future, Wang Ju said pridefully. With a contemptuous smile, Lin Yun tossed the golden Dao fruits to the sky and smiled. Come and take them, if you want. The 9 golden Dao fruits were tossed to the sky, attracting countless gazes since no one expected this scene. But they didn't notice that after Lin Yun threw the golden Dao fruits, he raised his left hand to his waist and shot 2 sword rays, blowing Thunderhawk and Heavenly Wood apart. The 2 had just been brought back to life and could make a breakthrough in their strength, but they died a terrible death in the next moment. When everyone raised their heads, they heard a loud explosion before they could even respond. This was too stimulating and everyone's minds became blank and couldn't recover from their shock even after a long time. Heavenly Wood. Thunderhawk. Wang Ju could no longer care about the golden Dao fruits and his face changed at the death of his 2 azure divine guards. The 2 followed him for a long time and he placed great hopes on them. Big brother. Second brother. Ghost Owl and Ray Serpent exclaimed. Ray Serpent's face had turned green since he had mocked Lin Yun earlier. But while everyone was shocked by Heavenly Wood and Thunderhawk's deaths, Lin Yun performed the Azure Dragon's Grasp and dragged Xian Wuhan over. With a clench, Xian Wuhan's head was crushed. Everything took place in the blink of an eye before anyone could respond. When everyone recovered from the shock, they finally realized that Lin Yun had planned everything, and he was messing around with Wang Ju right from the beginning. When Lin Yun took out the golden Dao fruits, he already had everything planned. After everyone recalled Lin Yun's smile, they felt a chill run down their spines with their faces changing. Die! Wang Ju appeared before Lin Yun and pushed his palm forth. When Lin Yun clashed with Wang Ju head-on, he instantly felt that his sword intent and saint energy were being suppressed. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron then flew out the next moment to withstand the pressure, but it only lasted for a brief moment before fine cracks appeared on the cauldron, with Lin Yun taking a few steps back. This had never happened before. Ji Zixie's face changed, and she immediately came over to Lin Yun. Seeing that Wang Ju wanted to come again, Xiong Tiannan and Lin Xianxia made a move to stop him. Watch out, Lin Yun warned, but it was already too late. Xiong Tiannan and Lin Xianxia were sent flying away after an exchange. Wang Ju gave out a dazzling radiance along with a powerful aura, causing the entire Qilin Mountain to tremble. The aura that he gave off was at the 7th stage Saint Lord. Wang Ju hovered with his hair fluttering, making him look like an invincible immortal. When a powerful aura descended, Qilin Mountain began to tremble. 7th stage Saint Lord. Mu Xiuhan's face became pale with deep fear in his eyes. The last 3 stages of the Saint Lord were increasingly challenging, but one would transform if one could make it through. A 7th stage Saint Lord was at least 10 times stronger than a 6th stage Saint Lord. After being tempered by the tribulation, the circulation of Saint energy would become different and more powerful. This was equivalent to the difference between Saint Aura and Saint Energy. Mu Xiuhan was at the pinnacle of the 6th stage Saint Lord, but he didn't dare to take that step out since someone with more talent would die faster. He had seen many older generations taking the risk and died a terrible death. So he was only filled with envy when he saw Wang Ju's cultivation. This was the benefit of divine disciples. With the guidance of a deity, they would have no risk to life even if they failed. I see. Lin Yun finally understood the huge difference in their strength earlier. He began to analyze his trump cards. Nirvana Dao, Quasi-Bright Sun Sword Intent, Sovereign Constellation, Azure Dragon Sword Domain, Nirvana Sword Art, and the Divine Firefly Sword. We're finished now that we know he's a 7th stage Saint Lord. Xiong Tiannan smiled bitterly. He had already guessed Wang Ju's cultivation earlier when they made a move. Lin Xianxia struggled back to her feet with a pale complexion, but there was no surprise in her eyes. I'll deal with the 2 of you later. Wang Ju looked at the 2 with disdain before his gaze fell on Lin Yun again. He looked prideful, as though Lin Yun's life was in his hands, and he said, "Give me a reason not to kill you. You still have time to leave now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't look nice for you if we fight later." Lin Yun smiled. He didn't place the azure divine guards in his eyes, but a divine disciple might have protection left behind by a deity, so he wasn't entirely sure that he could kill his opponent. His words caused a commotion in the surroundings because they didn't expect Lin Yun to have such a strong stance. "Hey, Brother Lin, leave when you can," Xianxia said while lying on the ground. On the other hand, everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion helped Lin Xianxia up before looking at Lin Yun with confusion. "It looks like you still have no idea of a divine disciple's strength." Wang Ju smiled as his expression became calm once more. When he appeared before Lin Yun again, he pushed his palm forth and shattered Lin Yun's aura. "Holy shit! Lin Yun is finished. The difference in their cultivation is too great." Lin Yun was calm as he held onto the flower burial sword and released his divine light sword intent at complete mastery. The pressure he felt was immediately alleviated as a dragon's roar echoed from his chest with golden sword radiance shining out. With just one sword, Lin Yun severed Wang Ju's attack into two. Sword domain. Wang Ju squinted as he stepped forth, entering Lin Yun's sword domain. When they clashed, Wang Ju wasn't affected by Lin Yun's sword domain and looked like a wild beast that could tear apart the sword domain the next instance. 10 odd moves later, Wang Ju knocked the sword away and threw a punch at Lin Yun's chest. His saint energy pierced through Lin Yun's sword intent and saint energy, sending Lin Yun flying back. All the cultivators from the Azure Cloud Realm were also shocked as they looked at Lin Yun and wondered if he could still live. "No!" Ji Zishi became nervous and furious, wanting to charge at Wang Ju, but she was held down by Lin Xianxia. Divine Light Sword Intent? Azure Dragon Divine Physique? "They're nothing before a divine disciple," Wang Ju said with disdain as he dashed forth, wanting to end the fight with another punch. "Who said the battle has ended when I'm still alive?" Lin Yun grinned while being on one knee. His fighting spirit was blazing in his eyes. He knew that he made the right decision in coming to the Heavenly Barren Realm, but he had to thank his wife Su Xiao. Without the Azure Saint Cloth, he would probably have to run for his life after taking that punch. Wang Ju was surprised. After all, his attack wasn't something that someone at the 5th stage Saint Lord could withstand. But Lin Yun didn't suffer any injuries and was filled with fighting spirit instead. Holy shit! He stood up. Even a divine disciple can't suppress him. He's a weirdo. This is too unbelievable. Everyone in the surrounding area was dumbfounded and could feel their blood boiling after they recovered from their shock. After all, a divine disciple was a deity-like figure to them. But today, someone like that couldn't even deal with a swordsman. Wang Ju frowned and said, "I know that the golden Dao fruits you threw out aren't real. If you admit defeat now and hand over the golden Dao fruits, I can spare your life." "My sword doesn't agree with it." Lin Yun smiled, wielding the flower burial sword and sensing its fighting spirit. "I won't stop fighting until my blood bleeds out." Lin Yun laughed as he charged at Wang Ju under everyone's shocked gazes. With a roar, Lin Yun performed the light of the beginning. When he performed it, Wang Ju was shocked to discover that he couldn't catch up with Lin Yun and could only see a blurred ray of light. When they fought again, Lin Yun's sword technique became unpredictable. 30 moves later, Wang Ju was sent flying away with a sword vibration. But when he retreated, he pushed his palm forth, sending Lin Yun flying away. As for Wang Ju, he was covered in blood, which was a shocking scene. "You're committing blasphemy." Wang Ju's gaze became vicious as 3 Dao flowers appeared behind him. They were all sovereign Daos. They were the Death Dao, Life Dao, and Devour Dao. Not only that, but the Saint Daos for each sovereign Dao reached 50,000. This was a shocking scene, and everyone could feel their scalps going numb. Xianxia and Lin Xianxia also had fear in their eyes. As for the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples, their legs were wobbling. 30. No. 15 minutes. Hold him back for 15 minutes, and I can defeat him. Lin Yun took a deep breath before looking at Xianxia and Lin Xianxia. Xianxia hesitated, but a sword ray flew out while he hesitated. Lin Xianxia didn't say a word as she drew her sword, unleashing a sword ray. With a flash, She immediately charged at Wang Ju. Holy shit! Xianxia was affected by Lin Xianxian and smiled. So what if you're a divine disciple? I'm someone who would even dig a deity's tomb. When Lin Xianxian blocked Wang Ju's attack, she unleashed a sword ray that pierced through the sky, landing on Wang Ju. The heavenly divine sword. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this sword ray. It was the famous heavenly divine sword of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Rise! Xianxia roared and 10 coffins rose from the ground, each with various talismans. When the coffins opened up, 10 corpses appeared and were all at the 6th stage Saint Lords. Most importantly, the 10 corpses were all corpse kings. When the 10 corpse kings opened their eyes, they charged at Wang Ju. This was a shocking scene that made everyone's faces change. That's because Lin Yun, Xianxia and Lin Xianxian resorted to their trump cards. Not to mention that Lin Xianxian didn't even have a hint of hesitation. Wang Ju frowned and looked impatient. Regardless of the corpse kings or the heavenly divine sword, he couldn't deal with them anytime soon. Right then, a golden radiance shown as spiritual energy began to pour into Lin Yun's body from the surroundings, with a pillar of light enveloping him. He's trying to break into the 6th stage Saint Lord. Everyone came to their senses and were surprised. They finally recalled that Lin Yun was at the 5th stage Saint Lord when he fought with Wang Ju. Wang Ju instantly noticed that something wasn't right. Lin Yun was already strong at the 5th stage Saint Lord, and there might be trouble when he reaches the 6th stage Saint Lord. Ghost Owl, Ray Serpent. He gave an order and the 2 remaining Azure Divine Guards lunged at Lin Yun. Get past me first. A figure appeared before them. It was Ji Zishi. She spread her arms apart, ripping her cloak and revealing her crimson robe. Under this robe, she looked dazzling and radiated with peerless beauty. Her gaze was cold when she looked at Ghost Owl and Ray Serpent. When everyone raised their heads, they were stumped because they didn't expect Ji Zishi to look so beautiful. Ghost Owl and Ray Serpent wanted to stop Lin Yun from making a breakthrough, but they were stopped by Ji Zishi, who fought the 2 of them evenly as she gave off a noble aura when the phoenix bloodline within her body began to boil. Facing her, Ghost Owl and Ray Serpent were forced to retreat instead. The phoenix bloodline. Just who the hell is she? It looks like Lin Yun's identity isn't simple either. But why haven't we heard of him before? Everyone in the surrounding area was dumbfounded. After all, the phoenix bloodline was extremely noble even in the universe. But someone like her remained so low profile beside Lin Yun, which was incomprehensible. Mu Xiuhan and Ao Ju were shocked as their eyes became glued to Ji Zishi. Ao Ju enviously said, "He really has a good fortune. Not only did he obtain 9 golden Dao fruits, but he even had such a beautiful companion. So what? He will only die by going against Wang Ju. Did he think he could turn the tables around after becoming a 6th stage Saint Lord?" Mu Xiuhan said coldly, "He can't. Deities personally guide divine disciples, and deities have protected them before coming to the heavenly barren realm. One has to be a divine disciple if they want to confront another divine disciple. Otherwise, do you really think that I'd be afraid of him?" Ao Ju replied coldly. "He's too naive, but it's confusing that Lin Xianxian and Xianxia are willing to help him. Do they think he will win?" The fight was chaotic, but no one was optimistic about Lin Yun. They felt that he was too arrogant and could just leave if he was capable. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion became nervous because they couldn't join a battle of this level, so they could only wait anxiously. "Do you guys think that I don't have any temper?" Wang Ju was thoroughly enraged after being besieged by 10 corpse kings and harassed by the Heavenly Divine Sword. When his aura swept out, the life, death, and devour Das perfectly fused together, forming a life-death domain. Wang Ju formed a life-death sovereign seal that smashed apart the heads of 5 corpse kings. But that wasn't all. He waved his hand and a terrifying vortex devoured Lin Xianxian's sword ray. Primordial Heavenly Devour Seal. With a push of his hand, the sword ray was returned to Lin Xianxian. He said, "You can have it back." After he was done, he snorted and no longer cared about Lin Xianxian. As for the life-death sovereign seal, it killed the 10 corpse kings, and even the corpse kings couldn't withstand the life-death aura. Damn it! Xianxia felt heartache as Wang Ju appeared in front of him before he could even respond. Kneel! Wang Ju descended from the sky with his hand reaching out for Xianxia's head. This naturally frightened Xianxia. So he roared, "Coffin!" A golden coffin appeared and stood behind Xianxia. When the coffin opened up, Xianxia threw out a mouthful of blood under Wang Ju's attack and entered the coffin. Standing in the coffin, Xianxia grinned, "Goodbye. So what if you're a divine disciple? There's nothing you can do to me." All the coffins containing corpse kings earlier flew over and became a shield in front of him. Damn it! Wang Ju was furious. He then charged over and destroyed all the coffins. But when he reached Xianxia, the golden coffin was closed. Even when Wang Ju's life-death sovereign seal constantly landed on the coffin, it didn't even manage to shake it. "Haha! You're too weak." Xianxia laughed from inside the coffin. When Wang Ju threw 2 more punches, he only left a slight ripple on the coffin, but no damage. This naturally made Wang Ju furious because he wasn't able to break open the coffin even after he was bleeding from his fists. Holy shit! That works. Haha! Xianxia is really a ruthless person. He's practically invincible this way. Ha ha ha! Even a divine disciple can't do anything to him. Everyone was briefly stumped before they began laughing. Their laughter was sarcastic, making Wang Ju furious. But there was nothing he could do about it now, so he could only retreat. When he retreated and wanted to go after Lin Yun instead, the coffin slid open with Xianxia coming out. "Ha ha ha! I'm back out." A lightning bolt flew over and Wang Ju returned. But he was too late. His punch merely landed on the closed coffin. "Ha ha ha! I'm back in. What can you do to me?" Xianxia's laughter came from within the coffin. This left Wang Ju furious, and he began attacking the coffin but to no avail. When he left, the coffin opened again and Xianxia laughed. "I'm back out." Wang Ju's face became dark as he returned with an even faster speed. Even so, Xianxia was a step faster and hid in the coffin, laughing. This instantly left everyone in the surroundings dumbfounded. This process was repeated 5 times, nearly driving Wang Ju insane while Xianxia was excited. "I'm back out." The coffin opened and Xianxia repeatedly taunted Wang Ju. "Azure Divine Seal." But Xianxia miscalculated this time. A crimson seal bloomed on Wang Ju's forehead. When the 3 seals combined, they formed into a terrifying seal that flew out, sending the coffin flying and Xianxia throwing out blood with his bones breaking. "It looks like I've gone a little too far." Xianxia bitterly smiled as he looked at the approaching Wang Ju. He taunted Wang Ju too much, so he probably wanted to kill him more than Lin Yun. Damn it! Seeing the Azure Divine Seal flying at him, Xianxia sighed because he knew that he couldn't escape death this time. This made Ji Zixi face change as she observed from afar. She wanted to help, but she was too late and had to deal with 2 opponents. Lin Xianxia descended right at that moment, standing before Xianxia. When she swung her sword, each swing was accompanied by a terrifying aura that swept out with light pillars shooting out with her in the center. 5 swords later, a powerful aura swept out when Lin Xianxia swung her sword, tearing the Azure Divine Seal into 2. This was a terrifying sword that looked as though 5 elements were recreating the world. When the sword ray cut apart the Azure Divine Seal, it continued on, forcing Wang Ju to retreat a few hundred meters. 5 elements. Wang Ju was shocked with disbelief because Lin Xianxia had grasped the 5 elements Dao. But another sword later, Lin Xianxia threw out blood and fell onto one knee, which made Wang Ju heave a sigh in relief. This was because Lin Xianxia didn't completely grasp the 5 elements Dao, only the surface of it. Because she forcibly tried to use it, she suffered a setback. "An ant trying to shake a tree," Wang Ju said coldly as she sent Lin Xianxia flying away with a wave of his hand. He didn't kill Lin Xianxia. She might not be comparable to a divine disciple, but he knew Lin Xianxia had a close relationship with a deity in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. It was publicly acknowledged that someone related to a deity couldn't be killed. Raising his brow, Wang Ju looked at Xianxia and smiled. Why don't you try to provoke me again? He couldn't kill Lin Jiangxian, but he had no plans of letting Xianxia go. He could even put Lin Yun aside because Xianxia had to die no matter what for taunting him earlier. Xianxia smiled. Who are you scolding? Still trying to play tricks even when facing death? Do you think that I'll fall for it? Wang Ju sneered and grabbed Xianxia from afar. Holy shit, you're serious? Lin Yun, wake up. Xianxian's survival instincts burst out. Wang Ju increased the strength on Xianxia and smiled. You think that I'm a fool? How can someone possibly break into the 6th stage Saint Lord in 15 minutes? I have plenty of time to deal with you, but just when he wanted to exert more force, a sword ray flew over and sent him flying away. The power behind the sword ray was strong enough to push Wang Ju a few meters back even after he landed on the ground. A figure also appeared before Xianxia. It was naturally Lin Yun. He looked at Xianxia, reaching out with a smile. You kept your promise. I'm just trying to catch his attention. But that fellow was like a mad dog who kept coming after me. Xianxia replied. Lin Yun merely smiled because he would also go after Xianxia if he were in Wang Ju's shoes. Holy shit, that fellow is coming again. You deal with him. Xianxia's face changed as he ran towards the golden coffin. Lin Yun only felt a shadow dashing over, but he smiled and clashed with Wang Ju. Great! They exchanged 10 moves in a split second. When Lin Yun's golden pill shone brightly with the 2 sword cannons circulated, the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron flew out from his violet palace. The cauldron seemed to contain a lot of resentment as it devoured all the radiance from the golden pill before turning into an ominous aura that filled Lin Yun's body. When Lin Yun's palm collided with Wang Ju, an ominous aura poured out that sent Wang Ju flying away, throwing out a mouthful of blood. When Wang Ju landed on the ground, he took several steps back again. Wang Ju raised his head to look at Lin Yun with disbelief and couldn't believe that Lin Yun held the advantage in the fight. He pointed at Lin Yun, looking like a madman, and asked, Who the hell are you? You're not a nameless person. Lin Yun didn't restrain the ominous aura within his body and summoned the flower burial sword to his hand. Who am I? I am flower burial Lin Yun, burying people and flowers alike. While Wang Ju was shocked, Lin Yun circulated his Nirvana Dao and soared to the sky. Although Wang Ju was prepared for an attack, fear began to spread in his heart when Lin Yun circulated the Nirvana Dao. He only saw Lin Yun move and nothing else. He couldn't keep up with him. As Lin Yun raised his brow, he smiled, and he drew a flower with his sword and blood was dripping down. As blood dripped from the flower burial sword, the blood contained powerful saint energy that produced a huge sound whenever it dropped. The surroundings fell silent as everyone's heart began pumping rapidly, and fear rose. They had no idea whose blood it was. Ao Ju and Mu Shohan wore grave expressions because they weren't too sure either, and that blood seemed to be the heart's blood. After stabbing through the heart, one would be heavily injured even if they weren't dead. Just when everyone was feeling anxious, Wang Ju threw out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Lin Yun in disbelief before falling to his knees, clutching his chest. Blood was pouring from his chest as he coughed, and the aura he gave off also began to decline. What a pity! Lin Yun looked helpless. It was a pity that he wasn't able to kill Wang Ju in the previous strike. When his sword came in contact with Wang Ju's heart, he suddenly felt an ancient aura obstructing him that sent his nirvana back, forcibly interrupting his sword. This is the power of a deity. Lin Yun felt that if he forcibly stabbed his sword into Wang Ju's heart, he would be heavily injured. This was a blessing given to Wang Ju by a deity that would activate if he was in danger. Young master! Ghost Owl and Ray Serpent quickly returned to Wang Ju's side and helped him up. Right then, Ji Zishi, Xianxia, and Lin Jiangxian gathered over. They stood around Lin Yun, looking at the injured Wang Ju with a grave expression. Flower burial? We'll meet again on the Saint Mountain. Wang Ju looked at Lin Yun with resentment and reluctance. Lin Yun merely shrugged and said nothing. You as well, Xianxia. Wang Ju turned to viciously look at Xianxia. Xianxia awkwardly smiled. Why vent your anger on me when I'm not the one making you kneel? You better not be on the Saint Mountain, or I won't let you go, Wang Ju said coldly. Lin Yun raised his brow and said, I return the same words to you. The deity won't be able to protect you for the rest of your life, and you know that you should have died earlier. Let's go, Wang Ju said with his face changing. He didn't dare to stay here for another second and quickly left with the 2 remaining Azure Divine Guards, not daring to stay for another moment. As for the other cultivators in the surrounding area, they were dumbfounded because they couldn't see what sword technique Lin Yun had used earlier, and even a divine disciple went down on his knees. I'm afraid Flower Burial's name will spread throughout the heavenly barren realm after today. Flower Burial? I haven't heard of him before. I heard from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion that he's from the Kunlun realm. Seeing Wang Ju leaving, everyone heaved a sigh in relief and quickly left. Their harvests were nothing compared to Lin Yun's, but they were considered decent, and they should refine them quickly. Amongst everyone, only Mu Xiuhan looked depressed. After all, his silver Dao fruits were taken by Wang Ju. This meant that he had no harvest here. He looked at Lin Yun with a reluctant look on his face before it changed. Let's go. I can give you a Dao fruit, so don't think of anything else. Ao Ju saw how pitiful he was, and warned him not to go after Lin Yun's golden Dao fruits. I'm not that foolish, Mu Xiuhan said and left with those from the Golden Jade Pavilion. With that, Qilin Mountain became quiet. Only the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples remained. Big Brother Lin, you're going to let him go just like that? Ji Zishi asked. She was talking about Wang Ju. It made no sense for Lin Yun to spare him. Lin Xianxia explained. He has the protection of a deity, and the seal left behind by that deity will be activated if his life is in danger. Wang Ju can't activate it himself, but anyone who wants to kill him will suffer a backlash. How is this fair? Isn't this the training ground of the heavenly Baron ancestral god? Ji Zishi asked. This is fair, but it's more fair for some. You can see that Wang Ju was after me and not Chief Lin. I'm guessing that she also has a deity seal. After all, there are rumors that she can become a divine disciple anytime she wants. Xiong Tianan smiled. Lin Jiangxian said nothing, neither denying nor acknowledging it. Lin Yun looked at Lin Jiangxian and smiled. You've hidden yourself really deeply to even step into the threshold of the 5 elements Tao. Looking at Lin Yun, Lin Jiangxian smiled. It's nothing compared to you. You're the one hidden the deepest. I was still planning to protect you. No matter what, you have protected me and Zishi. Lin Yun smiled. What are your plans? Lin Jiangxian asked. When she asked that question, Xiong Tianan also looked over with anticipation in his eyes. Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain. Do the 2 of you want to come along? Lin Yun invited. Ha ha ha. Of course. Xiong Tianan laughed. Lin Jiangxian smiled. My pleasure. What about them? Lin Yun turned to look at the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The journey to Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain will be dangerous, and it's hard to reach without protection. Even if they did manage to reach there, they won't possess the qualifications to climb the mountain, Lin Jiangxian said. In the past, most cultivators from the Azure Cloud realm couldn't leave this region, so the Sovereign Monument was their greatest opportunity here. Lin Yun understood what Lin Jiangxian meant. They needed protection to reach Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain, so the decision laid with Lin Yun. Wu Yuhua, you want to come along? Lin Yun looked at Wu Yuhua. He felt that this person was pretty good, not to mention that Wu Yuhua had helped him. The other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion exclaimed in surprise. After all, the journey would be safe with Lin Yun protecting them, and their harvest would be unimaginable if they ran into any treasures. Wu Yuhua rejoiced, but he replied, I'll not be coming. The chief is right. I can only go and watch with my strength. Lin Yun merely smiled, but didn't force it. Big Brother Lin, why don't you bring me along? Shi Ruo stepped out from the crowd, looking at Lin Yun with a pitiful expression. This left Chang Jun completely dumbfounded. After all, didn't Shi Ruo detested Lin Yun? His expression became strange since he had considered Shi Ruo to be his Dao companion, even if the latter never acknowledged it. He never expected that Shi Ruo would turn to another man one day. The faces of everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion became strange, but they soon calmed down. After all, Shi Ruo even said Lin Yun wanted to get close to her earlier, and who wouldn't want to go to Heavenly Baron St. Mountain? Wu Yuhua wore a playful expression and wasn't surprised that Shi Ruo would say that. When he looked at Chang Jun, he inwardly rejoiced. Lin Yun couldn't make things sour with Lin Xianxia around, so he could only find an excuse to reject her. Big brother, let me come along. I can? Shi Ruo wanted to say she could become his companion, but seeing Ji Zishi, she changed her tone. I can become the maid of you and Lady Zishi. Chang Jun's face became dark when he heard that, while Ji Zishi smiled. Well, that's not entirely impossible. Big brother Lin, you should need a maid, right? Lin Yun bitterly smiled because Ji Zishi was too much. Shi Ruo, don't force it since young Master Lin isn't willing. Furthermore, you and Chang Jun wanted to force Lin Yun to leave not too long ago, Lin Xianxian said coldly. Chang Jun and Wu Yuhua, you two look after everyone else, Lin Xianxian said before taking out 3 Dao fruits and giving one to each of them. After she was done, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion left. It's not entirely bad with a maid around. Xianxia scratched his head. But when he finished speaking, Ji Zishi and Lin Xianxian turned to look at him, frightening him so much that he shut his mouth. He changed the topic. I'm just talking. Brother Lin, we should get going as well. There's no need to hurry. Lin Yun smiled as he shut his eyes. A brief moment later, 9 golden streaks descended. They were the 9 golden Dao fruits Lin Yun had thrown out earlier. Xianxia exclaimed, You really threw them out? I left my sword intent on them, so they're still under my control. Lin Yun smiled. He removed 4 golden Dao fruits, giving Lin Xianxian and Xianxia 2 each. He said with sincerity, This is a small gratitude for guarding me earlier. Xianxian's heart began to pump since he never imagined Lin Yun would give away the golden Dao fruits just like that. Lin Xianxian hesitated. Actually, you could have left. The reason why you stayed behind and made a breakthrough is because you're worried about us. What are friends for? Lin Yun smiled. Lin Xianxian looked at the golden Dao fruits and said, The golden Dao fruits are sovereign Dao fruits. It can allow someone to comprehend a sovereign Dao, and the value is unimaginable. So you better keep it for yourself. Xianxia also calmed down, saying, Just one will do. Brother Lin, your Saint Dao is too little. And this is why you suffered a loss in your fight with Wang Ju. Lin Xianxian nodded upon hearing that. The golden Dao fruit was tempting, but taking 2 was too much. Lin Yun bitterly smiled. Truth be told, I also have a crimson Dao fruit, the eternal Dao fruit, aside from the golden Dao fruits. The moment he said that, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Even Lin Xianxian stared at Lin Yun with disbelief. She exclaimed, How is that possible? Lin Xianxian and Xianxia were dumbfounded. After all, an eternal Dao fruit was a legend, and no one had heard or seen it before. Lin Yun smiled while sharing what he saw in the Sovereign Monument. Xianxia felt embarrassed that Lin Yun saw what he did in the illusory world. This time, Lin Xianxian believed what Lin Yun said because it was the same as what they had experienced. She thought, I thought there was no inheritance or anything inside, but it looks like I wasn't recognized. There's no need to be bothered about that, Lin Yun replied. That senior must not be a swordsman. If he's a swordsman, I believe he would have picked you. If he's a swordsman, he would have chosen you first. Lin Xianxian smiled, and what she said was the same as that senior. Can I take a look at it? The eternal Dao fruit. Xianxia stuttered. Let's leave this place first. Qilin Mountain might be empty, but this place wasn't safe. He gave away the golden Dao fruits, and the 2 didn't hesitate to accept them this time. For hours later, they came to a ruin and found an empty area, where Lin Xianxian set up a simple concealing spiritual array before Lin Yun took out the 2 crimson Dao fruits. The Dao fruits emitted an ancient aura, and Xianxia could feel his soul being sucked in, with his Dao flowers appearing beyond his control. In a brief moment, the Dao flowers gave a feeling that they were about to burst apart, scaring Xiong Tiannan into turning his gaze away. Holy shit! Xiong Tiannan felt lingering fear and did not dare to look at it anymore. Seeing this, Lin Yun stowed the eternal Dao fruit. It's really the eternal Dao fruit. Lin Jiangxian took a deep breath and couldn't conceal her shock. Ji Zishi curiously asked, "Can the eternal Dao fruit really allow someone to comprehend eternal Dao?" Lin Jiangxian shook her head and said, "I'm afraid not, but I believe that it will be of help." "I share the same view as you." Lin Yun raised his head to look at Lin Jiangxian. If he didn't grasp Nirvana Dao, he wouldn't know how tough it was to grasp an eternal Dao. He might possess an eternal Dao, but the process wasn't simple. It took him many years to come this far. Doesn't that mean that it's not as useful as imagined? Ji Zishi looked disappointed since it was something Lin Yun worked hard to obtain. Lin Jiangxian said, "It's hard to refine a sovereign Dao, not to mention an eternal Dao. But I'm afraid that an eternal Dao fruit can save 100 years of time, and the value is immeasurable. I can't value it with my eyesight, but I'm afraid that even emperors will fight over it. That's an underestimation. This thing can be considered as the treasure of a sect in the outside world." Xiong Tiannan said, "It might not allow people to directly grasp eternal Dao, but if it's someone who's one step away from grasping one like Chief Lin." Lin Yun and Ji Zishi curiously turned to look at Lin Jiangxian. Ji Zishi briefly pondered, then smiled. "I recall it now. Big Sister Lin had the shadows of the 5 elements Dao in your sword earlier." Lin Yun asked, "If you have the eternal Dao fruit, what are your odds of grasping the 5 elements Dao?" "What?" Xiong Tiannan was dumbfounded. What does Lin Yun mean by that? Is he going to give away an eternal Dao fruit? What the hell is going on? Xiong Tiannan didn't know what to say when he looked at Lin Yun. This was something that he could never do, which was looking at the bigger picture. Lin Jiangtian was briefly stunned, but then she replied, "About 50 to 60%. Even if I can't comprehend it entirely, it can save me 10 years of time." "Take one, then." Lin Yun smiled. Even if she was prepared, Lin Jiangxian couldn't help being stumped with bewilderment on her face. Xiong Tiannan coughed to attract everyone's gaze, and he awkwardly said, "Brother Lin, I also have some attainment in an eternal Dao." "Oh? What eternal Dao is it?" Lin Yun smiled. With no change on his face, Xiong Tiannan said, "Have you heard of this saying before? Space is sovereign, and time is king. You grasped the space and time Daos?" Lin Yun was alarmed. Xiong mysteriously Tiannan smiled. "Not that. Everything is nothing before nirvana." Lin Yun couldn't help smiling, including Ji Zishi. But Ji Zishi said nothing and continued to watch Xiong Tiannan pretend. Xiong Tiannan sighed. "I wanted to interact with you guys as an ordinary person, but I can't help it now. I'm the heir of nirvana, and I'm trying to find the secrets of nirvana by digging tombs around. I have some comprehension over the years, and I'm only half a step away from grasping nirvana." His voice sounded sincere, like a man with a story. Lin Yun might have believed him if he didn't grasp nirvana Dao as well. "I have waited so long just for an opportunity, Brother Lin. Why don't you give me a fair chance to compete with Chief Lin?" Xiong Tiannan asked sincerely. Lin Yun didn't reply to that question, but smiled. "Do you remember the stone I pointed out to you before the Sovereign Monument?" "Of course. That was really magical. It feels like a dream thinking of it again." Xiong Tiannan smiled. "Since you're being honest, I won't lie. That rock isn't blessed, but I left behind the aura of Nirvana Dao on it." Lin Yun smiled. "This?" Xiong Tiannan opened his mouth and looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he said earlier since it was too awkward. He laughed. "Ha ha ha. I'm just joking. Don't treat it seriously. I'll refine the sovereign Dao fruit." Looking at Xiong Tiannan as he quickly keffed, Ji Zishi smiled. "He's really interesting. I was just wondering how long he would carry on boasting." On the other hand, Lin Jiangxian muttered, "It's no wonder why there wasn't any trace in that last sword, and no wonder you dare to fight a divine disciple." Lin Yun smiled. "Even without Nirvana Dao, I'm not afraid of him. But the foundation of a divine disciple is too terrifying, and I might not have any advantage even if I reached the 6th stage Saint Lord. After reaching the 6th stage Saint Lord, Lin Yun could gain some advantage by relying on the Two-Sword Sutras and wouldn't be as powerless as before in the fight with Wang Ju. Not to mention that Lin Yun had even grasped Nirvana Dao. It was a pity that a deity protected Wang Ju, or he would have killed him. After undergoing the tribulation, the saint energy will undergo a transformation, and it will be empowered with the might of heavenly Dao, Lin Xianxia explained. It's impressive that you can fight him while at the 6th stage Saint Lord. I see. Lin Yun finally understood. Lin Xianxia smiled bitterly because Lin Yun didn't know what that meant. Lin Yun continued, have you considered the eternal Dao fruit? Lin Xianxia was stunned. Before she raised her brow. Are you serious? You only have 2 eternal Dao fruits. What about Lady Zishi if you gave it to me? Ji Zishi smiled. Big Sister Lin, you don't have to worry about me. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for giving me the golden fortune when I didn't ask for it. She was born on Divine Phoenix Mountain and had seen countless treasures since she was young. So, she would naturally consider the bigger picture, not to mention that this was Lin Yun's decision. Furthermore, I have a way to comprehend an eternal Dao. Even Big Brother Lin doesn't know this secret, and I want to surprise him. Ji Zishi smiled. Her innocence soon infected Lin Xianxia into wearing a smile. Lin Xianxia finally decided to take the eternal Dao fruit and sent a serious look at Lin Yun. In the future, I will help you no matter what help you need from me. Lin Yun smiled. That's a bargain for me. We're swordsmen, so we don't have to be so polite. We both have a heart as a swordsman, so we just have to keep pressing on. Lin Xianxia smiled. I will pay you a visit to the Kunlun realm if there's an opportunity in the future. She left to find a place to refine the eternal Dao fruit. She's going to find you? Ji Zishi smiled, repeating what Lin Xianxia said. She was happy to see Lin Xianxia revering Lin Yun. You're asking for a beating. Lin Yun smiled, wanting to pat Ji Zishi's head. Hee, you can't hit me. I'll go refine the golden Dao fruits as well. Ji Zishi laughed as she ran off, wearing a bright and innocent smile. When the night arrived, Lin Yun took out a golden Dao fruit. His expression became grave. He had learned his lesson today, and he had to increase his strength, whether it was helping Ji Zishi ascend the mountain or his honor as a swordsman. 9 golden Dao fruits. Lin Yun gave Xiong Tianan and Lin Jiangxian 2 each, so he was still left with 5. They could be used to cultivate sovereign Daos and help someone comprehend a new sovereign Dao. Lin Yun briefly pondered, then gave up since he wasn't familiar with the sovereign Daos besides Sword Dao. Furthermore, Lin Yun had a dream, which was to use Sword Dao to surpass the limit and suppress the 9 eternal Daos. Then again, this path required Lin Yun to explore and combine all his learnings. This path was destined to be a long journey. Let's use them all and see how far I can reach with Sword Dao. Lin Yun soon made up his mind and ate a golden Dao fruit. He felt an explosion in his mind with golden radiance shining from his pores. In a split second, he heard a bell ring that resounded and entered his soul. Under the ringing bell, Lin Yun's sword sea began to boil with his quasi-bright sun sword intent, transforming as the golden Dao fruit turned into flames, blazing within Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun entered a profound space with various Dao flowers appearing before him. They were all sovereign Daos. The 36 sovereign Daos appeared before him, along with various figures grasping them, exhibiting the power of their sovereign Daos. While all the sovereign Daos were displayed before Lin Yun, there were also 3,000 greater Daos, and the origin of those greater Daos also gave off a horrifying aura. Lin Yun now understood why the golden Dao fruits were so precious. They could guide someone to the origin of Daos. The deities who grasped them all left their marks behind, and it was confirmed that he could comprehend sovereign Daos with the golden Dao fruit. The 3,000 greater Daos were also profound, and one could become a deity if they reached a high level with them. Lin Yun felt countless gazes directed at him, which made him feel tremendous pressure. He waved his hand and the wind and thunder Daos lit up. When the 2 Dao flowers were lit up, a thunderstorm merged as the 2 Dao flowers combined into one. They fused into a new Dao and gave off a radiance that was not inferior to a sovereign Dao. accompanied by a dragon's roar. This was the Azure Dragon Dao. The origin of it manifested into a dragon, as if it was the lord of all azure dragons. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because greater Daos could combine to form a new path, and the end of it wasn't any weaker than sovereign Daos. That's mine. Lin Yun smiled as he grasped the greater Dao. The azure dragon gave off a dignified aura, wanting to test Lin Yun. But after a few glances, golden light shone from the dragon's eyes. The dragon seemed to have smiled as it allowed Lin Yun to take the Dao flower. This action immediately caused an uproar, and more gazes fell onto Lin Yun as if they were trying to tell him to pick them. This made Lin Yun raise his brow because he didn't see any Sword Dao. Was it because he had already grasped Sword Dao? The surrounding noise made Lin Yun feel a headache, so he roared, "Garbage? Where's Sword Dao?" Lin Yun furiously roared in this space, causing the surrounding region to tremble. In the next moment, the figures on the other Daos became enraged. "You're courting death. How dare you call us garbage? You're being disrespectful to a deity." Everyone who wanted Lin Yun to pick them became furious as those figures began to descend. This made Lin Yun panic, but he soon calmed down after taking a clearer look. They were all at the same cultivation as him, or at least a small stage higher than him. What's there to be furious about? Flower Burial Lin Yun is here. Where's Sword Dao? Lin Yun roared. At the same time, Xianxia and Lin Xianxia also entered this space and were briefly shocked before they rejoiced. They recognized that this was the legendary Door of Wonders, and the other side was the end of various Daos. But their voices were different because they grasped sovereign Daos, and they could see with a glance. There weren't any noises, and they didn't feel any gazes on them, unlike Lin Yun. "Where's Sword Dao?" Lin Yun roared as he fought the deities in the surroundings. Whenever he defeated a person, a Dao flower would become dim and disappear. No one knew how long this lasted before a Dao flower appeared. When a sword vibration echoed, all the other Dao flowers in the surroundings became dim. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the flower. He muttered, 3,000 greater Daos, but only the sword is supreme. When countless voices echoed, a swordsman appeared in this region. It looked at Lin Yun and nodded. "It's time for a sword god to appear." Someone spoke and Lin Yun was sent out of the Door of Wonders with countless golden flames descending like meteorites, gathering towards Lin Yun. The golden flames enveloped Lin Yun, and the flower representing Sword Dao began to blaze. Under the temperament of the flame, the purple flower gave off a powerful sword aura. The surrounding space became distorted and Lin Yun's past appeared from within this distorted space. This phenomenon was so terrifying that it alarmed Lin Xianxia and Xianxia with shock in their eyes. "What's that?" Xianxia was dumbfounded as he raised his head to look at the sky. It felt as though there was a heavenly path there with a giant sword erected at the far end of the world and a throne beneath it. The path was filled with corpses from people who tried to walk this path. Even so, countless people didn't give up. But the throne was empty and covered in dust. Sword God's path. Xianxia frowned with a grave expression. He had only seen this phenomenon in ancient books, but it was rumored that a divine path would appear when monstrous geniuses reached the Emperor realm. This was also known as the Heavenly God Path, and those who had this phenomenon became a deity without any exception. But Lin Yun was only a Saint Lord when the Heavenly God Path appeared for him. However, Lin Yun's Heavenly God Path was weird. It was covered in blood, corpses, and thorns. Xianxia pondered that Lin Yun probably wanted to walk on a sword god's path that solely belonged to him. This was what powerhouses in ancient times did. Lin Xianxian's eyes flashed, and she could feel her blood boiling. This was the legendary sword god's path, and the ancestor of their heavenly sword pavilion also saw this phenomenon before. A sword god's path that's unique from everyone. Lin Xianxia muttered with excitement. This was a path that solely belonged to Lin Yun. Lin Xianxia and Xianxia took a deep breath and closed their eyes to comprehend their own Daos. Lin Yun would refine a golden Dao fruit every day for the next few days, and the Saint Dao of his sword Dao increased. Under the flames and the nourishment of the golden Dao fruit, the flower representing Sword Dao was slowly being transformed. 3 days later, the indigo flower became silver. 5 days later, the silver flower became golden, a golden lotus, blooming in the sea of fire. The Saint Tao of his sword Tao had reached 90,000, and the Tao flower ultimately became a golden lotus with 9 petals. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he let out a breath as a sea of fire with a golden lotus on it appeared behind him. While Lin Yun was enveloped in the saint radiance, he looked like an actual sword god. 3,000 greater Taos. But only the sword is supreme. Lin Yun muttered as his quasi-bright sun sword intent reached a new height, enveloping him in a sword radiance. At this moment, his Saint Tao reached the same level as the cultivators from the various realms. Lin Yun's mastery of the sword reached the limit of a Saint Lord and was comparable to Saint Sovereigns. The 5 golden Tao fruits brought a massive transformation to Lin Yun's strength, with the Saint Tao of his sword Tao reaching 90,000. His quasi-bright sun sword intent was just a step away from the actual bright sun sword intent. He took a deep breath and couldn't contain his emotions. He began to practice the Nirvana sword art, performing all 6 sword forms of this sword technique. The intent contained in this sword technique became even more perfect, and the power had grown by 10 odd times under the golden lotus behind him, from the first gleam of light to the eternal sword intent that shone brightly for eternity. But after an eternity, it was the end of everything. If there was a sword that could sever eternity, would there still be an opponent that he couldn't defeat? This was the same as pulling himself by the hair and raising him. After performing the Nirvana sword art, Lin Yun felt satisfied, but he didn't stop and performed the 3rd section of the divine firefly sword. When he was done, he finally calmed down and took out the crimson Tao fruit. There's still the eternal Tao fruit. Lin Yun knew this eternal Tao fruit was meant to strengthen his Nirvana Tao. When he raised his head, he saw Lin Xianxia was already starting to comprehend the 5 elements Tao. The phenomenon that she created was shocking. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth had begun to intertwine, forming a scene filled with vitality. The sword aura that Lin Xianxia gave off was terrifying, but she couldn't fuse them into her Tao. It looks like even with an eternal Tao fruit, it's not easy to grasp the 5 elements Tao, Lin Yun muttered. As he had speculated, it was hard to grasp an eternal Tao by relying on an external item. Could only assist them at most. But even so, eternal Taos were highly precious. He spent the remaining time recollecting his thoughts and focused on refining the eternal Tao fruit. 5 days later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath after refining the eternal Tao fruit. He executed the Nirvana seal without hesitation, and the Tao flower representing Nirvana Tao appeared behind him. The aura he gave off immediately broke through the restriction of a 6th-stage Saint Lord, reaching a 9th-grade Saint Lord, and was comparable to a Saint Sovereign. Lin Yun rejoiced because he could face Saint Sovereigns with Nirvana Tao. According to the Divine Phoenix Holy Master, the stronger their opponent, the more powerful the surrounding space would become. So, if he wanted to shatter the space-time around them, he might suffer a backlash. For example, if he used Nirvana Tao against an emperor, it would be no different from courting death. When the Nirvana seal bloomed, Lin Yun stepped forth and could feel a barrier. Space-time had formed a barrier in front of him. When he stepped forth, the barrier broke, and Lin Yun could see another him when he turned around. He thrusted his sword forth and performed the first sword form of the Nirvana sword art, Light of the Beginning. This was a magical experience, and he still found it magical even though he had experienced it multiple times. Nirvana Tao had 5 stages: Time-Space Nirvana, Samsara Nirvana, 4 Seasons Nirvana, Heaven-Earth Nirvana, and 6-Path Nirvana. There were multiple units in Time-Space Nirvana. They were the thought, moment, second, and microseconds, and they represented 4 stages. In the past, Lin Yun could only last a few thoughts before he had to complete a nirvana. But he could last for 10 now, which was a moment. When nirvana ended, Lin Yun was devoured by sword rays upon opening his eyes. When he swung his sword, heaven ascended with earth descending. He didn't hesitate to step back and performed Light of the Beginning. When the 2 sword rays clashed, Lin Yun took 5 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself, but he had joy on his face. In the past, he could only thrust his sword since time was too little when performing Nirvana Dao. He couldn't perform a complete sword technique, but it was different now. If he ran into Wang Ju again, he could kill the latter even if the latter was protected by a divine seal and had enough time to come out. Time to consolidate my cultivation now. Lin Yun had smoothly reached the 6th stage Saint Lord, but the process was dangerous. His cultivation wasn't stabilized. Dao fruits could also increase his cultivation, as well as comprehending Dao, however, it wasn't that obvious. 5 days later, a sword vibration echoed that alarmed Lin Yun. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Lin Xianxia had ended her seclusion with 5-colored radiance on her. When the aura swept out, her sword aura turned into a dazzling pillar of light that lit up the sky. The sword intent and aura she gave off were 2 times stronger than before, becoming deep and unfathomable. But it was a pity that she still couldn't grasp the 5 elements Dao. Lin Xianxia looked around and saw Lin Yun before coming over. How is it? Lin Yun smiled. My sword intent and 5 elements Dao have greatly improved, but it's a pity that I still can't grasp it, Lin Xianxia said. Lin Yun already noticed that, so he comforted. You still lack an opportunity. It's hard to grasp an eternal Dao when relying on external items. Yeah, but there's also a surprise. I've become a 7th stage Saint Lord. Lin Xianxia smiled. Lin Yun was alarmed, then noticed that the aura given off by Lin Xianxia had become more refined. It was no wonder why Lin Xianxia gave him a deep and unfathomable feeling. Rubbing his nose, Lin Yun smiled. I was planning to comfort you, but it looks like you don't need any comfort. Lin Xianxia was briefly stunned. Before she smiled, you really know how to joke around. It looks like Lin Yun still didn't know the shock the Golden Lotus brought to her and Xianxia. After all, that Golden Lotus was more terrifying than a 7th stage Saint Lord. Not many could condense their Dao flower into a Golden Lotus before becoming a Saint Sovereign. I'm not joking around, Lin Yun said sincerely. Earlier, when he fought with Wang Ju, he knew how terrifying a 7th stage Saint Lord was, and even used the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron when they clashed for the first time. It had been a long time since Lin Yun had such a dangerous experience. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have taken the risk to make a breakthrough to the 6th stage Saint Lord. Most people are afraid of the tribulation since they would die if they weren't careful, Lin Xianxia explained. There aren't many people afraid of death before the Saint Realm. But many people would lose their courage after reaching the Saint Realm. The more afraid they became, the higher their odds of losing. Lin Yun nodded. Yeah, the more you have, the more you're afraid to lose them. Lin Xianxia looked at Lin Yun and said, but you don't lack that courage because swordsmen are never afraid. That's because I have a reason that I must do it, Lin Yun replied. As they talked, Ji Zishi and Xianxia also woke up with a significant boost in their strengths. The 4 didn't hesitate and journeyed to Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain. Heavenly Baron City was located at the heart of this Heavenly Baron secret realm and was the oldest city. There were geniuses gathered from various realms in this city, and divine disciples who were normally hard to see could be found quite commonly here. Aside from that, there were also disciples from ancient divine saint clans. They had ancestors who became a deity, thus having the deity's bloodline flowing through their veins. Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain was at the end of this city. At this moment, 4 figures were walking on the streets of this city. One looked to be in his late 20s, having exquisite features and giving off an oppressive aura. On his right was a robust man, wearing a playful and weird expression. The remaining 2 were beauties, each having a unique temperament. The one on the left felt like an iceberg, while the one on the right looked innocent. They were naturally Lin Yun's group of 4. Ji Zishi and Lin Xianxia were beauties, naturally attracting much attention along the way. But no one dared to make a move since the city had gathered geniuses from various realms, and who knew if they might have a terrifying background. Are we going straight to Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain? Xianxia asked. They hadn't had the time to rest since they had just arrived. But Xianxia asked after discovering that Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain was opened. Let's immediately head there, Lin Yun nodded. Heavenly Barren City was filled with people, all heading in a single direction, where a towering mountain was located. Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain has a total of 3 stages. If one can make it through the 3 stages, they will have the opportunity to meet the ancestral deity, Lin Xianxia said. The Heavenly Barren realm was divided into 9 areas, and each secret realm would have 10 quotas. From there, the ancestral deity would accept 10 people as his disciples. As for everyone else, they could become his outer disciples. Powerhouses that reached the ancestral realm were so mighty that even deities would fear them. I heard that this ancestral deity is acquainted with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Lin Jiangxian turned to look at Lin Yun. It was true that the Heavenly Barren ancestral deity was acquainted with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. More accurately, the Blue Dragon ancestral deity helped the Heavenly Barren ancestral deity in the past, or Lin Yun and Ji Zishi wouldn't have been able to come to the Heavenly Barren realm. Let's go. I can sense that many people have noticed us, Lin Yun said. Ever since they entered the city, there were countless gazes on them, especially on him. He even attracted more attention than the 2 women, and he could roughly guess why. It appeared that what happened on Qilin Mountain had already spread around. Not only did he defeat Wang Ju, but he even obtained golden Dao fruits. But Lin Yun didn't care about that. He would be climbing the mountain, meaning his identity would be disclosed sooner or later. So he didn't hide his identity on purpose. After they jumped down the city wall, they headed over to the Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain. There seemed to be a rule in Heavenly Barren City. This was because no one came after them, despite attracting so much attention. But the moment they left the city, they were stopped by a group of people. Everyone in this group gave off a powerful aura and looked prideful. Seeing the person leading the party, Lin Jiangxian's face changed with a smear of chill flashing across her eyes. They seemed to be from an ancient divine clan, Xianxia said. Lin Yun also noticed that they gave off a noble aura, as if heaven blessed them. Lin Jiangxian, we meet again. The one leading the party was a woman in purple clothes with a voluptuous figure. She wore a smile, looking at Lin Jiangxian with provocation in her eyes. Gu Yusen, I advise you to leave here immediately, Lin Jiangxian said coldly. The Gu clan was amongst the most prestigious ancient divine clans, with a deity who was still around. Their clan had an inheritance of tens of thousands of years, possessing a solid foundation. But even ancient divine clans would be divided into direct and branch lineages, and Gu Yusen wasn't from the direct lineage. Gu Yusen scoffed. Your temper hasn't changed one bit. If you submitted to my cousin, you wouldn't have been expelled from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's headquarters, and you wouldn't have to stay together with so many barbarians. But I'm not here for you today. She turned to look at Lin Yun and smiled. I've heard that you have obtained several golden Dao fruits from the Sovereign Monument. Come, let me have a look at them. I have already refined them. Only an idiot would keep them around. Would you keep them around if you had them? Lin Yun smiled. When Gu Yusen looked at Lin Yun, she could sense a deep and unfathomable feeling coming from him. She sneered. 9 golden Dao fruits. Can you refine all of them by yourself? Do you think that I'm stupid? Their confrontation drew attention from the surroundings and everyone's gazes fell on Lin Yun. He's Flower Burial Lin Yun? I heard that he not only defeated a divine disciple, Wang Ju, but he even obtained 9 golden Dao fruits. Someone probably has their eyes on him already, and Gu Yusen is probably here to probe him. That's the confidence of a divine clan, and anyone can tell they're not pushovers. That's right. I can't imagine that he came from a barbaric realm. Everyone looked at Lin Yun, who didn't bother concealing his strength. He gave off the feeling that he was a powerful sword that was hard to conceal even if he tried. After all, anyone who could come to Heavenly Barren Mountain was considered a genius, and they naturally had some eyesight. Why don't you come and search me if you don't believe me? Lin Yun wasn't furious and spread his arms apart. Gu Yusen became doubtful when she looked at Lin Yun. But she wasn't a fool, so she coldly said, You really know how to conceal yourself. But if you really have the ability, let me see how far you can go in the 3 stages. You dare come even after offending Wang Ju? I bet you don't know how death is spelled. What did you say? Xianxia was furious. Am I wrong? We'll see. Gu Yusen sneered. Then she left. While watching this group leaving, Ji Zishi and Xianxia became furious. Lin Yun turned to Lin Jiangxian and asked, "You're kicked out from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's headquarters? I left on my own. The atmosphere there isn't good, but it would seem as though I was kicked out in the eyes of others," Lin Jiangxian said. Lin Yun finally realized that the Heavenly Sword Pavilion might be an immortal holy land. But the situation was similar to the Heavenly Dao sect, with clans dividing the powers. So, someone with no background and from a low birth like Lin Jiangxian would naturally suffer suppression. "Lin Yun, that woman is too arrogant. Why don't we intimidate her a little? Otherwise, there might be endless troubles," Xianxia said. "Don't worry about her and just climb the mountain," Lin Yun said calmly as he headed towards Heavenly Baron St. Mountain. An hour later, they reached the foot of the mountain with the surroundings filled with people. All the geniuses from the various realms have gathered here. This was the first time Lin Yun saw so many saints gathered in one place. Xianxia asked around and found out that the first stage was the deity slaughter monument. There was a monument at the waist of the mountain that was rumored to have killed a deity before. One would pass the first stage if they managed to leave their names on this monument. There were 3 stages, and the 10 who made it through could participate in the Heavenly Baron banquet. Now that the test has started, they must reach the deity slaughter monument with no time limit. "The ancient divine clans are here." An exclamation resounded that drew everyone's attention. "That's Gu Jun? He's the strongest genius of the Gu clan's younger generation." The ancient divine clans practically sent everyone from the younger generation. Haha, the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity is taking in a disciple, and even becoming his outer disciple could allow the Gu clan to give birth to another deity. I heard that 3 years ago, Gu Jun had already become a 7th stage Saint Lord, ranking in the top 100 on the Brandish Dragon ranking. Discussions resounded around, making Lin Yun curious before seeing a youth walking up the steps. He donned an indigo gold robe, looking extraordinary with his eyes shining brightly. There were 40 cultivators in his group, and no one dared to stand in their way. Xianxia explained, "The ancient divine clan has a terrifying foundation that far exceeds our imagination. Their direct descendants are popular in the various immortal holy lands. Only Heaven's Gate would have a test." When someone heard that, they smiled. "This is the test of the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity. It's naturally hard to become his disciple, and descendants of an ancient divine clan are nothing in the eyes of someone like the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity." What he said wasn't wrong, because how could someone possessing a deity's bloodline compare to someone in the ancestral realm? As time flowed, more ancient divine clans arrived, along with geniuses from various immortal holy lands and divine disciples. 15 minutes later, everyone came to the stairs leading to the deity slaughter monument. These stairs were long, with over 90 steps, and there was only a rough outline of the deity slaughter monument that could be seen from afar, giving off tremendous pressure. Anyone climbing the stairs would feel tremendous pressure, making every step difficult. People would occasionally fall from the stairs and become covered in blood. Some resisted the pressure and sped up the stairs to leave their names on the deity slaughter monument. After all, who wouldn't want to be the first and become famous? Who knows, they might even draw the attention of the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity. "It looks like you're nothing impressive after all." A voice resounded. Came from Gu Yusen. She looked at Lin Yun with a provoking gaze as she swiftly climbed the stairs, drawing cheers from the surroundings. Gu Yusen is only a disciple of the branch lineage, but she has such strength. It looks like the ancient divine clan has a deep and unfathomable foundation. So they're from a divine clan. It's no wonder why they're so cocky. Gu Yusen wore a smug expression after hearing the surrounding discussions. She liked being at the center of attention. She climbed over 200 steps in one go. She then turned back and looked at Lin Jiangxian with a provoking smile. "Lin Jiangxian, you were a genius in the past, but why have you become so weak? You can't even catch up to me when I don't even use my full strength." Ji Zishi saw the contempt in Gu Yusun's gaze and became furious because she was too much. A chill began to gather in Lin Jiangxian's eyes. She had always been a straightforward person and wouldn't hold it in. But she was with Lin Yun right now, and she didn't want to cause any trouble for him. As a result, she endured Gu Yusun's provocation. Right then, Lin Yun's voice resounded. If it's unbearable, there's no need to bear it. Why would swordsmen like us fear the divine clans? If we show fear, would there be any meaning even if we became the heavenly baron ancestral deity's disciple? Lin Jiangxian looked at Lin Yun, and she smiled. It looks like you're also a troublemaker. Perhaps? Lin Yun smiled with a wink, looking dashing. Lin Jiangxian felt that Lin Yun was more pleasing to the eye, and she smiled. You're right. If it becomes unbearable, there's no need to bear it. After all, why would swordsmen like us fear a fight? She soared to the sky and passed by Gu Yusun. This naturally shocked Gu Yusun, but she soon calmed down because the ancient divine clans were all here. She might have feared Lin Yun earlier, but not with so many people around. Furthermore, it was only Lin Jiangxian and not Lin Yun who defeated a divine disciple. She smiled. You seem unconvinced? You're garbage who was chased out of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's headquarters. Do you still think that you're the same genius from back then? Lin Jiangxian raised her brow with her hair fluttering in the wind. As a sword vibration echoed from Lin Jiangxian's body, thunderstorms began to gather from the surrounding. You're right. My sword has never been convinced. Raising her hand, lightning gathered in her palm with 5 colored dragons around her before she pushed his palm forth, tearing the space before her apart. What are you trying to do? Gu Yusun was frightened to see Lin Jiangxian making a move. She didn't expect Lin Jiangxian to dare to make a move on the spot. But she was still a genius from a divine clan, and her response was swift, dodging the incoming attack. Heavenly Dragon Roar. A cold light flashed within Lin Jiangxian's eyes as she chased after Gu Yusun. As a dragon's roar echoed, the 5 dragons in her palms formed into 5 sword rays that flew out, shattering the saint energy around Gu Yusun. Everything happened too quickly, and it was already fortunate for Gu Yusun to avoid the first attack, not to mention the second. She threw out a mouthful of blood, with her complexion becoming pale as she kneeled on the ground. How is this possible? Gu Yusun was shocked, looking at Lin Jiangxian with fear. A genius will be a genius wherever you put him. Even if I'm not in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's headquarters, I can easily crush someone like you. Get lost. Lin Jiangxian roared and gave Gu Yusun a slap, sending the latter flying away and rolling down the stairs. It didn't take long before Gu Yusun was covered in blood. Yay! Ji Zishi cheered. Gu Yusun stopped after she landed before Lin Yun's group. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled. Bitch, didn't you tell us to wait? So, we waited just to see you rolling down the stairs? I prefer the arrogant you from before. Gu Yusun was in great pain, and she fainted from the anger after hearing what Xianxia said. Ha ha ha! Xianxia showed no sympathy for Gu Yusun. He wasn't someone with a soft heart when seeing beauty. Everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw this. After all, a genius of a divine clan was so quickly defeated by an unknown woman. The commotion that was created was great, regardless if it was the dragon's roar or slap. Even many of the geniuses who were already climbing the stairs couldn't help turning back to look. When they saw that a divine clan's disciple was in this state, Gu Jun and those from the Gu clan became furious. Cripple her. Where did this bitch come from? How dare she bully someone of our Gu clan? Unforgivable. Someone with a lowly bloodline dares to provoke our divine clan. Everyone became furious. Gu Yusun might not have any position in an ancient divine clan and would even be bullied by those from the direct lineage. However, she was still someone from a divine clan, and they wouldn't allow their fellow clansmen to be bullied by an outsider. This had touched their bottom line. When Gu Jun turned around, he was stumped when he saw Lin Jiangxian. He frowned. Lin Jiangxian, even though you're chased out of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's headquarters, do you have to vent your anger out on Gu Yusun? You're at least a figure. The surroundings fell into silence because no one expected that Gu Jun was alarmed. Lin Xianxian smiled. Your divine clan is still the same as before, putting yourselves in a high position and making yourself sound innocent. You're really disgusting. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. After all, Gu Jun was someone ranked in the top 100th on the Brandish Dragon ranking, one of the strongest geniuses amongst the Gu clan's younger generation. Most importantly, he was still young and was only 30. He still had more potential to uncover with endless possibilities in the future. When all the gazes fell onto Lin Xianxian, everyone was curious about the origin of this person. Who is that woman? She's really cocky. I don't know. She's Lin Xianxian, the chief disciple of the Azure Cloud Realm's Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The Azure Cloud Realm isn't big, so you probably don't know about it. The Azure Cloud Realm is too remote without an immortal holy land. Isn't she asking to be humiliated by going against a divine clan? Under everyone's discussions, Gu Jun looked impatient and indifferently said, "Cripple her. The Gu clan doesn't provoke others, but we're not afraid of troubles, either." Gu Jun had no interest in Gu Yusin, and he didn't want to be troubled by this matter either. So he continued to climb the stairs. The moment Gu Jun gave the order, a few people by his side dashed out. "Big Sister Lin, let me help you." Ji Zishi charged forth upon seeing this. She had formed a deep relationship with Lin Jiangxian along the way, so she naturally couldn't hold back after seeing that Lin Jiangxian was being bullied. "I'll go have some fun as well," Xiong Tianen grinned. He had been wanting to find an opportunity to display himself after refining the golden Dao fruit, and this was an opportunity. Lin Yun smiled as he calmly climbed the stairs. Very quickly, Ji Zishi and Xiong Tianan fought with the geniuses of the Gu clan. They exhibited great strength from the start, holding their ground against the Gu clan's geniuses. That was especially the case for Ji Zishi, who was violent when she made a move despite her innocent appearance. She swiftly gained the upper hand against 3 opponents with a phoenix cry echoing from her that made her look like a fairy. Heavenly Phoenix Cry. Sky Incineration Flames. Great Solar Palm. Ji Zishi pushed out 4 palms with flames forming into a bright sun that looked like the hand of a golden phoenix. The 3 geniuses from the Gu clan were heavily injured from her attacks and they rolled down the stairs. As for Xiong Tianan, he was pretty straightforward, raising his cauldron and swinging it around. The cauldron was like a brick, and 2 of the Gu clan's geniuses were covered in blood. He grinned. "It looks like I have to be more elegant in my fight in the future." Many people's faces changed when they saw the outcome of the fight. "Who is she?" "She's gorgeous. They're not from the Divine Clan, but they're actually so strong. I heard that she came from the Kunlun realm like Flower Burial, the one who defeated the Divine Disciple." Ji Zishi attracted more attention. But the strength displayed by Ji Zishi was shocking, leaving the Gu clan's geniuses dumbfounded. Most importantly, she didn't look like she was from a barbaric realm, judging from her temperament. She's really strong, but the Gu clan is a divine clan. Their foundation is different from other cultivators. Someone sighed with pity. "You guys are getting on my nerves," Gu Jun said with a pale face. "Gu Tian, you go and deal with them." When he said that, a palm descended from the sky. This was a high-grade dragon spirit martial technique, the primordial astral art. Gu Tian had brought this to greater mastery, and he could be ranked in the top 10 within the Gu clan. But before the palm descended, flames soared to the sky with an aura belonging to a 7th stage Saint Lord. This made the faces of everyone nearby change and become grave. There might be many experts here, but there weren't many at the 7th stage Saint Lord. But Gu Jun could easily command a genius like that, and anyone could see how terrifying the Divine Clan's foundation was just from this. When the palm descended, starlight formed and a vast starry sky appeared that made Xiong Tianen feel tremendous pressure, making him take a few steps back. 7th stage Saint Lord? Xiong Tianen frowned. Just when he was hesitating if he should make a move, Ji Zishi's voice resounded. "Big Sister Lin, let me deal with him." Ji Zishi smiled as she charged forth. "What impudence!" Gu Tian sneered as the starry sky behind him revolved with stars flying out. Ji Zishi pushed her hands forth with a golden radiance that shot out. When the starry sky clashed with the golden radiance, the shockwave caught Xianxia by surprise and took a few steps back. In the critical moment, a hand fell onto his shoulder to help him regain his footing. It was Lin Yun who had slowly come over. Xianxia thanked Lin Yun before he exclaimed in shock, "She's that strong." He couldn't believe it since Ji Zishi had been obediently following Lin Yun, and he only thought that Lin Yun was lucky to find a beauty like her. But he was shocked when he witnessed Ji Zishi's strength. "She has always been this strong," Lin Yun smiled. After all, Ji Zishi was the heavenly phoenix maiden, and she hadn't been slacking since coming to the heavenly barren realm. As she fought with Gu Tian, the latter couldn't unleash the advantage in his cultivation, making him furious upon sensing the doubtful gazes from the surroundings. When the primordial aura in his violet palace fused with his saint energy, his aura alone forced Ji Zishi to take a few steps back. Humph! Gu Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he charged forth, wanting to suppress Ji Zishi. But in the critical moment, Lin Xianxia appeared before Ji Zishi. "You think that you're a genius? You're merely a frog in a well." Gu Tian sneered as he unleashed his attack. But his attack was easily caught by Lin Xianxia, and this naturally left Gu Tian shocked. He exclaimed, How is this possible? Who isn't a 7th stage Saint Lord?" Lin Xianxia smiled as she pushed forth, releasing her primordial aura with a golden radiance shining in her eyes, releasing the divine light sword intent, and made Gu Tian throw out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying away, crashing onto several people. 7th stage Saint Lord? How is this possible? Gu Yusin was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She turned to look at Lin Yun, this azure-robed swordsman that didn't look anxious about offending a divine clan. She instantly wondered if she had offended someone she shouldn't. This immediately made Gu Yusin feel fearful. When she saw Lin Yun turning back, her face became pale with her hands trembling. No one expected Lin Xianxia to be a 7th stage Saint Lord, nor that her divine light sword intent would be so powerful that even Gu Tian couldn't do anything to her. A few minutes later, Gu Tian was covered in wounds. No one had expected this outcome. This shocked everyone and had a huge impact. This makes no sense. How can the chief disciple of the Azure Cloud Realm be so powerful? This is unbelievable. Don't forget that Flower Burial hasn't made his move. This is weird. Since Lin Xianxia is a 7th stage Saint Lord, why is she following Flower Burial? If that's true, doesn't that mean Lin Yun really has golden Dao fruits? Discussions resounded from the surroundings since everyone wasn't just curious about Lin Xianxia but Lin Yun as well. Hearing the voices from the surroundings, the faces of those from the Gu clan became ugly. A fiery-tempered youth beside Gu Jun roared, "Gu Tian, can you do it? You've embarrassed Big Brother Jun by proving that you can't even deal with someone who possesses mortal blood." This person's name was Gu Xing. He had a good relationship with Gu Jun, and he was only second in comparison to Gu Jun. Gu Tian felt a headache, and he gritted his teeth. "Don't worry about it. She's nothing even if she's at the same cultivation as me." He did have trump cards as a descendant of a divine clan. One required him to ignite his deity's bloodline to boost his strength. But it was too humiliating that he had to ignite his deity's bloodline to deal with a chief disciple from the Azure Cloud Realm. Mortal blood? I even dare to dig a deity's tomb, not to mention dealing with you guys. Xianxia could feel something scratching his heart while looking at Lin Xianxian's cultivation at the 7th stage Saint Lord. As someone who became a saint through his physique improved even if he didn't make a breakthrough with the golden Dao fruit. He laughed, and he leaped to the sky. "You're courting death." The Gu clan's geniuses saw that Xianxia was only a 6th stage Saint Lord, and they attacked him. "Ha ha ha! Great!" Xianxia laughed as golden light shone in his eyes, with starlight forming into golden flames within his palm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "The Great Solar Flame!" someone exclaimed. When the Great Solar Flame shot out from Xianxia's palm, those who wanted to block his way were sent flying away. The Golden Crow Divine Physique? Lin Yun instantly noticed that Xianxia's divine physique had transformed, with several Golden Crow divine runes in his chest shining brightly. giving off a frightening aura. It looks like there's nothing impressive about the ancient divine clan. Mortal blood? My golden crow bloodline is more noble than you people. Xianxia laughed as the divine runes shone brightly and looked like a bright sun. The three from the Gu clan tried to block him, but they couldn't stop Xianxia. On the contrary, their attacks did nothing when they landed on him, and Xianxia made them throw out blood with punches and kicks. It felt like they had clashed with the sun, with flames burning them and causing them to scream in pain. Xianxia? Isn't he ranked at the bottom of the brandished dragon ranking? Since when did he become so strong? A tomb raider like him is so strong? Xianxia's strength shocked everyone. Aren't they too strong to fight the divine clan head-on? This is good. I don't like them who belittled us because of their deity's bloodline. Many cultivators were unhappy with the divine clans, so they all cheered for Xianxia. After Xianxia exhibited his power, he approached Zishi and fought the other Gu clan's geniuses with her. This fellow hasn't changed one bit. He'll bring you trouble sooner or later. A person appeared beside Lin Yun. It was Aoju. Like Lin Xianxian, he was also a chief disciple from the Azure Cloud realm. Lin Yun was surprised by Aoju's appearance, but he had no enmity against this person. He replied, "Many troubles were determined when I obtained the golden Dao fruits, so we might as well have a satisfying fight." Aoju raised his brow with excitement shining in his eyes because he liked Lin Yun's temper. "Xianxia, are you tired of living?" Gu Xing roared after recognizing Xianxia. "Big brother Xing, let me deal with him." A young man stood out from the Gu clan's geniuses. His name was Gu Feichen, a genius of the younger generation. His cultivation was also at the 7th stage Saint Lord. Great! Xianxia rejoiced to see Gu Feichen charging at him. He already wanted to test his strength after seeing that Lin Jiangxian could fight a 7th stage Saint Lord. Since he had decided to stand out, he naturally had to show his best. "You're courting death." Gu Feichen was shocked and was caught by surprise before taking a few steps back. At the same time, a golden seal appeared on Gu Tian's forehead with an ancient aura sweeping out, looking as though a deity had drawn it. This shocked everyone in the surroundings because they knew that Gu Tian was activating his deity's bloodline. When the bloodline was activated, Gu Tian's strength underwent a considerable boost and forced Lin Jiangxian to take a few steps back. But after sending Lin Jiangxian back, he ignored her and turned to look at Zishi instead. Zishi was fighting with 6th stage Saint Lords, but they couldn't do a thing to her and were heavily injured instead. Gu Tian unleashed a sneak attack with his punch landing on Zishi's shoulder. Fortunately, Zishi was a heavenly phoenix maiden with phoenix fire protecting her and merely suffered some light injuries. But the Gu clan's geniuses didn't let such a good opportunity go and charged forth, wanting to inflict heavy injuries on Zishi. This made Lin Yun frown since Zishi was too inexperienced in fighting. If he was the one fighting, Gu Tian's sneak attack wouldn't be successful. The other Gu clan's geniuses, aside from Gu Jun and Gu Xing, made their moves as well. Not only did they manage to force Xianxia back, but they surrounded him and Zishi. When Lin Jiangxian saw this scene after regaining her footing, a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Since you guys aren't going to play fair, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Jiangxian executed the heavenly divine sword with 5-element sword intense around her as she charged forth. She was like a divine dragon with a 5-colored radiance around her and a giant sword behind her. In a few breaths, several people were sent flying by them. She didn't hold back any longer, even if they had used their constellations, which she unleashed sword rays to tear those constellations apart. This was a shocking scene that left everyone dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, everyone who ganged up on Xianxia and Zishi was sent flying away with only Gu Feichen and Gu Tian standing before her. The battle was chaotic as both parties completely fell out and even resorted to using their constellations. "It looks like this matter can't be resolved." Aoju smiled, curious about how Lin Yun would deal with this situation, but Lin Yun merely looked at him and said, "Have you ever thought of the possibility that I don't want this matter to end so easily?" Aoju was dumbfounded upon hearing that. As Lin Jiangxian unleashed her sword intent, She used a sword to force Gu Tian and Gu Feichen to take a few steps back. Raising her head, she looked at the two indifferently. Do you guys think we're pushovers? Someone with mortal blood dares to bully the divine blood? Gu Feichen was furious. Xiong Tianan became furious upon hearing that. Gu Yusin provoked them, and he wouldn't believe that she wasn't under anyone's orders from the Gu clan. Not to mention that the Gu clan's arrogance made him furious. Gu Feichen mocked. Am I wrong? An acquired divine physique dares to say that you possess the Golden Crow's bloodline? Who gave you the face to say that? The Gu clan was arrogant and still had disdain in their eyes. Who gave you guys the guts to repeatedly challenge an ancient divine clan? You guys won't grow some memories if I don't teach you a lesson. Gu Jun slowly stepped down from the stairs with murderous intent brewing in his eyes. As he stepped forth, a powerful aura swept out that felt like a mountain crushing everyone. Why don't you make a move then? Let me see who will teach whom a lesson today. A voice resounded as a sword ray soared to the sky and enveloped everyone. When Ji Zishi and the rest turned around, they saw Lin Yun slowly approaching. Along with Lin Yun's appearance, Lin Xianxia, Ji Zishi, and Xiong Tianan calmed down as they looked at him as though he could resolve everything. Lin Yun had become the leader amongst them because of his strength, and the other cultivators also looked over with shock and curiosity. After all, Lin Xianxia, Ji Zishi, and Xiong Tianan had displayed terrifying strength. That was especially the case with Lin Xianxia, who could fight Gu Tian and Gu Feichen after executing the heavenly divine sword. But even so, Lin Xianxia seemed to have acknowledged Lin Yun as the leader and sheathed her sword upon seeing him coming over. Was that confidence in him? Who is he? He dares to challenge Gu Jun. Gu Jun is ranked in the top 100th, and many divine disciples aren't his opponent. I heard that ordinary deities couldn't catch his attention, which was why he didn't become a divine disciple. Isn't that bullshit? He already has a deity in the clan, so why take others as his master if they couldn't even rival his ancestor? Everyone's gazes fell on Lin Yun. Some geniuses even stopped climbing the stairs and turned around. Beside Gu Jun, Gu Xing wanted to make a move but was stopped by Gu Jun. The latter looked at Lin Yun and indifferently said, I know you. You call yourself Flower Burial, and you're the one who defeated Wang Ju a month ago. Others only treated it as a rumor, but Gu Jun knew it was true. As Lin Yun slowly approached, he stopped beside Lin Jiangxian and the others. He smiled. That's right. I'm Flower Burial, but it's not a title. Gu Jun wore a playful smile and said, Not only that, but you've even obtained 9 golden Dao fruits before defeating Wang Ju. He knew what happened on Qilin Mountain down to the smallest detail. He was also the one who instructed Gu Yusin to probe them since he was curious about how many golden Dao fruits Lin Yun refined. He couldn't refine all of them, so the most would be 5. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any effects. But he never expected that he couldn't force Lin Yun to make a move even when things became so chaotic. So what? Lin Yun raised his brow. Ha ha ha. As expected of someone from the Kunlun realm, Gu Jun sneered. I'll be honest with you. I was the one who planned this today, and I'm not the only one after your golden Dao fruits. At least you're honest, Lin Yun said with a chill gathering in his eyes. Gu Jun wasn't bothered, and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that Wang Ju is nothing before me. When he finished speaking, he raised his head with stars flashing in his eyes, and a powerful aura swept out from him. This aura came with him when he was born, and he didn't need to release it on purpose in front of the many powerless people before him. He even had to restrain it since it was easy for him to injure the innocent. I have had protection from the stars since I was born. I was an Empyrean at 3, Dragon Pulse at 10, and Samsara Edict at 15. Lin Yun, I was born a king, and people like you from the Kunlun realm can't imagine my experience. So don't try and test me since you will die terribly. Tell me honestly how many golden Dao fruits you've refined. Otherwise, not a single person you care about can leave today. Gu Jun was domineering as he became the center of attention. The stairs began to tremble, frightening many people, and their faces became pale. They were mainly here to try it and never thought about obtaining a quota since they knew themselves well. but they didn't expect that there would be such a huge difference between them and a genuine genius. At this moment, they finally realized the difference between them and actual geniuses, causing despair to rise in their hearts. Gu Jun was too powerful. He was already standing at the end of the path at birth. Lin Yun tried releasing his sword intent, but it didn't affect the pressure on him. Not only him but Ji Zixi and the others were also affected by it. He said, "I'm not interested in your experience, and you can't imagine mine either." Gu Jun was briefly stunned. Before he laughed, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not concerned about your experience. Perhaps my attitude made you misunderstand, but I don't care about you. In my eyes, you're merely mortal blood. So answer me honestly." Ji Zixi and Lin Xianxia frowned, feeling that something wasn't right. "It doesn't matter even if you've refined all of them because I can just retrieve your saint origin," Gu Jun said. His words caused an uproar with surprise flashing across Lin Yun's eyes. Gu Xing sneered beside Gu Jun. "Shocked? You should be honored that the saint origin of a mortal blood like you can be dug out." "Well, I'm really honored then," Lin Yun sneered. "Still being so stubborn? I'll help myself to it then." Gu Jun unleashed a powerful sword aura as his skin suddenly turned jade. He arrived before Lin Yun and threw a punch out. Gu Jun not only practiced the Gu clan's primordial astral art, but also practiced a body-refining technique called the Golden Jade Divine Physique that required him to devour blood flame golden jade with saint runes. Upon reaching a high level with it, it was even more terrifying than acquired divine physiques, but the resources were astronomical. Aside from divine clans and some immortal holy lands, only a few could bear the exhaustion of resources. Gu Jun had reached a terrifying height with it, and his physique was comparable to a glory saint artifact. Lin Yun easily dodged his punch as though he was strolling. Primordial Astral Galaxy. Gu Jun's sword mastery wasn't low. He used his fingers to perform the Gu clan's sword technique, the Divine Astral Sword. With just a finger, it felt like Gu Jun could pierce through a star and his sword aura reached a terrifying height. Sovereign Dragon Fist. Soaring Divine Dragon. Lin Yun's fist shone with 7 colors as he unleashed the strongest fist technique from the Kunlun realm. He had already reached the manifestation stage with the Sovereign Dragon Fist, and he unleashed over 100 divine dragons with a single punch. There was also a Golden Crow and Divine Phoenix. He had fused the profundity of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist into it. When Lin Yun and Gu Jun clashed, they were knocked away as the Golden Crow and Divine Phoenix shattered, with only the Divine Dragon staying intact. Lin Yun took 3 steps back and looked at the wound in his palm. He smiled because the ancient Divine Clan's genius did have some strength. As he circulated the blue dragon bone, his injuries recovered in the next second. Gu Jun was shocked when he raised his head and looked at Lin Yun. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the 6th stage Saint Lord and had refined a lot of primordial aura, having his golden pill constantly being tempered. He should be able to easily suppress Lin Yun and even pierce through Lin Yun's golden pill with that sword. It looks like the golden Dao fruit is a treasure that allows you to greatly benefit. Gu Jun's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "You're pretty lucky. The golden Dao fruit allows you to change the fate of mortal blood. This is interesting." As Gu Jun spoke, he had greed flashing in his eyes. "Well, that's not entirely wrong," Lin Yun admitted with a smile. What Gu Jun said wasn't wrong, but he wasn't entirely right either since he had also obtained the eternal Dao fruits. "But they're mine now." Gu Jun laughed with his hair fluttering in the wind with excitement reflected in his eyes. Since the golden Dao fruit had such an effect on mortal blood, wouldn't the effect be much more significant for him? Someone with a lowly birth like Lin Yun shouldn't possess such treasures. Gu Jun laughed as he charged forth with 18 galaxies around him, and a sun was hovering amongst the galaxies. As he flicked his finger, the galaxies turned into a sword ray that shot at Lin Yun. "My eyes! It hurts!" The sword ray was too dazzling, making many people in the surroundings scream as they became caught by surprise. Dragon Sun and Moon Seal. Inverting yin-yang. Lin Yun formed a seal that he had long reached the deification stage with. But it was different this time since the Azure Dragon Divine Rune was also in it, along with his sword intent and two sword cannons. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yun roared as a sun and a moon flew out from his body, separating heaven and earth, putting a distance between them. Everyone was shocked because Gu Jun's sword ray suddenly became tiny and scattered about, causing heaven and earth to tremble. This caught Gu Jun by surprise, before he was forced to take a few steps back. Dragon Sun and Moon Seal, blood-dyeing sky. Lin Yun laughed as he soared to the sky with crimson radiance covering half of the sky. When Lin Yun threw his punch out, the seal turned into a beam that shot out as a majestic and grand aura appeared, dyeing the sky red. 3,000 greater Daos, but only the sword is supreme. The table was turned around, with Lin Yun gaining the advantage in the fight. Gu Jun was shocked because he had never seen or heard of this fist technique before. He exclaimed, "What fist technique is that?" He could tell that the fist from before was a Dragon Clan's martial technique, but not this one. That was something Lin Yun comprehended from ancient martial techniques, and he had fused them into his sword, divine physique, and two sword cannons. The profundity contained in it allowed him to easily suppress Gu Jun. Even the creator of the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal probably never expected that the martial technique he created would be so powerful. Holy shit, what's going on? Is he really from the Kunlun realm? Isn't that a barbaric realm? The Kunlun realm isn't a barbaric realm, but the heavenly path is broken. It was famous throughout the universe back then. Even if someone was blinded by the dazzling radiance earlier, many people continued to watch this battle. They were shocked as their gazes fell on Lin Yun. Holy shit, is that true? Back then, even the heavenly Baron ancestral deity received help from the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. The Blue Dragon ancestral deity founded Kunlun Realm's divine dragon era. It looks like Flower Burial is going to reforge the glory of the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Many people directed their gazes over. Gu Jun was suppressed and couldn't come up with a solution anytime soon. But he was a ruthless person. He lunged forth with his aura released. The fight between Gu Jun and Lin Yun created a massive phenomenon that forced many people to retreat. As for this test, it was stopped for the time being. 10 odd moves later, they both took 10 steps back with another clash and Gu Jun drew his sword. This was a 6-Spirit Glory Saint artifact, only 1 step away from reaching 7-Spirit Glory Saint artifact. It was a sword only second to a Sovereign Saint artifact. When he swung his sword, the crimson clouds in the sky were suppressed. Lin Yun waved and casually picked up a branch on the ground. But when Lin Yun pointed with it, a powerful sword aura spread out that infatuated Gu Jun. Anyone could tell that Lin Yun was looking down on him. How dare you? Gu Jun soared to the sky. Even grass can be used as a sword in the hands of a swordsman, and a branch is more than enough to give a deity blood like you a beating. Lin Yun swung the branch and his sword aura surged again. His words made everyone's blood boil. He's really dashing. Ao Ju admired with his eyes. After all, what arrogance was that to beat up a deity's blood with a tree branch? Xiong Tiannan pouted when he saw this scene while Ji Zishi's eyes shone brightly. Even Lin Xianxia wore a smile. You're courting death. Gu Jun was enraged to the point that his face almost became distorted. When he unleashed his murderous intent and charged forth, a starry sky appeared once more, and each of his attacks was like a star falling from the sky. Lin Yun was calm as his sword sea began to boil. Empowered with his divine light sword intent, he unleashed thousands of sword rays with a flick of his wrist. Withered tree coming to life. Intoxicating 9 heavenly wind. Sky streak snow. 4 peaceful seas. By executing 4 sword techniques, various phenomena appeared from Lin Yun's sword that tore apart all the sword aura in the sky. As for the tree branch, it still had leaves on it and wasn't damaged one bit. Lin Yun smiled as he remained in the same spot, executing martial techniques with the tree branch. Another 10 moves later, Gu Jun lost his patience as a sun and a moon appeared in the sky and merged into his sword aura to form the Yin Yang sword intent. Many people were shocked as they saw a waterfall crashing down from the sky as though it wanted to erase everything. He wants to forcibly suppress Lin Yun with his cultivation, Ao Ju muttered. In just 10 odd moves, Gu Jun already knew that his mastery of the sword was inferior to Lin Yun's. He roared, "Let me show you the foundation of an ancient divine clan. Ha ha ha! Why would a swordsman fear a fight?" Lin Yun laughed as he took 3 steps back before charging forth. With a spin, the branches were like overlapping sword flowers. This was the 3rd section of the divine firefly sword, Blooming Stars. The sword unleashed an unprecedented power that roared like a massive dragon, sending the incoming stars flying away. As Lin Yun and Gu Jun clashed, the battleground became chaotic. "You're only a mortal blood," Gu Jun roared as he fused the Great Solar, Great Yin, and Sword Daos. As Yin and Yang revolved, the surrounding space distorted, which placed tremendous pressure on Lin Yun. Glory to the Gu clan! Gu Jun wanted to maintain his advantage and give Lin Yun a beating. Aside from that, each of his sovereign Daos had 50 to 60 Saint Daos around them, reaching over 100,000 Saint Daos. This was the foundation of the divine clan. Everyone was shocked by Gu Jun's foundation, with envy in their eyes. Gu Jun's sword intent might not be comparable with Lin Yun's, but he possessed the Great Solar and Great Yin Daos. When they were put together, it was no longer weaker than divine light sword intent at complete mastery. Kunlun Realm's cultivators aren't weaker than others. Just when everyone felt Lin Yun would be in trouble, he summoned the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron to withstand the pressure before releasing a golden radiance. And a golden lotus appeared behind Lin Yun. The golden radiance made Lin Yun look like a dignified deity, and the tree branch in his hand was a divine artifact, shattering the domain that was formed by combining Great Yin, Great Solar, and Sword Daos. Break! As Lin Yun rotated, the branch in his hand was like a whip that unleashed a massive sword ray, tearing the fusion of the 3 domains apart. When Gu Jun fell from the sky, he threw out a mouthful of blood and fell onto one knee. He was covered in blood and had terrifying wounds. When Lin Yun descended, he hovered in the sky, looking like a sword immortal. Arg! Gu Jun screamed out in pain and wanted to charge forth, seeing Lin Yun descend. When they clashed, Lin Yun remained in the same position and blocked all of Gu Jun's attacks, which left Gu Jun in shock. Before Gu Jun could come to his senses, Lin Yun thrusted the tree branch towards Gu Jun's forehead. This quickly made Gu Jun recollect his thoughts and swung his sword to block this attack. But with a gentle flick of his wrist, Lin Yun lashed the branch against Gu Jun's face, producing a loud and resounding slap, leaving a wound on the latter's face. This scene frightened everyone because Lin Yun was too ruthless. The wound wasn't serious, but it was humiliating. Gu Jun nearly went insane as he threw out a mouthful of blood after taking 2 steps back. When he raised his head, he saw Lin Yun looking at him with a smile, as though he was saying that he wasn't even done with warming up yet. This enraged Gu Jun into losing his rationale, and he blindly charged at Lin Yun. He had flaws everywhere, and 3 moves later, the tree branch left another wound on Gu Jun's face. Before Gu Jun could respond, the tree branch wrapped around Gu Jun's sword and pulled the sword over, which then stabbed into the ground. Wielding the tree branch, Lin Yun coldly said, "I said that a tree branch is enough to deal with a deity's blood like you." Gu Jun took a few steps back and held onto his face, looking at Lin Yun with an ugly expression. No matter how much Gu Jun's face changed, it was, indeed, a resounding slap. Although most of it was withstood by his sword aura, it was humiliating, especially when Lin Yun took his sword away at the end. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked and baffled. How did he do it? To defeat the divine astral sword with just a tree branch. If I remember correctly, no one should be able to injure Gu Jun with his body-refining technique. This was a shocking scene that no one could comprehend what was going on. Ha! Lin Yun is a prodigy swordsman from the Kunlun realm, grasping the divine light sword intent at complete mastery. In terms of his talent in the sword, even Gu Jun is inferior. That's right. Gu Jun relied on 3 sovereign Daos to block Lin Yun's sword intent. By then, he had already lost. A tree branch and a sword are no different in his hand with such a powerful sword intent. It looks like Flower Burial is really going to reforge Kunlun Realm's honor. walking the same path as the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Some cultivators heard of the Kunlun realm and Blue Dragon ancestral deity. As they spoke, they couldn't help comparing Lin Yun with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Back then, the Blue Dragon ancestral deity was invincible and forged his name. When he established the heavenly path, he caused a massive uproar in the universe. Flower burial. Gu Jun gritted his teeth as he recalled his sword. He might look pathetic, but the tree branch wasn't the flower burial sword, and Lin Yun couldn't inflict heavy injuries on Gu Jun. Not to mention that Gu Jun's golden jade divine physique negated most of the damage. I'm inferior to you in terms of talent, but you won't be my opponent if I go all out. Gu Jun ferociously looked at Lin Yun. Constellation. Lin Yun smiled. Was Gu Jun even worthy of comparing constellations with him? He could already summon his full sovereign constellation, which solely belonged to him. As for divine physique, Lin Yun wasn't afraid of anyone, even if he fought a genius who became a saint by tempering their physique. Lin Yun was calm while everyone else's face became grave. Are they still going to fight to the end? There's still a test ongoing. But what Gu Jun said isn't fake. His golden jade divine physique is famous, and his constellation is invincible beneath sovereign constellations. Lin Yun hasn't even brought out his constellation, so where did Gu Jun get his confidence from? Discussions resounded from the surroundings because Lin Yun had subdued many people with his performance, with more people supporting him. Lin Yun looked around and said, "It looks like the slap was too light, and you still haven't realized the reality yet." Murderous intent began to flash in Lin Yun's eyes, but he didn't know if he could kill in the heavenly barren Saint Mountain. Since there were 3 stages, there were bound to be observers maintaining the order. His tone might sound calm, but it excited everyone and rubbed salt on Gu Jun's wound. "Get lost? Or don't regret it after I draw my sword," Lin Yun said indifferently. Gu Jun was shocked because he didn't expect Lin Yun to be so impolite. Lin Yun's words also scared everyone else because no one dared to be so disrespectful to a divine clan before. Gu Jun coldly said, "You want to carry on participating in the test? Hand over the golden Dao fruit or don't even think about going through the test. You should have at least 3 golden Dao fruits still on you." He was certain that Lin Yun's boost in strength was due to the golden Dao fruit, which was why he wanted it. Lin Yun could only refine 5 golden Dao fruits at most, so he must still have some on him. But he never expected that Lin Yun would share the golden Dao fruits with Lin Xianxia and Xianxia. In his view, a treasure like that could be used to exchange for precious treasures on the same level, and it made no sense to give them away. "I have never seen someone so shameless like you before. You first want to dig out my saint origin, and now you want my golden Dao fruit? I advise you not to challenge my patience." Lin Yun smiled. "So what if I did?" Gu Jun said coldly. "What can you do to me? If I said that no one is allowed to pass, it means no one is allowed to pass." All the geniuses from the Gu clan gathered around Gu Jun. There were 4 7th-stage Saint Lords, and the rest were 6th-stage Saint Lords. "Activate the bloodline and let them see the strength of the Gu divine clan." Gu Jun roared as a golden seal bloomed on everyone's foreheads. Their bloodline activated. When their aura combined, it contained a hint of divinity, scaring everyone in the surroundings. "Since you don't want to hand over a golden Dao fruit, you must hand all 3 over now," Gu Jun said coldly. "You're alone. So how will you face the entire Gu clan yourself?" "Who said that Big Brother Lin is alone?" Ji Zishi stood beside Lin Yun, activating her phoenix bloodline with a pair of phoenix wings appearing behind her. "The heavenly phoenix maiden," someone exclaimed from the crowd, with everyone shocked. Even the Gu clan was shocked because no one's bloodline was more noble than the heavenly phoenix maiden, and she was standing beside Lin Yun. "Don't forget about me. I have never treated the deity's bloodline seriously, and I'll dig your clan's tomb in the future." Xianxia laughed. Lin Xianxia also released her sword intent. Both sides began to face off. The deity's bloodline was truly terrifying, especially with 20 of them combined together. Standing in the crowd, Gu Jun activated his deity's bloodline with the mark appearing on his forehead. Looking at it carefully, It looked like an ancient array that linked everyone's deity bloodline together. He snorted. So what if you're the heavenly phoenix maiden? I'll deal with you today as well. Flower burial. Let me join in as well. Aoju smiled as he approached Lin Yun's side. This made Lin Yun, Lin Xianxia, Xiong Tianan, and Ji Zishi surprised because Aoju was Lin Jiangxian's rival in the Azure Cloud realm. Aoju grinned with a blade on his back. What's the matter? Looking down on me? I'm at least one of the chief disciples of the Azure Cloud realm. Lin Yun, do you welcome me? It's my honor. Lin Yun smiled. We all share the same goal after all. Ha ha ha. Well said. Aoju laughed as he looked at the surrounding cultivators. Aren't there any swordsmen? Even a bladesman like me dares to stand out. Are all the swordsmen dead? Or are you guys terrified of the divine clan? Aoju's voice was infectious and left many people stumped, including Lin Yun, who had no idea what Aoju was trying to do. Gu Jun noticed that the situation was getting out of hand, so he threatened, "This is the Gu clan's matter. If anyone dares to interfere, I have many means to deal with you mortal bloods, even if killing is prohibited on Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain." Fuck! So what if we interfere? The divine clan can do whatever they want? You think that swordsmen don't have a temper? Why would we swordsmen fear a fight? Even a bladesman stood out. So what do we swordsmen have to fear? All the present swordsmen became enraged. Aoju's voice contained provocation, which made all the swordsmen feel aggrieved. But after hearing what Gu Jun said, their blood began to boil as over 100 people stood behind Lin Yun. They roared, "Why do we swordsmen fear a fight? Flower burial. We will help you up the mountain today. You can beat up a deity's bloodline with a tree branch. So why would we fear with our swords in our hands? The worst scenario is death, and no swordsman is afraid of dying." Lin Yun was surprised to see so many people on their side. A bunch of ants dares to oppose a divine clan? Slaughter all the mortal bloods. Gu Jun said coldly, starting with that demonic brat. Since Aoju dared to interfere, he would start with him first. The moment he said that, two figures charged at Aoju. They were geniuses of the divine clan with a cultivation at the 6th stage Saint Lord. When they joined hands with their bloodline activated, they could even confront a 7th stage Saint Lord, and it was more than enough to deal with Aoju. At the same time, the other geniuses of the Gu clan charged at Ji Zishi and the others. Great! Aoju laughed as he drew his blade. As a demonic radiance shone from him, his blade gave off a domineering aura that forced those who got close to him to take a few steps back. Get lost! Aoju tore apart the incoming attacks, which was the martial technique of the Suspension Palace. The other locations were also in chaos from the battles, and the scale of this battle surpassed everyone's imagination. The Gu clan thought they could suppress Lin Yun with their deity's bloodline, but they didn't expect so many swordsmen to stand on Lin Yun's side. They might be in a mess with no order, but they had displayed the pride of a swordsman by placing their lives on the line. Ha ha ha! That's satisfying. Xiong Tianan faced 4 opponents by himself and fully unleashed the power of his Golden Crow divine physique. Ji Zishi and Lin Jiangxian weren't weak either. They withstood the aura of the deity's bloodline, holding their ground. After all, the Gu clan had activated their bloodline and even formed into an array. But Gu Jun was in a pathetic state. His opponent was Lin Yun, who ignored everyone else and came after him. Lin Yun pushed his divine light sword intent to the limit as he suppressed Gu Jun. This made Gu Jun feel aggrieved, and he would have his face slapped by Lin Yun if he wasn't careful. As expected of the Golden Jade divine physique. If you didn't have it, your head would have blown up, Lin Yun mocked. Gu Jun was furious as he charged forth, wanting to rely on the deity's bloodline to suppress Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was agile and had no weakness in his sword aura. No matter how furious Gu Jun was, he couldn't touch Lin Yun no matter how much he tried. Lin Yun wasn't a fool, but his dragon's blood was boiling, and each attack could easily inflict heavy injuries on a 7th stage Saint Lord. When a sword ray shone out from him, it formed into azure dragons that were wandering around. This was to help the other swordsmen to withstand the aura of the deity's bloodline, or they would suffer a considerable loss. Gu Jun nearly threw out blood because he couldn't touch Lin Yun, no matter how much he tried. He was in the array and should have the advantage in the fight. But there wasn't anything he could do under Lin Yun's sword techniques. He even wanted to summon his constellation to deal with Lin Yun. But thinking that Lin Yun didn't even draw his sword, he could only endure it. Oh my god! What's going on? Ha ha ha! This is very exciting. Lin Yun is really strong. He won the other swordsmen over and they're willing to make a move for him. Is this still the arrogant divine clan? How many people from the Azure Cloud realm have suffered a grievance because of the divine clan? This is really shocking. Many cultivators forgot they were still taking part in a test and could feel their blood boiling. When they saw Lin Yun give Gu Jun a beating, they couldn't help smiling. They were happy that someone could finally teach the divine clan a lesson. This was because they could only suck it up whenever they were bullied by the divine clan before. A huge commotion came on the stairs, with a powerful pressure sweeping out, making everyone fall to their knees. This caused Lin Yun and the Gu clan to be shocked as both parties took a few steps back. It's the Deity Slaughter Monument. Someone left their name on the Deity Slaughter Monument. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the golden radiance with golden flowers descending. In the end, the flowers formed into 3 fruits that someone grabbed. This left many people shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. Anyone could guess that the 3 fruits were highly precious, and they were rewards given by the heavenly Baron ancestral deity. That person managed to leave his name on it and made 3 golden radiances appear, Aoju said as he approached Lin Yun's side. There's a reward. Lin Yun needed resources now. A 7th-stage Saint Lord was unique because one could try and make a breakthrough after reaching the pinnacle. There wasn't any bottleneck, but the tribulation was dangerous, and one required resources to compensate for the exhaustion required. He could tell that the 3 fruits were treasures. Thinking about it, Lin Yun's face sank, and he looked at Gu Jun. Get lost! Gu Jun's face became cold, and he wanted to refute it, but a voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Let him come. When Gu Jun heard that voice, he became excited and smiled. Lin Yun, do you think that you can leave your name on the Deity Slaughter Monument? I'll tell you beforehand. I'm not the only one who wants your golden Dao fruit, and I'm afraid everyone will become even more attracted after seeing how strong you are. It's a crime to possess treasures, so you can come if you have the guts. I'll wait for you at the Deity Slaughter Monument. He sounded as though he was afraid that Lin Yun wouldn't go. He glared at all the swordsmen before stopping on Aoju. His face was vicious, and he said, Ha ha ha! You guys want to get through the test after offending my divine clan? None of you can escape. Let's go. Gu Jun left without any hesitation. Aoju rubbed his nose and smiled. Gu Jun probably received some news, and it will be dangerous up ahead. Anyone could sense it from Gu Jun's actions without him saying anything. Xianxia said, Lin Yun, don't care about him and just charge forth. Ji Zishi and Lin Xianxia didn't speak, but they looked at Lin Yun to express their support. Lin Yun wanted to say something, but he noticed many people were looking at him, and they were all swordsmen. Ha ha ha! Isn't Flower Burial worried about us? It doesn't matter. We'll charge on with you. We're here to join the fun to begin with, so it doesn't matter if we can leave our names on the monument. The divine clan is too much, but we can finally vent it out. Young Master Lin, don't hesitate. We'll charge on with you. We're swordsmen, and we all have a grudge against the divine clans. We have had our treasures snatched before. As swordsmen, we're not afraid to fight. Well said. The swordsmen became even more furious as they spoke. Lin Yun didn't know what to say. He initially wanted to tell them not to follow him since it would be dangerous, but he didn't expect that they were more hot-blooded than him. Big brother Lin, make the decision, Ji Zishi said. She was only 17 or 18, but she became hot-blooded upon seeing this scene. Lin Xianxia also looked at Lin Yun and said, You only have to give the word. I'll go with you no matter where we go. All right, Lin Yun laughed. He raised the tree branch in his hand and said, Since all of you are willing to follow me, let's just charge. with a sword in hand. "Follow me. We'll kill the divine dogs." All the swordsmen were briefly stunned before they laughed. "With a sword in hand, we'll kill the divine dogs." Lin Yun looked at everyone as they chanted the slogan. Everyone else was shocked when they saw this scene. It looks like the world is pissed with the divine clans. They're swordsmen, but they're too ruthless. For the divine clans to be called a divine dog, ha ha ha. It looks like Lin Yun's fame will spread far and wide this time. And there's a show to watch. The other cultivators were stunned before they followed behind, increasing their speed. The Gu clan was fast after they activated their bloodline and sped up the stairs. It didn't take long before they could see the outline of the deity slaughter monument. Gu Xing said beside Gu Jun, "Big brother Jun, weren't you a little too obvious earlier? What if Lin Yun doesn't come?" Gu Jun smiled. "I did it on purpose. Lin Yun will come." But those words weren't directed at him. Who were they directed to then? Gu Xing asked. Gu Jun said, "At those swordsmen. They might be mortal blood, but it's troublesome once they're banded together. Otherwise, we could have suppressed Lin Yun earlier by forming an array." While mentioning that, Gu Jun was furious because it was all Ao Ju's fault. "I only said that to intimidate the swordsmen. At that time, it will be easier to deal with Lin Yun." Gu Jun revealed his plan. Gu Xing briefly pondered, before he couldn't help smiling. Big brother Jun is really smart. With a sword in hand, "Kill the divine dogs." Roars echoed from beneath the stairs with rippling sword intent. "What's going on?" Gu Jun and Gu Xing were shocked as they turned around. They saw that the number of swordsmen had increased instead of decreased as they chanted the slogan, charging over. This left Gu Jun and Gu Xing's faces pale, and Gu Jun said, "Quick, leave quickly, to the deity slaughter monument." The commotion was so frightening that Gu Jun and Gu Xing couldn't bear to take another look. There were at least 200 swordsmen. Damn it, how did this happen? Gu Jun frowned. "Big brother Jun, the situation doesn't look good." Gu Xing shivered. "They will know how laughable they are after seeing the divine clans. Climb the stairs." Gu Jun and Gu Xing sped up without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yun's party wasn't any slower than the Gu clan, as he released his sword intent to bear the pressure on the stairs. "What is that fellow planning?" Lin Yun looked at Gu Jun with doubt when he saw the panic on the latter's face. After all, Gu Jun must have a plan based on what he said earlier, not to mention that Gu Jun didn't use his divine physique or constellation. So he shouldn't be running in a panic. "Big brother Lin, are we going to let them go?" Ji Zishi also noticed how much Gu Jun and Gu Xing were panicking. "Climb up for now," Lin Yun said. He had a feeling that it wasn't that simple. A few minutes later, they felt a tremendous pressure upon arriving at the deity slaughter monument. The monument was massive, with deity slaughter monument engraved on it. The words were emitting a murderous aura. "This is the deity slaughter monument?" Lin Yun's face became grave. He could sense how tiny he was before the monument, and it really did seem to have slain a deity before. This made everyone look at the monument respectfully, and all the swordsmen behind Lin Yun calmed down. "Flower burial, you've really come." A voice resounded. It was from Gu Jun, who came over. But compared to his earlier panic, he was calm and aloof. When Lin Yun looked over, he saw 6 other figures, each with a golden seal on their forehead. When they opened their eyes, their gazes fell onto Lin Yun, and they were all aloof, like Gu Jun. Behind them, there were close to 100 cultivators, all looking at the group of swordsmen with disdain and pride. Lin Yun knew these people were all from the divine clans, with a deep relationship with the Gu clan. They were all at the 7th stage Saint Lord, and they were only slightly stronger than Gu Jun. Anger blazed in Lin Yun's heart upon finally understanding where Gu Jun's confidence came from. The Lu Divine Clan, Wang Divine Clan, Yen Divine Clan, Jin Divine Clan, Wu Divine Clan, and by Divine Clan, the 7 divine clans. Isn't this too despicable? So this is why Gu Jun lured Lin Yun over? No wonder he wasn't willing to admit defeat even after being slapped. It turns out that they're prepared. This scene was too shocking and the surrounding swordsmen were stumped. This was a frightening scene when the 7 divine clans were together. But Lin Yun was fearless and furious. He wasn't a bloodlusty person, and he didn't take anyone's life on heavenly barren Saint Mountain. He sneered, "What a spectacular scene." Afraid, Gu Jun sneered. "Nothing would have happened if you had handed over a golden saint fruit. Now, you can only leave behind 3 golden saint fruits, along with your saint origin." Lin Yun's face changed with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Furious? Do you think that a bunch of clowns can confront the divine clans? You think too highly of yourself. I have long told you that the Gu clan wasn't the only one after your golden Dao fruit. Gu Jun held onto his chin with disdain and contempt. So what if you're a prodigy swordsman? You're nothing before me, and I can do anything I want as long as I don't go against the rules of the heavenly barren Saint Mountain. Gu Jun smiled and suddenly noticed that something wasn't right when he saw Lin Yun's face. Digging out one's saint origin is also within the rules? Lin Yun smiled. I didn't know how to deal with you before, but now I know. Lin Yun was smiling, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Don't worry. I'm famous for having a good temper, so I will obliged by the rules since I'm here. Lin Yun squinted with a bright smile. Young Master Lin will help you. Yeah. Swordsmen aren't afraid. The divine clans are too much. When everyone saw the scene, they were furious. So what if they were from the divine clans? Did that mean that they could bully anyone they wanted? Lin Yun spread his hands apart and smiled. Let me do it myself. When he stepped forth, the 7 leaders of the divine clans looked at him coldly. 1 against 7? Do you think that the divine clans don't have any temper? Let's go. Gu Jun roared and charged at Lin Yun. The other 6 also didn't hesitate and flew over. They were all influential figures from the divine clans and were all 7th-stage Saint Lords. Lightning began to rumble in the sky as they activated their deity bloodlines with a terrifying pressure enveloping the surroundings. He's finished? Everyone didn't expect the 7 from the divine clans to be so strong, and their pressure was enough to suppress Lin Yun. Lin Yun's sword intent was powerful, but he was only a 6th-stage Saint Lord. He might be able to fight 3, but fighting 7 was a pipe dream. But facing this situation, Lin Yun was unprecedentedly calm as he reached out, executing the Azure Dragon's grasp. The Azure Dragon divine rune poured into his palm and a thunderstorm began to rumble. But that wasn't all. A Dao flower appeared behind him. A golden lotus, which represented the Azure Dragon Dao, bloomed and released a radiance comparable to his sword Dao. A dragon's claw descended, enveloped in the power of divine runes. When the claw of the Azure Dragon descended, it tore apart the clouds, leaving behind cracks in the path of the claw, and destroying the aura formed by the 7 geniuses of the divine clans. What's going on? The dragon clan's martial technique? Go at him together. The 7 were surprised before they executed their martial techniques at the dragon's claw. Lin Yun raised his hand and formed a seal, circulating the great profound sword cannon and Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, with the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron rising within his violet palace. Azure Dragon Reversal. A vortex appeared from Lin Yun's palm as a suction force swept the 7 attacks over, forcing the 7 to retreat. Lin Yun wore a smile, and he took a step forth. Divine Clan? How mighty! He might be smiling, but the chill in his eyes was terrifying. The Lu Divine Clan's Lu Ayahan coldly said, Lin Yun, don't blame us for bullying you. You will be targeted since you stood out. If we don't suppress you now, what will we do in the future? There are only 10 quotas, but the actual quotas are only a few. If we can't suppress you, we will have no chance. The reason is really straightforward, and I can't refute that. Lin Yun smiled. Good that you know. Hand over the golden Dao fruits and back off from the test. We won't make things difficult for you. The one from the Wang Divine Clan said with a smile. Why waste time with him? Just suppress him. Don't tell me that you guys are afraid of him. The Bai Divine Clans by Wuhan said pridefully. The 7 hovered in the air with a seal shining on their foreheads, making them look noble. Let's go. He won't be able to execute too much of that dragon clan's martial technique. Everyone felt their blood boiling as their deity bloodlines began to boil. When the auras they gave off combined, it became so terrifying that the deity slaughter monument began to tremble. The aura made Lin Yun's hair flutter, and even his sword aura showed signs of collapsing. The seven wore a smile. Lin Yun was just a prodigy swordsman. How could he confront the deity bloodlines? Right then, something unexpected occurred. Sword intent began to clash within Lin Yun's sword sea. In the next second, sword intent began pouring out from Lin Yun's pores, which sent the seven of them flying away with blood dripping down their lips. What's going on? His sword intent changed. The seven of them were surprised and were stumped when they raised their heads. Lin Yun was enveloped in golden flames as his figure stood upright like a sword. He was like a bright sun, and the sword aura he gave off made everyone's eyes sting. Quasi-bright sun sword intent. How is this possible? Everyone from the divine clans was shocked. The bright sun sword intent was the 8th grade sword intent, and even great saints would have trouble grasping it. So they couldn't believe that someone from a barbaric realm could actually grasp it. Don't hold back. Bai Wuhan roared with a vicious light flashing in his eyes. Divine desolation cauldron. Divine star-breaking sword. Primordial flame seal. Dragon slaughtering sword. The seven brought out their glory saint artifacts or treasures from their clans, pushing their divine physiques to the limit. But just when they wanted to make a move, they heard a voice in their ears. 3,000 greater das. But only the sword is supreme. Lin Yun opened his eyes and charged forth. But what was even faster was the flower burial sword that flew out from his chest, with Lin Yun following behind. Flames were blazing within Lin Yun's eyes, and he became unhindered with his sword.